When a man dabbles in the occult, he unknowingly unleashes a malevolent darkness he can't control. Night after night, he is tormented by the tentacles of terror. Unable to keep himself or his family safe, he consults the help of a white witch as he struggles to break the chains that bind him. Will he be freed or continue to be besieged by the hands of hell? This is the untold story of the demonic haunting of the house on Church Street in Michigan, also known as the Randy Irvin case. It's been a while since I've delved into a haunting as terrifying as this one, so with due caution, I wouldn't recommend watching this at night or alone. Standish, Michigan, originally named Granton, is a rural town near Lake Huron. Long before the hustle and bustle of the modern world, Native Americans used to call its land home, living, hunting, and dying upon its grounds. Their descendants in the modern day, like their ancestors, still very much believe in the power of the spiritual realm, and with their profound sense of respect for it, also comes a deep respect of the dead, and a belief further that disturbing their resting place can bring forth horrible things. Perhaps their beliefs are true. Our story begins in 1974 in Standish. A then 22-year-old man named Randy Irvin has lived in the area his entire life. After graduating high school, he decided that college wasn't the right path for him. In fact, he didn't know what that path was. As many young people often do, Randy was soul-searching, surfing couches, working random jobs for a few bucks in his pocket, and not really pursuing a career, but rather trying to pursue just who he was and who he wanted to be. That would change, however, when one day Randy landed a job at the United States Postal Service. With a good income, instead of sleeping at friends' homes, Randy sought a home of his own. Lucky for him, his father, Roy, bought properties and fixed them up, and either sold or rented them. He had recently acquired an old fixer-upper not too far from where Randy was working, and if he assists him with the renovations, he'll allow him to live there. Randy agrees and soon heads to work for his dad. For weeks, Randy works mornings, and right after work heads to the house to work well into the night alongside his father. One chilly afternoon, as father and son are digging up the basement floor, they would uncover something very unexpected. As one of their shovels dug into the earth, it hit something solid. Pulling it back and shoving the dirt off to the side, the two are astonished by what they see. They pull forth from the soil what appears to be a human femur bone. Struck by this unnerving discovery, and as if Pandora's box had been opened, the questions onto how and why someone would be buried underneath their home began to be speculated on at a furious pace. The home itself was over 100 years old. Was it a deliberate death, an accident, or something else? The story of what took place was perhaps lost in the sands of time. However, more bones would be discovered by the pair throughout the night. The following morning, Randy's father contacts a local physician to come and inspect the bones to make sure that they're human and to get advice as to what to do next. When the physician arrives, he examines the remains for several minutes and concludes that they certainly are human, but judging on their aged appearance and having had similar experiences in the past, he explains to the men that they probably stumbled across an old Indian burial ground, something that was extremely common in Standish. His advice was to respect the dead, rebury the bones, and be done with it. So the two would do just that. And although neither of them were happy that someone was buried underneath the home, they did what they could to be as respectful as possible. Feeling good about the reburial, they would continue fixing up the house. And several weeks later, Randy would move in. This newfound sense of freedom was coupled with something strange and new. Something about the discovery seems to have a grip on Randy. It disturbed, but also intrigued him. He develops a fascination with Indian burial grounds and their mysterious nature. Hungry for more knowledge, on his lunch break at work one day, Randy decides to stop into a bookstore to see just what he can find on the subject. As he perused the aisle of books, one in particular seemed to call out to him. It was a leather-bound book with golden lettering. Its title read, Witchcraft in Practice and Study. Drawn to it, he opens the book to reveal its contents. And the first page he reads says that spirits can manifest from consecrated burial grounds. Reading further, he comes across a list of spirits that the book said could be communicated with the most. That these powerful entities had never been human, but rather existed in a state between heaven and hell. And if one were to conjure these spirits, each one could assist in certain ways. One of those ways was the discovery of buried riches. Upon reading this sentence, Randy's eyes widened. In the Irvin family, it was discussed that many moons ago, their relatives had buried some valuable goods deep within the earth, but where remained a mystery. Greatly intrigued in what this book had to offer, Randy would purchase it from the store and return to work to finish his shift. In the words of Randy himself, I kept this purchase very secret. I didn't tell my friends, family, or anybody. I wanted to experiment on my own without anyone else coming in and telling me not to do it or that it was dumb. This was my personal decision to venture, and I wasn't going to be disturbed while doing that. Later that day, Randy would return home with his new book. Sitting on his couch and placing it on his coffee table, he unfurled its pages and began to read. The book laid out various instructions for the conjuring of spirits, prerequisites, if you will. He had to control his environment. This meant no music, no light, and total concentration when performing the ritual. After ensuring that these prerequisites were met, he places a chair in his living room, and with dusk now settling on the horizon, his windows open to a light breeze, Randy sits mostly in darkness. Shrouded in the shadows, he begins to read out loud, following the book's instructions to conjure 4 spirits, entities who will supposedly assist him with specific tasks if successful. He would recite the following, calling forth each creature by its name. I call the 4 to come to me: Anastasia, Lavariki, Corazonia, Simasani. In this place that I dwell, to bring you here with this spell. What is dark to be filled with light. Bring these spirits into sight." He chants the spell multiple times, and suddenly, a strong gust of cold wind blows through his living room windows. This knocks over a shelf and a lamp. The odd thing is, there is no strong wind on the forecast for the day. Startled, but not fully convinced, he closes both of them and sits back down to speculate. In his own words, "They were supposed to show up immediately. I expected perhaps some voices, maybe writing on the wall. I waited and waited and thought maybe I did something wrong. So I decided to try again another time. I closed the book and got ready for bed." Randy would lay down for the night and begin to sleep, thinking that no one had answered his calls. However, the very next night, something indeed did. As he again lays in his bed sleeping, he is suddenly flung back into reality through the sound of glass breaking coming from his living room. Worried that someone had broken into his home, he grabs a baseball bat and apprehensively makes his way towards the room. Swallowing his fear, he rushes towards the sound. When he gets close enough, he would come face to face with nothing. Confused and on high alert now, he glances around the room but sees no intruder. But then he hears multiple footsteps behind him. Rushing towards those, he's once again bewildered. There's no one there. After a sweep of the entire home, and with this the discovery that all of its doors and windows had seemingly been untouched, he spent some time pondering just what exactly had happened, but finally decides to lay back down to salvage what little sleep is left. The following morning, he's thrust awake yet again, but this time it's by the ringing of a telephone. It's his mother, Belva. She's calling from Mississippi. She moved there after her and Randy's father got a divorce some years ago. The reason for her call is all the more interesting. She had a hunch, a feeling that something was deeply wrong, and she felt compelled to move back as soon as possible. In the words of Randy, she felt like something was out of sorts, that she needed to come back immediately. Was it a clairvoyant type of thing? She said, "Something has happened. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna find out." Randy and Belva had always been very close. The two have also had a knack for sensing each other's emotions. Tammy Irvin, Randy's younger sister, who was 11 years old at that time, couldn't hear the details, but she too sensed something was wrong with her brother. The phone call would end shortly after, and a month later, Belva and Tammy would arrive at Randy's doorstep, finally returning to Michigan and moving in with Randy. Tammy would later describe her brother when she arrived. He looked pale and sick. He had lost a lot of weight and didn't look good at all. He looked tired. Shrugging things off as a lack of sleep, Randy would begin to show his sister around the house. His mother was invited as well, but she had a terrible feeling in the pit of her stomach. Something about the home seemed off. As she examines the front room just past the front door, she is suddenly enveloped in an icy cold embrace, one that causes her to physically chatter her teeth. She is only shaken out of her experience by the call of Randy for her to join them in the tour. This afternoon would continue rather uneventfully. That was until the trio laid down their heads for sleep that night. As a glowing white moon hung above them, they drifted off to dreamland. That was until they all were abruptly woken up by the blaring sound of an organ playing some kind of haunting hymn. Randy panicked, and sitting up out of his bed, he suddenly sees the door creak open. It's his mom. She was asking what the hell was happening. She asked him to please turn his radio off. But to her bewilderment, Randy tells her he doesn't have a radio in this room. The two then frantically begin searching around the room, heading towards the origin of the sound, the right-hand corner, perhaps thinking a friend had left a radio, or something of the sort. They would find no such radio, and the organ music would cease. Upon asking just what it could have been by Randy, Belva attributes the music to her late mother, who had quite the affinity for playing the organ. But Randy would also question back, how could it be Grandma, Mom? She's dead. Belva still believes the sign to be something positive, thinking it was her mother's way of letting them know that she was still there and watching over them all. She then would lay back down for the night given the hour. And Randy, left alone once again to his thoughts, sits in fear. He's worried that the bizarre song had something to do with the spirits he invoked. That night after night, his sleep has become less and less attainable, and he can't bring himself to tell his mom that he's been dabbling in the occult. He tries to brush things off and lays his head back down on his pillow. He slowly drifts back to sleep. However, he is again woken up by something that he can't explain. Something that grips him in pure terror. A deep, guttural growl, as if someone or something is stalking him. Feeling the presence of whatever this was, he would put his hand out in its general direction, only to feel an icy wind, as if he had touched death itself. Sweating profusely, yet able to see his breath, Randy knows that this is anything but normal. He again hears the unholy growling, and this time it seems to inch closer to him. Feeling the weight as something steps onto his bed, and as his mattress begins to indent as this invisible creature moves towards him, Randy is shaking. He closes his eyes as the growl seems to be inches from his face. He feels a cold breath on his cheek. And right when he thinks that it's the end of his earthly existence, it vanishes. This leaves Randy a sweaty and emotional mess. Needless to say, he cannot sleep this night. The following morning, as Belva cooks breakfast for everyone, a disgruntled and exhausted Randy stumbles into the kitchen. He again is faced with internal thoughts of who he can tell, who would be willing to listen, and he doesn't want to frighten his family either. In his own words, I knew I had dabbled with something dark, that I had unleashed something evil, but any harm, any torment it could inflict, only I wanted to endure it, because it was my fault, and I was willing to see this through to the end. And although not much occurs during the day, when the sun goes down and the moon rises, whatever entities seem to awaken to haunt him. Laying his head down to sleep, petrified every night, he is often woken up by ethereal growls, deep, disgusting snarls, the likes of which one has seldomly heard before. This particular night, whatever this creature was, knocked over his shelf and then pulled the sheets from his bed and off of Randy, and then walked onto his bed and began grabbing him. The sensation similar to frozen claws, pulling and tugging at his very soul. In his words, "The claws or teeth never broke my skin, but I could feel how sharp they were. I was truly fearful." He screams, being reduced to tears. The sound of her son's screams draw Belva to his room, rushing in a panic to quickly see just what had happened. She finds Randy pacing and looking over his shoulders, shaking like a leaf. She asks him what is wrong, to which he would reply, "Every night it's something. Every night I hear the music or the footsteps. I hear growling at the foot of my bed, and something just tried to rip me apart." Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Randy and Belva both would hear a growl originate from behind his TV on his dresser. The temperature in the room seemed to drop significantly. Believing whatever it was to be evil, Belva grabs her Bible and begins to recite verses. Meanwhile, Tammy in her room can only hear the growling and her mother reciting the passages. She is frightened, but not aware of the full details of what was happening. It takes several minutes, but the repeated verses seem to work, because the violent growls slowly subside into silence. Randy prays that this will be the end of his horrible affliction, but time will tell that it's far from it. His days begin to be affected by his lack of sleep. He's emotionally as well as physically exhausted. He begins making mistakes at his job, but this is far from his main worry. He tries to regain a sense of normalcy by spending time with his sister, often watching TV with her in the living room. But all too often, he finds his mind trailing off until the inevitable mysterious sounds beckon him back to reality. This particular day, he heard banging coming from a storage room in the hallway. Leaving Tammy to watch TV, he goes to investigate. The bangs turn into scratches as Randy approaches the room. The room in question is being used as storage, mostly for Randy's father, keeping antiques that he had recently acquired. As Randy apprehensively steps towards the door and his hand grips the knob, he still hears commotion coming from behind it. However, the door is locked. Also hearing the commotion, Belva joins him in the hallway, curious as to just what it could be. Continuing to hear motion from behind the door, she too tries the knob and then presses her ear to the door to try and discern just what could be making the noise. As she listens, she is suddenly gripped by unseen hands, her body pulled against the door, lifting her off of her feet and towards the ceiling, choking her. Randy desperately tries to free his mother from the invisible devil's grip. Tammy, hearing the commotion, rushes into the hallway as well to find her mother struggling to breathe and her feet dangling mid-air. Not knowing what else to do, Randy runs as fast as he can to obtain his mother's Bible. He returns and places it against her. And this again seems to break the demonic chains that grip her. Falling back to the ground, she begins sobbing with Tammy as Randy stares, visibly shaken by what he had just witnessed. In his own words, "This thing had her in a chokehold and was lifting her off of the ground. I believe it was trying to choke the life out of her. This situation in particular is what truly convinced me deep down that these things were evil, that they were out to get us, and it wasn't just me now that was experiencing the torment." As a result of what had happened, Randy, Belva, and Tammy rush out of the house and into Randy's truck. They're unsure of where they will go, but that seemed irrelevant. They knew for certain that they had to get out of that house. Starting the vehicle and thrusting the gas pedal to the floor, the trio speeds away. The results of this night of horror would lead the three of them to move. They would relocate in the next week to another home. This one, a newer house, located on the opposite side of town. Although a much smaller house, it's the only thing that they could find on such short notice. Once moved in, the guilt of what he had done was beginning to take its toll on Randy. He blamed himself for what was happening, that not only he, but now his family were also suffering. He finally decides to come clean. He confesses to his mom that he and his dad had found an old Indian burial site underneath the house, that he had then purchased the book on witchcraft, summoned these spirits, and didn't think it was real until things started happening. Belva is shocked and believed that her son had inadvertently thrust open a door to the spiritual realm, but she chooses to forgive him, hoping that whatever these things were could no longer hurt them. Later that night, as they settle down for sleep in the new house, as Randy gets under the covers and hopes that his mother is right, that he can finally attain a peaceful night's sleep, he takes one final glance at his new room before closing his eyes. But his eyes would pop open when his door flung open by itself. Screaming into the void, "Why don't you just stop? Why don't you just leave us alone?" He is only met with silence. His cries once again summon Tammy and Belva into his room. Upon sitting on his bed, they too begin to hear the ominous sounds once again. The scratching, knocking, and phantom footsteps as before. Randy now knows that these entities don't want the house. They want him. Refusing to give in any longer, he begins to seek outside help for the first time. Although not a religious person and not a member of any church, he first meets with a local Lutheran minister. Stepping into his office within the church and having a seat at his desk, Randy begins to explain to him what has been taking place for the past several months. However, during his explanation, he's interrupted by the minister and told that witchcraft doesn't exist, that demons are simply a delusion. Randy explains that the entities have been experienced by others, that he's awake when they attack, and that they are indeed real. He is met by a diatribe of religious preaching, only to then be met with, "Have you spoken to a therapist?" Flabbergasted at this, Randy then leaves. He just can't believe the lack of assistance. Continuing to further search for help, he didn't know who else to turn to, but he knew that he wanted his life back, that he wanted his family to finally be safe again. He gets to thinking, if witchcraft unleashed these things, could it perhaps banish them? With this in mind, he stops by a local metaphysical shop to ask if anyone would listen to what was happening to him. It's there that he meets a man by the name of Mike Bosick, who is interested in his situation. Mike, as he explains, is a white witch, a practitioner of Wicca, a modern pagan religion. In his own words, a white witch is someone who believes in good, believes in God, and believes in trying to help people. After listening to Randy explain what he had done and how it had affected him and his family, Mike wanted to help. So he offers to come over to the home later that day. To Randy, this seems like a long-awaited answer to his desperate prayers. But will the ritual be a success? Later that evening, after filling in Belva on what he intended to have done, they receive a knock at their door. With a thunderstorm rolling in and a light rain starting, Mike meets them with a bag in hand. After stepping in out of the drizzle, he places his bag on the kitchen table and begins to unpack its belongings. While donning a black cloak, he begins to explain what he intends to do. He first must create a ring of protection around the home. Braving the rain again, he does this using salt, believed to be a purifying substance. He then chants a protective incantation 3 times as he circles the home before returning. It seems that with each chant and each lap, that the storm is intensifying, as if something supernatural was attempting to stop him. This is Mike's first attempt at banishing unwanted spirits from a person's life. He hopes he will be successful, as his intentions are to help this family. Upon completing the circle and coming back indoors, he then, in the center of the house, forms yet another circle of salt, and within this circle, a pentagram. But unlike a satanic pentagram, it is not inverted, and in fact has the opposite intent. He places candles at each one of the pinnacles and explains to Belva and Randy that the 3 of them must remain in the circle for the entirety of the ritual. Otherwise, their safety may be compromised. The storm outside seems to gain intensity as Mike chants his banishing ritual. The candles at each one of the pentagram's points begins to flicker as shadows trace the walls around them. Mike, then to finish the ritual, after he extinguishes them, the energy in the house seemed to be lighter. This led all 3 of them to smile and begin celebrating that Mike's magic had worked. That was until the lights went out, leaving only lightning to illuminate the room. And then the entire home began to shake. Unbeknownst to the 3 downstairs, Tammy had been asleep in her room, unaware of what was taking place. She is soon woken up by the shaking of the house and sees something outside of her window. Placing her glasses on her face and approaching her curtains, she pulls them back. She sees several branches scraping against her window as a result of the winds of the storm, their leaves being relentlessly pelted by the rain. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, with the flicker of a lightning flash, the most abhorrent creature was staring back at her from behind the glass. A horned abomination with glowing yellow eyes, decaying-looking skin as black as the abyss, with gnarled yet sharp fangs, stared at her with malice and desire. The young girl panics and screams, her cries for help prompting Randy to rush upstairs. He picks her up out of the corner of the room and sees the outline of the horned monstrosity outside of the window. Frantically rushing back down the stairs with his sister, he sets her down next to his mother and confronts Mike. He didn't know at the time that this was Mike's first attempt at banishment, and it now seems that he only added fuel to the fire. Unable to offer another solution, Mike then leaves the home, never to return. Left alone to deal with the aftermath, Randy, Belva, and Tammy sleep together in the living room to watch each other and keep one another safe. The power would return hours after Mike's departure, and needless to say, Randy again, seemingly defeated, would not sleep much this night. Following the chaos of the ritual night, Randy began to fall into a deep depression. Unsure of who to reach out to, he feels as if he was on the brink of insanity and that he could cross that threshold any moment. Sitting on his lunch break at work one afternoon, dealing with these heavy emotions, he appears visibly upset by his dilemma. He is then approached by his co-worker, Paula. She asks him what was going on, and no longer caring about his perceived craziness, Randy begins to confide in her everything that had been taking place. Surprisingly, Paula doesn't judge him, but rather, she says she knows someone who can help him. She directs him to a woman named Nora Reiner. Paula explains that Nora is a healer, that she had not only assisted her in the past, but is known for helping people who are being oppressed by evil spirits. Feeling as if he's got nothing to lose, he agrees to go and see her that day. He would arrive at the address he was given shortly after departing work, a business called Nora's Hair and Nails. Unsure if Nora could help him or not, but again feeling as if he had nothing to lose, Randy makes his way inside the salon. He then meets Nora for the first time. Her first impression of Randy is the following. When I saw Randy, he was in a terrible physical state. He was very thin, very nervous, very anxious, and looked sickly. She sensed that he was deeply tormented, and so she asked what was bothering him, not having been previously told what he was there for. Randy would give a rough explanation of what he had done, and would follow it up with, "I just want to die." She told him that she believed that she had received a gift from God, and asked him if she could say a prayer for him out loud to try and help him, and if he could repeat this prayer with her and mean every word of what was being said. Nora then says a prayer of deliverance, calling upon Jesus to cast out demons. Randy, although desperately trying, finds himself unable to recite the prayer back to Nora. He then goes unconscious. Sitting in a haircutting chair whilst this is taking place, his head, which was folded down into his chest, picks back up, but the eyes that had been looking into Nora's were no longer there. They had instead gone entirely black. The word sausage would erupt from Randy's lips, only to be followed by a horrendous scream, one that sounded like multiple men yelling at once. The chair would then be thrust backwards and make contact with a nearby wall, throwing Randy onto the floor. He would once again open his eyes to reveal abyssal orbs staring at Nora, and would let out a deep growl. In Nora's words, "I had prayed and delivered many people before, but had never seen or experienced or ever thought that something like this could happen." Grabbing a nearby crucifix off the wall, Nora presented it to Randy. He then began to make what can only be described as the noise of an angry cat, but in a much lower tone. And then his throat began to bulge, as if he had swallowed a grapefruit. Continuing to pray and plead with Jesus to cast out the unholy spirits out of Randy, as the horrendous screams tear from his mouth, she places the crucifix to his chest. and with one final scream, the bulge in his throat dissipates, and he goes silent and still. After several tense minutes, Randy wakes up and begins to weep. He said that Jesus saved him, that he felt truly free. Accompanying Randy home, Nora then meets his family and blesses their house for them. But she doesn't stop there. She convinces them to allow her to bless the original home, or as she put it, the place where evil had first been released. In the words of Randy, Nora had felt that a bottomless pit had been opened up within the walls of that home, and she wanted to close it. In Nora's words, there truly is a darkness that hopes to find those that seek it with curiosity, so that it may take advantage of those people and wreak havoc in their lives. Nora would conclude the blessing, and all four of them would leave the house, never to return. All demonic activity from there on out would cease. But before we conclude today's episode, let us first ponder some questions I found myself asking as I explored this interesting case. Do you think the Native American bones had anything to do with the initial haunting? Personally, aside from perhaps inspiring a darker curiosity that led to Randy seeking the occult, it doesn't seem so, unless this was the intended consequences by those whose resting place had been disturbed. I also feel this way considering how regular of a finding it was in Standish. Secondly, although I researched the supposed demons, I wasn't able to find much. Perhaps these particular deities aren't very well known, or perhaps their names had been changed to protect anyone who may seek them out as a result of this story by Randy. It's hard telling. I also think that it's interesting that those who summon demons typically do so for their supposed powers or assistance with particular tasks. Although I obviously don't practice this, it would be interesting to hear if anyone has, or have they been successful in their endeavors, or if it's always just a trick, a way in. If Randy was aware that these summoned spirits were tormenting him, why would he allow for his mother and sister to move in with him? Don't you think this would be kind of a no-brainer? Perhaps he didn't have the forethought to think that they might affect them. Then again, he was a younger man at the time. Why did the minister refuse to offer real help to Randy in his attempts to free himself? How can one believe in Christian teachings and the Bible and yet not believe in demons? This one really perplexed me, because it's like wanting your cake and eating it too. One can't really exist without the other. Good can't truly exist without evil. Because of the minister's failure, Randy then sought out non-conventional help with Mike. Mike obviously had good intentions, but was inexperienced. He certainly should have shared that with Randy prior to coming to perform a ritual at his house. A ritual which made things exponentially worse. Then, to just up and leave, following making things worse, was certainly not a good move. And during said ritual, why in God's name did no one think to at least bring Tammy, who was 11 at the time, into the protection circle? But rather, just to leave her to her own devices during this supernatural battle. This one, too, had me questioning Randy and Belva's competency. And last, but certainly not least, because I'm sure there are other questions that you guys will bring up or come up with on your own. When Randy met with Nora, and an exorcism essentially began, he said the word "sessage" before hurling back and then out of his chair. This is Jesus spelled backwards. Do you think whatever entities that inhabited him did this to mock him? Also, the lack of sleep, no doubt in my mind, played a major role in breaking Randy down in order for him to be possessed. I would consider this the previous state of oppression. But all this speculation aside, a few things are certain. There is a dark world that exists beyond our veil of comprehension, an abyss that hosts abhorrent and terrifying entities. And if you dabble in the occult, especially if you're an inexperienced person, you might not seek to contact them per se, but they might just take an interest in you. Think of it as sending out a beacon of light in the dead of night. They might notice you, begin to crave you, until they finally find a way into your life and begin to stalk, oppress, and eventually consume you. Be wary, be vigilant, and don't let that be you.
How far would you go to save someone you loved? Would you spend all of your money trying to find the best treatment? Would you sacrifice a part of your very soul? When a caretaker performs what's supposed to be an ancient healing ritual on her friend's ailing grandmother, she unknowingly unleashes a terrifying and powerful demon, an entity that claimed to be one of the 7 princes of hell. Will all those involved have their lives be torn apart as the malevolent demon haunts and torments their every waking moments? Or can they somehow be saved? This is the untold story of the Deborah Moffat case, also known as the Deadly Haunting or Mr. Entity case, which took place in California. And this is truly one you don't want to enjoy with the lights off. The following story has been sourced from Deborah Moffat's own words, as well as several outside resources to try and form the most cohesive timeline possible. Not all names were able to be found, but I've done my best to provide the most accurate story that I can. Our story begins in 1984, when the grandmother-in-law of another woman who will become integral to our story, a woman named Deborah Moffat, suffered a terrible and debilitating stroke. As a result of this unfortunate occurrence, she required around-the-clock care. To compensate for this, the family all chipped in and pooled together enough money to go ahead and hire a caretaker for her, someone who they trusted. A nearby neighbor and friend of the family, a middle-aged lady from Guatemala named Juanita. This arrangement was both a godsend for Juanita as well as the family. It allowed Juanita to stay in the United States on her work visa and earn a nice living while providing aid to her friends. And it allowed the family's dear loved one to be taken care of by someone who they knew and trusted. Although this is somewhat controversial, this woman was an avid practitioner of what's known as Santeria. Santeria is an African diasporic religion that developed in Cuba during the late 19th century. It arose through a process of syncretism between the traditional Yoruba religion of West Africa and the Catholic form of Christianity and spiritualism. Offerings to the Arika, or various gods, often included fruit, liquor, flowers, and sacrificed animals. In the months to come, Grandma's recovery was not going well. If anything, unfortunately, she was getting worse. Much worse. Each day her state seemed to deteriorate more. Worried about her friends and their grandmother, as well as her own well-being, thinking that perhaps if Grandma passed away that she would no longer be able to reside in California due to the loss of her job and the high cost of living and having to compete in the job market to keep her work visa, Juanita decided to take matters into her own hands. She decided to try an ancient Santeria healing spell in hopes that it would allow everyone involved, but especially for Grandma, to do better. However, this ritual would prove to be anything but helpful. Grandma, in fact, would not get better. Weeks following the ritual, she would ultimately pass away. Not only did she pass away and her family was devastated, but Juanita would indeed lose her job as a result. I tried to dig to uncover any and all details as far as what happened to Juanita, but I was unable to find anything. My best guess is that perhaps with the loss of her caretaker position, she either couldn't afford to live in the area anymore, and or she went back to her native country. But those are just speculation on my part. Deborah and her husband Bill would inherit the home, and in due time would move into it following Grandma's funeral. At first, all would be rather normal and quiet within the house, but that would ultimately change with the birth of Debbie and Bill's first child in 1987, their first son. Bill was a big sports memorabilia collector and had a particular spare bedroom dedicated to his hobby. He was especially fond of bobbleheads, particularly baseball bobbleheads. It's important to know that they kept this room locked at all times, and Bill was the only person who had a key to enter it. One seemingly normal day, Deborah, Bill, and a friend who lived nearby were headed into the house to show the friend just how extensive the collection had become. My best guess is that this gentleman was also very much into sports as well. As they opened the door and began to walk into the room, they were shocked by what they saw. All of the bobbleheads on the toys had been removed, from the ones on the shelves to the walls and cabinets, and all of them had been laid together in the center of the floor to form a triangle of sorts. Not only was Bill upset and shocked by this, but the group wasn't sure of what to make of this happening. They somehow thought that someone had managed to break into the room to play a prank on them, but as to why they would have played such a prank on them and who would have done it was uncertain at best. Following this happening, only more bizarre things began to manifest. But as they typically do, these manifestations started small. Grandma had been a very religious lady, and in the room that was hers, she kept a bedside table with several icons, those of which contained both Jesus and the Virgin Mary. In honor of her, they had kept that table and those icons in the same place that she had left them. One morning, as Deborah was cleaning house, she noticed that a pair of her husband's briefs were draped over the biggest statue of Jesus on the very same table. Not only did her husband not change in this room, but she knew how close Bill was to his grandmother, and how he would never have done anything to disrespect her or her things. Thinking that somehow it must have been an accident, and unnerved at the strangeness yet again, the couple was unsure of what they were dealing with. And not making it a priority or jumping to conclusions, since they were dealing with a newborn, I can't say I blame them, because that's always going to be at the forefront of your mind. As soon as their son was roughly a month old, yet another weird thing would occur. The couple this evening had been out at a relative's house for dinner, and as food was ate, laughs were had, and dusk turned into night. They would say their goodbyes and begin traversing the winding roads back home. Upon arrival, they placed their keys in their door and stepped inside of their house to begin to wind down. They flicked on their living room light switch, and as the lights illuminated, they would see a bizarre, enigmatic symbol drawn on the wall. Describing it later, Deborah would refer to it as something that she had never really seen before, like a series of triangles with tails. But yet again, a triangle was involved. As they surveyed the house, they noticed that the symbols weren't just on the first wall in the living room. They were on all of the walls, in what would turn out to be the entire house, each of them appearing to have been drawn in some kind of a charcoal-like substance. Bill and Debbie again weren't sure of what to make of this, so they went to the logical headspace that perhaps somehow someone was pranking them yet again, or they were breaking into their house, both of which were unnerving at best, and both of which didn't make any sense. The pranking because they didn't really have a relationship with anyone like that, let alone they hadn't given access to their house to anyone else, and with someone intruding into their home, all of their doors and windows were locked, and none of their belongings or valuables would be missing. It would take several hours, but they would eventually settle and fall asleep this very night, despite the confusion and now fear that someone was truly messing with them. 5 days following this night, as Bill rearranged his sports room, Deborah had taken up the task of cleaning the living room. On one of their walls, there was a long shelf filled with little keepsakes and knickknacks. She had glanced at the shelf while sweeping the floor, and then again looked back at it. And as she would describe later, it was like as if in the blink of an eye, every single item on that shelf was turned backwards. Upon coming out of his sports room, Bill was told by Deborah what had taken place, but at the time refused to believe it, saying that she couldn't have seen it right to begin with. However, Debbie knew what she had seen and just how impossible it would have been for them to all be facing backwards. But she was the only one who ever touched them. But despite trying to approach the situations logically, these illogical happenings would only continue. 1 week later, the two would arrive home to discover a lamp sitting in the middle of their living room, with nothing else in the home out of place, and nothing being wrong with any of the doors or windows. Debbie began to think that perhaps something was taking place that they couldn't understand. Bill harbored a deep fear of the paranormal, and with these realizations, somewhat went into a state of denial, utterly refusing to believe that something even remotely close as such could be taking place, let alone to them. The lamp would be placed back on the shelf where it was supposed to be, and following this, the two headed into the kitchen as Bill continued to try and rationalize and come up with excuses as to what was happening to them. After having a brief discussion, and without hearing so much as the smallest of sounds, the couple would re-emerge into their living room after roughly 2 to 3 minutes and would be shaken to their core. Before their very eyes, they would find all of their furniture rearranged and stacked, one piece on top of the other. It was as if the entire room had been shifted upside down, but all within mere minutes, and essentially in dead silence. At this point, there was no way to deny that they were indeed dealing with something beyond their normal realm of comprehension. But with this realization, the two had completely different thoughts about the matter. Deborah was apprehensive yet fascinated as to what could be happening. And Bill, surprisingly, was done denying what was taking place and was ready to move immediately and leave everything behind. Debbie would end up placing the furniture back to normal in the living room. Bill didn't even want to be inside of the house, so he stood outside. He would then refuse to have anything to do with the activity from this point onward, essentially heading back into denial. To Deborah, the feeling wasn't a malevolent one at first. She saw it as almost a game of sorts. Whether this would prove to be detrimental or not later is up to you. With these feelings, she would begin to try and communicate with the presence daily, asking it to move things around to prove that it was there. And incredibly, it, whatever it was, would oblige. This action would begin a cat and mouse game that went on for roughly a week or so, until one day, it randomly ceased. Eventually, due to Bill's lack of comfort, the couple would purchase and move into the house next door and would keep their old home as a rental property for several years. This decision would result in an eventual revolving door of tenants, some of them staying a year or so, but most of them just staying several months and leaving without giving a reason. It's important to note here that Bill would actually mention that the property could possibly be haunted, but most people laughed at the idea. Perhaps it was the times. Perhaps people back then weren't as open-minded to the world of the paranormal as they are now. After several years of renting out their home, Bill and Debbie and several other surviving family members decided that they would sell their current homes and rental properties and purchase one large home and share the space as one big family. Once this was tackled, and after several days of moving their own belongings to the new home, on the final day at their old house, something peculiar happened. Deborah and a relative were gathering the final boxes from a room in the back of the house, when suddenly they heard what they described as an explosion come from the kitchen. Dropping the boxes and bolting to the origin of the noise to see just what had happened, the two ladies were left speechless. All of the cabinets, the countertops, everything had been ripped from the walls, and pieces of them now lay all over the floor. Before they could begin to process what had just taken place, they would hear another loud explosion, but this time it came from the bedroom that they had just ran from. Running back there, they again would be astonished. Every window in the back bedroom had been blown out with absolutely no explanation. Shards of glass littered the carpet and covered the final boxes they sought to move out. Wasting no time, Debbie grabbed the relative by the arm, and the two fled to the car, leaving the final boxes behind. They would leave the property as quickly as they could. It was within these moments that Deborah now knew that whatever the force was that they had been dealing with was not benevolent, and in fact seemed hostile. Trying to come to terms with what had just happened, shaking with fear, she drove to the new house, and the two would spend the rest of the day trying to forget what had just happened. For the first several days, everything seemed to be quiet and calm in the new house, as the family all together unpacked and got settled into their new life together. The dynamic consisted of Deborah and Bill in the master bedroom downstairs, and Bill's mother and father upstairs in the other master bedroom. Two other relatives lived there as well, but I wasn't able to find additional details as to their exact relation or the time frame in which they ended up staying or leaving. But sometimes it's people that are haunted, not places. So yet again, the Moffats would find themselves plagued by the same malevolent force that had previously stalked them from the shadows. The entity, like a feral beast who had simply been wounded, had nursed those wounds and seemed hell-bent on revenge. With the reappearance of this malevolent force, certain members of the family were opposed to seeking assistance, while others felt that it was necessary to do. Those opposing believed that they would be made a mockery of, considered crazy, and dismissed, leaving their reputations in shambles. But together, they all believed that this problem was way too far out of their scope of normalcy to be able to tackle themselves. As the family stood divided against one another, the entity began to further isolate them individually. Not only could they certainly not have any guests over for fear that they too would be affected, but wherever they seemed to go, it would follow. It continuously made them so uncomfortable that they soon quit going places altogether, except for their essentials. For example, on one occasion, Deborah and Bill had been at one of Bill's friends' homes for dinner. They would have a nice time, but this would be all too short-lived. Upon their return to the house, on the kitchen table was the friend's wallet. They had just been inside of his house, and as one might imagine, this would be more than enough to chill someone to the bone. It was as if the entity was telling them to stop, or else someone else might get hurt. The Moffats, now beside themselves with fear, were also worried just how they would explain to their friend why they had his wallet, or just what he would say or think. In an effort to try and seek some sort of help, Deborah was able to convince most of her family to go and visit a local but well-known psychologist to make sure it wasn't some kind of mass hysteria, or that someone, herself included, hadn't somehow convinced themselves and everyone else that something paranormal was taking place when it wasn't. The psychologist, whose name was never disclosed, was based out of Rancho Cucamonga, California, and was apprehensive at first, but who can blame them? But after much explaining and meeting with the members of the family together and separately, the psychologist would come to the conclusion that something strange was indeed taking place, something that they couldn't help with. Unable to assist the family further, they told them that they needed to seek the help of a parapsychologist, a religious institution, or some other party that studies these kinds of things. So following the psychologist's advice, with most of Bill's family being religious, Catholic specifically, they would seek the help of the church that they attended. The church agreed to help them and would send a priest to bless their home. And after several weeks after their meeting, an older priest would arrive at their house. Upon crossing the threshold of the home and into the foyer, the priest would take out his holy water and begin to sprinkle it on the walls around him and make the sign of the cross towards the hallway. Oddly, though, he refused to go any further into the home. When asked, "Aren't you supposed to bless every room?" the priest would rebuttal, No, this should be more than enough. I have to go now." In further effort to get him to do what he was supposed to do, the family explained all of what had been taking place. The priest would make eye contact with Deborah and say, "Women, when they get older, they tend to get a little crazy. Now excuse me, I have to go." Then without another word, he exited the door and left in his vehicle. The family noticed he had seemed unnerved or slightly scared while he was at the house, but they were also totally flabbergasted at his odd response to them and their legitimate attempts to seek assistance. Thus they were again left without any real help, believing the blessing to be rather subpar. Bill's mother, Lee, who was the most religious out of all of them, was simply crushed at the church's response and never truly seemed the same following this incident. The entity seemed to latch onto this and began to feed upon her negativity following what had taken place. It began to torment her day in and day out. Some examples of what it would do to her would be to destroy her belongings. It would make her shoes disappear, as in one shoe would go missing from a pair. It destroyed her purse, wallet, credit cards, and licenses multiple times, and it would hide things from her if it didn't destroy them. It was as if to say that I'm the one that's in control, and you'll own things only if I say that you can. Having very bad eyesight most of her life, the creature would take Lee's glasses away from her, or smash them, and while she was unable to see, it would manifest itself as a large, terrifying, foreboding figure, which without her glasses, to Lee seemed like a massive black mist. Then it would often touch or abuse her. The demon also began to have a peculiar obsession with knives. Knives began appearing stuck in the walls, and frighteningly, under chairs. So if someone sat down, they would greatly injure themselves. And these knives, stranger still, were not the family's knives. They had absolutely no idea where they came from. The intensity of the knife situation would escalate to the point to where they were being placed upright under pillows, and Lee again seemed to bear the brunt of the abuse. The Moffats were seemingly beat down into a corner, and as they sat there, they collectively wondered just how they could defend themselves against something that they couldn't see. Just how could they defeat an entity that shouldn't exist? The torture would continue for the family as a whole, but it was being done as if the demon was wanting to communicate some kind of message. One day, an unmistakable sign would appear, indeed communicating, the first in what would become many. The entity began to write on various mirrors throughout the house, and soap. Its first message appearing to Lee, saying, "Talk to me." And this particular message appeared shortly after the family had come home from getting groceries together, trying to regain some sense of normalcy. At first, wanting to make sure it wasn't one of the family members playing a trick on the others, which would be pretty horrible at this point, to be honest. They cleaned the mirror thoroughly, and then everyone convened in the bedroom together, saying that if there was additional writing on the mirror following them cleaning it within the next several minutes, then the event is indeed real. After approximately 15 minutes of waiting, they reluctantly re-entered the bathroom to find the words "Nini, don't go into the attic" written on the mirror. Upon reading this, Lee froze in her tracks. There was only one person who ever called her that nickname, or was even aware of it, and that was her long-deceased sister. From here, the days would turn into nights, and the messages would continue, becoming more sadistic, controlling, and abusive. For the next year, the family would be held hostage by what they now believed to be a demonic entity. The messages were more or less commands or insults, and the spirit wouldn't answer any of their questions in response to them. It got to the point that if they sought to go places for any reason, they had to ask permission. Otherwise, they would have car issues or damage, such as broken windshields, headlights, or even engine failure. Eventually, out of frustration, Bill's father would ask the name of the entity in hopes that they could figure out just what it was and what it wanted and why it tormented them all in an effort to put a stop to it. And upon asking, they all would finally receive an answer. There, scribbled on the mirror, was the name Prince. And following them receiving this name, they would hear a commotion coming from all over the house below them. Rushing down the stairs, they would find many of their items and furniture broken in pieces, and several symbols scribbled on the walls and floors. The symbol, as vaguely mentioned before, involved triangles and small offshoot characters. The shape over time would be scribbled, carved, and even burned into walls, floors, and furniture within the home. Following this event, each day seemed to mirror the last. It almost always started with the family having to put the home back together. Everything would be in complete disarray upon them waking up, each and every morning. And wherever they went, it went. If they went out to eat, even upon asking permission, when they would return, the name tag of the waiter or waitress would be on the table. And one time, a massive bite was taken out of the mother-in-law's steak, just mere seconds after she received it, with no rational origin as to how it happened. This state of utter imprisonment and constant battle with an enemy that they couldn't see led the family to seek additional help to try and free themselves of the hell that they now lived in. They would go through a long list of reputable people and organizations to try and escape, but nothing seemed to work. Some of these included Lloyd Auerbach and his connections to various paranormal societies. One such society consisted of Christopher Chacon, another well-known name in the paranormal world, and his investigation team. They were unable to make sense of the situation, and ultimately couldn't help the Moffats. The Moffats would reach out to various religious organizations of differing faiths. They tried having magicians come out, and they would even make contact with Thelma Moss, who would send Carrie Gaynor out to investigate. The very same Thelma Moss and Carrie Gaynor that were involved in the San Pedro haunting, as well as the entity, or better known as the Doris Bither case. And yet no one could get rid of it. No amount of blessings, rituals, or investigations seemed to work. They would have shamans out, Wiccans, and even the Warrens, and still no one could help them. As the years trickled by ever slowly, agonizingly, things had not improved. Rather, it had become so violent and dangerous within the house that the entire family Both Bill's parents, Bill and Deborah, and their son, were all sleeping in the lower living room together and would not separate for fear of what would happen. The demon, known as Prince, had taken over the entire upstairs. One night, Deborah, on behalf of her mother-in-law, decided to risk it and head upstairs to grab some medication that had been left behind that she desperately needed. Upon opening the door and walking into this now claimed domain, every fiber of her being was telling her to turn around and run. Persisting, she made her way past all the broken furniture and utter chaos to where the medication was. And after grasping the bottle in her palm, turning around to head back downstairs, she heard a low, growling noise behind her, originating from the attic. There, in the flesh, was the disembodied head of a grotesque creature, grayish in appearance, with the blackest, most soulless eyes imaginable. A twisted horn emerged from its temple and up over its head. This caused an involuntary scream to erupt from Deborah's mouth, straight from the depths of her soul. She then, with everything she had, ran back downstairs. She believed that this indeed was the entity known as Prince's true form. Things from here continue to go downhill as they do, and would escalate in intensity and torture. Lee one morning went to grab something from the pantry in the kitchen, a place for the most part where they felt safe in, since it was on the ground level of the house. As she opened the door and stepped into the walk-in pantry to grab the item that she was after, suddenly, behind her, the door slammed shut. She then felt invisible hands grab her throat and squeeze, picking her up, her feet leaving the floor and dangling. As she struggled to breathe, feeling as if it was the end, when everything began to go black, the hands suddenly released, and she collapsed down to the floor. Her husband would be the first to rush to her aid, and she would be hysterical after coming back to consciousness. Prince clearly had the power to take a human life, or so it seemed, but chose not to. Was this because it wanted to feed upon misery versus taking a soul, or for some other reason? Did demons perhaps have rules they had to abide by? Deborah had finally reached her breaking point. She stormed into the upstairs bathroom and demanded answers from Prince. She told the being that the family was no longer to be touched, that they would respect its space if it would respect theirs. And surprisingly, she began to receive replies on the mirror in the same fashion as the entity had always communicated, by writing on it. Prince said that he would no longer bother any other member of the family, but that Lee had been promised to him many moons ago, and that he had come to collect. Deborah would ask the creature to elaborate, and for the next hour, the entity would write on the mirror. Deborah would erase the writing, wait, go back, read, and repeat, until the full story had been told. Not wanting to allow Prince to have any sort of power over her, Deborah decided to start referring to him as Mr. Entity, essentially leaving him a nameless face, but with a respectable title, as they had agreed upon. Here I wanted to mention a few of the smaller details I uncovered. From the time of Grandma's old house till now, the family did also experience paranormal manifestations that we commonly come across, such as putrid odors, knocking, and banging throughout the home, all with no rational origin. And rarely seen, but somewhat indicative of a more powerful entity, they also experienced an infestation. Some people experience insects from what I've come across. The Moffats, however, had a terrible rat problem, but one that came out of nowhere and then disappeared roughly 2 weeks later, again with no cause. Another disturbing thing that Mr. Entity had taken to doing was ending the lives of the family's dogs if it didn't get what it wanted. There are more details on what happened to several of the pets, but the details are gruesome, and if I've learned anything from my prior videos, it's that it's really not necessary to include this kind of information. I just wanted to say that it happened, and it happened more than once in this case. Oftentimes, the ending to these kinds of cases can be anticlimactic, and this one, despite how incredible of a story it is no exception. After 6 agonizing years, with dozens of seasoned paranormal investigators, religious leaders, shamans, occult magicians, and more, assisting the Moffats with the demon known as Prince, no relief was provided for all of those years. Prince continued to plague their lives until one day the entity simply was no longer there. Following the creature's departure, Debbie, Bill, and the family would destroy lots of photos, but keep some in storage, but stored in the attic. They would also for years stop speaking about what they had endured for fear of whatever it was would come back. But thankfully, for whatever reason, it never did. Debbie and Bill would go on to raise their family and eventually move on, with Debbie becoming an author and spiritual advisor, not only to assist others who may have experienced something similar, but to also share her extensive knowledge and hellish waking life that her and her family endured under the reign of Prince. I'll be leaving links to her books on this video, as well as in the description, because they're certainly worth checking out, as well as several other resources I used to research this case. As we conclude our story, as always, I'd like to give some of my thoughts I've had while researching this very unhinged but perplexing case. Was this spirit demonic? A familiar of sort? A jinn, as we'll see in a moment? Or perhaps something pretending to be more than what it was? We will never have definitive answers for these questions, but in my opinion, Prince, or Mr. Entity, whatever it was certainly incredibly powerful, especially given the destruction it was alleged to have perpetrated, given the descriptions given by Debbie in various interviews, her own books, and photos, both provided by her. And again, in my opinion, the entity was certainly demonic. I think true demonic hauntings are not only extremely rare, but incredibly dangerous, with the spirits having the ability to cause tangible physical and mental harm to all involved. Demons aren't all powerful, but they are more intelligent than we are, and can foresee things that we simply cannot. When explaining this story as to why it sought and tormented Lee so hard, that apparently she had been promised many moons or years ago, this is what leads me to believe that perhaps someone in their lineage promised their descendants in exchange for something, whether it was money, fame, or what have you. Perhaps the entity had finally come to collect its dead, the soul that was bartered during said exchange. Now, I don't think that it was a human spirit pretending to be something it wasn't. A prince of hell, I'm not totally convinced of. But most hauntings, the beings don't have half the ability of what Prince supposedly did. Many years following the events of the Moffat family haunting, during an interview with the late great Art Bell, Debbie would speak with a guest who seemingly identified the symbol that Prince, or Mr. Entity, had supposedly used. It was a symbol he had come across during his time in the army while in Afghanistan. Further investigation revealed on his behalf that this symbol was that of Iblis, which is known as a jinn from the Quran. It's known as the leader of the devils in Islam. Iblis was thrown out of heaven after he refused to prostrate himself before Adam. It's also known as the father of bitterness. This certainly would explain the power behind Prince, that's for sure. All around, this case is incredible, perplexing, and terrifying. Taking things at Deborah Moffat's word, I can only vaguely relate to just how terrible her and her family's experience dealing with this must have been. And one thing is for certain: whether Prince was indeed a prince of hell as it claimed to be, or just a very powerful entity, it certainly tormented this family as if they had been sent to the seventh circle themselves.
Deep within the shadows of our collective consciousness lies the eerie concept of demonic possession, a haunting notion that has lingered through the ages, weaving its tendrils into the tapestry of our faiths. The horrendous thought of being consumed, of succumbing to inscrutable forces that dwell beyond the veil of our comprehension. This idea seems to resonate within the darkest corners of the human mind, and even within our very souls. Within this pitch-black realm, a profound event unfolds involving a young woman, and what occurs would blur the delicate boundary between the world of the supernatural and the tangible, scaring the curious minds of those who experienced it, causing them to ponder if there certainly is a devil that lurks within the darkness. So join me as I explore the untold story of the terrifying exorcism of Martha Brosier, which took place in the 16th century in France. The mid-1550s, a time fraught with prevalent superstitions and deep-seated fears of witches and demons, creatures that hovered over mankind as menacing threats. A young woman named Martha Brosier, also known as Martha Brosier, emerged as a mysterious figure in an era characterized by the realms of black magic and the supernatural. Initially perceived as an unremarkable individual, she was merely seen as an eccentric girl, often keeping to herself, avoiding her neighbors, and preferring her own company. However, this unassuming, shy facade was shattered one rainy night. Martha, 20 years old at the time, had began to act exceptionally strange weeks prior to this night, drawing further and further into herself. She began to seem oppressed by something that she couldn't see, often being attacked or harassed at night. This night in particular, however, something very different took place. The petite woman, as lightning crashed and rain pelted the outside walls of her home, unleashed a bone-chilling, demonic howl. This alerted her parents, who ran to see just what was happening. Upon opening the door to her room, they found their daughter perched in the corner of her room, upon her nightstand, contorted, her limbs twisting in unnatural directions. She then again opened her mouth and screeched, her god-awful screams being so loud that they even pierced the ears of nearby neighbors through the chaos of the storm. Little did the family realize that night that this event would reverberate throughout the tumultuous year of 1576. Word spread like wildfire, and with the heavily religious lives of most Europeans at that time, these rumored, otherworldly screams soon sparked immediate suspicion. Suspicion that the young woman could have perhaps been involved in witchcraft, that the devil had made his way inside Martha Brosier. The out-of-the-blue emergence of Martha's inexplicable behavior soon cast a sinister shadow over her neighbor, a woman named Anne Chevreau. Suddenly, this calm and relatively charming woman found herself unjustly accused of bewitching Martha. Soon the accusations spiraled into a web of superstition. This paranoia would ultimately lead to Anne's imprisonment. She would be charged with the crime of practicing sorcery, a grim fate sealed by the village folk, whose fear seemed to further taint the air with an aura of malevolence and terror. The bizarre behavior of Martha, which had begun to escalate that rainy night in her room just weeks before, had seemed to only get worse. Alongside screaming in dual octaves and contorting into abhorrent, twisted positions, she began manifesting violent outbursts. She would try and attack anyone and everyone near her, even while contorted. Her teeth would gnash. Her voice emitted insults in a deep and guttural tone, as if several men were attempting to speak through her at once. Alongside this, blood-curdling screams occasionally burst from her. She began to roll her eyes into the back of her skull. She would extend her tongue to inhuman lengths, often biting in and laughing. She would also begin to converse in unfamiliar languages she couldn't have possibly known. These included English and Greek, alongside her native French. And even more disturbingly, she could speak these languages with her mouth closed, as if Martha was being used as a puppet. And alongside all of these unnatural symptoms, she also would boastfully move items without touching them, and when assaulting people or fighting restraints, she would show extraordinary strength, often taking multiple men to hold her down, and not without great struggle. As word spread about Martha, whispers of her alleged possession by demons, or even the devil himself, began to circulate, and in a surprising and extremely odd move, instead of recoiling in fear, her family embarked on a unique journey with Martha. They transformed her affliction into a macabre spectacle. They began traveling with her village to village to showcase the possessed woman they all kept hearing about, and all of her grotesque glory. The alleged entity that inhabited Martha began to induce convulsions, terrifying roars, and a series of otherworldly displays that left spectators both mesmerized and petrified. The bizarre nature of her manifestations, including her ability to speak with a sealed mouth, extending her tongue to unnatural lengths, contorting her body in unimaginable ways, and exhibiting superhuman leaps even while lying down, defied logical explanation and solidified her reputation as a genuine supernatural enigma. This spectacle drew increasingly larger crowds, propelling Martha into celebrity status. King Henry IV was not merely informed of these freakish displays and rumors, but rather he received a detailed account of Martha's manifestations and the growing whispers of alleged demonic possession that surrounded her. Intrigued by the escalating tales of the tormented girl, the king took decisive action and issued a royal decree for an exorcism. This decree set into motion a chain of events that led to Martha being escorted to the hallowed grounds of the Abbey of Saint Genesu, where a sense of anticipation and apprehension hung heavy in the air. It's important to note that I couldn't find information on any prior exorcisms, but rather, her family seemed to be profiting off of her spiritual dilemma. like a deformed creature at some kind of carnival or circus. Awaiting Martha's arrival at the abbey was the eminent Bishop of Paris, a figure of authority and piety, who stood ready to confront the story that had captured the attention of the entire kingdom. Accompanying the bishop was none other than the king's personal physician, Michel Marescot, a man whose skepticism towards the supernatural was well known. However, as Martha's case unfolded before him, Marescot found himself embroiled in a unique experiment that would test the very boundaries of his beliefs and challenge the established notions of demonic possession. For Marescot, this extraordinary situation presented an unparalleled opportunity to delve into the realms of the unknown, a chance to scrutinize the phenomena of possession with a keen eye for scientific inquiry. This exorcism, unlike any before it, became a crucible of investigation, where each detail, each reaction, and each utterance were meticulously observed and analyzed. As Martha stood on the precipice between the earthly and the ethereal, Marescot found himself at the forefront of a groundbreaking study that would ignite debates and discussions for years to come. The results of this unprecedented exorcism were not merely contentious, they became a focal point of scholarly discourse and theological deliberation, shaping the very fabric of beliefs and superstitions that permeated society. The revelations that emerged from this bizarre event continue to echo through the halls of history, leaving a lingering mystery that defies easy explanation and challenges the perceptions of those who bore witness to Martha's ordeal. The physician, driven by his growing suspicions, meticulously orchestrated a covert plan to validate his doubts. With the utmost secrecy, he carried out a daring swap, exchanging the sacred relic believed to be a piece of the true cross with a piece of mundane wood. This strategic maneuver aimed to unravel the tale surrounding Martha's eerie episodes and delve into the depths of her unsettling manifestations. Upon Martha's arrival at the solemn abbey and the subsequent confrontation with the bishop, the stage was set for a dramatic unfolding of events. As anticipated, with the presentation of holy objects, Martha's demeanor swiftly transformed. In the blink of an eye, she plunged into a tumultuous whirlwind of violence. Her rageful movements shook the very foundations of the abbey. The contorted form of her body convulsed as she unleashed a torrent of vile and profane utterances in multiple languages and in that horrible, deep tonality, each syllable dripping with an ominous malevolence. The priests, taken aback by the chilling display before them, struggled to contain Martha, resorting to allegedly using a piece of the real true cross to subdue her erratic behavior, to essentially drive the demonic entities back to the point where she could be restrained. Yet after this occurred, the situation escalated once more to full-blown intensity, objects hurling about as screams echoed. Once again, amidst the chaos, the alleged piece of the true cross was brought near Martha, and this triggered another visceral reaction, one that sent shivers throughout the witnesses. As the relic touched her, Martha recoiled in sheer terror, her face wincing in agony. Whilst being restrained and having the demon commanded to leave her body, a powerful and final scream came from her lips. She then fell limp. Upon regaining consciousness, Tears began streaming down Martha's face. She was seemingly freed from the evil that had taken her. Those who witnessed the events were forever scarred by what they had seen. It was as if they had looked into the eyes of the devil himself. While the bishop interpreted this harrowing scene as conclusive evidence of demonic possession, skepticism loomed in the mind of the astute Mariscott. His analytical gaze honed in on the discrepancy in the pieces of the cross that were presented to Martha and how she had reacted to the swapped items. She had interestingly seemed to have a much more profound reaction to the decoy cross than that of the true cross. This perplexing disparity fueled Mariscott's doubts, prompting a deeper introspection into the complexities of the woman's affliction and the underlying forces at play. The intricate interplay of faith, skepticism, and the supernatural unfolded within the hollowed walls of the abbey, setting the stage for a riveting clash of beliefs and interpretations as the veil of uncertainty shrouded Martha's condition. The physician's clandestine experiment sparked a contentious debate that reverberated through the corridors of power and piety. Amidst the lingering cries of doubt and conviction, the true nature of Martha's plight remained veiled in mystery, awaiting further revelation as to what indeed had taken place that night. Mariscott informed the bishop and other priests about his actions, stating that Martha's condition might be due to severe mental distress rather than possession. He considered this as evidence that there was no demonic influence involved. Despite Mariscott's belief, the bishop adamantly maintained that Martha was under demonic possession, going to the extent of accusing the physician of blasphemy for suggesting otherwise, another horrible charge that carried heavy consequences for that time. The debate raged on, and consequently, although Mariscott held strong suspicions that Martha's affliction was either a charade or a result of mental instability, he struggled to sway the church's opinion. Thus, the experiment at this juncture faced a setback in achieving its intended outcome. Despite the outcome, Mariscott in the coming months would find unexpected allies in his beliefs within the church, unbeknownst to him. The Archbishop of Lyon, Charles Miron, shared Mariscott's conviction and chose to push the boundaries of the experiment further, devised an elaborate plan to test his suspicions by concealing a key in red silk and presenting it to Martha as a fragment of the true cross. Additionally, he proposed swapping holy water with regular water to observe her reactions. Adding to the intrigue, he recited passages from Virgil's Aeneid in Latin, intended to be nonsensical to a demon, but potentially misconstrued as potent scripture by an ordinary individual. In essence, the entire exorcism would be a meticulously orchestrated charade. Martha stood before the Archbishop, her body racked by spasmodic convulsions that seemed to ripple through her, being like violent tremors. As she stood in his presence, a sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air, shrouding the room in silence. Unbeknownst to Martha, a small vial of holy water was discreetly offered to her trembling hand, its sanctified essence shimmering faintly in the dim light of the chamber. With a trembling grasp, she ingested the holy water, her movements almost mechanical in their desperation for solace. However, the fateful moment arrived when a seemingly identical vial of water, carefully disguised as holy water, was presented to Martha. As the liquid touched her lips, a primal scream tore through the stillness of the room. reverberating with a raw agony that seemed to sear her very soul. The Archbishop, his gaze now piercing and unwavering, observed these events, his mind a maelstrom of conflicting thoughts and conjecture. Why did the ordinary water evoke such visceral distress, while the holy water remained untouched by the flames of her torment? What sinister forces lurked beneath the surface of Martha? Did they weave a web of fear and uncertainty around her very being? Moreover, the moment of truth arrived, as a relic resembling a fragment of the revered True Cross was presented to Martha. The mere sight of this sacred object triggered a reaction so intense that it laid bare the depths of her inner turmoil with a stark clarity that sent terror through the hearts of those present. From here, the verses were read. Martha's reaction mirrored her encounter with the deceptive waters, blurring the lines between the sacred and the profane in a dance of otherworldly revelation. In the wake of these unexplainable events, Archbishop Miron found himself standing at the crossroads of disbelief and conviction, his resolve tested by the inexplicable nature of Martha's responses. The intricate puzzle of her reactions to seemingly mundane stimuli raised questions that transcended the boundaries of the natural world, hinting at a presence that defied conventional explanation. As the Archbishop delved deeper into the labyrinth of Martha's eerie manifestations, a cold realization began to dawn upon him. The revelations unearthed in the crucible of faith and skepticism marked a watershed moment where the veil of alleged demonic possession was lifted to reveal a complex framework of human frailty or deception. The implications of this groundbreaking revelation resonated far beyond the confines of the Abbey, challenging the very fabric of beliefs that had held sway over the minds of the faithful for centuries. Despite the apparent conclusion and the suggestion that Martha Brogier might have been a mere fraud, a charlatan, or possibly not completely sound of mind, her case still continued to stir controversy. Numerous witnesses attested to witnessing her bizarre episodes firsthand, insisting that her actions surpassed human capabilities, making it implausible for her to fabricate everything. Brogier herself maintained her assertion of being possessed, and would ultimately persist in her tours until her death. Now, before we go, the twists and turns of this case have churned up many questions. It's my conviction that this particular case could have influenced the Catholic Church all the way to the modern day, because nowadays, a person must be examined by a doctor as well as a psychologist before an exorcism can even be considered. Could Martha's case have caused this? All around pretty interesting in my opinion. If the young woman was possessed, just how did this occur? Was she cursed, bewitched by someone else? Or was she herself dabbling with the dark arts? Despite her anguish and apparent pain, her family took her around like a traveling circus act, and no doubt profited from the spectacle. This to me is obscene if she indeed was under demonic influence. To think that her own flesh and blood could be so exploitative is just heartbreaking, unless she was in on it. After word got out and she was properly exorcised on the king's orders, just how or why would she show aversion to non-holy relics, such as the piece of wood resembling the true cross, or the non-blessed water? And lastly, if she was seemingly freed during this event, why did she then return to touring as the possessed woman after the debacle? To me, this makes me question whether she was a charlatan or a fake, or perhaps someone who was very mentally disturbed, or sick with some kind of illness that was unknown to physicians at the time, or if she was truly possessed. In possession, like most paranormal things, we can never fully grasp. The truth is up to you to decide. Was the devil in the darkness, or was he unmasked to reveal a very clever woman just trying to make a living through strange means? Can a toy be haunted, let alone cause harm to anyone who comes into contact with it or views its image? With seemingly unknown origins, but possessing an energy that radiates pure evil, the item, specifically the doll that we will be discussing today, is rumored to be able to not only affect people who come into contact with it in the flesh, but to even have the ability to reach you through the screens of your device. So if this is something you fear, a risk you potentially don't want to take, then I highly suggest you find another video to watch. This is the untold story of Peggy the doll and the malevolent presence that surrounds it. If you enjoy my content, then I know you'll enjoy a very similar style over at the Missing Chapter. This video was made possible by Bob Hicks and his amazing research and studio, which I used while visiting. Every case is unique and covered in an incredible style that makes the channel fantastic. So please, take a few moments to go and check out his content. There's only so much information available on this particular case. All information has been researched using a variety of sources, including books, websites, and first-hand accounts. Please be aware that some names have been changed to protect the identity of those involved, and with such little information found, I have done my best to form the most cohesive story possible. I would also like to warn you that supposedly, viewing photos of Peggy or videos have caused distress, physical issues, and more. Shrouded in mysterious allure, the toy known as Peggy the doll is said to house an otherworldly essence that radiates a profound feeling of evil, intertwined with chilling terrors that have ensnared the collective curiosity of the public. Believed to be in a perpetual state of unrest, it has captivated the minds of many since its initial discovery, now 9 years ago. The true origin of Peggy is unknown, but the world became aware of its existence in 2015. This very year, a woman who wishes for her identity to remain anonymous had been out at a local garage sale in her area in search of something cool to take home at a fair price. As she perused the various bins sat upon tables, seeing if anything interested her, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted an adorable-looking doll with blonde hair, beaded blue eyes, and a small white dress adorning her. Feeling some kind of pull towards the doll, and feeling as if she would enjoy the presence of a new companion, she quickly purchased the toy that in due time she would start calling Peggy. But almost as soon as Peggy entered her life and was placed inside of her home, strange things began to happen. The woman began to have horrendous nightmares every single night, ones that were so bad that when she woke up, she'd be laying in a pool of her own sweat, unable to catch her breath. Day after day, the increasingly ominous empty gaze of Peggy stared into her soul, slowly but surely increasing her anxiety. And night after night, these horrendous nightmares would continue to induce terror. In a short period of time, the persistent force made the air so thick that you could cut it with a knife. Roughly 3 weeks upon the purchase of the doll and the start of the nightmares, the woman dreaded inevitably falling asleep each night. She had also come to the personal conclusion that something was indeed very wrong with Peggy. Each night, in her nightmares, she was being pursued by some kind of entity that for the longest time she was unable to see. And yet each night's sleep would mirror the last, and each one the story seemed to progress. Upon drifting off into dreamland, she would find herself back in the same terrifying circumstances in which she had been in previously, and what she saw was truly disturbing. Slowly, the entity that pursued her, which at first was masked by darkness, began to reveal itself. It formed a figure, the figure of a doll, and over time, the doll began to become a hideous amalgamation between that of a doll and an old woman, a grotesque monstrosity, one that would leave her shaking in utter distress. This shook this poor lady to her core, especially since she had never experienced anything like this before. Believing this to be a manifestation of evil, she tried various methods to quell the abyss that seemed to take such great interest in her after Peggy entered her life. She tried moving the doll to various spots within her home, but that didn't seem to work. She consulted 2 priests at 2 different churches, both of whose blessings didn't seem to work. If anything, this seemed to make the circumstances so much worse. Peggy began to move around on her own, and in conjunction with this, she began breaking multiple items within the home as well. She finally, out of desperation, moved Peggy into her shed, hoping that with the doll being outside of the home, that her torment would cease. This, however, failed, and if anything, seemed to anger whatever entity was present. Seemingly exhausting all known options at the time, and out of desperation and hours of research, she found and emailed someone who she believed would be equipped to help her and or figure out just what was taking place. A renowned British paranormal investigator, a woman by the name of Jane Harris, who ran the organization Haunted Dolls. After a brief correspondence, Harris agreed to accept Peggy the doll, so it was placed in the post and mailed to her. But as the doll made its long journey to Harris's residence, little did she know that she too would become one of the entity's victims. The doll would arrive in a tan box upon Harris's doorstep roughly 3 weeks later. When she brought the box inside of her home, as soon as her foot crossed the threshold, she would later say that it was as if the whole energy seemed to shift within her house. As she unboxed the toy and presented it to the first rays of light it had seen in nearly a month, she almost immediately began the induction process. She set aside a space for Peggy and attempted to establish a baseline to see if anything abnormal seemed to be coming from the doll. Placing her within a glass stand, her and several of her colleagues began to set up night vision cameras, digital cameras, and motion detectors. After this was done, they examined it with an EMF meter, but nothing at first seemed to be odd about the doll, other than the feeling Harris had upon bringing it into her home. They left the doll for an overnight examination to see if any of their cameras or motion detectors picked up on anything, but after the first night, they would discover nothing. Despite the lack of findings, the team's protocol would dictate that the next step would be to bring in several mediums to try and see if they felt anything in regards to the object. This, however, takes time and schedule, so in the meantime, it would have to essentially sit on the back burner. It was now November of 2015, and approximately 6 weeks after Peggy the doll had arrived on the doorsteps of Jane Harris. Strangely, almost out of the blue, because she wasn't known to have issues like these before, Jane was suddenly hit with an unyielding, debilitating fatigue. Barely able to move, she remained bedridden for roughly 2 weeks, and that's when her body began to be racked with horrible migraines, accompanied with nausea. This would cause her to not only put a pause on her normal paranormal works, but she was also unable to care for her 2 young children. Despite getting 8 to 9 hours of solid sleep a night, plus naps due to the exhaustion, and suffering for several weeks, Harris's condition was not improving. 3 doctors had ran all sorts of tests, and yet nothing was coming back abnormal. Blood tests ruled out thyroid issues, She had no signs of anemia or any other kind of illness for that matter. Left with no other explanation, Jane had to consider the possibility, since it was the only factor that had recently changed in her life, that perhaps her ailed state was a result of the presence of Peggy the doll. Wanting an outside opinion, she decided to contact a friend and clairvoyant whom she had worked with on other cases, a medium named Patricia Redman. On November 13th, roughly a week after being asked, Patricia would agree to take and examine Peggy. And for the first time in over a month, Jane slowly but surely began to feel better. She wasn't drained of energy. Her constant migraines and nausea were gone, and her skin, which had taken quite the gray tone since she had fallen ill, began to go back to normal. Redman would have the doll for approximately 3 weeks and agreed to return it to Harris, but not before casting a spell of protection upon it, in hopes that if the doll was affecting her, that it would no longer bother her during her studies. Her conclusion, and strangely, what would become the conclusion of 3 other psychics over the course of the investigation, was that Peggy contained the spirit of a woman from London, England. It is thought that she is possessed by the spirit of a woman born in 1946 in London's Holland Park, who died of a chest-related condition, possibly an asthma attack. The readings would further uncover that the woman was persecuted and had a very hard life, that she disliked clowns and cats, and that she died horribly and alone of asphyxiation, cold, and by herself. Could this perhaps be why she was so angry in death? And why did she inhabit the doll to begin with? These questions perhaps will never be answered, or have yet to be uncovered. During the course of the investigation, through her social media for haunted dolls, Jane began to post updates regarding Peggy the doll, as she would with any of the items or other objects the group would be involved with. The photos and videos of Peggy began to draw visceral reactions from those who viewed them, in conjunction with strange manifestations of the paranormal. And not just a handful of people over the years. Hundreds have poured in, leading most to believe that there has to be some kind of correlation. These experiences people have had range from horrible headaches, anxiety, and nausea, to shortness of breath, abnormal heartbeat, and more. With others, their computers freezing upon the image of Peggy, light bulbs exploding, and in one instance, a candle falling over and causing a small fire. These are just some of the comments that have been said upon viewing the images and videos. Upon viewing the doll, I had a full-blown asthma attack, which hasn't occurred in almost a decade. Our Tromans. I've had a migraine and palpitations since seeing your doll. Please contact me. J. Claire. This is so strange. Can dogs and cats sense evil? Since I opened the photo of that doll, my little terrier, Molly, has been snarling and growling at the screen. I'm a bit freaked out. J. Carlton. One woman, upon viewing an image of Peggy, had a dream that some kind of figure was chasing her cat and eventually caught it as it was running up to her door. Upon waking up and going to check on her beloved pet, after not finding it within her home, she checked her front door and found the cat no longer alive. It was as if it had been mauled. Eventually, the doll would find a new home at the Haunted Museum, owned by controversial paranormal investigator Zach Bagans. Here she resides in her own space, in a glass display, where people continue to experience strange feelings and occurrences as a result of being within her presence. But before we go, this case to me poses several questions which I'd like to address. First of which, if we take things at face value, if Peggy was possessed, why would the spirit choose to inhabit a doll, and then also cause so much torment? I found that if a spirit is restless and angry in life, then odds are they become lost souls when they die. They may seek something to inhabit that would allow them to gain access to people and or their homes, to which they can take out their frustration, just like people, which they were. If they're evil or angry in life, odds are they will be in death as well. Were the nightmares the result of an overactive imagination? It is pretty well known that some entities like to infiltrate dreams. Why this is a thing is uncertain, perhaps to cause distress in which they can feed upon. And what about the physical ailments? This perhaps could have been a coincidence if it hadn't affected so many people over the years, or so they claim. The odds that so many people would express physical issues or strange manifestations as a result of seeing or being in contact with the doll is indeed odd. And lastly, was it even a human spirit inhabiting the vessel at all, or perhaps something inhuman? These questions and more, of course, will likely never be able to answer, which leaves this case shrouded and yet more mystery. So if you find yourself being pulled towards a particular item, unless you are vastly experienced, you may want to give its allure a second thought, because this calling could potentially open up a nightmarish world of torment, harassment, and terror. During the 1980s, Houston, Texas, a city brimming with vibrancy, experienced a substantial increase in its population as new residents eagerly migrated to the region. To meet the demand generated by this population boom, there was a widespread construction effort focused on creating housing subdivisions in the areas surrounding the city. Among these newly minted neighborhoods stood the prestigious Newport subdivision, nestled on the fringes of Houston in Crosby, Texas. This distinguished community radiated elegance and refinement, showcasing splendid new homes and flawlessly groomed lawns, epitomizing the ultimate American dream in all of its glory. However, hidden beneath the gleaming exterior of this prosperous sanctuary of peaceful suburban life, mysterious secrets and intense supernatural forces were quietly at play. This is the untold story of the haunting of Black Hope Cemetery. Hey everyone, as many of you know, I finally took the leap of faith and I'm now making content full-time to support my family. This is truly a dream come true, but I need your support now more than ever. So I'm asking, if you want to enjoy my content ad-free and enable me to do more stuff for you guys, please check out my Patreon and YouTube membership programs. And thank you for watching Mystery Archives. Among the earliest settlers in the just-developed Newport subdivision were Sam and Judith Haney, who, in 1982, claimed their dream residence. Initially, their joy knew no bounds, for they had acquired the home they had long envisioned for themselves, blissfully unaware of the dark secrets that lurked beneath its surface. However, their contentment began to unravel when they opted to add a swimming pool to their property. As the construction team set about the preliminary work for the pool, an unexpected and rather eerie visitation occurred. An aged gentleman, introducing himself as Jasper Norton, approached them with a bone-chilling warning. He insisted that beneath the very spot where they had planned to construct their pool lay hidden graves, advising against the continuation of their project. Reflecting on this peculiar and unsettling encounter, Sam Haney recounted, "One day, an elderly gentleman approached me, noting that he had seen us planning to install a swimming pool in our backyard. He mentioned that there was something important about our backyard that I needed to know. Curious, I followed him around back, where he pointed to the ground and ominously announced that there were some graves beneath us. He even went as far to mark the exact location of these alleged graves. I didn't know what to make of this information. The possibility that he was making up this story crossed my mind, but I was as puzzled to why anyone would invent such a disturbing tale." Norton proceeded to share a haunting revelation. He personally had buried the bodies at that very location during his teenage years. He divulged to the Haneys, who were oblivious to the fact that their land, their subdivision, stood on what used to be a cemetery, primarily for African American former slaves. This burial ground was known as Black Hope Cemetery, with its final interment dating back to 1939. Norton claimed there remained no fewer than 60 indigent graves scattered across the vicinity, over which the housing subdivision was constructed. The developers, in their haste, had built directly atop the old cemetery, neglecting to relocate the bodies, effectively erasing any trace of the cemetery's existence under layers of new construction and collective amnesia. Despite the eerie nature of Norton's tale, it barely shook Haney's skepticism towards these ghostly narratives. However, driven by a blend of curiosity and a need for certainty, Haney took it upon himself to verify Norton's claims. Armed with a shovel, he began to excavate the area Norton had marked, soon to discover that the chilling stories were rooted in a grim reality, far surpassing mere folklore. As Haney began digging, his shovel struck an unexpected wooden resistance beneath the earth. It wasn't long before he and his wife uncovered two antiquated wooden coffins, cradling the skeletal remains of individuals long past, one of whom was adorned with two wedding bands, silently narrating a tale of eternal union, even in death. The discovery prompted an urgent call to the authorities, who, after delving into historical records, unveiled that the unearthed remains were those of Betty and Charles Thomas, two individuals who had lived their lives as freed slaves, their earthly journeys concluding in the 1930s. The revelation that they had inadvertently disturbed these resting souls left the couple deeply unsettled, prompting them to tenderly re-enter the remains in their original resting places. However, unbeknownst to them and the myriad of families who had made their homes in this seemingly serene locale, this act would unfurl the curtain to a series of eerie, unexplained occurrences, ensnaring the entire subdivision in a web of spectral happenings. The strange occurrences for the Haney family commenced shortly after they had respectfully reburied two unearthed bodies. Judith Haney experienced a peculiar incident when she observed their wall clock emitting a blue glow and producing unusual sparks. The situation made even more bizarre upon discovering that it had been disconnected from its power source. Following this, Judith encountered additional eerie phenomena, such as an unsettling feeling of being watched, and the sound of the sliding door opening and shutting when she was certain that she was alone in the house. In another bewildering event, Judith sought her red shoes from the closet, only to find them missing. Despite an exhaustive search by the couple, the shoes were eventually located in the most unexpected place imaginable, resting atop the graves they had recently disturbed. Adding to the eeriness, they would later ascertain that the day coincided with Betty Thomas's birthday. Sam shared his reflections on the odd occurrence. Struggling to believe what was happening, I went through every spot she usually kept her things, but the shoes were nowhere to be found. It was only when we got away from the graves that I noticed something on top of the grave. The shoes were neatly placed next to one another, almost as if someone had intentionally carried them over. This gave me a strong feeling that this was some kind of message or symbolic act. It felt like, in a very mystical way, Charlie was giving Betty a birthday present. A thought that stayed with me for its unique kind of sweetness. During this time, The phenomenon wasn't limited to the Haney family. It had begun to permeate throughout the neighborhood, touching the lives of other residents as well. Among them were Ben and Jean Williams, a couple residing nearby, who found themselves embroiled in their own unsettling mystery. They observed a perplexing and continuous demise of the flowers in their garden, which withered away inexplicably, immune to any efforts of revival. Adding to the mystery, their property became the site of coffin-shaped sinkholes that, despite numerous attempts to fill them, would ominously re-emerge, as if refusing to be erased. Their home turned into a hotbed for a spectrum of terrifying occurrences, weaving a tapestry of the paranormal that was both intriguing and unnerving. The ambiance of their household was occasionally sliced by inexplicable cold drafts, chilling to the bone even on the warmest of summer days, creating a stark contrast to the outside world. Plumbing fixtures seemed to develop a life of their own, with faucets and toilets operating independently of human intervention. The silence of their home was often broken by the sound of footsteps echoing through the corridors, absent of any physical presence to account for them. Doors would swing open and slam shut, untouched by human hands, while ethereal, shadowy figures darted out of the corner of their eyes, only to vanish when faced directly. The air was occasionally filled with the murmur of disembodied voices, whispering secrets from beyond, and on occasion, a foul, unexplainable stench would sometimes invade their space, only to dissipate as mysteriously as it had appeared. All these phenomena culminated in a pervasive atmosphere of dread and unease that hung over their home like a dense fog, a constant reminder of the unseen and unfathomable forces at play. Jean later expressed her firm belief in the connection between their experiences and the historical backdrop of their home, stating that, "I absolutely believe that all of these things happened to us because we were on that graveyard, and that we were simply going to be tormented until we left." The possibility of relocating was a topic of conversation, yet the financial constraint of affording a new place tethered them to their current predicament, compelling them to endure and seek solutions amidst the growing displeasure of the entities haunting them. As the intensity and malevolence of the occurrences escalated, Ben Williams recounted one particularly harrowing episode with vivid detail. Returning home well past midnight from my shift, I made a beeline for the kitchen, craving a late-night snack. The moment I swung the refrigerator door open, I was met with the startling sight of two spectral figures. They glided backward into the den with an eerie grace before making their way to the hallway towards Jean's room. One of them lingered menacingly close to the bed, barely more than a foot away. A protective instinct surged through me, driven by the thought, they ain't messing with me and my wife. And with that, I charged through the apparition. A chilling, vicious cold seeped deep into my very bones as a result. Upon uncovering the unsettling truth that their property was established atop an old cemetery, the Williams family grew increasingly suspicious of an ancient oak tree in their backyard. This tree, distinguished by its twisted form and bearing carvings of an arrow accompanied by several lines, soon took on a sinister significance. Initially overlooked, these markings now seemed to ominously suggest that the tree served as a marker for a grave. This revelation cast a shadow over their perception of their home, transforming the once innocuous tree into a symbol of the land's grim history. Compelled by a sense of injustice, the Williamses decided to take legal action against the developers of their housing estate. They accused the developers of egregiously omitting to inform them that their dream home was erected on what used to be a graveyard. However, their legal challenge hit a roadblock when they were informed that their case would only hold water if they could conclusively prove the presence of graves on their property. Undeterred, Ben, alongside his wife and their daughter Tina, embarked on a mission to excavate the area surrounding the foreboding oak tree. They were driven by a firm belief that they would uncover human remains, thereby substantiating their claims. However, as they dug deeper, both Jean and Tina were suddenly afflicted by a mysterious illness, the cause of which eluded understanding. The situation took a dire turn when Tina was rushed to the hospital, only to succumb to a severe heart attack. Convinced that these tragic events were the cause of malevolent forces linked to the desecrated burial ground, the Williams family made the difficult decision to leave behind their haunted home. Seeking solace and a fresh start, they relocated to Montana. But the memories of their harrowing experiences lingered, compelling them to eventually return to Texas, where they channeled their ordeal into a book titled The Black Hope Horror, a detailed account of their supernatural encounters. Their story captured the public's imagination to such an extent that it was adapted into a film known as The Grave Secrets, bringing their chilling experiences to a wider audience and immortalizing the haunting legacy of their former home. The Haneys decided to pursue legal recourse against the developers, seeking justice for their unsettling ordeal. Initially, their efforts appeared to bear fruit when they were granted a substantial financial compensation of $142,000. However, this moment of victory was short-lived. In a surprising turn of events, the verdict was reversed after a judge concluded that the developer was not at fault. Consequently, the Haneys found themselves burdened with a significant amount of legal expenses, running into tens of thousands of dollars. This financial strain left them with no choice other than to declare bankruptcy. Devoid of any financial resources, they were compelled to leave behind the land that had turned their aspirations into a harrowing nightmare. Their pursuit of the American dream had tragically metamorphosized into a devastating ordeal, leaving them drained of their savings and facing a future filled with uncertainty. It appears that the series of peculiar events linked to this land didn't conclude here, however. Despite reports from the current occupants of the Haneys' previous residence indicate no unusual experiences, tales of the bizarre continue to circulate among other households in the vicinity. In an intriguing account from a resident now living in what once was the Williams home, she describes an eerie incident involving a sound resembling that of a cougar emanating from outside her window. However, upon investigation, she found nothing that could explain the mysterious noise. Meanwhile, a few houses away, occupants have reported experiencing unexplained electrical anomalies, adding an element of the unordinary to their daily lives. Another neighbor has shared tales of doors slamming shut without any apparent cause, such as drafts or wind, and even recounting the feeling that seemed like an invisible hand had been resting on their shoulder. And further adding to the collection of mystifying stories, Jan Clark, the mother of one home's owner, relayed her granddaughter's unsettling experiences. The young girl claimed to have seen a shadowy figure she referred to as the Brown Man in her room, and recounted another peculiar incident, all of which contribute to the ongoing mystery surrounding this neighborhood. Another time, I had gone to the restroom with my granddaughter, Taylor. She had run out, leaving me in the restroom alone, and something like a man's voice breathed, really heavy and really close to me. I got out of there, and quick, and to this day, I try not to go back in there and use that restroom anymore. There is something to this. Some people won't talk about it because they don't want to be considered crazy, or they just don't care to know the truth. Another nearby family would also share their eerie experiences. Vinay Luna, who recounts multiple unexplained events in their home. Among these, she vividly remembers an incident where her husband's slippers leapt from his grip. In an even more startling moment, when their pet dog appeared to be suspended mid-air. Moreover, Vinay reveals that her grandmother has encountered mysterious figures within the home. She elaborates on her grandmother's experiences by saying, "My grandma consistently tells us about a shadowy man who visits her, for reasons unknown. Then, there are times she talks about children's presences in her room, which prevent her from getting any rest because of their continuous disturbances." In contrast, there are households in the area that report a complete absence of any peculiar activities, presenting a stark difference to the accounts of paranormal encounters and leaving the community puzzled over the true nature of this phenomenon. It's undeniable that this location was once a cemetery, a fact overlooked or even ignored by the developers when they transformed it into a residential area. And this raises several critical questions. Could the ghostly occurrences reported by the residents be a direct consequence of the disturbed spirits due to the desecration of their final resting places? Is it possible that these souls are expressing their unrest or even anger towards the violation of their graves? The true cause remains shrouded in enigma, yet it underscores a crucial consideration for future developments: the importance of respecting burial grounds by ensuring the proper relocation of remains before proceeding with construction. This principle not only honors those who have passed, but also may prevent the unfolding of such mysterious and unsettling events. In the serene suburb of Seaford, New York, the Herman family's dreamy life is upended as their ordinary home becomes the epicenter of an extraordinary poltergeist phenomenon. With no prior history of hauntings or misfortune, their residence suddenly erupts with unexplained activities, bottles popping open, objects moving on their own, and an eerie sense of an unseen presence. Despite skepticism and attempts to find rational explanations, the events transcend understanding, drawing the attention of paranormal experts, the media, and a curious public. This is the untold story of Popper the Poltergeist of New York. Tucked away in the peaceful surroundings of Long Island is Seaford, New York, a place of subtle beauty and calm where the 1950s depicted an image of suburban peace. It was in this heavenly setting that James Herman created a tranquil life with his wife, Lucille, and their two children, Lucille, aged 13, and James, a year younger, at 12. Their home, a simple ranch painted in shades of white and green, served as a symbol of the typical American dream, with 3 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and straightforward simplicity. There was little to indicate it was any different from the other homes in the charming neighborhood, all of which were graced with the picturesque allure of tree-lined streets. Yet, beneath the surface of normality, a sense of mystery persisted. The Herman residence, with no dark history or stories of bad luck, was for some reason on the brink of becoming the center of a paranormal happening. This unassuming house against the calm backdrop of Seaford streets was about to inscribe its name in the halls of the supernatural. For unknown reasons, it was fated to be the site of a poltergeist phenomena, one that was so distinctive and captivating that its tale would be forever intertwined with the paranormal realm, casting a veil of fascination over the once peaceful existence of the Herman family. And seemingly out of the blue, things began to happen on February the 3rd of 1958. Until this point, the Herman family had not encountered anything out of the ordinary within their home. However, on this day, while Lucille was in the kitchen accompanied by her 2 children, an uncanny phenomenon unfolded before their very eyes. Bottles scattered throughout their kitchen, without any apparent cause, began to spontaneously unseal themselves. The caps were forcibly ejected, resulting in their contents erupting and spraying across the room, each bottle cap producing a distinct and resounding pop as it flew off. Some of the bottles allegedly engaged in an eerie dance, moving about with no visible support, a sight that understandably terrified them all. When James Herman walked through the door of his home, he was immediately confronted with the confounding narrative of the day's events. Carrying a deep-seated skepticism, James entertained the possibility that the curious happenings might be the result of natural environmental fluctuations, perhaps a significant rise in humidity levels, or an unforeseen chemical reaction within the confines of the bottles themselves. Such hypotheses briefly offered a comforting veil of normalcy over the situation. Yet, this semblance of explanation rapidly disintegrated as the full scope of the phenomena revealed itself to be far-reaching, indiscriminately affecting almost every container in the kitchen. Notably, even bottles secured with screw-on caps, which under normal circumstances would require human intervention to open, had mysteriously unscrewed themselves. The entire scene defied logic, standing in stark contrast to the mundane reality James had expected to return to. A mere 2 days after this bewildering introduction, the bizarre occurrences not only persisted, but escalated, casting a wider net over the household's collection of containers. This time, the activity was not limited to the kitchen or to a specific type of bottle. Jars of all sizes, bottles brimming with a variety of household liquids, such as shampoo, bleach, and even luxurious perfumes, alongside tubes of toothpaste, began to manifest the same inexplicable behavior that had initially perplexed the Herman family. Each container, as if acting on an unseen cue, would suddenly and violently burst open. Their contents, once neatly contained, were now subjects of an uncontrollable frenzy, spilling, spraying, and splattering across the room without any apparent trigger or discernible pattern. The randomness of the incidents only deepened the mystery, as did the diversity of the containers involved. Glass and plastic bottles alike, regardless of their contents, viscosity, or the container's design, were equally susceptible to this unseen force. The phenomena seemed to mock the very laws of physics, with caps and lids that should have remained securely fastened, instead becoming agents of chaos. The scene within the Herman household transformed from one of domestic tranquility to a bewildering spectacle of uncontrolled disarray, leaving the family and eventually the wider community grappling for explanations in the face of such unfathomable occurrences. As time went on, the mysterious events escalated in intensity, confounding the Herman family and leaving the wider community searching for logical reasons. These occurrences baffled all attempts at rational explanation, with comprehensive investigations yielding no satisfactory scientific or environmental understanding. This sequence of bewildering events signaled the start of an exceptionally captivating and perplexing episode in the realm of paranormal mysteries, positioning the Herman household at the heart of it all. James Herman, as mentioned before, was inherently skeptical by nature, always seeking a logical explanation for the unexplained. He was not one to hastily attribute events to paranormal activities. When the peculiar happenings first began to unfold within their household, his mind gravitated towards a more earthly explanation. He pondered whether his son Jimmy, with a youthful penchant for mischief, might have devised an elaborate prank, potentially using carbonated capsules or some other mechanism to cause the bottles to spontaneously erupt. With this theory in mind, James embarked on a discreet observation of Jimmy, scrutinizing his every move in search of any hint of evidence that might link him to the strange occurrences. However, despite his vigilant watch over the boy, James uncovered not a shred of evidence implicating Jimmy in the bizarre events. Meanwhile, the mystery within the Herman household deepened. The phenomena escalated in intensity and variety, transcending beyond mere bottles. It seemed as though every manner of container within their home was susceptible to this force. Bottles of all types would burst open without warning, their contents propelled across the room in a chaotic display, each eruption accompanied by a distinct, crisp popping sound that had become all too familiar to the now bewildered family. However, the disconcerting phenomena within the Herman home extended beyond the peculiar antics of their containers. The family began to observe a bewildering array of household items, seemingly taking on a life of their own, as if manipulated by something they couldn't see. Toys and books, even larger pieces of furniture, began to exhibit this kind of strange behavior. Chairs that had been stationary for years suddenly skidded across the floor, tables tilted without warning, spilling their contents, and doors slammed shut with no one near them. Among the smaller objects, dolls were found in different rooms from where they had been left, as though they had moved by their own accord. Books would not only fall from shelves, but sometimes would fly across the room, as if thrown by something or someone. Picture frames that had hung peacefully on walls for years would suddenly crash to the floor in the middle of the night, their glass shattering, again without any discernible cause. The velocity which these objects moved was astonishing. On several occasions, toys rocketed from one end of the room to the other, often narrowly missing family members as they passed. Furniture that required the strength of two adults to move would slide or even lift and then crash back down with significant force, leaving indents in the hardwood floors or marks on the walls. The impact of these movements was so intense that it not only caused physical damage to the structure of the home, but also left emotional scars on the family, who were increasingly frightened by these occurrences. This escalation of activity heightened the atmosphere of tension and disbelief within the household. The Hermans, already struggling to comprehend the mysterious behavior of the containers, were now faced with a broader, more intense range of disturbances. These events seemed to defy all logic, suggesting that the presence of an invisible hand was guiding the chaos. The force and precision in which these items moved suggested something more than a mere coincidence or natural forces being at play. instilling a deep sense of unease and apprehension among the family members as they pondered the source and intent behind these manifestations. James, still clinging to a sliver of doubt about the paranormal nature of these events, decided to confront Jimmy directly, hoping to glean some confession or explanation from him. However, Jimmy vehemently denied any involvement. It was during this tense confrontation that an incident occurred, which shook James's skepticism to its core. Mid-conversation, a bottle that had been sitting idle on the shelf began to tremble before gliding across the surface. And then, with the now familiar popping sound, its cap flew off right before their eyes. This event, witnessed firsthand by both James and Jimmy, served as a stark indication that the situation was far more complex and inexplicable than James had originally conceived. It was a moment that marked a turning point, compelling James to reconsider his stance on the possibility of paranormal involvement and the disturbances that had been plaguing their home. Perplexed by this point and desperate for answers, James reached out to the local police department. His call was met with skepticism, yet the gravity of his plea convinced them to dispatch an investigator to the scene. The officer assigned to the case was James Hughes, a man known for his pragmatic approach and skeptical outlook on anything that veered into the realm of the supernatural. Upon entering the Herman residence, Hughes' skepticism was put to an immediate test as he witnessed an extraordinary spectacle himself. Bottles not only popped, but exploded as if charged with an unknown energy source, propelling shards of glass across the room like shrapnel. Hughes, though shaken, documented these occurrences meticulously, marking the beginning of an official inquiry into the strangeness. Following Hughes' initial observations, the case caught the attention of Detective Joseph Tozy, a seasoned investigator with a keen interest in phenomena that defied easy explanation. Tozy, determined to uncover the truth, orchestrated a comprehensive surveillance operation within the Herman home. Over several days and nights, Tozy and his team kept a vigilant watch, documenting each incident with a rigor that bordered on the obsessive. The phenomena that they would observe was varied, but also similar to what had already taken place. Bottles previously at rest would suddenly animate, their contents frothing and spewing forth as if under pressure. And a particularly unnerving incident involved a bottle of perfume that, in full view of investigators, glided across the table with deliberate slowness before overturning to release its fragrant essence. Occasionally, bottle caps would detach and zip through the air with targeted precision, narrowly missing the observers and adding an element of personal threat to the occurrences. Tozy noted that each object involved in these incidents, upon examination, radiated an abnormal warmth, as if it was infused with an unseen energy. The climax of Tozy's observation came when a substantially heavy bureau desk, an object of considerable mass and unwieldy nature, abruptly flipped over on its own. The desk crashed to the floor with a thunderous impact, leaving the investigators bewildered and alarmed. This event was complemented by other startling manifestations. A figurine and a bowl were seen to launch across the room, as if propelled by this same force. Their trajectories seemed to be marked with intent to harm. Also, throughout this intensive period of observation, Tozy made a curious observation that the presence of one of the Herman children seemed to be a common denominator in the timing of these phenomena. Yet, despite his exhaustive efforts to uncover any form of deception, no evidence of trickery or manipulation could be found. The meticulous documentation of these events, coupled with the lack of any rational explanation, led Tootsie to a profound realization. The realization that what he had witnessed transcended the boundaries of conventional understanding, firmly planting the seed of belief in his mind that the disturbances at the Herman residence were indeed a manifestation of the unexplained. In their quest for solace, the Herman family sought the spiritual intervention of Father William MacLeod from the Church of St. William, the abbot. He visited their home and conducted a solemn ceremony infused with prayers and the sprinkling of holy water in every corner, hoping to cleanse the space of its unsettling disturbances. But despite Father MacLeod's honest efforts and the family's hopeful anticipation, the turmoil within the household persisted, as if the blessing had merely passed through an invisible barrier, leaving the chaos untouched. As the events within the Herman residence escalated, word of their plight began to seep into the public consciousness, igniting a wildfire of media interest. The story, sensationalized under the moniker of Popper the Poltergeist, a nod to the mysterious popping of bottles that had become a hallmark of the haunting, captured the imagination of the nation. Esteemed publications, such as Time and Life magazines, featured in-depth articles on the phenomenon, catapulting the Herman family into an unwelcome spotlight. The surge of attention drew a flood of curious onlookers, paranormal enthusiasts, and skeptics to their doorstep. Reporters and a motley crew of self-proclaimed experts besieged the once peaceful home. Letters, ranging from expressions of sympathy to outlandish theories, bombarded the family day and night. Amidst this chaotic intrusion, James Herman remained steadfast in his determination to unearth a logical explanation for the events that had disrupted their lives. In a bid to capture empirical evidence of the disturbances, he went to the extent of installing sophisticated monitoring equipment in the basement of their home. These devices, designed to detect even the slightest vibrations, he thought might help shed light on the source of the activity. But unfortunately, they would yield no conclusive findings, deepening the mystery rather than dispelling it. Journalists who ventured into the Herman residence, hoping to capture a glimpse of the supernatural, often left with more questions than answers. Many were first-hand witnesses to the bizarre occurrences that had become part of the daily fabric of the family's lives. In one particular startling incident, a reporter's camera became an unwilling participant in the phenomenon. The flashbulbs in his camera exploded as he prepared to document the scene, adding a tangible, albeit unnerving, dimension to his story. As time progressed, the enigma of the Herman household eventually attracted the attention of Robert Zeider, a physicist affiliated with Long Island's Brookhaven National Laboratory. Intrigued by the possibility of a scientific explanation, Zeider conducted an array of tests and analysis within the home. His investigations led him to theorize that the root of the disturbances might lie in the natural world, specifically the presence of underground streams beneath their property. He said that these hidden waterways could be generating an unusual magnetic field, a freak magnetic field that somehow triggered these unexplained activities. Despite the intriguing nature of his hypothesis, it did, however, offer little in the way of an immediate solace or solutions to the Herman family, who yet still remained ensnared in a web of mystery and public fascination. Perplexed by the ongoing mystery and at a loss for additional explanations, Detective Tootsie reached out to Dr. J.B. Rhine, a renowned expert from the parapsychology laboratory at Duke University in North Carolina, seeking insights into the baffling phenomena at the Herman residence. Dr. Rhine, along with his team, delved into the case. They would hypothesize that the source of the disturbances might be rooted in the psychic energy emanating from an individual within the household. Through careful observation and analysis, they identified Jimmy, the son, who was consistently present during these occurrences, as the likely epicenter of this psychic activity. To explore this theory further, Dr. Ryan introduced Dr. Pratt, a specialist in psychokinetic phenomena, into the equation. Dr. Pratt engaged Jimmy in a series of interactions, including conversations and recreational activities, in an effort to establish a rapport and observe any changes in the frequency or intensity of the paranormal events. Remarkably, it was noted that during these periods of engagement, the manifestations of the unexplained phenomena significantly diminished, suggesting a direct correlation between Jimmy's state of mind and the occurrences. This led the investigative team to a groundbreaking theory that Jimmy was unknowingly channeling his psychic energy in a way that manifested as the mysterious events that had been plaguing him and his family. They postulated that Jimmy was a conduit for recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis, or better known as the acronym RSPK, a rare condition where an individual without conscious intent triggers paranormal activities through the sheer force of their subconscious mind. This involuntary projection of psychokinetic energy was believed to be the culprit behind this series of unexplained occurrences, and these findings were considered groundbreaking because it would prove that the Herman family wasn't the subject to trickery or the workings of an unknown supernatural entity. Instead, they represented a profound expression of human psychology, exceptional and remarkable in nature. The concept that the human brain could exert influence over physical objects without any tangible interaction was a radical departure from the established norms at the time. This perspective suggested that under certain conditions, perhaps related to emotional stress or psychological factors, that an individual could trigger manifestations of psychokinetic activity. This theory poised that the mysterious occurrences within the Herman home, from the spontaneous popping of bottles to the unexplained movements of household items, could be directly linked to the subconscious outpourings of a young man's psychic energy. And although this seemed to be a pretty decent theory for explaining exactly what was taking place, things within the Herman household continued to unfold. An array of television crews managed to penetrate the once peaceful abode, their cameras ready to document the bewildering phenomena that had taken residence alongside the family. This pivotal moment in the saga of the Hermans not only brought the eerie disturbances into the living rooms of people across the country, but also set a precedent, marking the Popper incident as one of the first hauntings to ever be broadcast on national television. Audiences from coast to coast were drawn into the mystifying world of the Hermans, witnessing firsthand the unexplainable events that had disrupted their lives for years. Amid the whirlwind of attention, the Herman family found themselves longing for a semblance of normalcy. The constant presence of camera crews, the relentless scrutiny, and the unpredictable chaos that had become their daily lives left them yearning for the quiet, uneventful life they once knew. They sought solace in the hope that the mysterious disturbances that had thrust them into the spotlight would soon dissipate, allowing them to reclaim the peace that they had once had. Their hopes would not be in vain. A turn of events as sudden and unexplained as the onset of the disturbances, the strange happenings that had held the nation's attention, came to an abrupt halt in August of 1958. The bottles ceased their spontaneous eruptions. The objects remained still, and the eerie atmosphere that had enveloped their home lifted, seemingly without reason or warning. The end of the disturbances was as much of a mystery as their beginning, leaving many to speculate on the forces that could bring about such cessation of activity. The ending of the haunting brought a profound sense of relief to the Herman family, who were finally able to turn the page on this bizarre chapter of their lives. However, the legacy of Popper lived on, its mysteries unresolved, but forever etched into the halls of paranormal history. The unprecedented media coverage it had received had not only brought the phenomenon into public consciousness, but also had set a new standard for how such occurrences could be shared and analyzed on a national scale. The mystery of the Popper poltergeist remains a source of enduring intrigue and fascination among paranormal experts, standing as a cryptic puzzle that continues to elude any form of definitive explanation. Such is the depth of the mystery that it prompted speculation among cultural historians and cinema scholars that the bizarre occurrences which had unfolded in the Herman household might have ignited the creative inspiration for the iconic film Poltergeist. This connection underscores the profound impact that the story has had, not with just the confines of the paranormal study, but also its influence on popular culture and cinematic storytelling. In conclusion, the mystery that is Popper the Poltergeist not only remains a bizarre case that puzzles and fascinates us, but it also serves as a beacon, drawing attention to the vast, unexplored territories of human experience and the natural world. It challenges observers to question the limits of their understanding and to remain open to the possibilities that lie beyond the conventional frameworks of knowledge. The story of the Herman family and the inexplicable events that occurred within their home does stand as a testament to the enduring allure of the unknown and the perpetual quest for answers in the face of the inexplicable. In the midst of a lush, vibrant green expanse located in a quaint rural stretch of Essex, close to the eastern shores of England, there once resided an imposing, Gothic-inspired brick edifice known as Borley Rectory. This architectural marvel, erected in the year 1863 under the guidance of Reverend Henry Dawson Ellis Bull, soon became the cherished dwelling for him and his extensive family of 14. The plot of land upon which this rectory was constructed bore an enigmatic and lengthy history, stretching back well before its foundations were laid. Legend has it that this very site was once graced by a monastery in the 14th century, a place shrouded in dark allure. Local folklore whispers of a tragic love story that unfolded within this historical backdrop. A monk residing in the monastery reportedly fell deeply in love with a nun from a neighboring convent. Their love, forbidden and clandestine, blossomed in secret until their affair was tragically uncovered. The aftermath was grim. The monk faced a dire fate, being executed by hanging at the exact location where Borley Rectory would later stand. As for the nun, her punishment was equally harsh and more narrowing, as she was condemned to a living tomb, sealed alive within the convent walls. It is against the backdrop of love, betrayal, and tragedy that the spectral occurrences at Borley Rectory are believed to have originated, casting a long shadow over the property. These chilling tales and witnessed apparitions have catapulted Borley Rectory into the halls of paranormal history, marking it as one of the globe's most infamously haunted locations. Almost immediately after Henry Bull and his family made the estate their home, they found themselves engulfed in a barrage of mysterious occurrences. The onset was marked by inexplicable sounds, footsteps echoing in empty corridors, the persistent murmur of flowing water where there should be none, disembodied voices whispering in the dead of night, bells chiming independently despite severed connections, and objects that seemed to move of their own volition. However, these initial oddities quickly intensified in frequency. The children, particularly vulnerable and perceptive, reported the reoccurring vision of a sinister, ghostly nun wandering the premises. This eerie figure wasn't a fleeting glimpse. It manifested itself repeatedly, observed by multiple members of the Bull family. Among the children, the youngest daughter, Ethel, bore the brunt of the spectral harassment. She was subjected to physical assaults by an invisible assailant, enduring pushes, slaps, and with such force they left behind physical evidence of her encounters. Adding to the atmosphere of dread was the legend of a ghostly carriage pulled by horses and driven by two headless specters. These specters raced through the surrounding area with reckless abandon. This and other chilling encounters persisted, weaving a tapestry that seemed to grow more complex with time, enduring well past the death of Henry Bull in 1892, when he passed the property on to his son, Harry Bull. The legacy of unsettling phenomena thus continued. During Harry Bull's tenure, the eerie manifestations at the estate not only persisted, but seemed to intensify, with numerous bizarre occurrences recorded. On a particularly unsettling day, while Harry was tending to his garden, his dog suddenly erupted into a frenzy of barks, displaying a mix of terror and confusion, hiding behind a tree for reasons that weren't immediately apparent. Upon investigating the cause of his dog's distress, Harry reported a chilling sight: a headless figure emerging from behind the foliage, proceeding to board a phantom carriage that eerily glided into silence. This was not a solitary encounter. Harry experienced several such unnerving incidents with the ghostly carriage, which appeared to race by, only to dissolve into thin air moments later. Amidst these spectral happenings, the figure of the ghostly nun remained a constant. She was often observed in full daylight, roaming the grounds and unsettlingly peering through windows. On numerous occasions, Harry and his family's dining experiences were interrupted by the unwelcomed sight of her face, often gazing in through the window, an occurrence that became so frequent and disturbing that Harry eventually took measures to brick up the dining room window in an attempt to shield his family from her intrusive stares. These ongoing supernatural events under Harry's watch contributed to a thickening atmosphere of terror. Following Harry Bull's death in 1927, the rectory found itself draped in silence, temporarily forsaken until Reverend Guy Eric Smith and his wife decided to call it their home. No sooner had they unpacked their belongings than they found themselves plunged into a realm of unexplained phenomena. Phenomena that defied rational explanation. Their new abode seemed to pulsate with a life of its own, illuminated by wandering orbs of light that danced through the darkness, and haunted by the spectral vision of a nun whose presence was as persistent as it was unsettling. The ghostly carriage, with its headless drivers, continued its nocturnal journeys, accompanied by shadowy figures that flitted just beyond the corner of one's eye. The air was often pierced by the echo of footsteps and the mournful tolling of bells that rang from nowhere. The most chilling discovery, however, came at the hands of Smith's wife during an ordinary day of household chores. Hidden within the depths of an old cupboard, wrapped in a forgotten paper package, she stumbled upon a discovery that sent shivers down her spine. A human skull, its empty sockets seemingly staring back at her. This macabre find was soon accompanied by auditory disturbances. Hoarse whispers filled the air, and the sound of heavy footsteps resonated through the empty halls, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and unanswered questions. Reverend Smith found himself compelled to arm himself with a stick as he moved about his own home, a testament to the unsettling presence that seemed to stalk them from the shadows. Driven to the brink of insanity by these chilling experiences, the Smiths reached out to the Daily Mirror in 1929, desperate for answers. The newspaper responded by dispatching a man named Harry Price, a renowned paranormal researcher, along with his team. They were tasked with unraveling the secrets that lay hidden within the walls of the Borley Rectory, a mission that promised to delve deep into the unknown. Shortly after his arrival at Borley Rectory, Harry Price found himself quickly immersed in the intense paranormal activities that seemed to permeate out of nowhere. Throughout his investigation, Price documented witnessing several unexplainable events that defied logic. Objects were observed levitating and hurling through the air, propelled by something that they couldn't see, while cryptic messages eerily formed on mirrors, seemingly tapped out by ghostly fingers. In a particularly chilling incident, Price and his assistant watched in disbelief as a glass candlestick floated ominously before them, only to violently shatter against the wall, sending a cascade of glass fragments scattering in all directions. Moreover, Price reported encounters with the spectral figures that had become almost legendary at Borley Rectory. He claimed to have seen the haunting visage of the nun, headless coach drivers eerily navigating the night, and even the ghost of Henry Bull himself, looming within the shadow-filled corridors. They even purported to capture photographic evidence of an apparition, adding a tangible, albeit ghostly chapter to the rectory's storied history. However, it's worth noting that many of the extraordinary phenomena reported by Price was not corroborated by the experiences of the Smiths, leading to skepticism about the veracity of some events. Despite this, the Smiths had encountered enough unexplained disturbances to make the decision to leave the rectory in 1929, less than a year after they had made it their home. Price's detailed accounts of the bizarre occurrences at Borley Rectory were widely publicized, catapulting the story into the realm of public fascination and debate. This was the moment that the haunting at Borley Rectory transcended mere local folklore to become a captivating mystery that captured the imagination of the wider public, imbuing the rectory with a mystique that continues to intrigue and baffle to this day. Following Harry Price's investigation, which earned the property the title of the most haunted house in England, the residents welcomed its new occupants. In 1930, the incoming family comprised of Reverend Lionel Foister, a relative of the initial proprietor, Henry Bull, alongside his wife Mary Ann and their adopted daughter Adelaide. The transition into their new home was anything but ordinary, as it seemed that they also took possession of its lingering spectral residents, inheriting a legacy of encounters that would defy explanation once again. The Foisters were plunged into a realm of mysterious occurrences that seemed to intensify with time. Their daily lives were interrupted by an array of inexplicable events that would test the skepticism of even the staunchest doubter. Objects with minds of their own would be thrown through the air. Rocks, glasses, and bottles quickly became projectiles used by unseen forces. Windows shattered spontaneously, as if struck by invisible stones, while doors developed wills of their own, locking and unlocking in a whimsical dance that left the family often stranded or intrusively barred from their own rooms. The household's furniture seemed to partake in a silent conspiracy, shifting positions when no one was watching, contributing to the discerning atmosphere that pervaded the estate. Objects would mysteriously vanish as well, only to reappear in the most unlikely places, as if the house itself was playing a macabre game of hide-and-seek with the living. Adding to the eerie ambiance were once again the inexplicable sounds of non-existent ringing bells, and these were accompanied by unsettling sounds of heavy breathing by no one that could be seen. Footsteps echoed in the halls, which again suggested the presence of unseen visitors that were treading the corridors alongside the living. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the haunting was the apparent fixation of the malevolent presence on Mary Ann. This unseen force seemed to single her out for torment more than anyone else in the household. On numerous occasions, she experienced the sensation of being pushed, poked, and even slapped. Objects would be hurled directly at her, making her the unfortunate focus of these paranormal attacks. In one particularly harrowing incident, Mary Ann woke up in the dead of night, only to find herself struggling to breathe under the oppressive weight of a mattress, as if the entity was attempting to suffocate her in her own bed. Following this terrifying event, the walls of the rectory began to bear cryptic messages. Phrases like, "Mary Ann, please help," and "Mary Ann, light mass prayers," began appearing mysteriously. There were also moments when she was violently thrown from her bed or pinned down by the invisible oppressor. Experiences so disturbing that they convinced Foister to undertake exorcisms on 2 separate occasions. Unfortunately, though, these attempts would not only fail, but seemed to anger the spirit even further, resulting in a frenzy of fist-sized stones being thrown at him. Adding yet another layer, Mary Ann reported sightings of the spectral figure of Bull, suggesting his lingering presence still was there within the confines of the rectory. Numerous paranormal investigators, captivated by the increasingly famous tale, hypothesized that the unsettling poltergeist manifestations might have been emanating from Marianne or perhaps their daughter. Pinning down the true source, however, remained an elusive task. As the Foysters vacated the property in 1935, Price seized the moment to re-enter the scene, eager to delve deeper into the mysteries that Borley Rectory seemed to jealously guard. Armed with the latest in ghost hunting technology and a keen sense of determination, Price embarked on an extensive recruitment drive, gathering a diverse group of 48 individuals. Together, they were to join him in his investigative quest, taking turns to stay overnight at the haunted premises, each one hoping to witness firsthand the peculiar occurrences that had captured the attention of the supernatural community. Price's ambition didn't stop there. He envisioned spending an entire year within the walls of the rectory to thoroughly document its myriad of mysteries. This wasn't just another ghost hunting expedition. It was a meticulously planned operation, aimed at peeling back the layers of secrecy that shrouded the house, with a mix of anticipation and a touch of the unknown. Price and his team prepared to embark on what promised to be an unprecedented exploration of the supernatural, a venture brimming with the potential to unlock the secrets of one of the most hauntingly captivating locations known. Throughout the duration of their year-long investigation at the property, the team reported a series of extraordinary findings, among which a particularly compelling seance conducted one evening stands out. In this session, the psychic medium, Helen Glanville, allegedly established communication with a spirit who introduced itself as Mary Larue. This spirit claimed a past life as a nun in France before making the life-altering decision to leave her convent, journey to England, and enter into marriage with a wealthy individual named Henry Waldegrave. Tragically, the tale took a dark turn, with Mary Larue recounting how she was brutally strangled by her husband and her body disgracefully abandoned in the cellar of the rectory. It was Mary's spirit, according to the narrative, that sought out Marianne, pleading for assistance from beyond the grave. In a subsequent chilling encounter, Glanville made contact with another spirit, this one identifying itself as Sune Emura. Displaying a more ominous intent, it issued a dire prophecy, declaring its plan to set the entire structure ablaze in 1938, with the aftermath revealing the remains of a murdered man amidst the ruins. In addition to these startling communications, the team encountered frequent poltergeist activities, areas of intense, unexplainable cold, bizarre non-human footprints in the snow, and purported sightings of the ghostly nun had become a figure of intrigue whilst delving into Borley Rectory's past. Taking on the role of chronicler, Price meticulously documented these investigations, their findings, and the haunting tales woven into the fabric of the rectory. The culmination of this exhaustive research was presented to the public in 2 volumes: The Most Haunted House in England, 1940, and The End of Borley Rectory in 1946. In what could only be described as a peculiar twist of fate, closely aligning with the ominous prediction made by the spirit they had contacted. The year 1939 unfolded with a startling incident. The Borley Rectory's new proprietor, Captain W.H. Gregson, accidentally dropped an oil lamp igniting a fierce blaze that swept through the structure. The resulting inferno severely damaged the manor, leaving it a charred shell of its former glory. In the aftermath, during an exploration in 1943, Price ventured into the remnants of the cellar, and amidst the debris, he discovered what he believed to be the remains of a young woman. This claim sparked controversy, with some skeptics questioning the human origin of these remains. Following the fire, an array of occurrences were reported in the vicinity of the now abandoned and fire-scarred rectory. Residents and visitors spoke of hearing inexplicable ghostly laughter echoing through the night, witnessing eerie lights with no discernible source, and encountering frequent malfunctions of electrical devices. Moreover, the spectral figure of the nun, who had become a haunting staple of the Borley lore, was sighted with unsettling regularity. Additional reports came from individuals, including World War II soldiers stationed nearby, who experienced the sensation of unseen assailants hurling stones at them. These mysterious events persisted until the rectory met its ultimate fate, being demolished in 1944. However, the demolition did not mark the end. Rather, it seemed to dilute the frequency and intensity of paranormal phenomena. As the years progressed, leading up to Harry Price's death in 1948, the tales of Borley Rectory's haunted legacy gradually receded into the shadows of history. The once vivid accounts of supernatural occurrences and ghostly sightings transitioned into whispered legends. This shift consigned Borley Rectory and its ghostly inhabitants to the realm of folklore, transforming it into a haunting echo of the past. In the years that followed since its peak of notoriety, the tale of the haunted Borley Rectory became embroiled in controversy, attracting a level of scrutiny that far exceeded expectations. Harry Price's foundational report, once a cornerstone of paranormal literature, found itself under the critical microscope of the Society for Psychical Research, or SPR, upon its release. This organization, steeped in investigations of the supernatural, raised doubts about the authenticity of the sightings reported by Price. They posed that a significant number of these incidents could be attributed to natural explanations, or could have been overly dramatized, or were outright fabrications crafted by Price himself. The skepticism surrounding Price's work intensified notably after his passing, when a Daily Mail journalist who had accompanied Price during his explorations at the rectory stepped forward with allegations that cast a shadow over the entirety of the findings. These allegations accused Price of concocting the entire narrative. And this claim was compounded by an even more startling revelation from Marianne Foister, a central figure in the Borley Rectory saga, who would later confess that the haunting that they had experienced was a fabrication. The narrative took yet another twist with the publication of a book, 2000, by Louis Mayerling, boldly titled, "We Faked the Ghosts of Borley Rectory." Mayerling's work delves into the heart of the controversy, suggesting that the stories of the haunting that had captivated the public were the result of elaborate deceptions by the Bulls, the Foyers, Harry Price, and his investigative team. According to this account, these individuals were not the honest seekers of truth they claimed to be, but rather skilled illusionists and storytellers, weaving a complex web of ghostly tales that blurred the lines between reality and the supernatural. This perspective cast the Borley Rectory in a new light, suggesting that its legacy may be more about the human penchant for crafting narratives that captivate and intrigue, rather than tangible encounters in the supernatural realm. Despite this swirling vortex of skepticism, it's fascinating to observe that a substantial number of individuals still staunchly stand behind the authenticity of the Borley Rectory case. It strikes one as peculiar, almost beyond belief, that such a diverse group could mastermind an elaborate hoax spanning several decades with such precision. Numerous witnesses have passionately contended that the events witnessed could not have been the product of mere trickery, adding layers of intrigue to the narrative. This conviction among many has ensured that the eerie saga of Borley Rectory continues to captivate and bewitch minds, securing its place as a timeless, haunting narrative that ignites fervent discussions, debates, even to this day. But the question still looms large. What truly unfolded within those walls? Was there any substance to the tales? Or are we merely chasing shadows of a long-standing urban myth, meticulously woven by cunning fabricators? The truth is up to you to decide. With the principal characters and investigators of these mysterious events long past, and the rectory itself erased from the physical world, we find ourselves ensnared in a web of speculation. It appears that the tale of Borley Rectory is destined to hover in the realms of the unknown, a ghostly whisper from the past that continues to puzzle and mesmerize those who dare to delve into its depths. Thank you guys so much for watching this latest video. If you enjoyed it, please leave me a like, a comment down below with your thoughts. Don't forget to subscribe with the bell on, and share this video around. All of those things help me out so much more than you know. I hope you're enjoying our historical hauntings recently. They're soon going to be accompanied by some really scary stories, so certainly get ready for that. As always, guys, thank you so much for supporting me. This has been Cody here at Mystery Archives. Remember to please stay safe out there, and take care. I'll see you next time. For decades, Dudley Town has been infamous for countless legends. From ghostly apparitions to frightening and strange creatures, paranormal curses, and more. But what is it about this small Connecticut ghost town that has spawned these legends? Is this place truly cursed? Is it evil? That's what we'll be diving into here on Mystery Archives. Dudley Town's history from the beginning has been shrouded in darkness. Settled in the 1740s by Gideon Dudley and Thomas Griffiths, as well as their families, other families soon flocked to join them. The town was never officially a town, however. It was more or less an isolated part of the Cornwall Township. The town, or village, rested in the middle of 3 large hills. In spite of this, settlers began to trickle into the area. The Tanner family, the Joneses, the Pattersons, the Dibbles, and the Porters all took up residence here. The community grew even larger after iron ore was discovered nearby, and farming became a secondary concern. However, there were never any shops or schools or churches in Dudleytown. Provisions had to be purchased in nearby towns, and when one died, a trip to Cornwall was necessary, because in addition, there was no church in the town. There was no cemetery either. The population of Dudleytown was never large, and according to an 1854 map, the peak number of families who lived there only ever reached 26. In spite of all these things, the town did thrive for a time. Dudleytown was noted for its timber, which was burned and used to make wood coal for the nearby Litchfield County iron furnaces in Cornwall and other towns. The furnaces later moved closer to the railroads and the more industrial towns, though, and the lumber was no longer needed. Iron ore was used from the area for a time, and there were 3 water-powered mills in Dudley as well. But despite the outward signs of prosperity, there were strange deaths and bizarre occurrences that began to take place in Dudleytown. Things that make you question just what could have been happening there. The Carter family, who had settled there originally in 1759, shortly after arriving, would have 6 members pass away from a mysterious plague that swept through Cornwall. This later was believed to possibly be cholera. However, no source was ever conclusively found. Devastated by the loss, the remaining members would relocate to Binghamton, New York, in an attempt to leave the tragedy to the past. But life would have other plans. Inside what was called the Delaware Wilderness at the time, the remaining Carters would be attacked, raided, and slaughtered by Native American tribesmen. Nathaniel, his wife, and their infant child all would be killed. Nathaniel's remaining kin, the other 3 children, would be kidnapped and taken north to Canada, where the 2 daughters were ransomed. The son, David Carter, remained with his captors and was essentially assimilated into their tribe. In 1792, a man named Hollister bizarrely passed away at his friend Tanner's home. The cause of his passing is unknown. However, following Hollister's death, Tanner began to see things that he couldn't explain. In the weeks to come, he became obsessed with these strange, ominous creatures he said he was seeing out in the woods and at night. In just a short time, Tanner would lose his mind. His daughter would be tasked with taking care of him until the end of his life. And this wouldn't be an isolated incident either. As Tanner was slowly going insane, his neighbor next door, a man named Abel, also began telling people that he too was seeing weird creatures in the forest and at night, ominously lurking about. In due time, he as well would go insane and would have to be cared for by his family until his inevitable death. Another incident affected one of the most famous residents of the region, General Herman Swift, a man who had served during the Revolutionary War under George Washington. In 1804, as a cool breeze blew on an overcast day, the general and his wife were sitting on their front porch, enjoying each other's company, when suddenly, his wife Sarah Fay was struck by lightning, seemingly out of nowhere. She would die instantly from the strike. Unable to come to terms with what had happened, Herman would go insane and would die himself shortly after, with no discernible cause. And following this incident, yet another occurred, also affecting a famous individual for their time, the editor and founder of the New York Tribune, a man named Horace Greeley. Shortly after marrying his wife, Mary Young Cheney, Horace moved to the area from New York City as part of the wellness movement. The movement, for that time, promoted breathing fresh air, exercise, and a vegetarian diet. Things seemed well for a time, That was until Mary, who suffered from a lung disease, possibly asthma, began having regular fits. These fits would occur whenever she saw something terrifying that she said was lurking in the woods. As a result of these continued episodes, the two would relocate yet again back to New York City. And once back, Horace decided to run for president against Ulysses S. Grant, but lost the election. Mary would take her final struggled breath the night before the votes were cast. Horace Greeley himself would die just 1 month later. Throughout these notable cases, several other members of the town would lose their lives to strange circumstances, including but not limited to drowning, unknown plague, fire, and undetermined circumstances. It was as if someone or something had put a curse on Dudleytown. Over the years of its settlement, Tanner, Abel, and Mary wouldn't be the only ones who said that they saw things that they couldn't explain. Soon whispers spun into legends, as many of those of the time came forward, also claiming to have seen terrifying and bizarre-looking entities originating from the forest. By the early 1900s, all of the residents of Dudleytown had either left or met their fate. Those that didn't leave abandoned their homes, and this was except for one family, the Brophies. However, their tenure as the last family in Dudleytown would be short-lived. In rapid succession, their livestock would perish. The mother of the family would have tuberculosis and pass. Their 2 sons would be accused of theft in a nearby town and would disappear, presumably going on the run, and never to be seen again. This then left John Brophy, the patriarch of the family, as its only remaining resident. Just weeks after his boys disappeared, his home would burn down. Escaping the blaze and overcome with grief, John, with the clothes on his back, simply wandered into the forest and was never seen or heard from again. Following the disappearance of John Brophy, the town officially became uninhabited, a ghost of its former self. But although a ghost town, this too is far from the last chapter of the story. In the summer of 1906, a husband and wife enjoyed a beautiful drive throughout the countryside of Litchfield County, Connecticut, a place filled with forests, fresh air, and winding roads. As they drove by, off in the distance, they spotted a covered wooden bridge that seemed to lead up towards a forested area on top of a hill. And this piqued their interest, because this area appeared to be darker than the rest. Crossing the bridge and following the winding roads up near the forest itself, they finally had to pull their vehicle over and walk into where the forest began. The duo, who lived in New York City full-time, was trying to get a break from the hustle and bustle of the Big Apple and sought peace and quiet in nature. They had hoped on this trip that they would find a place to build their second home, one that would allow them to get just what they thought they needed. It was here that the two believed that they had found just that. As they entered the forest, the thickness of the canopy above them, alongside the natural shade from the nearby hills, made it almost as if it was dark during the day inside. However, the air was crisp and clean. Everywhere they seemed to look, they saw beautiful displays of nature, wildflowers, apple trees, and crystal clear streams of water. They walked through the ruins of what appeared to be a forgotten civilization. Old and crumbling stone walls, decaying foundations were all that remained. The couple was blown away by what they had discovered, and some background information about them. These two people were Dr. William Cogswell Clark and his wife, Harriet. Dr. Clark was an oncologist or a cancer doctor in NYC and was also a professor at Columbia University, teaching other physicians and surgeons. And although the couple's lives were busy and exciting, they had been extremely fortunate to be as successful as they were, and as previously mentioned, sought to have a place where they could go to recharge and check out from their schedules for a while, feeling taken in as if the forest itself was answering their prayers. The Clarks unanimously decided that this is where they would build their second home. In due time, after returning to New York City, they would promptly turn in the paperwork, placing an order to purchase 1,000 acres, encompassing their little piece of heaven. The 1,000 acres of forest they had purchased was of the Dark Entry Forest, named so for the previously mentioned dark appearance once inside. Once the land deal was finalized, Dr. Clark began to search for local builders who would construct his home. The only problem was, no one wanted to build it. No matter how much money he offered, he would be rejected time and time again, yet never truly receiving a straight answer as to what was going on. It was as if these builders believed the land to be cursed, and perhaps they were right. Paying no mind and being a handyman himself, Clark decided to take it upon his shoulders to construct the home for him and his wife. Therefore, every weekend for the next several months, Dr. Clark would travel to the couple's land and work on building this home, what would eventually turn out to be a modest 2-story wooden cabin. By the time the cabin was finished, it was Thanksgiving, and to celebrate the holiday, the Clarks spent their time in their beloved cabin in the woods. Never seeming to get enough time there, the couple from there on out would spend every free weekend and holiday fishing, hiking, and overall enjoying nature and each other's company. However, things would take a very different turn in 1918. It was the summer, and the Clarks, as they had been, were relaxing at their cabin when Dr. Clark received a message that there was an urgent medical emergency, one that beckoned him back to New York City. Harriet was unhappy to say the least. The thought of being alone, surrounded by woodlands for God knows how long, didn't sit well with her. But as she dropped William off at the nearby train station, she made him promise that he would return as soon as he could. William would agree and try to put his wife at ease. He then would board the train and disappear into the fog. The emergency would end up being rather short-lived, and Dr. Clark, within 36 hours, was back on a train and headed back towards his wife. But when the train pulled into the station, despite his previous communications, Harriet was nowhere to be seen. Not a superstitious man, but having an odd feeling in his gut, William began to worry. Mildly panicked, he began to vigorously walk towards the road that led to his home. Upon entering the Dark Entry Forest, he began to hear the loud hooting of forest owls, something that normally wouldn't be eerie, but given the circumstances, was unnerving. With that pit in his stomach ever sinking, William began to run towards his house. As he edges closer, he sees that the front door is partially open. With his heart pumping, he approaches the cabin and throws the door open. But almost as soon as his feet cross the threshold, a horrific, high-pitched noise begins emanating from upstairs. Frozen in his tracks at the cacophony of the owl's hooting and the high-pitched noise, it takes the doctor a moment to come back to his senses. As he snaps back to reality, he realizes that this horrible noise is coming from his wife. Running upstairs as fast as he can, he rushes towards the bedroom, which is also partially open. Throwing it back, he discovers Harriet. There, in one of the corners of the room, she's curled up in a fetal position, her head and shoulder propped against one of the walls. Her mouth is open, and her jaw is grotesquely unhinged. The high-pitched sound upon closer inspection is some kind of maniacal laughter emanating from his wife. As her wide eyes stared into his, as the laughter continued, Dr. Clark broke. He turned and ran as fast as he could out of the cabin, presumably to seek outside help. Details are scarce as to what truly happened to Harriet Clark. Some say she was committed and spent the rest of her life in an asylum, and others that she ultimately went back to New York City, but would take her own life. It's hard to say, but one converging detail that seems to emerge is that she wouldn't stop talking about the strange creatures that she saw in the woods. What was once a couple's dream ultimately turned into a nightmare. But before the true conclusion of Dudleytown, there are a few things I'd like to cover further with you. Some historians have attempted to downplay the unusual events in recent years. They will debunk the legends of the town by first stating how few people were there, who lived there, and then will try to downplay the disappearances, cases of insanity, and weird deaths, as if such things happen all the time. And perhaps they do, but why so many unusual happenings in such an isolated area with so few people living in it? How strange is it that numerous people lost their lives, either to what seemed like freak accidents, or insanity, or both? Just what were these creatures that people kept seeing and or experiencing? Were they the product of the forest itself? Some kind of infernal pact? Or something else entirely? Just what exactly would cause such a supposed curse to exist and overtake those who dared to call Dudleytown home? Interestingly, those who have visited the area closer to the modern day have reported phantom figures, yet again seeing strange creatures and eerie sounds. One potential explanation might be this. In the 1970s, the famous paranormal couple, Ed and Lorraine Warren, actually filmed a special inside the Dark Entry Forest, and their ultimate conclusion was that the whole area was infested with demons. My question further still that remains unanswered is how? Unfortunately, with this case, we are left with more questions than answers. However, what is certain today is this. Dudleytown, or the area where it once stood, is private property. This means that it is illegal to enter, so please do not trespass. Not just for the legal consequences, but as we've learned today, this place is not fit for human beings. It is especially dangerous. So if you value your freedom, sanity, and soul, do not enter this place, because you may never get the chance to return. Thank you all so much for watching this latest video. Please don't forget to give the video a like if you enjoyed it, leave a comment below, and share it around, as well as subscribe with notifications on so you don't miss a new upload. And lastly, whether you're doing great or not so great,
if the walls of certain homes could speak, some of the stories they would tell would more than likely shock and amaze us. Or perhaps repulse and terrify us instead. This is one such story that if a house could tell its own tale, it would certainly be one we would never forget. A family moves to the country in search of peace, but those dreams are soon shattered by supernatural terror. Something evil lurks within the woods outside of their home, and this evil begins to stalk and wreak havoc upon everyone that dwells within the home. Can they save themselves before it's too late? This is the untold story of the haunted Hinsdale house, also known as the Dandy House, and the entities that infested it. Hinsdale, New York, a small town with a rustic and rural charm, tucked deep into the countryside and far away from the crime, concrete, and smog of New York City. Instead of gazing at skyscrapers, they would rather gaze at the surrounding mountains, covered in dense foliage. But these mountains and their surrounding woods harbor many secrets and have many stories to tell. This is just one of them. The year is 1970, and the Dandy family is in pursuit of their American dream. After years of vacationing to Hinsdale and the surrounding areas to catch a break from their fast-paced life in Buffalo, they've finally reached a point where they can turn their vacation into their daily life. Seeking their own rural paradise, they come across a listing for a home that seems idyllic for their family and its needs. Clara Dandy, the mother of the family, believed that they all got along so much better in the country, like it had some form of redemption qualities about it that seemed to rejuvenate their spirits and their relationships. As they wind their way through the countryside, they lay eyes on the home for the first time. They are not only taken aback by the beauty and the sheer size of the house, but that it sat upon 8 acres of land, surrounded by dense and breathtaking woods. Clara would describe her feelings about first seeing the house as being overcome with a deep sense of peace. It was like I had finally come home after years of being elsewhere, and the air was like breathing champagne. It was wonderful. The home is over 100 years old, and still had most of the original and ornate woodwork intact. It just seemed to emanate charm and elegance. As the children explored the nearby woods, Mr. and Mrs. Dandy continued their tour. But when they were being shown the storage space underneath the stairs, the door was initially stuck, but after some elbow grease from Mr. Dandy, they were finally able to get it open. It revealed a dusty space of sorts with a fireplace, and one that didn't seem to fit the feeling of the house at all. Clara would describe her feelings towards the space like this: I wasn't sure why, but I felt very uneasy when we opened up the storage space. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was dark and desolate, not at all like the rest of the house. But she quickly would dismiss these feelings, attributing the creepy factor to her city upbringing, and the fact that they didn't have storage rooms like that where she was from. After closing the space and continuing to evaluate their opportunity, the feelings of peace would return, and the Dandies decide that they can't resist the charm of this rustic, 100-year-old home, so they decide to purchase it. Once things are squared away several months later, they move in to start their new, rural existence. On move-in day, Clara's brother decided to lend a helping hand and had begun to move things in hours before the family was able to arrive. When loading in a box of belongings, as he opened the door, he was greeted by a flurry of insects. Both bees and flies pelted him in his face. Brushing past them and then unloading the box onto the floor in the main room, he was startled to see hundreds of dead bees scattered all over the floor, and even more startled to see hundreds still alive and coating the windows. It was still cold during this time of year, and although he too wasn't from the country, he found it rather odd that there would be any kind of infestation at this time. When his sister and her family finally arrive, he greets her with the news, and in order to continue with the move-in, they have to call an exterminator. Upon his arrival, he too confirms the oddity of the situation. He said that he had never seen so many bees and flies in one spot in a home, and given this time of year, it was not normal for them to swarm or infest anything during this time. It takes some time, but after he finishes clearing them out, the family is finally able to get moved in. As time progresses, things seem to fit the dreams they had for moving there in the first place. The family finally seems at peace. They were getting along better and enjoying each other's company, a far departure from their city life in Buffalo. But as the old adage goes, if it seems too good to be true, it is. A few weeks into living in what they believed was going to be their rural paradise, their son Mike has met and made friends with a nearby neighbor. Together, they begin to explore the woods surrounding the Dandy property. As the two navigate the forest, they're startled when they hear the crunching of leaves directly in front of them, stopping frozen in their tracks, and fearing that it could be a bear. They take refuge behind a large tree and sneak glimpses from around its sides to figure out just what it could be. To their shock, they spot a boy not much older than them, carrying a rifle and walking in the path ahead. Yelling at the boy that this is private property and wanting to know what he was doing there, they run towards him and try to catch up to him. They again freeze in their tracks when they notice that not only is the boy transparent the closer they get, but half of his head is missing. As the figure continues to walk and taking deep breaths, they slowly continue to follow him. The three approach a small lake, and within the blink of an eye, the boy vanishes. Mike and his friend are at a loss for words and have no explanation for what they saw. They quickly rush back to the Dandy house as fast as they can to tell anyone who will listen to them. They soon make contact with Clara and explain to her what took place, but she's quick to dismiss their experience as nothing more than overactive imaginations. Another several weeks pass by, and Clara has all but forgotten about what her son had told her. She's now walking the family dog Madison in the woods for some fresh air and exercise. As they get deeper into the forest, Clara starts to hear what can only be described as chanting. As she stops to listen, it sounds eerie and disembodied, as if the sound is all around her, but has no true origin. It's at this time that Madison begins growling and barking. The longer she seems to focus on the chanting, the louder it seems to become. Madison by this point is losing her mind and breaks free from a distracted Clara and bolts in the direction of their home. Clara chases her down, and she finally stops running when she makes it to the front door of their estate. After taking a moment to collect herself, Clara then calls her husband, who, like she was to her son, was quick to dismiss her feelings, thinking that she just had to adjust to rural life and wasn't used to it being so different from their life in the city. Frustrated and worried now about what the chanting could have been, Clara talks with her son about her experience while she prepares dinner for the family. Mike thinks that it could have been some campers at a nearby campground, not too far from where their property line ends, that could have been the cause of the strange sounds. To try and put his mother at ease, he and his friend Matt once again take to the woods to explore this possibility. As they venture further into the woods to a lookout point towards the campsite, they see nothing. There are no signs of any campers that could be nearby enough to have caused such a noise. Even more perplexed now that there was no explanation, the boys start to make their way back to the house, when suddenly they hear what sounds like an axe thudding into a tree right next to them. Unsure of what that noise could have been, before they could even begin to ponder or investigate, they hear a woman screaming to their left. This frightens them so bad that the two young men run as fast as they can all the way back to the dandy's home. When they arrive, Mike is truly scared this time. He has no way of explaining his mother's experience, or any of his own either. Upon relaying this information to Clara, both of them are left beside themselves, now with a chill up both of their spines. But these weird events thus far would only intensify as the sands of time continue to trickle into the hourglass. It has now been months since the initial experiences, and besides the oddities they were, the family's life continues to be great. This distance from the experiences only makes them ever easier to dismiss in the minds of Clara and Mike. One day, Phil, or Mr. Dandy, decides to take the children, Mike and Tina, into Buffalo for the day to get some errands done. Mostly being a homebody, Clara decides to forego the trip with her family and relax at home, reading her latest book instead. When her family departs, Clara finds herself curled up on the couch and immersed in her latest story, as a warm breeze drifts through the open windows of the house. As she reads page to page, she is suddenly startled when the window closest to her slams shut. Upon investigating, it makes no sense to her because the breeze was light, not forceful at all, and their windows were fairly new, which made it all the stranger. But as she always does, she dismisses the happening as nothing more than a weird coincidence and heads back to her book. Several nights later, as Mike lay asleep in his bed, he is suddenly woken up when a nearby box of a chess game drops onto his chest. A storage shelf is directly above his head, so opening his eyes, he glances up to see if perhaps it could have been hanging too far off the edge, causing it to fall. And to his shock, he begins to see several more boxes slowly shifting towards the edge by themselves. The lowest one then suddenly flies out from the rest and smacks him in the chest. Terrified, he sits up trying to catch his breath. He has no way of explaining how the lowest box could be pulled and thrown with such force without bringing the rest of the boxes with it, as if someone or something had grabbed and thrown it by a will of its own. Calling out to his mom in the darkness, she soon arrives in the doorway of his room. Being a very science and logic-minded person, Mike has no way to explain what has happened. Examining the pile, Clara too is perplexed and becomes just as scared when another box from a different pile flies across the room, causing both of them to scream in terror and run out as fast as possible. Trying to make sense of what was taking place, Clara fears that whatever could be lurking in the woods has been stalking her family and has slowly but surely, like a malignant stain, invaded her home. As her fears turn into a revelation, Clara decides to reach out to a local priest for help, hoping her faith will help her come up with some answers, and better yet, some solutions. She speaks with a priest named Father Alphonsus at the University of St. Bonaventure. He believes that the activity could be a poltergeist, but given the intelligent nature of how it seemed to be behaving, Clara has her doubts, but nonetheless wants an expert's opinion and assistance. So arrangements are made for the father to come out and bless the home, and after several days, he arrives. On April 13th, 1975, the cleansing begins. As the family and the priest were all gathered together, and as he began to speak, a series of horrible wailing and moaning noises began to fill the home, as if the house itself was crying. The scent of burning matter also quickly enveloped the house. The activity reached a fever pitch when the priest opened and began to pray over the crawl space that was underneath the stairs. But after this, a blissful silence overtook them all. It was as if whatever entities that dwelled within the walls of the dandy's home had finally been evicted. Within time, the father gathered his things, exchanged pleasantries, and departed for the evening. The family now believed that their darkest days were behind them, and for all intents and purposes, that seemed to be the case. But as if to mock the Holy Trinity itself, 3 months later to the day, all hell would break loose once again. That night, while her husband is away on a business trip, Clara finds herself woken up out of a dead sleep by a series of knocks coming from inside the walls. The knocks themselves are soon accompanied with whispers from someone that she can't see. As she apprehensively makes her way from her room and slowly down the stairs, headed towards the main level, the apparition of a young girl begins to walk by the stairs. She slowly makes her way to the crawl space, opens the door, and closes it behind her. Clara is baffled at the sight. After gathering up her courage, she too makes her way fully down the stairs into the crawl space, and after a moment of bracing herself, she opens the door, only to be met with nothing. Clara then makes her way to her daughter Tina's room to make sure it somehow wasn't her, and perhaps her nerves were just on edge. But after opening her door, she finds her fast asleep in her bed, with no signs that she had been awake for some time. The following morning, while the rest of her family is still asleep, Tina wakes up to begin her day. As she feeds her pet bird in its cage and begins to brush her hair in her oval mirror, she notices that her bird isn't doing its usual whistles. As she glances over at them, she finds it staring into the corner of the room. As Tina glances back up at the mirror, she's met with the apparition of a young girl. Her face is sunk in, and her eyes were gone. She screams in terror, and just as quickly as it appeared, the apparition disappears. The screams of her daughter startles and quickly summons Clara to her daughter's room. As she consoles Tina, she realizes that the priest's blessings were ineffective. She quickly calls Father Al back and explains what had taken place the previous night and that morning. And although he is busy, he promises to come back as soon as possible, and this time to bring a paranormal expert with him as well, to help him determine the cause and hopefully find a working solution. He's able to come back the following week. In the meantime, Clara is determined to keep her family calm. If she can control her own emotions, she knows that everything else will be okay. As they wait for the priest to return, Clara tries her best to keep her family calm and live some sort of a normal existence. That weekend, her and Phil are watching a movie while Mike and Tina are out with friends. As they enjoy their time together, their happiness is quickly shattered by a huge crashing noise coming from outside of their house. Quickly grabbing a flashlight and running outside to investigate together, they quietly step towards where they believed the noise to be originating from, when suddenly they hear it again. But this time, thankfully for them, the origin is not paranormal. This time, with several raccoons who happened to be foraging through their metal trash cans for something to eat. Relieved for that moment, they start to make their way back to the house when they suddenly see the figure of a young girl in their living room window, staring at them. As they rush inside, they run up into Tina's room, where they find her incoherent and staring into her oval mirror. They try to get her attention, but she's entirely unresponsive. Her pale blue eyes are black. Panicking, they shake her and yell her name, not knowing what else to do, when she eventually comes back. In that moment and later, Tina will not recall how she got home or what exactly happened. As the family tries to gather themselves from the shock of what had just taken place, they hear movement coming from Mike's room. Phil tells his family not to leave Tina's room as he rushes to investigate. However, the home phone begins to ring. It's Mike. He's asking if he can stay the night at his friend Randy's house. However, when told what was going on, he quickly tells her that he's coming home to help in any way that he can. Rushing to his car, Randy offers to come with him, to which Mike agrees. Randy would later recount that Mike's hands were sweating and he was shaking, gripping the steering wheel. He was pale. I asked him what was wrong, and he said that things were happening at the house that he couldn't explain. The boys quickly arrive to find the family in chaos. Phil is prepared to do battle with whatever force is within the house, and the girls are staying close to one another, attempting to comfort each other. As they try to determine a course of action, all the lights in the house go out. They then begin to hear banging and scratching coming from the crawl space. Flashlight still in hand, Phil, with the backup of his family, shines the light towards it and begins to make his way towards whatever this thing is. It seems like with each step he takes, the sounds become louder, and after a tense several seconds, he opens the door to the crawl space. Inside, they find that the fireplace that was once there has been completely disassembled. Its bricks have now been stacked in an elaborate pile directly in the middle of the small room. The amount of effort and strength required to perform such a task convinces all of them that whatever they're dealing with is strong, persistent, and perhaps uncleansable. Nonetheless, with their spirits waning, Clara makes a desperate call to Father Al, who agrees to come earlier than originally planned and makes emergency arrangements for himself and his paranormal expert of a friend to come out that night. They arrive as soon as possible. The paranormal expert is a man by the name of Alex Tennis, a well-respected paranormal researcher and psychic whose abilities were studied at the American Society of Psychic Research. Together, they make their way to the door of the Dandy House, hoping to help rid this family of whatever seems to be stalking them. After being let in, the family quickly leads the pair to the crawl space to show them just what they were talking about. Although he was aware that some sort of activity was taking place, Alex had not been given any additional details or information in regards to the home, its history, or happenings. As he steps into the crawl space room, he begins to have a vision. In his vision, he sees multiple dead bodies stacked within the crawl space itself. After the vision subsides, Alex begins to explain to the family what he saw. He believed that many had passed away within the home itself, some of natural causes, and some of murder. It was his conviction that based on what he saw, that the house used to be a stopping point for a stagecoach, or perhaps some kind of inn where people would stay the night before departing the following morning. It was also his belief that there was a nearby criminal or gang of criminals that would often rob and kill nearby travelers, and that perhaps these souls somehow became trapped here. when someone passed or was found dead nearby, being the only stopping point in the area. Their bodies would be placed in the crawl space until they could receive a proper burial. It was also his belief that there were 7 different spirits that were trapped within the home altogether. With this revelation, the family, Alex, and the father pray that the trapped spirits within the home find peace and be released, so that they may go on to their final destination. Upon the pair's departure, Clara once again has renewed hope. The home, as it did the first time around, seemed to be cleansed and to be more peaceful. Meanwhile, Mike and his friend Randy were skeptical of Alex's conclusions. After he left, they used an old map of the area to trace where he had said the old stagecoach route was. They did indeed find what they believed to be an old trail that could have been used for such a thing, and the trail passed right by the dandy home. But during their search, as they were following the trail out and headed back to the house, they experienced strangeness of their own. As they began to trace the trail, they began to see what they described as orbs of light in the nearby trees, and these orbs began to come at them. Randy, having never seen or experienced anything supernatural before, began to have a panic attack. Upon arriving at the house, they were fortunately able to get him calmed down. By this point, it was late in the night, and the entire family needed to try and get some form of sleep in order to function the following day. Randy ended up staying the night since he had rode with Mike. Once everyone else was settled down for the night and fast asleep, Clara sat by herself, weeping. She felt that her and her family were helpless in the situation, and that all efforts had been exhausted, and that they needed to move. The only problem was that all their money, every last dime, had been sunk into the house, leaving them stranded. She would continue to contemplate the future and would cry herself to sleep that night. The following morning, as the family began to wake up and start to try and resume some form of normalcy, Mike went ahead and departed with Randy to take him home. Several hours would go by, and Mike hadn't returned. Finally, there was a knock on the door. It was a police officer. He informed the family that there had been an accident and that they needed to head to the hospital as soon as possible. Rushing into the car and to the hospital, the Dandy family wondered just what had happened. There had been no mention of Randy by the officer at the time. Upon arriving, they were briefed that Mike had lost control of his vehicle and crashed into a nearby ditch. He was now undergoing emergency surgery. He had extensive head injuries, a ruptured spleen that may have to be removed, and that he had lost a very significant amount of blood. As they waited for the outcome of their son's surgery, the Dandies were once again greeted by the officer who had knocked on their door. He explained to them that Randy had indeed been dropped off, and that Mike had wrecked on his way back to the Dandy residence. But as he was being loaded into the ambulance, he kept saying that there was another person in the car with him. And although they believed him to be confused on account of his injuries, they went ahead and searched the area nonetheless, but another person was never found. After 2 weeks of being in a coma, Mike finally wakes up, but unfortunately has no recollection as to what exactly happened to him to cause the accident. Clara, however, believes that whatever presence that's been plaguing their lives had to have been responsible for what happened to her son. After months of recovery for Mike and continued paranormal activity within the home, Father Alphonsus would return with Alex one last and final time at Clara's request to try and rid the home of the evil and persistent force that had drained the life out of all of them for years now. However, this time, just the father and Alex would perform the cleansing inside the home themselves. As they moved from room to room, Alex would once again experience multiple visions of the past. His visions would tell him that of the 7 spirits who he believed to be within the house, one was that of a young man who had been in some kind of a war or battle near where the property sits now. Another was that of a young girl who had passed from some sort of very painful illness in what was now Tina's room. And there was another spirit that seemed to be keeping herself and others trapped within the house. It was the spirit of a woman who was incredibly angry and resentful. She continued to be possessive, depressive, and just as angry in death as she was in life, refusing to pass on. Believing what they had identified to be the source of the paranormal activity, Father Al decided to take a different approach to the cleansing itself. Although an exorcism cannot be performed on a place, but rather has to be performed on an individual, the rites themselves could in theory be performed or added to a series of prayers to try and use their strong cleansing powers to clear out a home such as this one. So that's exactly what the father did. He began to perform the rites of exorcism within the house itself. As the prayers began to exit his lips, varying with intensity as the rites often do, the home began to literally shake, and the horrific moaning and wailing that had made itself present in the very first cleansing seemed to return with a vengeance. Every horrible feeling, banging, knocking, and scratching noise that the family had experienced thus far was present and seemed to be magnified. It takes hours, but eventually the rites are finished. As the dust settles, so to speak, the home seems peaceful and blissful, like it did when the family had first visited and decided to buy the home. And again, for 3 more months, the family lives in peace. But like the persistent force it has manifested itself to be, the haunting begins again. The Dandy family, despite their best efforts, simply cannot take it anymore, decide to cut their losses and move. Unable to find a buyer for their house, they eventually declare bankruptcy. Shortly after this, Phil and Clara would also divorce, bringing a sad and bitter end to what was supposed to be a rural redemption for the Dandy family. However, this wouldn't be the end of the story of the Hinsdale house. Eventually, the home would come into the possession of Daniel Klaus, who currently owns it. Daniel is a renowned paranormal investigator and has been involved with the likes of Nick Groff and has made appearances on tons of national TV programs centered around the paranormal over the years. Having been raised in a haunted house, this led to a lifelong fascination with the paranormal for him. After years of restoration, it is now available for both investigations and tours, and is still considered a very active paranormal portal, and is kept open as a paranormal research location. It's even staged in the 1970s period to maintain the integrity of when the hauntings were initially known to have began. But now that we know the backstory of the 20th and into the 21st century of the Hinsdale house, just who owned it, what happened to them, and who owns it now, I would like to shift your attention to some of the plausible theories as to what could have caused the haunting. Many theories of what could have caused the haunting have been formed over the years by the many people who have researched and have been interested in the case. One theory is that the home was built on top of an Indian burial mound. This, of course, could have disturbed the spirits of the natives that rested within the land. And although tribes who used this method of burial were present in the area back in history, there is little to no evidence to support this claim. But perhaps any evidence by this point could have long since been lost to the sands of time, or could have been removed when the home was initially built. Another theory is that the home was at one point used as a stagecoach inn, and passerbys were murdered either near or within the home itself, leading to their spirits being trapped within the home or on its land. Although there is evidence that a stagecoach route did run very close to the home, there isn't direct evidence that the house itself was used as an inn, but it is possible. Murders also did take place in or around the area in which the home is now located. which could lend credence to the theories of criminals robbing and murdering people along the stagecoach route. An old family from the area that used to own the home, with the last name of McMahon, also lends credence to the home being used as an inn at some point. The now past grandfather of the family used to tell stories of a road that passed by the house where stagecoaches traveled. Another theory is that one or several of the spirits were trapped as a result of hangings that took place there. The now famous hanging tree that sits near the residence was indeed used for executions for a time. Most famously, it seems, was the execution of a woman named Elizabeth, and Elizabeth was pregnant. Could this perhaps be the spirit of the woman who was angry and refusing to leave? Other events, such as a homicide that took place in the year 2000 near the house, as well as a buzzsaw incident that led to a boy's death, have led many to believe that whatever haunts the area could indeed still be there and influencing our world. It's important, in my opinion, to try and get the story and the facts as straight as possible, not only for the current owner's benefit, but for the dandies who have suffered greatly as a result of their story becoming public, especially towards the end of their time at the property, as word got out that something strange was taking place at the house. A local paper ended up reaching out to the dandies for a statement, thinking that they were accepting an opportunity for additional outside help. They gave their story, only to be met with ridicule from the paper, which in turn led to ridicule from the public and nearby residents. Which this, combined with the paranormal torment they were experiencing, along with then having to file bankruptcy and then later divorce. In my opinion, they suffered greatly and did not benefit from the story, especially during that time. The only benefit I've seen could be from Clara Miller, formerly Clara Dandy, who would eventually write a book known as Echoes of a Haunting. But to be fair, if I experienced even a portion of what she did, I would eventually write a book to catalog what happened as well. Not only for some monetary benefit, of course, but for my own sanity, really. So as I've began to mention, and will continue to mention again in the future, if you ever encounter anyone mentioned in this video or any of my other videos, whether it be in person or online, please be respectful of them and their experiences, and do not ever harass anyone. And if you find yourself seemingly handed an opportunity that seems too good to be true, the answer to your prayers, it's more than likely not the case. It could be a nightmare waiting to happen. It could be a haunted home infested with entities, sitting and waiting for the perfect victim. Don't let it be you. Could an item, if given enough energy, devotion, and focus, begin to take on a life of its own? Could it begin to exhibit human-like characteristics, as if it has been imbued with or contains some kind of soul or entity inside of it? This act of magic has been practiced by multiple religions and cults throughout the ages. This is just one very strange example that it could indeed be possible. After a gracious gift was placed into the arms of a little girl, tragedy would strike, and what follows would continue to haunt the family, the citizens of the village, and would soon cross far beyond the barriers of land and sea. This is the untold story of Akiku, the haunted Japanese doll, and the bizarre paranormal force that possessed it. Japan is a very mystical and spiritual place, a place where the souls of the past seem to interact with the living. Such places where this spiritual energy seems to be most visible is throughout many of Japan's spiritual temples. Home to many religions, the two main ones being Buddhism and Shintoism, thousands of temples exist all over the country. But one in particular houses a spiritual artifact that has a tragic backstory and an even more terrifying story that continues to be written to this day. Located in Hokkaido, Japan, at the Meninji Buddhist temple, is a doll with a bizarre and tragic backstory indeed. Although there are several origin stories of how the doll came to be and how the temple became its final living space, so to speak, all of them have most of the main details in common. Therefore, I'll be telling the most agreed upon origin story to try and be as true to the legend as I can. The year is 1918 in Hokkaido, Japan, and a 17-year-old boy by the name of Ikiki Suzuki is in search of a gift for his little sister's birthday. As he pursues the different vendors and small shops, something soon catches his attention. In one of the store windows, he spots a small, childlike doll wearing a traditional Japanese kimono. Knowing that he had finally found something his sister will love, Ikiki quickly purchases the doll and makes his way back home through the countryside. As the family celebrates their little girl's birthday, Okiku is presented with the doll, and almost immediately, as soon as her eyes meet hers, she falls in love with him. The two from this point become inseparable. Wherever Okiku is, her doll is right by her side. She combs her hair, bathes her, dresses her, and treats her as if she was her little sister. The two even share meals and sleep side by side. The joy that the doll brought Okiku must have filled Ekiki's heart with such happiness, but soon that happiness would change to tragedy. One hot day, as the little girl played outside with her doll, she was bitten by a mosquito. This benign insect bite would soon manifest itself into a horrible case of malaria. Although the family did everything they could possibly do, Okiku would pass away, scared and gasping for air as she clutched her special doll, all the way until the moment she took her last breath. Devastated, the Suzukis planned to have their little girl buried with the doll since she loved it so much. But unfortunately, due to either governmental or religious oversight at the time, this wasn't an option. Instead, after they had laid Okiku to rest, the doll would be placed on a small family shrine located within the living quarters of their home, as a tribute of sorts to their late daughter and their love for her. But shortly after the doll was placed on the shrine, very strange things began to happen. Ikiki, upon walking past the shrine one day, noticed that the doll's hair seemed significantly longer than what it had been when it was placed there. The hair, which was originally shoulder's length on the doll itself, and black, was now overgrown, with differing shades of brown hair also coming through and splitting at the ends. Finding this bizarre to say the least, he brought the discovery to his parents' attention, and unsure of what else to do, they trimmed the doll's hair. As the days came and went, the family began to have distressing dreams at night of their departed Okiku. Sometimes she would be scared and alone in the darkness, calling out to them, only being recognized by her voice. Other times, she would blame them for what happened to her. Each member of the family at differing times had these dreams, and they would soon lead all of them to believe that Okiku's soul wasn't peacefully resting. These disturbing dreams soon became all the stranger when the doll, which they began to refer to as Okiku in their daughter's honor, would appear by their bedsides, following these nightmares. One such incident involved the father of the family waking up in a cold sweat, only to be met face to face with the blank and lifeless stare of the doll. Unsure of what was taking place, the Suzukis turned to their faith. After contacting a local Buddhist priest and having a cleansing ritual be performed on their home and the doll, the activity seemed to grow and become stronger. Accompanying their ever-frequent nightmares and random movements of the doll, the chilling events grew into full-blown spiritual manifestations. During their waking life, They soon began to hear banging noises all throughout the house, and the whispers of a little girl. Strange disembodied voices, varying from high-pitched, like those of a child, to the low groans of something unexplainable, began to be heard. Their lights began to flicker on and off, and the paranormal activity seemed to happen more frequently as the calendar ticked closer to the birth and death dates of Akiku. These strange and terrifying happenings would continue over the course of the next 20 years, with multiple religious priests and shamans being contacted, and all coming to the same conclusion that after the cleansings failed time and time again, that the restless spirit of Akiku now inhabited the doll she once loved so much. Finally, needing a major change and unable to deal with the ever-intensifying spiritual presence that seemed to haunt their home, the Suzukis relocated to a different district. Believing the doll to be the source of their various ailments and emotional torture that they had endured over the last 2 decades, they had no desire to take it with them. The family had reached the conclusion that if their daughter's soul wasn't at peace, what could perhaps be helping to fuel Okiku's power, or magic, was the close proximity of her grave to their home, where the doll resided. So in order to distance the doll from the grave, the family approached the Meninji Buddhist temple in Hokkaido, and over the years, the doll's reputation for being haunted had spread throughout the community, and indeed the majority of the country. This was more than likely due to the various interactions between the spiritual community and the Suzuki family. Finding the doll to be mesmerizing and possibly a unique opportunity to commute and interact with the dead if the stories were true, the leaders and priests of the Meninji temple agreed to home Okiku permanently. As with many legends, we find lots of details to be exaggerated over time, and perhaps some of the details to not be true at all. And this is what the priests were originally thinking, that perhaps due to grief, the family was dealing with other spiritual ailments, perhaps unrelated to the doll, or causing the doll to be a vessel of sorts for restless spirits. However, as the years came and went, as Akiku now called the temple her home, they began to slowly but surely experience the same strangeness the Suzukis had for all of those years. Okiku's hair continued to grow, and this baffled the priests. They would eventually have the hair trimmed and tested, and the hair was said to belong to a little girl. They found that the entity seemed to be appeased when her hair was trimmed and combed, and this led to less activity for a time, but the same activity, the knocking, banging, and disembodied voices, would soon plague the temple as well, and Okiku's power only seemed to grow. Any priest who seemed skeptical of the doll or attempted to cleanse it themselves soon had their dreams haunted as well, turning their sleep into restless fits. Their homes and rooms soon also began to manifest the very same activity that the temple was now exhibiting. With no remedy seeming to work, the leaders turned to appeasement instead, hoping that gestures of goodwill would keep the entity at bay. As years turned to decades, and as we've come into the 21st century, the priests of multiple generations now have overseen and cared for the doll known as Akiku. And though some of the more violent activity has faded, the general consensus is that she is now just as powerful as she was, or is perhaps more powerful as she's continued to age. It seems like as the more her fame and notoriety grows, the more visitors she has, the stronger she becomes. She continues to invade the dreams of those who come to visit her, and her hair is growing faster and more frayed. She is said to drive tourists mad who doubt her, with many people even reporting that besides seeing her strange hair and feeling a malevolent presence when visiting her, they've also had her stalk and appear in their dreams. Some more disturbing and recent reports have even suggested that her mouth is slowly opening, and that if you dare to peer inside of it, you may just catch a glimpse of baby-like teeth sprouting from her porcelain gums, as if whoever or whatever she is slowly turning to flesh and bone. The paranormal displays of her power continue to occur as well. Her permanent home, located within the Menaging Temple, is her own private shrine where she sits in a small wooden box on display. It is here that she watches and waits for anyone and everyone who dares to play with fire and invoke the power of the entity known as Okiku. But what are your thoughts? Was Okiku the girl trapped inside of the doll? In my opinion, although her spirit would be much older now, at the time of her death, she was either close to or was 3 years old, and no person at that age is capable of true malice, to the point to where she would become aware enough to begin to blame her parents and then torment them for decades to come. As children, our parents or our family are our entire world, so I find it incredibly difficult to think that these bizarre happenings were the result of her soul being restless and imbuing the doll. What I find more likely, and all the more interesting really, is the thought of invocation or the imbuing of the doll, like a conduit or a vessel of sorts. Okiku the girl was, as they said, inseparable from this doll. She fed it, bathed it, took naps with it, and everything else a small child would do with that wonderful imagination that they have. But could all of this dedication and focus, accompanied with the tragedy that took place, allow for a portal to open for an entity, whether non-human or a restless human spirit, to inhabit the doll? And by non-human, I mean a demon. This would make sense to me. Something that enjoys and grows more powerful off of pain and misfortune, or the emotional torment of others. As it causes the pain, it feeds off of it and grows ever stronger. This would not only explain the malevolent manifestations of whatever entity is present, but would also explain the still present force and the alleged ever-growing power of it. And depending on the entity's strength, it could also explain why the cleansings thus far have failed. However, if you find yourself taking a trip to Japan anytime soon, or you happen to call Japan home, if you find yourself in Hokkaido, you may want to steer clear of the Menaging Temple, because if you don't, the entity that inhabits the doll, known as Okiku, may just use you as its next feeding source, where it'll begin to plague your dreams, making you twist and turn, sweat and fear, as it grows ever stronger and attempts to cross from its world into ours, making our plane of existence its permanent residence. An unsuspecting family finds what they believe to be the perfect home, but underneath the facade of this charming farmhouse, there is a sinister force, dark as the abyss. Lying underneath the heavy fog upon the land, there lies generations of graves. And these graves could hold the key to solving their paranormal nightmare. This is the untold story of the Old Arnold Estate, also known as the Conjuring House, and the demonic forces that dwell within it. Harrisville, Rhode Island, a small town located on America's East Coast, with just a population of an estimated 1,800 people. Like many towns across the country, you could easily overlook this one at face value. But it's when we take a deeper look, we discover that this little town has a dark history. Its story is filled with death, from murders to drownings and much more. With all these unfortunate happenings in mind, it makes one beg the question, could there be something evil that stalks this place? Something that feeds upon suffering and misery? Perhaps there is. And perhaps that is what contributed to the creation of the following story. It all starts in Central Falls, Rhode Island in 1970, where the Perrone family, which consisted of Mother Carolyn, Father Roger, and their 5 daughters, Andrea, Nancy, Christine, Cynthia, and April, were all living a relatively normal life. Among things like school, work, and outdoor play, nothing seemed quite out of the ordinary, yet. The children had been gifted a puppy with an exceptionally unique personality, and out of the ether, a name came to mind when they were naming her, Bathsheba. A unique dog with a unique name. She was fond of all the children, but especially Andrea. Now 10 years old, she would often take Bathsheba for walks around their suburban neighborhood. However, on one of those walks, tragedy would strike and would seemingly set in motion a snowball effect that would follow the family for years to come. While Andrea had the puppy out in the neighborhood, her sisters had come up from playing outside and decided to make the walk a group activity. All seemed fine until a car full of teenagers drove by at an incredibly high rate of speed. They seemed to be yelling something in unison and had brightly colored tassels hanging out of their windows. Bathsheba was an obedient dog, but the flailing and bright colored streamers caught her attention, and in an instant, she broke loose from Andrea and bolted towards the vehicle. The shocked girls then watched the car miss her by mere inches as she made her way safely across the road. But being the good dog that she was, upon hearing Andrea call out to her again, she began to run back to them. And in the blink of an eye, she was struck by another vehicle. An elderly couple that never even saw her. Her leash had gotten caught around one of the wheels of their car when they hit her, and she was suffering immensely. A nearby neighbor called the police, and upon removing the children from the scene, they were traumatized further as they heard the gunshot that ended the poor animal's life. The entire family now held a deep despair at the tragedy that had taken place. She wasn't just a pet, she was a member of the family. And there was now an unspoken pain that haunted them. The family had planned a vacation months prior and hoped that a break from their normal routine would help everyone. So they went. And soon, some of their sadness turned to joy as the family experienced hotel swimming pools, ice cream, and shopping. But this joy would too be short-lived. The family also had 4 cats, and upon returning to their home with this newfound sense of well-being, they would endure even more trauma. They would discover that almost all of their cats had been viciously killed by neighborhood kids while they were gone. Several had every bone in their bodies broken with a baseball bat. Upon this horrific discovery, their father Roger rushed inside the house to call the police, only to find their home absolutely ransacked as well. Furniture was upside down, mirrors and windows broken, all of their provisions left to spoil from their tipped-over fridge, and their carpet was doused in motor oil. It would later be discovered that 2 of their cats were killed by the group of the kids. One would never be seen again, and the other had been seriously beaten, but would survive. Although the neighborhood was known for angsty teenagers and roughhousing kids, the family wondered, how could these kids conduct such evil? Did the devil's foot soldiers know no bounds? A police report was filed, and it was shortly uncovered that the demon seed who had led these awful actions was their 12-year-old neighbor. The young man was seemingly a born criminal. Upon being confronted, the boy's mother covered for her son, and despite their best efforts, due to lack of evidence, nothing much would come of the report with the police, but Andrea would have her revenge. She had yet to come to terms with her precious Bathsheba's death, and now this. The rage inside of her built. After some thorough planning, she attacked the boy who was responsible, beating him ferociously, breaking his nose, blackening his eyes, until she was pried off by a nearby neighbor and told to go home. All this wouldn't bring her animals back, but it felt justified to the young girl, given what the boy had done. But these antics of sadness, hostility, and rage would soon manifest into something much darker. Ever since their home was ransacked, Carolyn had wanted to move, but knowing they weren't in a financial state to do so, they had little to no choice other than to stay. So she kept an ever-watchful eye on her children, letting them out of the house rarely and mostly under her supervision given the prior events. She wanted them raised by wild nature, not wild beasts. Shortly after this time, Roger had prepared to depart for a business trip, which was to last several days. Even amidst the turmoil of the current events, he still had to provide for his large family. And while his family was just waking up that morning, as he and his wife Carolyn enjoyed their morning cup of coffee, they were suddenly startled by the sound of a large explosion in their front yard, like someone had fired a cannon towards their house. Alarmed, they raced outside to discover what had happened. Shortly after purchasing their humble home, Carolyn had built a rock garden of sorts at the entrance of their driveway. Her friends often teased her that its centerpiece resembled a tombstone without the inscription of the dearly departed. Well, to the family's shock, their neighbor from across the street had started his truck that morning and had suffered a major heart attack and had died at the wheel, his foot pressing down on the gas, causing the truck to barrel directly at the parents' home, to smash right into that large rock. It was almost like something was following them, like a living, breathing organism, feeding upon it. After this horrible event, people began to refer to the rock garden as the graveyard. Mrs. Curtis, the wife of the neighbor who had passed away, upon being greeted and offered condolences by the family, actually blamed them for what had happened, declaring that Carolyn never liked them anyway and was a witch. That was enough for her. Again, she begged Roger to move, but they were seemingly stuck. Given the awful circumstances, the man still had to work, so he departed for his business trip. While her husband was gone, it was up to Carolyn to take care of their 5 children. This meant taking them to and from school, as well as music lessons, and much more. While attending her daughter Andrea's music lessons, she had forgotten to bring a book to help her pass the time, so Carolyn went and purchased a paper as a substitute. Before too long, she found herself daydreaming and looking through the various ads and real estate available, wanting and wishing that she could change their current predicament, when strangely enough, the universe seemed to glance back at her. Hidden among many other homes was a 9-bedroom farmhouse with a barn, lots of land, and seclusion. Its beautiful design and elegance soon had Carolyn imagining her children playing and being raised in nature as she wanted, and she could allow them to do so without the fear of other children attempting to harm them. She almost immediately became obsessed with the idea of purchasing the house. And although the family really couldn't afford it at the time, without seeking Roger's permission, she made a call and went to look at the old Arnold estate the following day. The owner was a very nice old lady, and although she didn't have much, Carolyn asked how much she would have to put down to hold the home so she could purchase it once her husband had returned. An agreement of $500 as a good faith payment was made, and shortly after Roger arrived back home several days later, he was sideswiped by his wife's decision. although his anger would soon turn to understanding. After all, a happy wife makes for a happy life, as most would say. Even though he didn't know exactly how they would make it work, he decided to placate his wife and allow them to purchase the home. It took some time, but before too long, they found themselves packing and coming into possession of the keys to their future, although they couldn't foresee just how dark of a future it was to be. The Perrin family, having seemingly found the home of their dreams, located on a large swath of land outside of the town of Harrisville, Rhode Island, what would become known as the Old Arnold Estate, almost seemed too perfect, like an answer to their desperate prayers. It's a large farmhouse which has 9 bedrooms, a barn, and plenty of land which they can envision their children playing on and having a wonderful time. Although it's winter, they go ahead and begin to move into their new house. There's a massive snowstorm taking place while they're moving in, but this doesn't deter the large family from getting settled in to what they believe is going to be a charming, nice, and new home for all of them. Given everything they've been through, I would have hoped for the same, and for the first 3 months, things are charming, nice, and normal. Their rustic farmhouse has its challenges, with it being fairly old, such as being very cold that winter, but it's nothing they can't deal with, or so they think. All around, the feeling is a happy one for the family, but this happy mood would soon change. Upon meeting their nearest neighbors, they seemed rather strange. They offered one piece of advice to Roger and Carolyn. For the love of your family, keep the lights on at night. Originally written off by the couple, these words would seem to be rather fitting foreshadowing for the events to come. When the frozen land of the farm began to thaw, it seemed like something thawed along with it and began to plague them once again. One night, when the daughters Nancy and Andrea were asleep in their shared room, they were suddenly woken up by the sound of their door slowly open and closed. Open and closed. Petrified by the noise of the door smacking the wall, and it also being their only way out of the room, they ran towards the door to try and escape, when suddenly it stopped moving and just stayed open, still creaking from being moved. Catching their breath and trying to come to terms with what had just happened, thinking by this point maybe one of their other sisters was trying to play a prank on them, the 2 girls looked down the hall and eventually made their way to their other sisters' rooms, where they found them asleep. Needless to say, they wouldn't sleep for the rest of the night. They would bring this to the attention of their parents the following morning, but were quickly dismissed, as is often the case, and told that they had overactive imaginations. From here, things started small, but became very noticeable as they mushroomed into much bigger experiences. At first, whatever spirits they believed could be in the house seemed benevolent, almost good-natured, with some of the younger siblings later stating that they would even be tucked into bed by the spirit of a woman on occasion, but that was all too short-lived. Items soon began to go missing. Car keys weren't where they had been hung. Daily items such as mugs, toys, and utensils were soon disappearing as well. Carolyn would hear the scraping of a broom upon the floor, or the knocking of a kettle in the kitchen when no one else was home but her. With this, upon cleaning the floors, she would also find piles of dirt that would appear out of nowhere, making her feel as if she was going crazy. But these small happenings, too, would soon become larger. The children would often play a game called hide and clap, a version of hide and go seek. And this time, Andrea was the seeker, and her sisters went off hiding throughout the estate. Cindy made her way into the woodshed and
and found a small box just big enough for her to get inside. Being determined to win, she climbed into the box and slid the small lid over the top, figuring this would be an excellent hiding place indeed. And after several minutes, she realized that no one was coming for her and went to remove the lid, except it wouldn't budge. Panicking in utter darkness, she used all means necessary to try and remove the lid and free herself. After screaming and worrying that she'd suffocate inside this box, she was thankfully found by Andrea, who slid the lid off no problem and revealed her horribly distressed younger sister inside. It's important to note that this was a sliding cover. There was no locking mechanism. Along with this terrifying event, the children's rooms were often rearranged daily. They would leave their things one way in the morning and return to things either completely a mess, as if a small cyclone had hit their rooms, or all items would be smashed underneath their beds. And this happened to all of the girls at one point or another. These small whispers, bangings, and movements did indeed become larger. Andrea, being the oldest, would often be woken up by her younger siblings and would hold them as they sobbed their eyes out, terrified to return to their rooms. Cindy in particular began to hear a sinister voice call out to her almost every night. The voice would tell her that there were 7 dead soldiers in the walls and would repeat it over and over and over again. The children, now terrified, begged their parents to believe them. And although they too were beginning to experience things on their own, they didn't want to frighten the children, so they did what could be done to placate them. But soon, the entire family began to hear the wails of something inhuman calling out for its mother. This disturbing trend with no origin was followed by even more disturbing happenings. The beds of the girls would lift up and shake by an unseen force, almost always around 5:15 a.m., as if something was trying to send some kind of a message, although it was never clear just what that message was supposed to be. During the day, the apparitions of spirits began to manifest and stalk the halls of the old Arnold estate. These were soon coupled by the horrible stench of rotting flesh wafting throughout the house. Soon the girls weren't the only ones whose doors were slamming open and closed, and whose beds were lifting up on their own. Soon it was affecting their parents as well. One night, Carolyn woke up suddenly to the figure of an old woman over the foot of her bed. Her hair was like a sack of cobwebs, with little tendrils hanging off. The woman's head was also bent and hanging off to the side of her neck, as if it was horribly broken and mangled. Her gnarled mouth screaming at her with an echoing voice. "Get out," she shouted, over and over again, until she suddenly was no longer there. The Perrin family continued to endure a living nightmare as the traumatic paranormal activity persisted and continued to scale in intensity. How does one fight an enemy he can't see? Something he can't touch or feel, attack, or defend against? This question and more must have ran through the heads of Roger and Carolyn, as they not only feared for themselves, but especially their children now. As their offspring's natural protectors, how anxiety-inducing must it have been to know that they were powerless to stop what was terrorizing all of them each and every night. In an effort to try and understand what was happening to them, Carolyn began to research the history of their house and was shocked by what she found. Over 8 generations of the Arnold family had lived and died within the home, some by horrible means. According to the Black Book of Burrillville, the town's former public records book, these included 2 suicides by hanging one within the family barn, one by poison, the assault and murder of a young girl named Prudence Arnold by a farmhand, 2 drownings in the nearby creek, and 4 men who froze to death, among some of the notable deaths. One death that caught her eye in particular was that of a woman named Bathsheba Sherman. Her name was spelled exactly like their dog that they had previously owned, and her story was as interesting as it was disturbing. Born Bathsheba Thayer in 1812, she married fellow Rhode Islander Judson Sherman in Thompson, Connecticut on March 10, 1844. According to available information from that time, the two had a son named Herbert, and for all intents and purposes, things seemed normal, but that couldn't be further from the truth. After losing 3 children before the age of 7, Bathsheba began to care for her neighbor's children, perhaps to fill the void that such sorrow could create. And it's here where things take a strange turn. While caring for the infant of a nearby family, the infant suddenly passed away within Bathsheba's care. An investigation ensued, and it was found that the child had a puncture wound in its skull, as if someone had taken a large sewing needle and sent it through the child's head. Rumors of devil worship and witchcraft soon became rife, with many believing she had indeed sacrificed her children to Satan, robbing them of their young lives. Although Bathsheba was never punished for the child's death, since there was never a trial, that didn't stop her behavior from becoming increasingly bizarre. She became incredibly reclusive, strange, and dark. Rumors say that she supposedly attempted to murder other children while confessing her love for Satan, before she then climbed atop the highest tree on the estate, cursing everyone before hanging herself. And although that would make for a much more fascinating story, it doesn't seem to be true. The rumors may indeed have been spread, and there are evidence of multiple child deaths, including the infant via a needle-like object. But her tombstone reads her death date as May 25th, 1885. So odds are that she passed away as an old woman. But perhaps given the circumstances, she became more bitter with age. Another strange detail that was uncovered was one of the hanging deaths that took place within the barn on the estate. It was that of Catherine Arnold. She had seemingly out of the blue one day made her way from the house to the barn, gathered a rope, and hung herself from the rafters. She was frozen solid when she was later discovered. It seemed like whatever paranormal force that stalked the land tormented the matriarchs of the families that lived there and fed upon death itself. These supernatural occurrences that now plagued the Perron family were a daily occurrence, and they soon also began to physically touch the family as well. Poking soon turned to pushing. A hand on the shoulder soon turned to slapping, scratching, and more. One day, when Carolyn was reading a book in the living room, she felt a piercing pain in her calf. Upon further examination, she saw what appeared to be a puncture wound, like that of a needle, with a small dribble of blood now coming out of her leg. And these attacks didn't stop here. Carolyn soon believed that it was Bathsheba who was causing the majority of her problems. The spirit seemed to hide her things daily, making her feel as if she was going insane, while simultaneously lusting after her husband. In later interviews, Roger would state that he never felt threatened by her spirit, and that he only ever saw her sweeter side, such as comforting touches and the feeling of an embrace. To the contrary, his poor wife experienced much, much worse. Andrea Perrin also in later interviews said that the whole family believed it was the spirit of Bathsheba who was mostly tormenting Carolyn, as if she saw herself as the matriarch or the mistress of the house, and that Carolyn was some kind of competition, an obstacle between her and Roger's affection. On the verge of losing her mind and being tortured daily, the family was barely holding things together. Most of all, Carolyn. She had vented to a friend of hers named Barbara about what she had been going through, and strangely enough, this friend just so happened to attend a lecture that was being given by renowned paranormal scholars and demonologists, Ed and Lorraine Warren. It was Barbara that actually told the Warrens about the Perrons and their struggles. Intrigued, they were put into mutual contact with one another, and before too long, the Warrens arrived at the front door of the old Arnold estate. Upon stepping into the home for the first time, Lorraine Warren noticed a heavy and malevolent presence. Upon further convening over the course of several weeks, the couple told the family that they indeed were being haunted by the spirit of Bathsheba, and that she had made a pact with Satan himself after sacrificing one of her children to him. She then hung herself on the property in order to haunt it forever. This is why the family was often seeing the mangled-necked apparition of the woman with wispy hair. This was apparently her. Over the course of several months, the Warrens would visit the old Arnold estate in order to try and assist the family with ridding themselves of the spirits, but it was all to no avail. All of these events seemed to culminate with a seance one stormy night. The Perrons, Roger, and Carolyn, along with the Warrens, were joined by a priest and a fellow medium to conduct a seance to try and establish further contact with the entities within the home, to understand just why they were plaguing the family. The girls were confined to their rooms upstairs and were not allowed to partake in the ritual. The ritual was conducted in the basement, one of the alleged sources of the dark energy, according to Lorraine Warren. And in the middle of this ritual, Carolyn seemingly became possessed. As she exhibited violent behavior, she was restrained to a chair in order to prevent her from hurting herself and others. The entity that now inhabited her body claimed to be that of Bathsheba. And before everyone's eyes that was present, Carolyn began to not only speak a language that was unrecognizable, but in a voice that wasn't her own. She then began to levitate in the chair and flew across the room. Although they were forbid to witness the event, as curious children often do, Andrea, along with her sister Cindy, snuck open the basement door and watched the events unfold for themselves. Their testimonies are also where some of these details are sourced from. Carolyn was now mangled and distorted, her body twisted in an unnatural position. After several hours of attempting to cast the spirit out, she finally went limp and laid catatonic on the floor. After his wife had seemingly been freed, Roger called the entire thing off. He was not only concerned for his wife's well-being, but his children's as well. And although the Warrens were trying to help, things just seemed to get so much worse when they were there. So disregarding their advice, he threw them out and forbid them and their associates from ever investigating the hauntings at the old Arnold estate ever again. Later in life, a 77-year-old Roger would recall, she was possessed. Her entire body was distorted, and it lasted several hours until they de-demonized her. Then I threw them out. I couldn't take it anymore. The family's torment would continue with varying intensity until 1980, when they were finally able to sell the old Arnold estate and move to Georgia in a bid to rebuild their lives. Finally, They were free of the horrible events that had plagued them for nearly a decade. But all those happenings, all those traumatic moments, would never be forgotten by any of them. They all realized that they were truly lucky to have escaped with their lives, as well as their sanity. Going back and not only reading various interviews, Andrea Perron's books, and watching interviews with the family, they not only seemed genuine, but really had nothing to gain by claiming to have experienced these things. It truly seemed like they had suffered. I mean, they threw out the Warrens, which is interesting in and of itself. But if I saw my wife twisted and exhibiting demonic behavior, I probably would be pretty freaked out as well. The story of the haunting of the Old Arnold estate and the Perron family was used as the basis for the Conjuring movie, in which they were also used as consultants for accuracy's sake. And the film does, of course, take liberties, as most Hollywood films do, but it's a good one for sure. But having watched this video, you're now probably aware of what really happened. Since the selling of the home, reviews have been mixed by other residents, with one lady claiming that the home wasn't haunted at all, and even condemning and suing the Conjuring filmmakers for causing her distress through trespassers, and others stating that the home is still very well haunted indeed. More current owners, who we'll call Corey and Jennifer, welcomed the spirits and the history of the home when they moved in. Claiming to have only slept in the smaller wing of the estate for the first 4 months that they lived there, they didn't want to overstep their boundaries with whatever was haunting the property. When they finally opened up the door to the wing of the larger part of the house, the very same night, they both claimed to be woken up by a shadowy figure. Their couple would say that it was pitch black in color and peeking at them from behind the door frame. Although most people would be terrified at the prospect of dealing with a shadow figure of any sort, the couple understood that they were guests in this home, even though they had purchased it, and were just excited to have experienced anything. But they also admit that although they do continue to experience strange things from time to time, it's nothing like what the Perrons say they experienced, nothing quite as malevolent or evil by any means. Despite criticism and support, the Perrons to this day remain adamant that their story is true, with Andrea saying in an interview with USA Today, "Both my mother and I would sooner swallow our tongue than tell a lie. People are free to believe whatever they want, but we know what we've experienced." Prior to her death, when asked about the events of the haunting, Lorraine Warren claimed that she still felt traumatized all these years later about what had taken place that stormy night during the seance at the Old Arnold estate, saying that the things that happened there were so incredibly frightening that it still affects me to talk about it to this day. She, of course, was reunited with Ed on April 18th of 2019. God rest her soul. These days, people who have visited the house, such as various paranormal groups, researchers, and fans of the Conjuring universe, have described feeling multiple things first stepping in the home. Some claiming to see shadow figures, others a feeling of a heavy presence to the point where it makes them nauseous. And regardless, there certainly does seem to be something there. All around, I think the haunting, given all the research I've done, is more than likely legitimate. There's too many sources backing up what took place, not to mention the family didn't gain anything from experiencing what they did, and surviving members still claim it's all true to this day. If you'd like to learn more, I'm listing the sources I used for research in the description below, as well as various links to Andrea Perron's books, which tell the full story of her and her family. I, of course, am not affiliated with her or anyone else involved in any way. I just find them to be an interesting and very useful resource. So if you find yourself in hard times and are presented with what seems like a gift from the universe, just know that if it's too good to be true, it probably is. And the dream home that you can't wait to live in could be infested with generations of death and despair. demons, which could still be lurking and stalking the property. So my advice, if it sounds too good to be true, it is. And please, research a home's history before you buy it, or you may be stuck with a decade of paranormal torment, or worse, you may become its newest permanent resident. Can death unleash something into this world that isn't supposed to be here? Could it act like a portal, allowing something sinister and dark to creep in just before it closes, especially if the person passing is harboring dark and abhorrent secrets? When a young man begins to exhibit strange and demonic behavior, and the very laws of nature seem to bend to his will, can a reverend work to save his very soul? Documented by multiple law enforcement professionals as unexplained to this day, this is certainly not a story you will want to miss. This is the untold story of Don Decker, also known as the Rain Man of Pennsylvania. The date is February 24th, 1983. And on this cold, misty day, a family is mourning the loss of their loved one, a man by the name of James Kishaw. After battling alcoholism for many years, the bottle finally took its toll and caused cirrhosis of the liver, which became fatal. Among the pews of friends and family paying their respects sits a young man, the grandson of James, 21-year-old Don Decker. Don had been granted furlough from his 4 to 12-month jail sentence for receiving stolen property in order to attend the funeral. But as he sat facing the body of his grandfather, as others paid their last respects and gave glowing speeches about the man, Don clenched his fists. Only he harbored a dark secret that no one else knew, and this secret is perhaps what contributed to his troubled adolescence. When it was his turn to walk up and say goodbye to James, as he stood over his body, the face of evil looked back at him with eyes closed for the first time. Don would later say, "It felt like good triumphing over evil that day, and I truly felt like everything was going to get better, like it was a turning point in my life." The secret that he had been holding on to for so long was that James, his very own grandfather, had abused him from the time he was 7 years old until he was a teenager, and no one else knew. All the years of pain and fear were caused by that man, the very same that now laid in the coffin, the very same that Don was now having to hear others praise, and who he was publicly obligated to mourn. At the conclusion of the funeral, when James' casket was laid into its final resting place, he couldn't stand the way his parents had glorified the man's memory. But given the circumstances he was in, furloughed from jail and with emotions raw amongst everybody, he decided it would be for the best to go and stay the night with some family friends instead, before he was set to return to finish out his sentence. Bob and Jeannie Kiefer were longtime friends of the family and were quite fond of Don, so they were more than happy to have him join them for the night. As the night progressed, the three of them were enjoying each other's company, but it seemed like all the feelings that had been stirred up from the memories of his grandfather's abuse at the funeral were coming back to haunt Don. He felt on edge and uneasy when suddenly the air around him vibrated with a bone-deep chill. Almost simultaneously after this occurred, water began to drip from the ceiling and down the living room walls. Don then fell into an eerie, trance-like state, staring at nothing and yet everything at the same time. The Kiefers were perplexed at what was happening and tried examining all reasonable possibilities. Thinking they had a leak, they contacted their landlord, a man named Ron Van Wy. Upon arriving, Ron too quickly became perplexed. The leak, or so they thought, was obvious, but what was strange to him was that there was no piping that ran through the front part of the house, certainly none that could spring a leak from the ceiling or the walls, none at all. On top of this strangeness, when observing the water's direction, Ron noticed that there was indeed no sense of direction. The water was not only coming from the top down, from the ceiling and the walls, but it was going from the floor and up the walls, in direct contradiction to the laws of gravity and to anything that he had ever seen. Shocked and needing multiple witnesses to assure himself that he wasn't crazy, Ron phoned his wife Romaine to come and take a look as well. Upon her arrival, she was just as perplexed and became scared at what was happening, since it defied all logic, and the leak, or so they thought, only became worse. So the landlords did the only thing that they could do. They called the police. Shortly after that call, a patrol car arrived with Officer John Beaujean, who after briefly stepping inside the home, became drenched in water, and also witnessed the bizarre, otherworldly activity to which he had no explanation for either. So to prove his sanity and to back up a report, he called upon his partner, an officer named Richard Volbert. When Richard arrived, he wanted to be briefed on exactly what was going on, but Beaujean didn't want to give him any sort of a preconceived notion, and just told him to trust him on this one. After some back and forth, Richard finally conceded and followed John into the Kiefer residence. He would later describe the incident as so. I walked in the door. I couldn't have gotten 2 steps in the door, and I was pelted by water. As we were discussing a potential leak, and as we were being told that there were no pipes in that part of the house, as we stood just inside the house, a droplet of water was traveling horizontally and passed right between us and out into the next room. As I retell this story, I have a chill up my spine and the hair on my neck is standing up. John would go on to say, things were happening in this house that I couldn't have ever possibly dreamed of happening, and there was no way to explain what was going on. Shocked by what they were witnessing, the 2 officers asked the family to step outside of the house and out of the water while they left to report the incident to the chief himself. The Wise decided to stay at the property while the Kiefers and Don walked across the street to a local restaurant for something to eat. Within seconds of everyone departing, the water suddenly stopped within the house. And aside from the home being drenched, it was back to normal. No more dripping water, and no more mist. This left Ron and his wife only to speculate that whatever was happening was coming from one of the 3, because when they left, so did it. Pam Scrofano, who owned the pizzeria opposite the Kiefers' house, where the 3 ended up in, was a friend of the Kiefers, and knew Don as well. Upon greeting the 3 of them, she noticed that Don was distant, like he was looking at you, but looking through you. A deeply religious woman, she sensed something evil about him, like the devil was working through Don Decker, and recommended that they contact someone at the church for help. Within mere seconds of mentioning this, droplets of water hit the table in front of them, and soon the very same phenomena that was originally happening in the house was also now taking place inside the pizzeria. Sensing this evil, Pam ran to the cash register where she had an old cross necklace. She took it out and placed it around Don's neck. As soon as it touched his skin, he got burned. He began to scream and pulled the necklace off of him. It was charred black. As the trio departed the pizzeria and headed back to their home, the strange activity inside once again ceased. It's important to note that nothing like this had ever happened at the Kiefer residence or Pam's Pizzeria. No plumbing issues, nothing that could be considered even remotely similar. Convening inside the home once again, they met Ron and his wife. Ron suspected that Dawn had something to do with what was happening, and after some discussion, an argument erupted among the group. This led to Jeannie screaming at Dawn, telling him that they knew it was him, and that he had to make all of this stop. After the words left her mouth, the pots and pans above the stove began to shake, and the lights around them began to flicker. Don Decker was no longer in control of his body. Everyone watched in horror as Don levitated multiple feet into the air and rotated several times. He was then thrown out of the kitchen where they were and into an entirely different room. Don himself would later recount the event like this. It wasn't like someone grabbing your hand or picking you up. I felt this force over my entire body. I'm a big man and I've always been assertive, but this, whatever this was, made me feel like a newborn child. I'm scared right now just thinking about it. Dawn now laid unconscious on the floor, and the rain began again. The Wise and the Kiefers were in absolute shock and disbelief at what had just taken place. They knew it was tied to Dawn, but they had no idea just what it was. But they felt that it was evil. A few hours after the strange incident witnessed by the police officers, they arrived back at the residence alongside their very heated police chief. As he made his way into the home with the two officers behind him, he too was pelted with water just as they had been. And at first, probably feeling like he was on the spot and perhaps slightly embarrassed, he claimed that this wasn't even a police issue, but a plumbing issue, despite then being told that there were no pipes in that part of the house, and this was even confirmed by blueprints of the home. After taking a look around at the rest of the home, which was bone dry, the chief then angrily ordered the two officers to escort him back home. He would be the only officer that night to not admit to anything strange happening. He then directed officers John and Richard to not file a report and to not speak about the incident at all, but word would get out. The following morning, acting against the specific orders from their chief, the two officers returned to the residence, along with 3 veteran officers as well. They too would see and experience the bizarre rain inside the home, so they decided to try something to attempt to get to the bottom of what exactly was going on. They asked if they could place a paper bag over Don's head, to which Don agreed. This was so he would have no way of seeing anything. He'd have no preconceived notions of what could be placed on him or in his hands. They then placed a gold cross necklace from one of the officers into his hand. Lieutenant William Davies, one of the officers present who placed the cross into his hand, described the incident like this. As soon as the necklace touched his palm, he said it burnt him. He would have had no idea what it was. I saw what I believed to be smoke of some sort coming from the necklace or his hand. As he dropped the necklace, I picked it up, and it was hot. Not burning hot, but hot enough to concern me. Then, suddenly, with the force as if a bus hit him, he lifted up and was thrown across the room, hitting the back wall. Upon removing the bag from him, he was clearly dazed and had 3 bloody and fresh claw marks across his neck. I've been a cop for 40 years, and I've never ran into anything like this, ever. Never before, and never again after. There's always an explanation, but in this case, there was no explanation. The police would later leave again with no answers as to what was taking place, believing it to be a spiritual matter. Dawn was placed on the couch in the living room, where the rain continued to go from mist to showers at random and varying times. After making multiple desperate calls to every Protestant and Catholic religious leader in Stroudsburg, only one didn't turn them down. Ron was able to convince an evangelical preacher who went by the name of Reverend Johnson to come over and pray with Dawn. As she arrived and began to pray, the rest of the group held hands in vigil and did what they could to support her. As the first words left her lips, Dawn began to convulse and shake. The rain intensified, and his body began to twist into unnatural positions. But as she continued, he slowly but surely began to relax, and the rain seemed to stop. Although those present believed that a miracle had been performed, the results of that prayer session would only prove temporary, perhaps placing into hibernation whatever was inside Don Decker. Once his furlough was over, Don Decker returned back to jail to finish his sentence, and within just a few days, the mysterious rain returned. Upon his return to jail, Don was placed in a cell with another inmate and had the thought enter his mind that if he could make it rain in the cell, perhaps he could get to be alone. Almost as soon as he thought that, the rain began. It was materializing out of the concrete floor and flowing upward. The other inmate was horrified and screamed for the guards to let him out. Thinking they had some kind of plumbing issue, the guards opened the cell and removed that inmate as well as Decker. At first, he was accused of throwing water onto the walls from the sink or from the toilet by the guards, but upon these accusations, Don rebutted with, "I can control it." This time, the feeling was different. This time, he felt powerful and in control. Upon hearing this, the guard laughed and said, "If you can control this rain, make it rain in the warden's office," an offer that Don couldn't refuse. The warden would then describe what happened, and these are the words of Lieutenant Warden David Keenhold. "I was in my office filling out paperwork with no one else around. It was approximately 8 p.m. in the evening. I didn't notice it at that time, but my shirt was dripping down. I heard a knock at the door, and little did I know that it was the same officer that was just with Don Decker. I wasn't aware of the situation at the time. He told me to look at my shirt, and there was no explanation as to where the water could have come from. The officer then became very frightened of what had happened, and after explaining the situation to me, I too became frightened. Shortly after the rain in the warden's office, a frantic call was placed to a local chaplain, a man named Reverend William Blackburn. He soon found himself shaking hands with the warden and several officers as he was escorted into the jail and into an empty cell. Within minutes, he came face to face with Don Decker, who by this time was beginning to fear the feeling he had inside of him. That powerful and evil feeling. He was now asking for the Reverend's help in freeing him of whatever this thing was. Blackburn wasn't convinced at first. He told Decker that his life would be much easier if he just stopped all this nonsense and attention-seeking. He would go on later to describe the situation like this. "Almost immediately after I accused him, Don's demeanor changed. A glazed look came over him, and a horrible smell entered the room. Doctors, nurses, and medical personnel will tell you that when you walk into a room when there's someone dying of disease or of cancer, there's a smell to it. I smelled that smell, multiplied by at least 5 times. It was evil and foreboding." Don's glazed expression then switched to one of malice and calculation. He exclaimed, "I have powers that you don't, and I can make it rain." He then raised his hand and rubbed his fingers together, and it started to rain inside that cell. It was like a devil's rain, a mist. I was in the presence of evil. I started opening my Bible to begin to pray, and Don said, "I don't want you to pray for me. to which I decided to anyways. I started to read to him, and the strange thing is that even though I was soaked, the pages of my Bible never got wet, and that was truly frightening. Although the session was short, upon uttering the words that he was now bound in the name of Jesus Christ, the rain stopped, and a peace overtook Don. When he finally came to, he thanked the Reverend with tears in his eyes, and the two hugged and prayed together. Again, in the words of Reverend Blackburn, there is no doubt in my mind that he was possessed. No human being could do what he did in that room. There is no way that he did anything to fool me whatsoever. Whatever happened was spiritual, and it was not from God. I can guarantee you that it was not from God. From this moment forward, the rain has stopped, for now. Don Decker would later say that he takes things day by day, and that fortunately, the rain hasn't returned. As for his grandfather, he thinks whatever happened was related to him. He thinks that, considering where he thinks he ended up, maybe he was able to make a deal with someone and have yet another chance to abuse him. What makes this case so unique and interesting is that all the people involved are credible people. I mean, we have some family friends, sure, but they stated they had nothing take place in that house prior to Don's arrival that morning. We have the landlord of the family's home and his wife not only reaffirming that there weren't any prior issues, but that there were no pipes in that area of the house. We then have 6 police officers, including the chief over the case, experience the phenomena, and he was the only one that said that nothing took place. We have a business owner where the phenomena took place at her establishment as well. Then several guards at the jail, in which he goes back to finish serving his time, witness things, and the warden of the jail himself. And the police officers, 3 of them were seasoned lieutenants, I might add, and anyone with a proper reputation, unless they really experienced something, would risk that, in my opinion. So was it demonic infestation, possession, poltergeist activity, or something else entirely? When we have so many credible eyewitnesses recanting the same details, saying what they saw, experienced, and felt was a phenomena not of this world, it truly makes you wonder. And if it wasn't spiritual, could Don's childhood trauma have allowed him to break into a part of the mind that could somehow cause these kinds of things, allow him to manipulate the weather of his surroundings, move objects, and even cause harm to himself? We may never truly know the answers to this mystery in particular, and it very much still is a mystery to this day. As far as an update on Don Decker, besides multiple show appearances and interviews to discuss his story over the years, the last known activity that I could find of him was that back in 2012, he was charged with arson of a local restaurant in the Poconos Mountains of Pennsylvania. It seems like perhaps he was paid to set fire to the establishment by the owner, maybe for insurance fraud. As far as the outcome of the case, I couldn't find additional details. Perhaps whatever evil that was inside Don got the best of him at this time. Or, we're all human. We do make mistakes without otherworldly influence as well. Just a thought. Wherever he is, I do have to say that his story is an amazing and intriguing one, and I wish him nothing but the best. I'd also like to say thank you guys for watching this video. Without you guys, this channel is just me making videos that I find interesting at home, at my computer. And I really can't hammer home how much your support means to me. It seems like YouTube doesn't always want to promote my content, and that's been a big uphill battle over the last 4 years. So when you choose to watch Mystery Archives, just know it helps me out much more than you could ever know. Rob and Vicky Graves had found what appeared to be their dream home, looking to escape the big city life and take up a more rural one for themselves and their 2 teenage sons. They found Fox Hollow Farm and were shocked at how affordable it was
for the sheer size and quality of the property. Sensing that it was too good to be true, they asked what could possibly be wrong with it, because at a passing glance, it seemed absolutely gorgeous. Then it came to Rob. He had remembered the name from a news broadcast many years ago. Unbeknownst to him and his wife, they were now standing on the very same grounds that were once owned by Herb Baumeister, the notorious serial killer. They immediately brought this up to the real estate agent who was showing them the property, and were immediately told that that was indeed the case. That the private investor had indeed purchased the estate from the widow of Herb following the disturbing discovery of the bodies back in the 1990s, but that it had been completely remodeled from head to toe, removing any and all remnants of what it looked like when the murders had taken place all those years ago. But that's why it was indeed so affordable, because no one wanted to live there due to the history. After some further discussion among the couple, they ultimately decided to purchase the property. Within a couple weeks, the family moves in and falls in love with Fox Hollow Farm. The teenage sons soon make it a habit to play outside and then wash off in the pool in the basement, soon tracking dirt and gravel all throughout the home. One day, Vicky is vacuuming up the dirt that the boys had brought in from the outside around the pool, when suddenly her vacuum loses power. Believing that perhaps she had accidentally unplugged it from the outlet, she plugged it back in and continued her work. Within several more minutes, it happened again. Perplexed this time because she was even more aware and careful about the cord and the outlet, she knew she hadn't unplugged it. So she plugged it back in and triple checked that it wasn't just falling out of the outlet by pulling the cord. Ever more aware this time, she goes back to vacuuming, but keeping a present eye on the cord itself, and to her amazement, it pulls out on its own, as if someone had grabbed and pulled it out of the socket. Startled, she drops the vacuum and is beside herself. She doesn't know how to make sense of what had just happened, and this would just be the beginning of the strangeness that would occur. Rob worked at a car dealership, and one of his employees was a man named Joe. Joe had been a great employee, but had a problem of being chronically late most of the time. As he probed to figure out what was going on, Joe informed Rob that he lived over an hour away and really needed the job and would be willing to move closer if the opportunity presented itself. Well, Rob thought about it and ended up offering Joe a place to rent. Located on Fox Hollow Farm, they had a guest house that they were considering renting out as apartments for quite some time, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity to benefit everyone involved. Joe would indeed move in just a few days later. It takes several hours, but within that time frame, they're able to get everything inside and finish the move. Exhausted, Joe decides to retire for the night with his dog, Fred. As he lays down to sleep in his newly set up bed, he then finds himself in a horrific nightmare. He's being chased throughout Fox Hollow Farm by something he can't see. The dream is so intense that it causes him to sleepwalk, which wasn't something that he was known to do. He began to run while still dreaming, and ran directly into the door frame as he tried to escape the guest house. Falling back, he knocked into a nearby glass of water, which fell and shattered, cutting his hands. The impact and cutting of his hands finally woke him up, and he was forced to sit back and ponder just what had taken place. And things would only intensify from here. Another day soon after, Rob was painting the side of their home a different color. As he and his wife remarked on how nice the finished job will be, she spots something out of the corner of her eye. She had seen a man in a red shirt staring at them. As she broke away from her husband and began to approach the figure, it started to walk away from her and quickly disappeared as if it never existed. The couple then called out and checked the perimeter, but never found anyone. They dismissed the person as nothing more than a curious trespasser. I mean, after all, they did purchase a serial killer's home. They just had to accept that curious people may sneak up just to get a look at their home. Later that night, Joe was doing the dishes in his apartment
when he suddenly gets a series of knocks on his front door. Telling the person it'll just be a minute, as he dries his hands off to go and answer the door, the series of knocks begin to grow louder and more aggressive. Thinking it was extremely strange or extremely urgent concerning Vicky or Rob, he went and answered the door as it was still being knocked upon. However, as he opened the door, there was no one to be found. Automatically on guard, he peers outside. The knocking had been happening when he answered the door, so no person could have got very far while he answered mid-knock. He glanced around, and yet saw and heard nothing. He stepped outside and began to examine the roof and the nearby areas, and still there was nothing. Thoroughly weirded out at this point, he made his way back inside and bolted the door locked behind him. He started to make his way back to the kitchen to finish doing his dishes, when he spotted a man standing in his bedroom, staring at him. Upon spotting the figure, his dog begins to growl and make sounds that he's never heard him make before, staring directly in the direction of the bedroom. Already on edge, he ran into the bedroom and flicked the light on, only to discover that there was again no one there. Searching the entire apartment, he again found nothing. Trying to rationalize and clear his mind, he decided to take his dog Fred for a walk to calm down and unwind for the evening. While on his walk around the property, he thought to check on Rob and Vicky's house to see if the lights were on. This would indicate to him that perhaps they were the ones who had knocked on his door, and therefore he could rest easy and figure out what it was about the following morning. However, upon arriving at their house, he found it completely blacked out. They had already gone to bed for the night. Fred, who was always a loyal and obedient dog, always walked with him without a leash and would always follow his commands. However, tonight would be a different story. Deciding to head back to his apartment, he motioned for Fred to join him, but the dog would not budge. He suddenly began to growl and then bolted into the nearby tree line. Instinctively, Joe ran after his dog, but not before seeing what his dog was running after. Before his eyes and the very same tree line was a man in a red shirt. Although he was absolutely terrified, Joe couldn't let anything happen to his beloved dog, so he continued to run towards this man, when suddenly, whoever or whatever this was disappeared before his eyes. Although slightly behind, he would quickly catch up to Fred and now noticed him not acting aggressive at all, but rather showing his belly in submission, staring in the direction of Joe. Joe, knowing his dog, knew that something very strange had to be up with him. He suddenly felt as if someone was staring directly at him. He slowly turned around to see the apparition of a man in a red shirt with a twisted face staring back at him just several feet away. Joe, as most of us would, ran out of there as fast as he could, his loyal companion following him. The two run as fast as they can back to the apartment, where they rush inside, lock and deadbolt the door, and nervously watch out of the blinds for the rest of the night. The following morning, an even more exhausted Joe makes his way to Vicky and Rob's house to discuss the prior night's events. As he's telling both of them what happened, Vicky starts to become emotional. She too had seen the man in red just days earlier. She points to where she saw him, and lo and behold, it's the exact same spot that Joe had encountered the entity the night before. As the day progressed to night, Joe yet again found himself in his apartment, hoping to finally get some rest. But as he settled down in his bed, he was suddenly startled by knocking at his door. As he yelled out, "Who is it?" as he made his way towards the door, he didn't receive an audible answer back, just more aggressive knocking at the door. The door itself now was shaking. Facing his fear of the unknown, mid-knock, Joe throws the door open, only to meet face to face with nothing. As he frantically looks around the yard while holding the door, he notices that the door's knocking apparatus is sticking straight out as if someone is holding it. It then drops one last time, knocking the door. Absolutely petrified, Joe slams the door and locks it. As he tries to catch his breath and takes several steps backwards, he sees the doorknob begin to turn. Then, without warning, the door bursts open, shattering the lock. The open door yet again reveals no one. After a moment of frozen terror, Joe runs outside and into the front yard of his apartment, screaming and searching all around for just who could be doing this. After several minutes, he stares back into the house through the open front door and sees a man dressed in all white standing there. He's soaked from head to toe in what appears to be water and is screaming in a muted voice, as if he's being held underwater. He then bolts towards Joe and seemingly disappears into a mist. Frantically calling out to his dog Fred to accompany him, Joe frantically makes his way to Rob and Vicky's house on the property. He's so terrified that he's shaking now, and Rob and Vicky are just as scared. They now truly believe that they are dealing with something paranormal in nature. In order to rationalize the situation and make sense of what was taking place, they begin to believe that they're experiencing the results of the murders conducted by Herb Baumeister, and that his victims are either trapped here somehow, or their energy is stuck in an endless loop, replaying their final and tragic moments over and over and over again. Refusing to return to his apartment, Rob and Vicky, being the supportive friends they were, agreed that Joe could stay the night with them, and together they would begin researching online to try and formulate some kind of a plan of action of what to do next. As they collectively scour the Baumeister case information, they find themselves looking at the list of identified victims. As they get deeper into the details, Joe is shocked. He stops them on a picture of a man in a white shirt. That was the man I saw in my apartment, who was soaked from head to toe and screaming. Although this information still scares them, it does help reassure them that they are indeed dealing with the victims of this horrendous tragedy. They are especially convinced, considering many of the remains have never been identified, so they continue to research the case. After several uneventful days, Joe finds himself almost compelled to walk around the property with his dog, except this time in broad daylight. So, apprehensively, he makes his way with Fred to the area where both he and Vicky had seen the man in red on separate occasions. Just past the tree line on the walking path, Joe is stopped by what looks to be a bone. He believes that it's impossible that such a bone could have been missed during the extensive searches over the years, but nonetheless, it was right here, right now, as if it had been placed there for him to discover. Quickly consulting and showing Rob and Vicky the discovery, they too believed that this could be a bone belonging to the mysterious man in red. They ended up contacting the lead detective on the Baumeister case and submitted the bone, which turned out to be a human femur bone, in as evidence and for analysis. They then requested if the investigator himself could come out to the property and explain to them just where things had taken place so they could have a better understanding of what had happened, to which he obliged. Several days passed, and Joe by this point had made his way back to his apartment to try and settle back in given the new information. While on his computer checking his emails, he began to hear a scraping, almost metallic-like sound originating from the kitchen. Upon further examination, he sees that all of his butcher knives from his knife block have been neatly arranged in his sink, placed in a row, equally spaced from one another. Glancing around the room, he spots fresh, deep cuts in the wood of the nearby counter cabinet. He believes that this could be a sign for one of the victims crying for help. He starts to try and figure out the mystery. He takes out his phone and begins recording, asking probing questions to whoever or whatever could be there, and hopes of helping them in any way that he can. Prior to this, of course, he turned off any and all appliances that could interfere with the process. He begins by asking a series of questions and doesn't seem to get much of anything, at least not audibly. But then towards the end of his questions, Fred begins to growl, the same eerie growl he had any time they had experienced something previously. Taking this as confirmation that perhaps his companion could see or hear something that he couldn't, he quickly downloads the audio file and begins to listen to it on his computer. And to his shock, he did indeed receive a response. This is the clip of the actual EVP that was recorded.
Who keeps walking in the kitchen?
He believes he hears the married one, but in all of their research, all of the victims were young, single gay men. The only one who was married was one Herb Baumeister. This revelation is startling. He not only believes that the victims were trapped within the grounds of Fox Hollow Farm, but that perhaps the serial killer himself could too be trapped here. What would follow would be dozens of paranormal investigations, and those investigations would lead the group to believe that they were not only dealing with the spirits of the victims haunting the grounds, but either a dark entity impersonating Baumeister or the killer himself. Several years after the events, the Graves family would end up selling Fox Hollow Farm, and it would continue to change hands over the years since then, leading to multiple new owners of the property. And although new information doesn't seem to be publicly available, it's still considered one of the most haunted places in Indiana, if not the world, given its unique and gruesome history. An independent film would go on to be made about it, called The Haunting of Fox Hollow Farm, and Robert Graves, along with another man named Richard Estep, who led many paranormal investigations at Fox Hollow Farm, would co-write a book detailing the family's creepy experiences and what they believed to be ultimately happening. So in conclusion, we know that Herb Baumeister was mentally ill ultimately, but what makes this case so strange and so compelling to me is that he was an outstanding member of his community. For the longest time, he was the smiling neighbor, the charitable businessman, the happy family man, and overall, a pillar of normalcy. But behind closed doors, his psyche, his soul, contained a darkness that most of us will never be able to comprehend, yet alone unravel and understand. So could the murderous deeds of a twisted individual trap souls on a property and perhaps open some kind of a portal? Could the unleashing of such energy like what is expressed in a violent death contribute to something like this? If it wasn't what's known as an intelligent haunting, where the spirits are aware of what has happened to them and are indeed trapped there, which very well could still be the case, then perhaps it could be a residual haunting, where the events are of such magnitude and strength that they play on a loop for all time, but the souls who were involved have long since moved on. These are questions that we may never have answers to, but all things that we should ponder. But one thing is for certain: the malicious calculation of Herb Baumeister and the horrendous things that he did to the suspected 25 victims at Fox Hollow Farms should never be forgotten. They are indeed still identifying and using updated technology to identify remains that are still being found on the grounds. This has happened as recent as November of 2022. So if you happen to be a family member of someone that you suspect could be connected to this case, just know that my heart truly does go out to you. And please contact the Hamilton County Coroner's Office at 317-770-4415. Besides remembering what happened, I also urge you to please respect the victims and their families, as well as the family of Herb Baumeister, if you should ever have anything to do with them.
Throughout history, it has been speculated that many have been plagued by an ancient demonic force. From Mesopotamia to more modern times, this evil and terrifying entity
as said to enter our world and wreak havoc upon those who dwell within it. When a seemingly normal family disregards the warnings and partakes in multiple Ouija board sessions, what happened next nearly destroyed them. This is the untold story of the demonic Zozo House of Oklahoma and the abhorrent creature that stalks its walls. Oklahoma City, a small but growing city in the heartland of America, known for blue-collar work and brick-and-mortar shops, red dirt, and sports, would soon become known for something much darker. A teenager by the name of Darren Evans was growing up here, a normal boy by all accounts, doing things that any teenagers would enjoy, hanging out with friends, shenanigans here and there, and dating girls. He began dating a girl named Brandy who attended school with him, and the two often found themselves visiting each other as often as they could, whether that was walking to and from school, in between classes, or visiting each other's homes. One day, while Brandy's home was having some plumbing work done on some pipes located underneath the house, the plumber doing the work would soon make a strange discovery. Located below the foundation of the home, covered in dirt, was an old Ouija board. The front letters were partially buried, and the back of the board was solid black in color. Off to the side of where the board was found was an aged planchette. What made this finding even more bizarre was that 4 old jars sat on the corners of the board, speckled with dirt as well. Thinking perhaps the kids had stashed the board away and forgot about it, the worker told the young couple after his work was done about what he had found. And it's from here that things seemingly take a darker turn. Upon examining the discovery, they began to brush the dirt away from the jars. They were then shocked by what they found. Inside each one of the jars, sitting on the 4 corners of the board, were the decaying bodies of blackbirds, congealed blood and matter still present. Bewildered but intrigued, they sat the jars off to the side and picked up the board. As soon as his fingers made contact with the board, Darren seemed to have an instant connection with it. And with this soon came a burning curiosity to examine it. And this curiosity would manifest into obsession. With this, the couple took the board inside the home, where they spoke with Brandy's mother. She actively practiced the Wiccan religion, but had no idea who could have put the board there. Several days later, curious as most teenagers are, Darren was an avid music fan, and one night, after building up the courage to do it, he decided he was going to contact the deceased singer of the popular band AC/DC, a man named Ronald Belford Scott, using the board. Scott had passed away from alcohol poisoning in 1980. After lighting several candles, laying the board with letters facing towards him, and placing the planchette upon the board, he began his session. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but Darren was still feeling this otherworldly connection to something within the board itself. After trying for half an hour, to his shock and amazement, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, it then frantically began to move by itself, moving from Z to O, Z to O, over and over and over again, spelling out the name Zozo. Shocked and unsure of what or who he had contacted, Darren said goodbye in an attempt to end the session. Before his eyes, he saw the planchette spell out, "See you in hell," and then it threw itself across the room. A now terrified and bewildered Darren ran out of his room and tried to make sense of what had just taken place. But this was just the beginning of what was to come. It started with horrible night terrors. He would wake up unable to move or speak and would hear whispering in his ears. These episodes at night were soon followed by banging and knocking throughout his house during the daytime, as well as a constant feeling as if he was being watched by something he couldn't see. But despite the presence he was feeling, Darren now sought answers to his ever-growing list of questions, just what exactly he had uncovered. So, he continued to hold sessions with the board, for better or for worse. Darren would later quote this: "The sessions now were as intense and paranormal as anything I have ever witnessed. A deep and terrible moaning could be heard emanating through the walls after these sessions. I developed sleep paralysis and became reclusive to society in general. I was once again messing with Zozo and Ouija boards, despite the terrors of my earlier sessions, in which I had promised myself I would never do it again. But again and again, I did." When not in use, the board was kept in a purple silk cloth and stored in his bedroom closet. It would also often go missing, sometimes for days on end. When checking back where he had placed it in order to set up and initiate a new session, the board would seemingly vanish, only to reappear at random times, as if it was the one calling the shots of when it could be seen and used. The years came and went, and the sessions on the mystical Ouija board continued. Darren, by this time, started inviting his friends to partake in the sessions, and although their sessions with him would prove he's not insane, it's of little consolation considering the tragedy they would seemingly manifest later on. Darren's best friend was a man by the name of Randy. The two had bonded over their love for the band AC/DC in high school and had been inseparable ever since. Randy's idol also being the late Bon Scott, whose lifestyle seemingly imprinted upon the youthful teens once upon a time, and perhaps would ultimately lead to the downfall of one of them. By now, Darren was living in his own apartment and working construction. At a job site he was on, he would make a strange but familiar discovery. As he was digging down into the earth, he found what appeared to be a jar. Upon picking it up to discard it, he wiped away the dirt and debris, only to be shocked by its familiar contents. Lo and behold, within the jar was a congealed and rotting blackbird, extremely similar, if not identical, to the ones initially found alongside the Ouija board underneath his high school girlfriend's home all those years ago. It was particularly weird, not just because of this, but the fact that he had found it digging down deep into the earth. He wondered, what were the odds of this? And although he had no way of knowing for sure, his gut began to tell him that there was some kind of witchcraft or occult expertise at play here. Perhaps someone or a group of people were knowingly contacting this entity known as Zozo, but for what remained to be known. One evening in 1985, Darren and Randy were relaxing at Darren's apartment when they decided to host a session on the Ouija board. Randy, more than anything, wanted to try and make contact with his late idol, Bon Scott. While wearing a Highway to Hell AC/DC shirt, Randy's intent was clear. The two dimmed the lights, lit a couple of candles, and began the session upon the board. They made contact within a few minutes. Once the planchette was moving, Randy exclaimed, "We want to talk to Bon Scott of AC/DC." With this sentence, the planchette seemingly obliged. It moved in circles, eventually spelling out AYEMATE. The two looked at each other in amazement. The entity was using Australian dialects. And for anyone who doesn't know, Bon Scott was Australian. After several more questions, both of the young men were convinced they were speaking with their idol. The spirit seemed to know every little detail to any question they asked. And during the session, the entity then made a strange request from the men. It asked them to light a cigarette and place it in the hole in the planchette. What proceeded to make both of them laugh also made them quite spooked as well. So they lit a couple cigarettes, one for each of them, and one for this entity. They took a few drags to keep it lit, and then placed it cherry side up in the planchette hole. The planchette then spelled out thanks. They then watched in utter amazement as the cherry of the cigarette lit up, as if Bon himself was taking puffs off of it. But this amusement was short-lived. Once the cigarette had seemingly been smoked, the planchette began to spell something very different. It spelled, "F you, Randy. I will have your soul, and I'll see you in hell. ZO. ZO." Terrified, the men quickly ended the session by saying goodbye and tossing the board outside the second-story apartment balcony door. Clearly scared and upset, Randy also didn't take kindly to threats. He began cussing out Zozo with complete and utter rage. The board would later be returned by his downstairs neighbor. And after this session, a series of lows for both of the men seemed to manifest in the years to come. Influenced by the lifestyle of his idol, Randy fell victim to alcoholism. He soon would lose his wife to divorce and have split custody with his son. And although many opportunities presented themselves for Randy to better his life, for one reason or another, he was always just too far away to be able to grasp them. He often said to Darren, "I feel like I'm in a prison, and I can't escape." For old time's sake, the two did one last Ouija board session together in 2005, in which Randy asked the board how he would die. The board responded, in a car, at night, alone. In 2007, after spending the evening with Darren, the last words he would say to him were, "Darren, I will see you in hell." The next morning, Darren received a phone call from Randy's girlfriend, Alicia, saying that Randy never made it home after he left. Instead, he had passed away in a violent head-on collision, ultimately passing away in a car, at night, and alone. This devastating passing, along with the frequent contact with the entity known as Zozo over the years, led to a fascination and borderline obsession with a search for answers for Darren Evans. During the time before and after Randy's death, he had been living in a home in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, that would become synonymous with the demon's name. It was here that the worst afflictions brought on by the entity would take place to him and his family. Darren's fascination with the occult led him to hanging onto and possessing multiple Ouija boards and other various occult objects. It was here that he began to study on a much more in-depth and organized basis, just trying to figure out who or what Zozo was. But this research would soon be interrupted. In this home lived himself, his wife Kathleen, and their young daughter at the time. During a session with his wife Kathleen one evening, while their daughter slept rooms away, Zozo would once again make itself present in their lives, but this time seemed to take possession of Darren. Kathleen trembled with fear and bated breath as something stared at her through Darren's eyes. Something that clearly wasn't human. He then turned violent, attempting to attack her. Fortunately for Kathleen, she was able to say goodbye and get away before any harm could be done to her. Several minutes later, Darren would come back to himself, with no memory of what had taken place. After this session, things seemed to escalate in intensity. Sounds began to wrap throughout the entire home, from knocking to hissing, footsteps and banging, all seemingly with no explainable origin. The family got so terrified that they sectioned off a particular bedroom upstairs, calling it their safe room. One night, however, not everyone was within the safe room. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of terror creeped upon Darren as he was trying to sleep. He rushed to the safe room to attempt to stop what he was feeling, but quickly realizing he couldn't leave his family behind, he rushed back out of the room in an attempt to gather them and bring them to safety as well. As he was heading towards the stairs, his daughter had heard his cries and was now at the foot of the stairs. It was here that Darren saw her being lifted by invisible hands into the air and carried away from him. Screaming for his child as she screamed for her father, Darren ran down the stairs as fast as he possibly could, but couldn't see her anywhere in sight. He then heard her muffled screams coming from the basement. At first, the door was locked and wouldn't open, but after adrenaline and brute force, Darren thankfully was able to open it. He then retrieved his hysterical child and brought her to the safety of the safe room. Once inside the room, the family huddled together in fear as they continued to hear movement and noises all throughout the house. After this abhorrent nightmare of a situation, the family knew they had to get out of the house. This situation and the many other paranormal experiences had led to a lifelong fascination for Darren Evans with the occult and finding out just exactly what Zozo is. But was it worth jeopardizing his family's safety? It took some time, but the family would soon relocate to another home. And once his family was safe, Darren was able to continue his deep dive into the unknown to try and track down and decipher just what this entity could be and where it came from. And although he knew the topic was vast, I think it went far deeper than he ever anticipated. Whilst trying to dig up more information, he posted his experiences to an old paranormal forum in 2009, and since then, many people have shared their experiences with a demonic force, many of which have been documented and compared by Darren himself on his website. But these experiences are not just a 21st or even 20th century phenomenon. They date back far older than that. Not every fine detail will be mentioned here, but I will do my best to list the most important details that I could find in regards to the origin of Zozo, according to Darren and other online sources. Zozo, in the Old Basque language, means blackbird or crow. The Zo people of Haiti practiced a form of voodoo whose rituals involve horrific scarification, as well as the intake and passing around of bodily fluids and bizarre rituals. Their witch doctors are called Zozo and wear demonic-looking masks. As part of their death ritual, when someone is passing away, they lift up the mask at the moment of death to take in the person's final breath. This is apparently done to absorb the soul of the person to gain more spiritual power. Zozo, also in the Malay language, is the same as it is in English, but it translates to wandering spirit, which is a spirit they believe to steal people's souls while they sleep, which is also bizarre because sleep is often considered the cousin of death. Zozo has been called the minister of deception. It is known to convince you that it is a deceased loved one or friend, or even someone you've idolized, when in reality, it's not. Sessions typically start out friendly and inviting, but soon turn malevolent and dangerous. During his research over the years, Darren made contact with and spoke to famous demonologist John Zaffis, who shared with him that in his experience of over 40 years of studying the demonic and paranormal, the name Zozo and other pseudonyms of its name kept coming up in his investigations, which too led him to seek answers as to what it could be. In some of those investigations, when questioned, the demon stated that it was the son of Satan himself. But Zaffis thinks, perhaps as with many deities that seem to be lurking in the shadows, Zozo could be an entity that's existed far before the founding of Christianity. Besides evidence showing up in Africa and Egypt, there's also evidence found linking Zozo to ancient Mesopotamia as well. Other names Zozo has gone by throughout the ages have been Zuzu, Zaza, and Mama, among many others. The name Zuzu could refer to Pazuzu, the famed demon from the film The Exorcist, which in reality was a demonic entity from ancient Mesopotamian religion. It's incredibly strange to note the following as well. Zozo was replaced in the story of the exorcism of Roland Doe when Peter Blatty was using it as inspiration to write The Exorcist. He changed Zozo to Pazuzu. Zozo is believed to be the demon that possessed Roland. It was described as a terrifying form that first appeared in the Neo-Assyrian period, roughly around 934 to 610 BC. It had a monstrous head resembling a fierce lion or a dog with horns, and had an emaciated human body with clawed hands, a scorpion's tail, and 2 sets of wings. One translation reads, "I am Pazuzu, the son of Hanbu, king of the Lilu demons. I have scaled the powerful mountains. They trembled. The contrary winds were headed west. One by one, I broke their wings." Pazuzu and other demons like it were held responsible for ailments like disease, fetal death, nightmares, and much more. Could it be that this ancient demonic force is what could be plaguing people all the way into modern times? The demon Zozo is also mentioned in the French demonic encyclopedia as one of the demons responsible for diabolical possession and corruption. The possession of a young girl in 1816 is noted as a documented case where Zozo, among several other demons, were present. Other noteworthy possession cases over the ages, ranging closer to modern times, that bear Zozo's name, other than the exorcism of Roland Doe in the 1950s, are the possession of Doris Blither in 1972 in Los Angeles, the Enfield poltergeist incident in 1977 in the UK, and as recent as 2012, where a possession incident led to an attempted murder. Other theories with how this entity could communicate with so many people so quickly and across the globe over the years, besides supernatural ability of its own, would be that its own reach is perhaps being strengthened by an egregore, or a collective group of thought form created by occultists for a certain purpose. However, this seems unlikely considering the entity doesn't seem to serve any human interest, other than to destroy the person or people's lives it makes contact with. Egregores are typically formed to bring control over a summoned deity for the person or group's bidding. But perhaps instead there is a cult worshipping Zozo. I mean, that would make more sense to me. People who have made contact with the entity via a spirit or Ouija board have also been asked to chant or spell out phrases in Hebrew or Latin, which has convinced many of the intelligence of the being that they're speaking with. What is also interesting is that the letter Z was actually removed from the original Latin alphabet because it was considered too evil when pronouncing it. It was said that one's face would make a death's grimace, like that of a corpse, and that it mimicked the letter S, like an evil twin. Perhaps the entity uses this name as some sort of mocking, whether to God or something else. One may also ask, despite the origin theories and historical details that could be linked to this ancient demonic force, how would one know if they encountered such a thing? These are what's known as Zozo's calling cards when it's being summoned using a Ouija board. The obvious is there that the planchette will begin to move on its own, but some less obvious signs are there as well, and are as follows. The planchette will move in a rainbow pattern from side to side, spelling Z-O, Z-O, over and over again, also known as the rainbow effect. It can also move in repeating figure 8 movements, like an infinity sign. The planchette will spell out various versions of the demon's name, like Zozo, Zoso, Zaza, Zuzu, or Mama. You may also begin to see shadows moving around the area where you are hosting the session, like you're seeing through the thinnest sheet into a dark world that exists just behind your vision. And you and whoever you may be with may start to feel scared, uneasy, or upset, seemingly for no other reason, before or after this takes place. When you tell this entity goodbye, typically the best way to close a session, it may not truly be goodbye, because oftentimes, depending on how long the session has been for, like an ever-widening door, the entity may have had just enough time to sneak in to begin to wreak havoc upon your life. And thus begins what many demonologists and religious leaders alike call demonic obsession, which is where the entity becomes aware of you and begins to crave you, which then leads to oppression, or begins to inflict various forms of torture upon you in an effort to break you down, whether that's physically, psychologically, or spiritually. It will also work to isolate you from others, especially those who care about you. And finally, if you're incredibly unlucky, possession, where the entity finally takes control of you as its vessel. All of which to me are absolutely terrifying in every imaginable way. Darren Evans to this day continues to research the Zozo phenomenon, having been involved in a number of paranormal investigations, shows, and various other public and private events, as well as radio shows and podcasts, many of which he goes into various degrees of details regarding his encounters, other people's encounters, and other various historical details. He also in 2016 compiled his year's worth of research and experiences into a book, also titled The Zozo Phenomena, which you can read and learn more about the entity and the topic as a whole if you're interested. I'll link it below. I also pulled a lot of this information from various interviews, which I'll also be linking below, as well as an older website he runs that doesn't seem to have been updated in a while, but supplied me with much information to get the story as cohesive as I possibly could. I also sourced the photos of the apparitions from this site, some of which were taken by Evans himself over the years. So does this demon or ancient force truly exist? Is it some kind of elder god, a pre-Christian deity or being, or manifestation of occult or Luciferian practices? Did Darren Evans just make it up? And did thousands of people find it interesting enough to make up their own stories and partake in a mass charade that has lasted years? All of these answers may never truly be known, but my opinion is this. I think, not only given the wide array of strange coincidences and details throughout history, from the origins to the stories of this creature existing in distant past to the present, to literally thousands of people, from casual interest in the occult to more hardcore fanatics, religious scholars, demonologists, and more, claiming to have had experiences with this thing. With all of these details in mind, I certainly think it very well could be real. I do think there are things that exist in the shadows, things we can't see or touch, but that are there, watching and waiting to strike when and if the opportunity presents itself. So my advice to all of you, to avoid any possibility of opening a door that you can't close and inviting evil into your life, is this: don't mess with Ouija boards. These things are not toys, and whether you believe it or not, these entities do exist, and they believe in you. So keep away from them, because you might just let something in that won't want to leave, even if you say goodbye.
Lying dormant within the streets of suburbia, there is an unseen evil. Like a mouse falling into a pit of snakes, an unsuspecting family disturbed a slumbering force and became enshrouded in a fog of darkness. This is the untold story of the Bel Air House and the terrifying malevolent entities that dwell within its walls. Bel Air, Ohio, an area rich in history, was once known as Glass City, having once been a major glass production hub in the late 1800s. It is now known as the All-American Town, having been used in many Hollywood productions as a backdrop for lots of movies, some of which you've probably seen over the years. The town that epitomizes small America's daily life has long since moved past its industrial days and has become known for something else. On the outskirts of the town lies an old two-story Victorian home that has become famous over the recent years, both among locals as well as across the country, with some saying it could be the most haunted place in the United States, if not the world. This is a bold statement to say the least, but the countless visitors to the house have reported strange, disturbing, and unexplainable encounters within its antique walls. But just how did this story begin? Where did the legend of the Belair house originate from? Let us first take a look at the home's dark history. Built in 1887 by a coal tycoon named Jacob Hetherington, the house sits adjacent from ancient Native American burial caves. It is also located where the scene of a massacre took place during the French and Indian War. It would sit on top of an active coal mine for years before. There was a major explosion that took place within the mine, killing multiple men working deep within the earth, directly underneath the house. Could the culmination of these tragic deaths have opened up a portal within the Belair house? A portal that allowed something to come through that wasn't supposed to be here. Shortly after this explosion is when the strange activity began. Jacob's son Alex moved into the home with his daughter Lyde, but was soon stricken with seizures and hallucinations. He would ultimately be committed to an insane asylum for the rest of his life, claiming that demons were trying to kill him. As time progressed, Lyde would take charge of the family business, being helped by her younger brother Edwin. Lyde would tragically and unexpectedly pass away one morning in the kitchen of the home. Edwin, now alone and grief-stricken, descended into mysticism and the occult in search of answers. He began to regularly host seances in the kitchen where his sister had passed away, to attempt to make contact with her on the other side, and it is believed that contact was indeed made, but with who or what is uncertain. In 2005, Kristen Lee and her family are desperate for a new home. Like a curse, for the second time in less than 2 years, a flash flood has destroyed their home and all of their possessions. Kristen, her 2 sons, Nicholas and Lane, along with their father, Hefe, have been fortunate enough to room with friends during this difficult time. Kristen has continued to try and get the family back on their feet and no longer wants to burden her friends with the boarding of her family. So she constantly checks the real estate listings, hoping to find a home that her and her family can finally settle down into. Given the circumstances, the family didn't have a big budget and would have to rebuild their lives from scratch. But soon, her determination seems to pay off. While at work, Kristen often browses real estate websites for new listings as well as foreclosures, and a new listing soon catches her eye. Recently foreclosed on, but now available for purchase, she lays eyes on the old Victorian home for the first time. Its 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms setup, along with plenty of room, would be perfect for her family. The price seems almost too good to be true for her budget as well. And although the listing lacks more details, it's like her prayers had finally been answered. But by what? Not wanting to lose the property, Kristen arranges a showing of the home as soon as possible, and before too long finds herself on the front steps of the Belair house. She is immediately taken in by the beautiful craftsmanship of the woodwork. The wraparound porch facing the Ohio River soon has her imagining peaceful evenings watching the water flow. Upon entering the home, she continues to be impressed. Old marble and cherry wood ordain the interior of the home, and it seems almost too perfect, like something straight out of her dreams. The family also has a dog named Bella, and the large fenced-in backyard is perfect for her to run in, and the boys to play in. Dumbfounded by her luck, Kristen puts in an offer on the house that evening, and it's accepted the following morning. After 2 years of chaos and uncertainty, the Lee family can finally breathe again and start living a normal life. But just as all seems quiet and settled, the family begins to discover that the house is anything but normal. At first, upon hearing odd noises in the night,
The family wrote off the sounds as nothing more than anxiety in an old house. Being slightly scared or anxious upon moving into a new place, particularly following a very uncertain time in one's life, is not out of the ordinary. But these sounds soon become too much to dismiss. They soon begin to hear footsteps at all hours of the day and night. Kristen would later describe the activity as so. I would hear footsteps above and sometimes below me, even when there was no one else home but me. And I always felt as if there were thousands of eyes staring at me at all times, watching my every move. Along with the strange noises, items soon began to go missing. From keys to towels to trinkets. One moment they would be there, and within seconds, they would vanish. And Kristen isn't the only one experiencing strange happenings within the Belair house. At the time, her 12-year-old son Nicholas begins to experience a malevolent force that seems to dwell within his bedroom. At first, he too begins to feel as if he's being watched at all times, and it seems to get exponentially worse at night. He begins to have night terrors, feeling someone or something covering his mouth and nose, forcing him to suffocate. One night, he wakes up in a cold sweat. It's storming outside. Flashes of lightning occasionally light up the room. What he sees disturbs him to his core. In the corner of his room, towards his closet, as a burst of light fills the room, he sees a blackened figure staring at him and shaking profusely. The young boy is utterly terrified. Rushing out of his room as fast as he possibly can, he wakes up his mother and refuses to sleep there any longer. The boy is so hysterical, the only solution was to send him to his grandmother's house, located 30 minutes away. What makes this case all the more compelling is that Kristen has a master's degree in psychology and works as a mental health physician. With this, her professional opinion of what Nicholas had experienced was initially contributed to stress and fatigue, both common factors that tend to make the human mind see and experience things that aren't really there. And these probably could explain many similar situations, and most would agree. However, Kristen's view would soon undergo a radical change after one terrifying experience of her own. After months of strange happenings within the home, it was now winter, and the Lee family, still tight on finances, was sleeping in the basement near the fireplace to save money on the gas bill. Hefe was asleep in a recliner, and Lane as well as Kristen were asleep on the wraparound couch located in the corner of the room. All seemed normal until Kristen was woken up by the feeling of the couch cushion being pressed down near her legs. She then found herself face to face with a terrifying figure of a man staring directly at her. She would later describe the encounter as so. I woke up being face to face with this gray figure of a man. He was translucent, almost like a mist, but the mist had features, like a person. The face was completely emotionless and had dark sunken-in eyes. Kristen asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? What do you want?" But to no response, just a blank, lifeless stare. Within seconds, the apparition disappears. But before she can ponder what had just taken place, the silence is once again shattered. But by this time, it was the family dog Bella, who was barking and running around the room. Kristen, attempting to keep her family asleep through the ordeal, tries to quiet the dog down and notices that she can see her breath in the air. And although it's cold outside, it's not nearly that cold near the fireplace. She then sees the figure materialize once more and silently move from one side of the room and through the wall on the other side, vanishing completely. No longer wanting to face whatever this was alone, she woke up her husband and told him what had just taken place. His response, however, was that she was too tired and needed to go back to sleep. Could what Kristen had experienced been a stress or fatigue-induced hallucination? Perhaps, but someone with a professional background such as herself surely would know how to differentiate, wouldn't you think? Finally knowing she's not crazy and totally convinced that the home was haunted, Kristen begins to try and make plans to get her family out of the Bel Air house and to safety elsewhere. As soon as she can, she puts the home up for sale and moves the family to a nearby rental home. Although she's relieved to no longer physically be in the house, no one is buying it. To try and cover expenses, she has no other choice other than to make the house a rental property. But almost as soon as the first family moves in, they move out. And this kickstarts a revolving door of tenants. Seemingly stuck with the house, Kristen comes to the conclusion that no family will or should live there. So what should be done with a haunted property? Needing to make ends meet, she comes up with a unique idea. She turns the home into an afterlife research property. This would allow various groups to come in and conduct their own research on just what exactly was taking place within the Bel Air house. And the idea works. Soon, groups from all over the United States and Canada are traveling to temporarily live within the home to conduct research. And from here, we gain some more interesting stories, to say the least. One group, who calls themselves the Armchair Researchers, from upstate New York, consists of two women, one being a birthing nurse, and the other a nurse who works with dying patients. They've found paranormal and afterlife research to be a natural extension of their day jobs for the last 15 years. After hearing about the Bel Air house, they soon find themselves driving to Ohio to investigate the phenomena for themselves. First impressions tend to go a long way, and the first impression the women got upon their arrival was very creepy. The home by this point was in a moderate state of decay. The fence that had once surrounded the backyard was mostly blown down, and the exterior of the home, as well as the porch, was weathered and rotting. But despite the odd feelings initially, they make their way inside, and at first, they actually felt welcomed, almost invited in, greeted by the same cherry wood interior that has greeted everyone. But as soon as they set up their equipment and prepare for their stay, as day turns to night, there seems to be a shift in energy within the home. The shift went from warm and inviting to dark and ominous. Then began the noises, banging, footsteps, and the moving of furniture. The ladies also noted the feeling of being watched everywhere they went. While asking probing questions as they wandered throughout the house, they would soon also witness strange lights in various parts of the home. And along with the lights, there soon also came full-blown apparitions, all of which seemed to be centered around the basement. And as the night progressed, so did their feelings of anxiety. While taking a short break and sitting down on one of the couches in the basement, the two heard what they described as a large crashing noise above them, as if someone or something had thrown a bookshelf across the house itself, shaking the entire home. Absolutely terrified and panicked, the women apprehensively made their way up the stairs and rushed out of the home as fast as they possibly could, leaving behind equipment and personal items. They were too frightened to go back. Upon learning of what had taken place, Kristen wasn't at all surprised. Over the years, there had been dozens of teams of people who couldn't seem to last the night for one experience or another. People have been scratched, pushed downstairs, punched, bitten, and even in one instance, thrown across the room by a violent and unseen force. Another noteworthy story comes from a team located locally there in Ohio. They have had the opportunity to visit the home and conduct investigations numerous times over the years. But their experience in particular one night truly makes me question just what exactly haunts the Bel Air house. There was 3 of them this time, and it was shortly after midnight when they made their way into the attic to continue their investigation. During their questioning, they seemed to be getting direct interaction with something through their spirit box. Then, towards the corner of the attic, a mist seemed to materialize, coming up from the attic floor, slowly enveloping the group. Glancing down, they were now too stunned to speak. They saw what appeared to be thousands of black snake-like creatures slithering over their feet and onto their legs. The creatures then began to form a figure standing in front of one of the attic windows, a creature of pure darkness that seemed to stare at them with thousands of tiny, beady eyes. The crew, which consisted of 2 men and a woman, ran for their lives, descending the attic stairs as quickly as possible, leaving behind anything and everything that they had brought with them that wasn't located on their person and out of the home for good. All of these stories and experiences have led many to believe that the Bel Air house is some kind of magnet for paranormal activity, a magnet or a host to a portal for spirits. Whether that portal was opened by the tragedy that took place within the mind that once existed below its foundation, or one that was opened due to seances being conducted within the house on multiple occasions. But over the years, many different entities have been documented, from what appear to be human ghosts to perhaps something more sinister. One such entity goes by the name of Emily Davis. It is believed that Emily Davis was a child that drowned in the Ohio River that flows right by the home. Her room is allegedly the same room that Kristen's son Nicholas once stayed in. And besides the basement, it also seems to be a hotspot for paranormal activity. Through various investigations, once contact has been made and trust seems to be gained, people are often attacked, which have led many to believe that Emily isn't a child at all, but a demon. Perhaps it could be the same demonic creature that frightened Nicholas so bad that he moved out of the home, as previously mentioned. Many investigators also have claimed to have some activity follow them home, and even haunt their dreams, as if the house or the beings within the house are calling out to them to come back for one reason or another. Although many questions may never be answered surrounding the Bel Air house, one thing is for certain. It continues to be considered one of the most haunted places in America, if not the world. It also continues to serve as a place of study for those wanting to investigate the supernatural forces that dwell within its walls. But if you find yourself being drawn to the old Victorian, just know that if you're not careful, you too could find yourself being made a part of its history, whether you like it or not. Over the years, I've covered a wide array of mysteries, from the Mothman to UFOs, conspiracies to cold cases. And one topic that seemed to resonate more with all of you, and one that I've always found fascinating, is hauntings. Whether that's haunted places, haunted people, or experiences that people have had that they would consider paranormal in nature. So today, I'm trying something new. And don't worry, this is adding content here on Mystery Archives, so there will still be episodes of the untold story for you to enjoy. Those just take a good chunk of time to produce. So, in between those episodes, I'd really like to share stories from you guys, the community, to bring awareness that these kinds of experiences really do happen. And having grown up in a haunted home myself, I know that oftentimes people are hesitant to share their stories for fear of ridicule or for fear of whatever they've experienced flaring up again and reigniting their personal nightmare. This platform will hopefully give their stories justice, have them heard, and give you a glimpse into what people like yourselves have experienced. These are your paranormal encounters. When a young family encounters the devil in the flesh. Told from the perspective of a young girl, this terrifying tale will have you questioning just what could be happening across the street from you, next door, or even in your very own home. I was almost 7 when these events took place, and I'll be 40 later this year. I lived in the Glendale Apartments in Rock Hill, South Carolina. My baby brother at the time wasn't quite even a year old. Now, my mom was young when she had me at 17, and my stepdad Keith was exactly 2 months to the day older than her. My mom has been gone for 14 years now, but I still remember this day like it was yesterday. We had left to get dinner that night, and by the time we had gotten back, Keith was passed out in the front seat of his little hatchback Mustang in the parking lot. This was the first of 2 that would find themselves wrapped around trees in my town. Keith was suffering from what would later be diagnosed as schizophrenia with bipolar tendencies, and had seemingly been self-medicating to alleviate his symptoms. Since he was asleep, my mom urged me not to wake him, as I helped her get my infant brother at the time out of the car and into our apartment. As we began to wind down for the evening, our phone began to ring, shattering the calm peace that was our lives. It was Keith's mom, Mary. She lived on the other side of the complex, which mostly housed old people and people with disabilities. She sounded panicked, screaming that something was happening in her apartment and that she needed help immediately. My mom rushed to go wake Keith up out in the parking lot, but upon running up to the car, he was nowhere to be found. She rushed back into our apartment, saying that she couldn't find Keith, when he suddenly appeared in the hallway, and neither of us had seen him come into the apartment. He seemed completely out of it and was terrified, saying that something was taking him over and that he couldn't control himself. I saw his eyes. They were black. My mother didn't have time to deal with or process his antics and gathered us to walk to his mother's apartment in the meantime. As we rushed over there as fast as we could, I remember getting a skin-crawling feeling every time Keith looked at me, like it was something completely foreign to this world, peering into my soul. We arrived and were quickly let into Mary's apartment. Her lights were flickering, and her pictures were swaying back and forth on the walls. A heavy presence could be felt by all of us. Mary was deeply religious and couldn't understand just what was taking place, but she believed it to be evil. Keith was now standing in the living room and began to sway back and forth as the activity seemed to intensify. As my mother approached him to ask what he was doing, he began to laugh. This was the deepest, most maniacal laugh I have ever heard, and I still get chills thinking about it. This voice was not his own. My mother quickly backed up, unsure of what to do, and he then began to point at me, saying, "I'm going to sacrifice that child tonight." His eyes were now blood red. Mary, by this time, had grabbed some of her belongings from her room and happened to have some blessed oil along with her Bible. She threw the oil on Keith's face, and it began to boil. The sound of sizzling and screaming was horrific. My mother's love for Keith quickly overpowered her fear, and she pulled him into the bathroom to examine his face. She was freaking out, to say the least, partially because of how unbelievable the circumstances were, and just how badly he was burnt on his face. His eyes at this point were rolled into the back of his head. Then suddenly, without warning, He rushed my mom and pinned her against the wall. His younger sister Nikki and his mother quickly rushed in to help free her, with Mary dumping more oil on him. Each time, his skin literally sizzled where it landed. This fortunately worked. Keith now lay catatonic on the bathroom floor, so altogether, us girls moved him into a nearby bedroom and restrained him to the bed using anything we could find for our own safety. Shortly after we did this, his mother called the nearby oratory and asked for a priest to assist us immediately. Nikki, who was a teenager at the time, was trying to comfort me, telling me that Keith was just really sick and not to be scared. She encouraged me to try and get some sleep, and I, of course, couldn't and wouldn't. I didn't dare close my eyes for fear of that thing hurting my mom. In this room with Keith was a picture of Jesus kneeling on top of a mountain. I heard Keith laughing in that otherworldly voice. He called out to me. He said, "You know, little girl, I used to be an angel with the most beautiful wings, until that bastard was born. Then I was cast from atop that mountain and banished." I asked, "Who are you? The devil?" He perked up, looked me dead in my eyes, and said, "I am Lucifer, the light bringer, here in the flesh. I'm not only taking Keith with me, but all of you as well. Now, untie me." I ran hysterically to my mother, who was having a cigarette to calm her nerves. She ran into the room to comfort him. When he said, "Do you want to see proof?" and against her will, my mother then extinguished the cigarette into his arm, with Keith exclaiming, "It feels so good. You'll have to adjust to the searing flames, but in due time, you too will call it home." She then rushed out of the room and closed the door. We waited with bated breath for the priest to arrive, when shortly after 3 a.m., there was a knock on the door. Thank God, it was him. For the next several hours, they attempted to cast this thing out of Keith. Probably for the best, they kept me in the living room, away from the demonic terror that was inhabiting his body. But my God, the smells that wafted throughout the complex, like putrid meat and sulfur. I soon also heard moaning and growling from dogs that didn't exist. There was a strange fog that had enveloped the apartment itself, and a strange flickering light that now emanated from the room where the exorcism was taking place. I began to close my eyes and pray to God harder than I had ever prayed before, wanting and wishing for all of it to end. When suddenly, it did. Keith had seemingly been freed of these spiritual shackles, and although I was terrified, I was more than wanting to finally get some sleep. So after the priest departed and all seemed fine, we slowly made our way back home through the damp, misty morning that was now upon us. Upon arriving home and heading inside, we all began to make our way to our bedrooms to try and sleep. I found myself in my bed, comfy, and finally about to rest, when I felt my bed shake. I quickly opened my eyes to find my bed off the floor, and my bedpost balls screwed off, each one in the corner of each post, floating there. I screamed harder than I've ever screamed before, alerting my mother, who rushed to save me. Upon her running in, my bed suddenly slammed to the ground, and my bedpost balls all fell to the floor. The events of that night and the following morning can never be forgotten by me and my family. For the next year and a half, we dealt with similar smells wafting throughout our apartment, unseen snarls and growls, and a feeling of anxiety, as if our every move was being watched. But thank God, it all eventually faded. I had since asked Keith how he came to be in that state, but I could never really get a clear answer. He often drank moonshine and was in a bad state mentally and spiritually at the time. Perhaps this weakened him enough to let something in, somehow. I have since moved on from that place, but heard something very interesting that I'd also like to share in regards to it. This was the apartment we lived in, and a young boy mysteriously passed away within it not too long ago. The details of the case are hard to find, but I believe he was about as old as I was when everything had taken place to us. There has also been multiple shootings, stabbings, and murders that have taken place near and in the complex itself. It seems like whatever possessed Keith and stalked us maybe never truly left. I'm glad to share my story with all of you, and I just want you to know that these things are very real. The paranormal is real. And please, do not meddle with it, because you just don't know what you could be inviting in. This energy, this evil, wanted my soul, and it seems like it may have taken multiple lives in pursuit of whatever nefarious things it wanted. Leia. I would like to thank Leia for submitting this chilling story of an exorcism that took place to her stepfather when she was a child. The entire situation must have been terrifying to endure, to say the least, and I commend her for being willing to share this with us and warn others that these things are very real indeed. I also believe it's important to bring awareness to these kinds of topics for a number of reasons. I am curious just how Keith became possessed, however, and if it was truly by Lucifer himself or something pretending to be him. All around, a terrifying tale from Leia. Upon laying her head down to sleep, a young woman is seemingly transported to another time or place, where she interacts with malevolent spirits. This one may just make you wonder if the very same has ever happened to you. One hot Saturday morning in 2001, my ex-husband Dean and I went to the grocery store. By the time we returned home and put everything away, it was almost noon. I prepared some lunch for us, and by 2 p.m., I announced that the heat had made me feel so very tired and that I would need to lie down. Dean would go on to watch TV with the volume on low, and I closed the bedroom door. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I went out like a light. Then, in what seemed like only 5 minutes later, I was woken up by a lady speaking beside my bed. It was as if she was addressing another person, but yet in a crystal clear voice across the room. She said something along the lines of, "Don't disturb her, let her sleep." This startled me. I immediately sat up in my bed and I looked around, but saw nothing. I knew I wasn't dreaming, as the voice was real, and yet spoke at an audible enough level even to wake me up. Regardless, whether a dream or real, I was too exhausted and quickly fell asleep again. Now this is where things took a stranger turn. I felt my soul leave my body. It rose up to where the wall met the ceiling. I crossed through the wall and into another place in time. I was no longer within my home, but found myself in a scene from the 18th century. It was similar to watching a black and white film, but in varying shades of gray. I saw a few people who were extravagantly dressed and wore coiffed and powdered wigs, sitting on a plush divan and some armchairs. They sat almost motionless by a small low-lying table. Only the woman slowly looked about, but nobody seemed to notice me. I looked to my left and saw a couple standing still, arms held in an arch above in the air, hands touching, poised, as if waiting for music to start for their dance. I looked past them and saw a few men, one at each small table just sitting quietly and motionless. Then I looked to my right, past the few people I initially saw, and looked in awe at the sight before me. I realized I was in a vast hall as far as the eye could see. I saw no other people, and the next thing I knew, I was back in my body, seemingly asleep, yet aware of my surroundings. I was made aware of the large crowd of people outside of my bedroom door. The sound was similar to what you would hear in a crowded bar, many people talking amongst themselves. However, there was one woman's voice that could be heard slightly above the rest of the crowd. I didn't pay it any special attention, as I wasn't focusing on anyone in particular, nor catch what she had said. And what was only a moment later, that same voice was louder and closer this time, just on the other side of my bedroom door. Although I paid a little more attention now, what she said was still indiscernible, and the voice was yet to be one that I recognized, a voice belonging to a stranger. In what seemed just another moment again, she opened the door, stepped into my room, and then shut the door behind her. I laid frozen in my bed, unable to move. Yet, I felt real terror at this point. Although I couldn't move at all, my eyes were fixed atop of the wall. Somehow, with my mind's eye, I saw her. It was my mother, who had passed away 21 years earlier. She wore a long white shroud, which I never got to see her in, but I knew that she had been buried in one. By now, I was totally terrified. I wanted to scream out for help. Better still, to get out of there. But I wasn't able to move a muscle. I watched my mother pace to and fro, past the foot of my bed, in absolute rage. She was so angry with me. She was literally spitting mad while she was scolding me. Never had I seen her this angry. The one thing I did notice, once my mother's spirit had entered the room, was that while my eyes were fixed near the ceiling, it was within my range of sight that I'd seen a soft, white, gaseous ball of light appear to my right at the corner of the ceiling. It was about the size of a basketball, though not quite as spherical. It was so very slow moving, like a swirl of white smoke within itself. Somehow I felt like it was protecting me from this evil, like a guardian angel. Once my mother was done raging at me, she faced the door and held the door slightly open. She paused and told me that I'd be dead by midnight tonight. She then shut the door behind her and left. As soon as she was out the door, the ball of light had dissipated too, and I felt instant relief. I looked at the clock, and it was now 3 p.m. All of this strangeness took place in the space of one terrifying hour. I still don't know if that was the spirit of my mother or something evil imitating her. All I know is that I jumped out of bed and rushed to the lounge room, telling Dean what I had seen, though I didn't mention my mother's parting words. Dean wasn't remotely interested. He only mumbled as I interrupted him watching his program. Well, that was the end of the nap I wasn't quite able to get. As evening approached, I constantly glanced at my watch. Although we retired for the day at about 10 p.m., that night I was fearful, yet resigned to my fate. I hadn't told a soul about my mother's message, in case it tempted fate. On waking the next morning, I couldn't have felt more relieved and thrilled to still be alive. Now that it felt safe to do so, I told Dean and later my neighbor about it all. They showed me the goosebumps on their arms and expressed fear as I recounted my experience. This was 22 years ago, and I still think of that day and the sheer terror that it brought me. It's a day that I can never forget. Johanna. That story was chilling, Johanna. I too am curious if it was some kind of spirit impersonating your mother, or if it was somehow her. The detail of what she was wearing also happened to be what she was buried in. Literally gave me goosebumps. So thank you so much for sharing your story and continuing to bring awareness to these topics. A young man seemingly interacts with his grandmother, who has long since passed away. But he isn't the only one that sees and feels her presence. This was in reference to watching one of my videos. Watching this video reminded me of something that's been going on in my house. My wife's grandmother died before we got together, and her son was the last person in the hospital room with her when she passed. Now, my work schedule varies, but generally, I'm up between 3 and 4 a.m. every day. Sometimes, I feel a presence, or I thought I saw what was a shadow in my peripheral vision. I finally told my wife about this a while back, and she proceeded to tell me that her autistic son regularly speaks to his deceased grandmother. We've both spoken to him multiple times, and apparently she visits him constantly. My wife admitted that she's seen her in our house a couple of times as well. I've offered to have the house cleansed, but my wife said no. Apparently his grandmother visits him all the time and watches over him, and he's admitted that he still sees her. He's autistic, so he's very honest with everything. I'd like your guys' input about this. Thank you, Caveman. Well, Caveman, especially since he's autistic, that really does convince me of his sincerity and honesty. The young man clearly doesn't have a motivation to gain anything by saying this. And when you have felt this presence, is it as she was in life? Is it more of a benevolent energy, or something else? It's also very interesting that your wife has seen her on multiple occasions as well. Perhaps she is watching over her grandson. Children often have an extra sense, it seems like, to be able to interact with the spirit world. Reading your story reminded me of when my brother was younger, and we had a very similar situation. My mom's father, Paul, had passed away in their family home in 2002 when my brother was just 2 years old. Prior to his passing, Paul seemed to be motioning for things to go away, things that we couldn't see, perhaps trying to state that he wasn't ready to go yet. Several months after his passing, with my grandmother Agnes still inhabiting the very same house, my brother Caden had started to interact with something that we couldn't see. He would often play around the living room, which was the same room my grandfather passed away in. One day, when he was in a full conversation with this person, my mother asked him who he was talking to, and he said, "Grandpa Paul." It took the very breath out of her lungs. These interactions were fairly frequent until he was about 4 or 5 years old. Then they suddenly went away one day. It truly makes one beg the question, just how often do our loved ones truly watch over us? Thanks for sharing this one, Caveman. Thank you all for watching. If you'd like to hear more content like this, and if you enjoyed the video, please help me out in the algorithm by hitting the like button, leaving a comment, and subscribing with notifications if you're new here. As I mentioned in the beginning of this video, I think it's very important to bring awareness to the paranormal question. It in a sense is the ultimate question in my opinion. What truly happens when we pass through the veil of this reality and into the afterlife? I appreciate all of you as always. I hope all of you are doing well mentally, physically, and spiritually. And I hope your year is heading in a vibrant and positive direction. And I wish you all nothing but the best. Until next time, this has been Cody here at Mystery Archives. Stay safe out there, and take care.
Mere days after the Lee family had settled into their new abode, nestled amongst the pines, they are confronted with paranormal happenings. Initially, the disturbances seem harmless, as the couple's 2 young sons began to voice concerns about peculiar lights flickering in their rooms and eerie shadows dancing across the walls. But the situation takes an ominous turn when Steve and Beth themselves bear witness to disturbing and terrifying events. This is the untold story of the haunted house of the Black Forest in Colorado. There's an undeniable, almost supernatural call to the eerie and the unexplained that seems to emanate from the depths of dense woodlands. The Black Forest, a vast expanse of towering trees and shadowy undergrowth, has been a breeding ground for creepy tales of the otherworldly. Amidst this foreboding landscape lies a dilapidated house, its weathered walls and creaking floorboards harboring secrets that have captured the imagination of paranormal enthusiasts across the nation. This isolated dwelling, nestled deep within the Colorado wilderness, has earned a reputation as one of the most haunted sites in the United States. Its very existence a testament to the enduring power of mystery and the unknown. The region referred to as the Black Forest is an unincorporated area situated in El Paso County, Colorado, nestled near the city of Colorado Springs. This area was traditionally known as the Pineries, a vast expanse spanning over 1,000 miles. Aptly named for the dense concentration of majestic ponderosa pine trees that blanketed the landscape. The Black Forest's remote and secluded nature, coupled with its towering evergreens and rugged wilderness, has long captivated those seeking solitude and a connection with the untamed beauty of nature. The secluded log cabin, nestled deep within the Black Forest region of Colorado, seemed like a tranquil oasis for the Lee family when they first laid eyes on it in 1991. Stephen and Beth, along with their 2 sons, had relocated from Louisiana, seeking a serene escape amidst the towering pines and pristine wilderness. The sparsely populated area, known for its slow-paced lifestyle, crisp air, and breathtaking vistas, promised a dream home surrounded by untouched nature. Little did they know that this idyllic retreat would soon become a source of inexplicable occurrences and unsettling experiences that would forever alter their perception of the supernatural. About the Lees, Stephen Lee, a father, husband, and truck driver, had done well for his family. And wanting a change of scenery, they found what they believed to be their dream home. A 6,000 square foot, 3-story cabin located within the Black Forest. Situated on 5 acres of land, Stephen and his wife Beth, with every step as they surveyed the property, could envision their 2 young sons playing and growing up there, their own little piece of the American dream. So, it took a little bit of time, but their offer on the home was ultimately accepted, and within the coming months, they would soon call this secluded place home. However, they would fail to realize that it wasn't just inhabited by the family of 4. The first week at their new residence seemed like something out of a fairy tale. Mom, Dad, and the kids were all comfortable and very happy after making the long trek from Louisiana to Colorado. And the family themselves seemed happy and content with their decision. However, this would change. The Lees' 2 young sons shared a room, as brothers often do at a young age, and roughly after their first week, they began to tell their parents that something strange was happening in their bedroom. Bright, colorful lights flashed about, and terrifying, shadowy specters flowed across their walls. These strange happenings frightened the boys and often kept them awake. So of course, they told their parents. However, often in these situations, they were dismissed. Beth and Steve simply believed that the boys had overactive imaginations and figured it would just take time for them to adjust to their new environment. But this too would change mere weeks later. Upon coming home from an evening of fun as a family, they would arrive to see their home lighting inside with strange, lightning-like flashes of light. They could see the spectacle from their driveway. In the words of Beth, "One day we came home and it was like the 4th of July in our living room and bedroom. We had all sorts of colorful flashes of light seemingly everywhere. We rushed inside to figure out just what these things were, and simultaneously, it sounded like people were stomping across our roof. Then all of a sudden, it stopped." Never having seen anything like this before, the Lees were simply perplexed. And not sure of what to make of this activity, they would lay their heads down to sleep this night. But what they failed to realize is that this was just a prelude of what was to come. In the coming months, the activity grew in intensity. What started as phantom lights and flickering shadows had escalated into something taking place almost every single day. From disembodied banging sounds to whispers, the sound of chains dragging on the floor, or even inside the walls, to pushing, assaulting, and disturbing the family. Sadly, the Lee's young sons were more often than not the targets of this paranormal force that plagued them. Night after night, and almost every night, they were harassed by shadow people, the reappearance of the mysterious lights, and the awful banging sounds of something unseen. The family did their best to make the situation work. They, after all, were newly tied up financially in the purchase of what they believed was going to be their forever home. But it was something big or small nearly every day now that was taking place. During the day, appliances began to turn on and off on their own accord. This was attributed to an electrical issue at first, but after having the home examined by multiple electricians, they found no faulty wiring. Alongside electrical appliances, faucets began to turn on by themselves, often making a wet mess in whatever room they were activated in. During the night, the reemergence of the lights, the movement of the shadow people, and the sounds truly haunted them. And these disturbing happenings were soon coupled by something new and equally terrible. A noxious, chemical odor began to appear in the home with no rational origin. The smell of these mystery chemicals burned the nose, eyes, and throats of everyone whenever it appeared. In the coming days, yet more professionals would be called out, and yet nothing, no origin of the chemicals, or detection of them either, could be found. It seemed that whatever force that dwelled within the walls of the cabin home in the woods had a particular hatred for the Lee family, and this force soon began to physically hit all of them, seemingly whenever it could, often leaving bruises. Not a believer in the paranormal, Steve Lee, having had professionals come out and not provide any rational answers to their strange ailments. This, coupled with the now daily torment that he and his family were enduring, had finally reached his wit's end. He wanted to prove that either there was someone or something messing with them, and over the coming year, he invested in a total of $70,000 worth of camera equipment and security equipment to monitor every square inch of their home and property. Now, you might think that that's an incredible amount of money to spend on cameras and alarm systems, and it is. But this was the 90s. The equipment wasn't as readily available or sophisticated as it is today, and it just goes to show that they were truly freaked out by whatever was taking place. That they wanted some kind of tangible proof that they could show the world so people didn't think that they were crazy. The cameras, which were mostly motion activated and would record when motion was detected, soon began to activate with no rational explanation and no physical means to be detected. After capturing several strange things on video and photograph, Steve decided to contact the local authorities for help. Records show that the El Paso police were contacted so often by the Lees in the months to come that they launched a formal investigation into just what was taking place at the cabin home in the Black Forest. During this time and the 2 years to follow, alongside the cameras, their security equipment, which could detect motion and forced entry, was triggered 62 times with no explanation as to what could be causing it. It wasn't faulty equipment or poor installation. It was oddly something else. Something unexplainable. With not even the police able to rationalize what was happening to the Lees, Beth and Steve decided to take things one step further. They hired a private investigator. This was in part due to the police also growing tiresome, being contacted for assistance, and then there being nothing that they could do about it. Between the cameras and security equipment, and now hiring a private investigator, the Lees had all but spent the rest of their life savings. Most people, if it ever came to this, would simply try and cut their losses and sell the home. And we don't know if the Lees could have sold the home and moved elsewhere, but they truly still believed that this massive cabin home was their dream home, and they didn't want to give it up without a fight. Unfortunately, though, the private investigator was unable to help them. This left the Lees to simply tough out anything and everything that they had and were continuing to experience. After moving in 1991, the year now was 1995, and the activity had persisted despite the efforts of the Lee family to uncover just what was causing it. Steve, who still figured there had to be a rational explanation for what was taking place, had a little bit more of an open mind after a lengthy discussion with Beth. Seemingly having done everything else, the Lees concluded that they would try and contact paranormal investigators to see if they could do anything about the otherworldly happenings taking place in their home. After some research and calling numerous numbers, the Lees ended up getting in contact with a person who would end up being involved with the television show Sightings. Sightings was an American paranormal and news show that aired throughout the 1990s, covering various unexplained and fringe phenomena. As a result of this pretty lucky interaction, the show became very interested in producing an episode segment about hauntings surrounding the investigation of the Lee home. The show would contact a paranormal investigator and a self-proclaimed psychic in Minneapolis, Minnesota, named Echo Bodine. From her book, The Little Book of True Ghost Stories, Echo would explain her experience as the following. I got a call from the TV show Sightings, and they wanted to know if I would fly to Colorado Springs to help a family deal with some ghosts. The producers told me that the problem was the ghosts mostly seemed to come out at night, so I was asked to work from midnight until the early daybreak hours. It was a very hot day in mid-July when I arrived in Denver around 10 p.m. It was pretty eerie. There was intense lightning all throughout the sky and rain pouring down. I remember thinking how perfect the spooky weather was for investigating hauntings. Steve, the owner of the log home, was at the airport to pick me up. He was very open about not believing in ghosts, and as we drove through several towns in Colorado, I listened to him tell me story after story about some of the things that had gone on in their house. They heard voices, footsteps. Things would move from room to room. It took close to an hour to get up to their house in the mountains, and alongside the rain, a fog hung about 10 feet off the ground. When we arrived and I entered their 3-story log cabin home, from here I was greeted by a producer who asked me if I could take a seat while the scientist they had hired told us about his thermal camera. Having been tired from the trip, I laid my head back while the explanations were continuing, and suddenly I heard a voice come from behind me. It said, "Hey, come here." Upon turning around, I saw a large ghostly man. About 6 feet tall, the specter was wearing blue jeans and a blue checkered flannel shirt. I then heard in unison multiple voices tell me to look over here. And now there was 5 male spirits, all different, but dressed the same as the first. The original ghost said that his name was Tom, and that this was his house, and that no one was going to make him leave. He ran the show around here and had for a long time. I told the producer what was happening in case he wanted to capture anything for the segment, and he did. The conversation then ensued, with Tom explaining why he and the boys wanted to stay in the house, that it was his land, his home, and that he would not leave. One of the cameramen then asked if it was one of them who had been responsible for knocking over his very expensive camera off the countertop. All 5 in unison answered yes, and then disappeared out of sight. The scientist with the thermal camera did in fact capture a drop in temperature, just right where Tom had stood. Around 2 a.m. in the morning, as me and Beth discussed the activity that she had experienced, the dogs the family owned would not stop barking outside. The producers, in an effort to keep their sounds from being picked up on the camera, tried to quiet them down, but simply weren't having any luck. Then, upon Beth showing me a photo of what they had captured on their own cameras, we suddenly were in the midst of 3 male spirits. One with a particularly angry scowl upon his face. One of them walked through both of us, causing us to jump out of our chairs, while the other, angry-looking spirit tried to take my breath away. I believe he did this to stoke fear from me in order to grow more powerful, and this worked because I felt as if I was being suffocated. By 3:30 a.m., we all decided to not focus on ghosts for a bit and to try and lighten the mood. We turned the cameras off and began eating some food in which Beth had prepared for us. But almost as soon as we began to relax, one of the camera women who had been sitting on the stairs began to hyperventilate. She then jumped up and screamed, "Get it out of me," as she fell down the stairs and onto the floor, writhing in pain. The producers asked for me to do something, so with the assistance of others, I helped her up and into a chair in the kitchen, and I began to burn sage, encircling her in the smoke. I asked her to say back to me that she was clear until she calmed down. It took about 20 minutes, but she eventually relaxed. She then was given a ride back to the hotel, and I never saw or heard from her again. By now it was 4:30 a.m., and we were waiting for the camera crew of the show to finish setting up their equipment in the bedrooms where the majority of activity was seeming to take place. One of Steve's friends, who had been present most of the night, came up and handed me a brochure about the history of the local area. To my surprise, he told me that a man named Tom had been the sheriff here back in the 1800s. I felt shivers up my spine as I realized that this was the same Tom that now haunted the Lees' home. Roughly 5 a.m., as we set off to investigate the last bedroom, I walked into the room and saw there in the rocking chair in the corner who would turn out to be Beth's deceased grandmother. And on the opposite side of the room was Tom and the several male spirits under his control. We ended up burning sage and asking them all to move on to the other side. They all did leave the building, but I'm not convinced that they moved on. At about 6 a.m., we finally finished saging the entire house. Exhausted, we packed up our equipment and went back to our respective hotels. I've spoken to Steve and Beth since, and they informed me that activity at the cabin persisted shortly after our departure, and that although not fully convinced, Steve is convinced that there are things in this world that we will never truly understand. Sightings would do a follow-up episode segment years later with the Lees, where they brought in several spiritualists and an expert in hyperdimensional studies, and all would come to the conclusion that the home was indeed haunted. The expert would draw the conclusion that the home sat atop an interdimensional vortex, and coinciding with his conclusion, interestingly, a Hopi elder from the local area would also explain that the Black Forest sits on top what the Hopi call a rainbow vortex, a raging storm, a portal of sorts that contains great spiritual energy and the coming and going of many souls. Sometimes they burn out over time, and sometimes they don't. They are considered gateways between the world of the living and the spirit realm. Some strange and noteworthy things that took place during the second filming of the show's sightings at the Lees' residence was that a paranormal investigator had asked anyone if the name Howard bore any significance to them. The Lees were surprised because one of their best friends in Colorado Springs was a man named Howard. The entity then told the investigator, who relayed the information to everyone, that he was Howard's son, and that he in fact had not killed himself, but rather had been murdered. This disturbed the Lees a great deal because Howard's son had supposedly taken his own life by consuming deadly chemicals, working as a chemist. The stories and reputation of the home got such a local buzz from the press that even a Colorado senator by the name of Charles Duke visited the home with his own camera crew and would snap a few photographic pieces of evidence of apparitions, to his and everyone else's surprise. Senator Duke was so convinced of the Lees' haunting that he even contacted the FBI to conduct a formal investigation, but the Bureau would rebuttal with, no federal laws had been broken. Years later, after everything had happened, Steve Lee, who still wasn't fully convinced of the supernatural, came to his own conclusions as to what was taking place. And for the record, it's a wild theory. He began to believe that the government was using his family and their remote location to test biological agents and psychological weapons of war. He claims he has even photographed military personnel on his property with firearms, and claims that they may have been shutting off the electricity in his home so they could enter undetected. These claims, although far-fetched, would be incredibly disturbing if true. and it would account for the noxious odors the family said they were experiencing, as well as the lights and some sounds. But oddly enough as well, the Air Force Base is located just a few minutes away from where the Lees live. The Lees, as far as we know, after placing the home for sale in 2010, no longer live there. The current residents are unknown, but it seems as if the property has changed hands multiple times. Whether it was ghosts, the result of what the Hopi call a rainbow vortex, or more sinisterly, the result of government military black ops. The haunting of Black Forest, Colorado is truly an intriguing tale. And if you find yourself seduced by what you could consider your dream home, take caution, because this calling might just be a siren sound. Don't let them take you. Thank you guys so much for watching this brand new episode. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a like, leave me a comment, subscribe with notifications on, and please share this around online or with a friend. All that stuff helps me out tremendously. Another thank you to today's sponsor, Keeps. Make sure to check my link down below. I love all of you guys, and thank you so much for everything. Until next time, this has been Cody here at Mystery Archives. Remember to please stay safe out there, and take care. A reality to some, the thought of spending an isolated period of time during a turbulent series of storms inside a lighthouse would be a strange and seemingly scary predicament to be in. The waves crashing against walls, rain and hail pelting the windows, and the roll of thunder surrounding you, not knowing when and if the weather will yield. Certainly, it would take a mental toll on a person. It seems that some would break under these conditions, and others wouldn't. And those that broke, perhaps would never leave. Such a place we're discussing today is the Seguin Island Lighthouse, located in Maine. And this haunted Maine lighthouse holds dark and chilling secrets. The Seguin Island Lighthouse is Maine's second oldest lighthouse. The explorer Samuel D. Champlain discovered Seguin Island in 1612. He commented that it looked like a giant tortoise. The name Seguin is said by some to be a corruption of a Native American word that means place where the sea vomits. Others claim that it originates from a Native American word meaning hump. Either way, it's entirely appropriate given how it looks. In June of 1786, 55 local merchants petitioned the General Court of Massachusetts for a lighthouse on Seguin Island. The petition noted that the island of Seguin seems to be designated by nature for this purpose, and it stated the opinion that if there was a light upon this island, many vessels would be saved from shipwreck, and many persons preserved from immature deaths. At that time, there were only 3 light stations on the coast north of Boston, at Thatcher Island off Cape Ann, at Portsmouth Harbor in New Hampshire, and at Portland Head in Maine. It would take nearly a decade, but the lighthouse would be approved by then President George Washington. By April 1795, a site had been chosen, and a request was posted in local newspapers for proposals to build an octagonal wooden lighthouse tower on a stone foundation and a 1-story wood-frame dwelling. A newspaper notice in late October of 1796 announced that the buildings had been completed under the supervision of Henry Dearborn, who would later become the customs collector in Boston and Secretary of War under President Jefferson. Seguin's first keeper, appointed in March of 1796 at $200 per year, was Major John Polaricki, a Hungarian hussar and a count who was born in France and fought with French troops during the American Revolution. His family had been Hungarian nobility, and they dated back as far as 1613. He had settled in Dresden, Maine, and was their town clerk for 25 years until he applied for and was granted a position as the keeper of Seguin Island Light in 1898. His meager salary was unfit for living off the island in such harsh conditions due to its remote, exposed location, and he constantly requested increases in his salary, but was always denied. His brother-in-law, Christopher Pushard, served as his assistant with him, and initially brought his wife briefly to the island, where they had their first child, Jane. However, Pushard didn't get his family to stay, as relations were strained between the two men. After serving for 8 years, in 1804, John died penniless on the island. For years afterward, some say his ghost has haunted the keepers who came after him. Known as the Old Captain, John's ghost would become all too familiar to some. One incident, closer to modern times, occurred after the lighthouse was automated in 1985. The supervisor in charge of the crew to move the furniture reported months later that he was woken up by a ghost. He claimed that several times as he slept inside the lighthouse, as rain hammered the structure, his bed began to ferociously shake. Waking up in a panic, he sees at the foot of his bed an older man, dressed in oilskins, grabbing and shaking the bed near his feet. The entity asked him not to take the furniture away and to leave his home alone. Convinced he was simply in a deep dream, the supervisor decided not to oblige the captain's ghost. The following day, he decided to move the furniture anyways, as he and his crew had been paid to complete it. That day, all the furniture had been successfully loaded onto a boat, which was being lowered into the water. But as it lowered, suddenly, the cable mysteriously snapped. The ship and all of its contents fell and would spill onto the rocks below, smashing everything into pieces. In the years since, many responsible and credible volunteer caretakers who have signed on to help upkeep the lighthouse, along with the occasional tourists, have reported various sightings of multiple entities, as well as experiencing paranormal events. Items have been moved inside the house or tossed from shelves and onto the floor. Mysterious cold spots seem to appear at random. Tools would often disappear, as if someone or something was playing a trick on people. And doors have been observed opening and closing. Oddly, when the caretakers move the furniture, it is sometimes restored to its original spot the following day, as if something invisible had moved it all back. Some have reported hearing coughing from an unseen force, as well as whispers and the sighting of an older man dressed in oilskins. The Old Captain isn't the only entity that seemingly dwells the grounds of the Seguin Lighthouse. This following story is one of legend and has been very difficult to find documentation, but it is perhaps the most tragic incident that has ever occurred on the island. According to the legend, around the mid-1800s, a caretaker or keeper of the beacon newly married, brought his young wife out with him to tend to the light. Not used to the isolation of the island, his wife quickly became increasingly bored and depressed, constantly complaining about not having anything to do. Thinking it would occupy her and keep her mind off the boredom, her husband ordered a piano and asked it to be brought to the island just before winter would set in. Upon its delivery, he proudly presented it to her after numerous attempts to get the piano up the side of the rocky ledge. Once it was up, it was carefully hauled into the keeper's house with the hands of many friends. His wife was delighted, but she couldn't play without sheet music. Fortunately, though, only one song had come with the piano. It was a simple Scott Joplin tune. Soon afterward, when winter had set in, the island was frozen. No other deliveries, despite their best efforts, could come in. Isolated more than ever, together, the man's wife would continually play her piano, playing the same song over and over and over again. The isolation and constant playing of the same tune over countless hours and days began to take their toll. The husband of the couple began to lose his sanity. Finally, reaching his breaking point, he had had enough. He took an axe and, with a fit of fury, chopped the piano into pieces. Following the outburst, once the shock had subsided, his wife bitterly complained. He would then turn on and attack her, gruesomely chopping her with the axe. Within hours, it seemed that the man had finally come back to his senses, but realizing the horrendous act he had committed, he decided to turn the axe on himself. Today, some say that on the Kennebec River, during foggy nights, you can hear the ghost of the lighthouse keeper's wife playing the same ghostly tune on her phantom piano out over the waves on those still, calm evenings. Many mariners and former keepers have claimed to have heard some kind of piano tune playing over the waters as well. These three ghosts have been claimed to have been seen or their presence felt by numerous visitors and volunteers over the decades. Among other entities, some of which I was unable to find origin information on, is the one of a young girl. And her story goes like this. Moving onto the island with her family in the early 1900s, as her father took the position as a keeper at the lighthouse, she was the only child of her two parents. The island is isolated, lonely, and cold. There are no other children to play with, or much to do for a young child to stay entertained. One of the activities she tried to preoccupy herself with was throwing rocks down into the water from the cliffside near the lighthouse. One unfortunate day, as the rocks near the edge were slippery from the mist of the fog surrounding the island, the poor young lady would slip and meet her demise, falling onto the rocks and waters below. It is said that she still lingers on the island and does everything she can to entertain herself and interact with those who happen to visit her forever home. She has been witnessed by many running playfully around the gardens, laughing and smiling, playing hide and seek with visitors for all eternity. She's been seen not only by visitors to Seguin Island, but also by previous keepers who called the lighthouse their home. She's been witnessed running up and down the stairs of the lighthouse, waving to her onlookers, tapping people's backs, only to have them turn around to catch a fleeting glimpse of her small feet running away and phasing out of her vision. There are a few things I would like to mention before we go. Considering the location, I wonder if the lighthouse or the island is indeed haunted. Could it have perhaps started with the misfortunes of the late captain? Or was it something else? Perhaps a battle of sorts, or a tragedy occurred there, or near there, tainting the land. It's hard to say, but with the age of the lighthouse, and given what we know about its history, I wouldn't be surprised if spirits still dwell there. Maybe it is a beacon for souls, as much as it is for ships. And this isn't a sponsorship, but I wanted to provide the following details because I think it's very important to fund and preserve history whenever possible. Seguin Island is a little over 2 miles offshore from the mouth of the Kennebec River, near Fort Popham and Popham Beach State Park. The lighthouse grounds and museum are open to the public, and lighthouse tours are provided during the summer. The Fish and Trips boat, also called the Seguin Island Ferry, provides daily 30-minute services during the summer season to ferry people to the island. And for those who want to try and investigate the lighthouse, there are overnight rustic accommodations available for members of the Friends of Seguin Island. You can contact the Friends of Seguin Island at seguinisland.org. I would encourage all of you to go and experience places for yourselves whenever possible, especially historic places, to help preserve them for future generations. But I will warn you, be careful and be respectful, because if you aren't either, you might just become the newest permanent resident of the isolated island. Thank you all so much for watching this newest episode. While I investigate cases for other videos, sometimes it's fun for me to go and check out more historic places and learn about the stories surrounding them. So if you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, subscribe with notifications on, leave me a comment, and share this around on any and all social media platforms or with your friends and family. All that stuff genuinely helps me out tremendously, especially when YouTube doesn't seem to like our content as much these days. There will be a new and terrifying case for an episode coming out very soon, and I did want to thank you guys as always for supporting me. This has been Cody here at Mystery Archives. Remember to please stay safe out there, and take care. I'll see you next time.
When we think of demonic possession, oftentimes it involves images of Hollywood films. But according to psychiatrist Richard Gallagher, very few cases are actually the real deal. And of those rare few, some of them are so over the top with what takes place, who sees the supernatural manifestations, and truly affects all those involved. This case is one of them. This is the untold story of the Ammons family haunting, also known as the exorcism of Latoya Ammons, or the House of 200 Demons. In November of 2011, Latoya Ammons moved her 3 small children and her mother, Rosa Campbell, into a new home in a seemingly quiet neighborhood on Carolina Street in Gary, Indiana. The family was ready for a new start, and the children couldn't wait to move in. What they would discover is the home of their dreams would turn out to become something more reminiscent of their nightmares. At first, all seemed to be normal, and life was going well for the family. It wasn't until December that they began to experience strange and unexplainable happenings. In the dead of winter, LaToya Amons had noticed large swarms of horseflies invading her screened-in front porch. She and her mother would kill them, but every single day they would return in what appeared to be greater numbers. After some time, the flies disappeared, lulling LaToya into a false sense of security and filling her with a feeling of relief. But despite the absence of the flies, the strange happenings would persist. Every night around midnight, when everybody was in bed, they would hear footsteps climbing the basement stairs. In a state of terrified shock, LaToya and her mother would listen as the steps got louder and louder, eventually reaching the top. Once at the top of the stairs, the door from the basement to the kitchen would open, even if the door had been previously locked. But when the unexplained noises were investigated, all that would be found is the basement door open to the pitch black void below. One quiet night, LaToya was awoken by the sound of her closet door opening. As she turned to inspect the source of the disturbance, she saw a tall, shadowy figure emerge from her closet, and then it exited through her door and into the living room. LaToya leapt from her bed and followed the figure, and what she would discover would make her blood run cold. In the living room, she saw a silhouette of a very large man who was pacing back and forth throughout her living room. Who was this man? What did he want? And more importantly, what was he doing in her home? LaToya instinctually turned on the light in an attempt to confront the intruder. But to her surprise, the man had disappeared. Scared and confused, LaToya investigated further, and what she would find defied all logic. On the floor, in the same spot where the figure had been pacing, were a series of large muddy boot prints. How could something that was conceivably hallucinated have left a physical mark? Was this an entity attempting to convey a message? And if so, what was it trying to say? These manifestations, mysterious and off-putting as they were, did not scare the family. If anything, it just made them generally uneasy. It wasn't until March 10th of 2012 that those feelings would transform into pure, unadulterated horror. On the date in question, LaToya and Campbell were hosting a wake, mourning the loss of a family member, which was attended by a small group of friends and family. The wake had lasted long into the night, and at around 2 a.m. was abruptly interrupted by the sound of screaming. LaToya had been in her mother's room with her 12-year-old daughter and her daughter's friend when suddenly LaToya began screaming for her mother. Rosa sprinted into the room to find her 12-year-old granddaughter unconscious and levitating over the bed. After gathering their bearings, the family and friends surrounded the bed and began to pray. As they prayed, the girl was slowly lowered back down and onto the bed. What is going on? Campbell thought. Why is this happening? When the girl awoke, she had no recollection of what had just taken place. Soon after, the visibly shaken and traumatized visitors left the house and would ultimately refuse to ever return. What began as a place of family and safety had overnight become a place of terror and loneliness. Unsure of where else to turn, LaToya and Rosa called a slew of local churches, but most refused to listen. Eventually, they would get a hold of a church that was willing to hear their story, and once it was heard, the circumstance was undeniable. To the family's shock, officials at the church informed them that what they were dealing with was in fact a demonic occupation of their home. At the recommendation of the church, LaToya and her mother cleaned out the entire home with bleach and ammonia, poured olive oil on the children's hands and feet, and smeared oil in the shape of a cross on their foreheads. Seeking further guidance and expertise, they reached out to 2 clairvoyants who told them that their home was beset by over 200 demons. The family was instructed that their best course of action would be to move. However, they were strapped for cash, and moving was not an option at the time. Instead, LaToya, at the advice of the clairvoyants, made an altar in the basement. The altar consisted of an end table covered in a white sheet, and on the sheet was placed a candle and the statues of Mary, Joseph, and Jesus. She also covered the walls in the basement in salt, which was believed to add an extra layer of protection from the demonic. Dressed in white clothing, LaToya and a friend conducted a cleansing ritual inside of the house. They burned sage and sulfur, starting upstairs and working their way all the way to the basement, drawing crosses in the smoke in every room. Her friend read Psalm 91 as they proceeded. "You will not fear the terror of night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness, nor the plague that destroys at midday." After the ritual was performed, nothing out of the ordinary happened for about 3 days. But after those 3 days passed, the situation became infinitely worse. LaToya started to notice that her children were acting strange. For seemingly no reason whatsoever, they began talking in sinister, deep voices, and their smiles became twisted and curled. She also reported that their eyes appeared to bulge. Her children were acting like completely different people. When the children's appearances would return to normal, following these episodes, they would have no recollection of anything ever having been different. LaToya's youngest son would sit in the closet and talk to another boy that nobody could see. The boy would say, "I've been here long enough. I came to kill, and I'm going to kill," and spoke with her son so very descriptively about what it was like to be murdered. Once, LaToya's son was thrown from the closet, almost as if he had been tossed, hitting his sister and knocking her into a headboard, which gave her an injury that required stitches. Her daughter would later tell a psychiatrist that sometimes she felt as if she was being held down and choked, unable to speak or move, while voices would say to her that she would never see her family again, and that she would be dead in 20 minutes. LaToya believed that she and her children were being possessed. Randomly, LaToya's body temperature would rapidly raise, and she would begin to shake, falling in and out of consciousness. Rosa, however, never experienced anything demonic or strange towards her. To this, she credits her guardian angel. Some nights, what happened to the family was so severe that LaToya opted for them to spend the night at a hotel. Fearing the worst for her children, LaToya and her mother took the children to see their doctor in April of 2012. Upon entering the exam room, the doctor said he was immediately overtaken by a sense of terror and dread. And this was entirely unexplainable. As LaToya told the story of what the family had been experiencing, the doctor was writing down notes that said delusional ghosts in the home, and hallucinations. Out of nowhere, the youngest son began aggressively cursing at the doctor in a demonic voice. Then he was lifted high into the air and thrown into a wall without a single person having touched him. The boy passed out, and at the same time, so did his older brother. Medical staff tried shaking them awake, but they were completely unconscious. Someone working at the doctor's office called 911, and 8 police officers, along with paramedics, arrived and took the boys to the hospital. LaToya followed and asked hospital personnel to put olive oil on her sons, to which they simply just laughed in her face. Unable to talk to her children, or even to decide what she would do or where she was going to start, she began to pray. At this moment, their nightmare resumed once again. Both boys awoke. The oldest of the two acted normally, but the youngest began screaming and attempted to attack everybody near him. In total, it would take 5 grown men to fully restrain him. A hospital employee who believed that the boys were being abused contacted the Department of Child Safety, citing LaToya's seemingly obvious mental illness. DCS sent out family case manager Valerie Washington, who concluded in her report that neither LaToya nor her children were in bad health or suffered from any bruises, cuts, or burns. The psychiatrist at the hospital also evaluated LaToya and found that she was in fact sane. As Washington interviewed the family, LaToya's youngest son began to growl, and his eyes rolled back into his head. He grabbed his brother around the neck, squeezing tightly and refusing to let go until his hands were physically pried from one another. Later that same day, Washington, an RN, and the boy's grandmother took them into a small exam room to interview them alone. While in the room, the youngest son began to growl yet again, looking into the eyes of his older brother in a deep, demonic voice. He said, "It's time to die, and I will kill you." At this moment, the older brother bent into a running stance and sprinted directly at his grandmother, headbutting her in the stomach as hard as he possibly could, over and over again. Rosa grabbed the boy's hand and said that "You are not my grandson. You are a demon." Then something terrifying happened. With that same twisted smile and look of pure malevolence, he walked backwards towards a wall, and to the shock and awe of everybody, walked backwards up the wall and onto the ceiling, still holding his grandmother's hand the entire time, before flipping off the ceiling and back onto the floor, landing on his feet. After a few moments of stunned silence, Washington and the RN ran out of the room and found the doctor. They explained what they had just witnessed, but the doctor did not believe them, stating that he thought it had to be some sort of trick. The doctor entered the room and requested the boy to do the trick again so that he could see it. The boy replied that he did not remember what had happened and was unable to recreate it. The RN, who was far from a skeptic of the demonic, said that he fully believed what was happening to the boys was the product of possession. And the case manager agreed, stating that there was an evil influence affecting the Amons family. LaToya's youngest son was admitted to the hospital, and she spent the night with him, while Rosa took the 2 older children to stay with a relative. The next day was the youngest boy's 8th birthday. DCS told Rosa to bring the other children back to the hospital, as they could further discuss what had happened. The family celebrated with cake and even sang songs. But once the party was over, LaToya received soul-crushing news. Washington told her that DCS would be taking custody of her children, as they believed they were being spiritually and emotionally neglected. The family cried together. They did not want to be separated, and they didn't understand why DCS had come to this decision. But unfortunately, there was nothing that they could do. On the morning of April 20th of 2012, LaToya would receive some rather unexpected assistance. The hospital chaplain contacted Reverend Maginot. The Reverend had never performed an exorcism before, nor had he ever been asked. But he agreed to help as much as he could. Visiting LaToya and Rosa at their home on Carolina Street, he interviewed them. While they spoke, Rosa commented on a flickering light in the bathroom, which stopped each time the Reverend walked over to it. It must be scared of me, he thought. The interview would be interrupted once again when Rosa pointed out that the window blinds in the kitchen kept swinging, even at the absence of an air current in their home. Maginot also said that he saw wet footprints in the living room, and during the interview, LaToya complained of a migraine. The Reverend wondered whether this could be attributed to the demonic activity, so he placed a crucifix on her head. She then began convulsing. After interviewing the two women for 4 hours, Reverend Maginot was convinced that the family was being tormented by demons and that they had overtaken their home. He blessed the house and told them the house wasn't safe and that they needed to leave immediately. So the two moved in with a relative. A week later, DCS sent Washington to the Carolina Street home to verify whether or not the home was safe for the children to live in. With her, she had a Lake County police officer and 2 other assisting officers, one being the Gary police captain. LaToya refused to go inside, so Rosa took the group into the home to inspect it. In the basement, underneath the stairs, was a dirt patch from which Rosa said that she believed the demons emanated from. The captain said that he believed in ghosts, but not in demons, and would later say that changed after he visited the home on Carolina Street. During the interview with Rosa, multiple electronic devices carried by the officers malfunctioned, even though the batteries had just been replaced. An audio recording taken by one of the officers, when played back, revealed a disembodied voice whispering to them. They also took multiple photos which contained silhouettes, and when enhanced, one even contained a face. At his home, the police captain said that his garage door refused to open, and the driver's seat of his personal vehicle began moving erratically on its own. After it was inspected by a mechanic, it was revealed that the motor that controlled the seat was broken, and that if it malfunctioned while the captain was driving, it could have resulted in a distraction, which would have caused a serious accident. Some time would pass before the same group, accompanied by 2 other officers, as well as DCS case manager Samantha Illick, would return to the home. Illick went in place of Washington, as Washington refused to re-enter the home. As they entered the basement, Illick noticed a strange liquid dripping. When she touched it, she noticed that it felt both slippery and sticky between her fingers. Maginot wanted to check the dirt spot under the stairs for items that may be cursed, as this would offer a solid explanation as to what the family was dealing with. But upon searching, he would find nothing of significance. Maginot blessed some salt and spread it throughout the basement, and the group went back upstairs. While in the living room, Illick began to notice something strange happening. Her pinky finger on her left hand began to tingle and turn white. She complained that her finger suddenly began to feel as if it was broken. Then, out of nowhere, she began to feel as if she was having a panic attack and was unable to breathe. The police captain, who had many times before seen the true horrors of society, refused to stay in the house past dark and requested that the inspection of the house be hurried. Illick and Latoya left the house, and the officers continued their investigation. On the main floor of the house, they noticed an oil-like substance dripping from the blinds. Thinking that Latoya or Rosa may have poured oil on them to sell their story, they wiped it up and sealed the room for 25 minutes. To their confusion, the oil had reappeared. Could this have been the same liquid that Illick had encountered in the basement? Upon speaking with Maginot, they were told that the liquid was in fact a manifestation of the demonic. The Reverend would take notes of his findings and requested permission from a bishop to perform an exorcism on Latoya herself, but his request was denied. Instead, the bishop told him to contact priests who have themselves performed exorcisms, but they were no help either. That night, Maginot blessed the home in order to cleanse it before proceeding. A minor exorcism would follow, for which he did not need church approval. The ritual consisted of prayers and appeals for the demons to be cast out. Illick and the two officers were in attendance. After the ritual had finished, Illick said that something unexplainable was definitely going on, but stopped short of admitting that it was demonic. Regardless, she had chills the entire time, stating that it felt like something was in the room with them and breathing down their necks. Within a week of attending the exorcism, she too began to experience problems, but hers were medical in nature. She suffered third-degree burns from a motorcycle, broke 3 ribs jet skiing, and broke her hand as well as her ankle, all within the same month. It is believed that these injuries were a result of her attendance during the ritual performed by the Reverend. After the minor exorcism was successful, the bishop would give Maginot permission to conduct a proper exorcism on Latoya. He stated that the ritual was the same as the one he had originally conducted. However, it was stronger because this time he had the backing of the Catholic Church. Before the exorcism was to be performed, Maginot tasked Latoya with researching the names of the demons that were tormenting her. During the research, Latoya complained of a physical illness and that her computer kept forcibly shutting itself down. After some time, she was able to locate the names of the demons, who she believed were causing her and her family so much trouble. One of them was Beelzebub, the Lord of Flies. Others were demons that she found which specifically torture and harm children. Maginot would go on to perform 3 exorcisms on Latoya at his church. The first 2 were conducted in English, and the last was in Latin. During these exorcisms, Maginot pressed a crucifix to her head and chanted, "I cast you out, unclean spirit," along with every satanic power of the enemy, every specter from hell, and all of your companions, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Each time, his voice became louder and more forceful, which worked in weakening the demons. Latoya convulsed violently, showing off the demon's true strength to Maginot. During this time, LaToya prayed with him until it became too physically painful for her to continue. She equated the pain that she was feeling to the pain of childbirth, but stated that the pain was nowhere near natural. Eventually, LaToya fell asleep and the ritual had ended. In between the second and third exorcism, which were conducted several weeks apart, a woman who had helped with the rituals was tasked with setting up a backup plan in case LaToya had issues. The woman who wrote the name of a demon on a piece of paper, put it in an envelope, and surrounded it with salt that had been blessed. If LaToya had problems, the woman was to burn the envelope containing the name of the demon. Within that time, LaToya and her mother had moved into a new home in Indianapolis, a home which Maginot had previously blessed. One night, as a storm raged outside, LaToya would call Maginot complaining that she was having horrifically bad nightmares pertaining to demons. So, the woman was instructed to burn the envelope, and after this, the nightmares would cease. Time would pass, and new tenants would eventually occupy the home on Carolina Street, and the landlord would say that since the incidents involving the Amons family, no other paranormal activity had been reported at the residence. LaToya would eventually regain custody of her children in November of 2012, and DCS would regularly check up on them until January of 2013, when they would ultimately close their case. They noted that there were no demonic presences reported at their home in Indianapolis, and that her children felt much safer within its walls. Amons thanked God for guiding them through, and the family would go on to live happily and quietly without any semblance of demonic intervention. So, if we accept at face value those who witness these bizarre and demonic manifestations, we must ask just what could have caused the haunting or the summoning of the entities. Did LaToya mess with something that she shouldn't have? Was it something indeed invoked within the property itself at some point? Or could it have been generational? It's hard to tell, but what is incredible is that nurses, officers, and other officials of the state bore witness to these happenings. Although not descriptive as some of my other videos, the information at times is scarce, so I did the best I could to piece everything together. It is believed that the other 199 demons were under or serving Beelzebub, which certainly made himself present with the swarms of flies in the depths of winter. Ultimately, I am glad that this family was able to free themselves from the ensnaring trap of the devil and his minions. Not everyone is so lucky, and in due time, we'll cover cases that reflect that. So my advice, if you enter a home, let alone live there, and feel as if eyes are boring a hole into the back of your head, and you feel scared for no reason, trust your gut, because ultimately, it could end up saving your very soul. When a young woman begins to experience horrific visions, daymares, during her waking life, she will seek help from her parents. Believing the matter to be spiritual, they consult a priest who tries to drive multiple demons out of her body. However, ultimately, the exorcisms would fail, the result of which has created one of the most compelling and yet controversial cases of the 20th century and possibly ever. Today, we will be examining the life and death of a young woman named Annalise and the 6 demons that supposedly took her. This is the untold story of the exorcism of Annalise Michel, and what a terrible and truly horrifying story it is. Before I begin this dark and extensive story, there's a few things that I would like to say. Whether this is a true case of demonic possession or the result of malpractice due to religious extremism is not up for me to decide. I will simply present the case as chronologically accurate and full of details I can, and ultimately, the conclusion is up to you. So let us first start at the beginning. Joseph Michel, who had served in the military during the war, was thankful to have returned to his family's small village following his imprisonment by the Americans and sequential release in late 1945. Having seen the horrors and ravages of combat, he thanked God that his small village of approximately 3,000 souls hadn't been attacked during foreign army occupation or the devastating air raids that leveled most major cities in Germany. He would be reunited with his family and would assume a job within his family's business. And during this time, he would meet a woman named Anna, a local girl, and within 2 years, the couple would be married. Born as Anna Elizabeth Michel on September 21st of 1952 in Leipzig, Bavaria, West Germany, Anna was a very shy and somewhat sickly child as she grew up. Michelle was raised along with her 3 sisters as very religious, and as a family they would all attend Mass twice a week. And although frequently sick, she was known for being very sweet, but also very shy, usually keeping to herself and her studies while at school. All was going well for Anna, who had become known by the name of Annalise, a combination of her first and middle names. This was until she turned 16 years old. Shortly after her birthday, Annalise had a moment where she fainted in front of her younger sister, and upon her sister calling her name and poking her in the arm. When she came to, she believed that she was just exhausted from studying too much and decided to lay down for the night. But that night, little did she know that her torment would begin. As she slept in her bed, shortly after the clock had struck midnight, Annalise would awaken in a panic as a giant force, as she would later describe it, was holding her down. She felt the area around her indent, as if a very large person or creature was sitting on top of her. This entity then began to press on her stomach, which caused her to urinate. Panicking and unable to breathe, the poor woman called out to God in a desperate attempt to stave off whatever this thing was. Convinced that she was dying, she pleaded to be freed. However, upon the nearby church clock tower sounding the quarter hour, it was all over. All pressure had ceased, as if it was blown away by a wind. Whimpering in terror now, Michelle changed her linens and would barely sleep that night. She would inform her mother the following morning that she felt very ill and was exhausted, and who can blame her? So her mother allowed her to stay home from school. Nearly 1 year later, during the day of August 24th of 1969, whatever it was, decided to strike again. Just as what had happened before, she had blacked out earlier in the day, and later that night, right after midnight, yet again, she felt the familiar but terrifying large force begin to hold her captive yet again. She was unable to breathe and unable to call for help. Again, she would be freed by the tolling of the church clock bell tower. Upon informing her mother of this second incident, her mother was unsure of what was happening to her poor daughter, so she decided to take her into the family physician, a man named Dr. Vogt. At the recommendation of Dr. Vogt, they would board a train to Offenburg to meet with a neurologist by the name of Dr. Siegfried Luthi. Dr. Luthi that day would run a variety of tests, all which would come back negative, and unsure of the results, he asked them to return on August 27th for a follow-up appointment and more tests. One of the tests ran upon their return in August was an EEG, which recorded normal alpha-type brain activity. Coming up yet again empty-handed, the doctor still had to account for the convulsive episode that his patient said she was experiencing. So he diagnosed her with temporal lobe epilepsy. And from here, she'd be placed on a drug known as Zintrapil, an anticonvulsant. And this worked for a time, but as 1969 would progress, she would become very sick. In December, she would contract pneumonia, which would be further complicated by a tuberculosis infection. She became too ill to further attend her studies and was forced to drop out of school at that time. She would remain back at home in her bed until January of 1970, at which point her condition still hadn't improved. So as a result of this, she was transferred to the hospital in February. From here, she was placed in a sanatorium in Middleburg, one that specialized in bronchial and lung disease. She made some improvement there, but would also have other issues diagnosed. When spring came, she longed to go home, to see the beautiful lush hills of her village, instead of the jagged and ominously gray mountains that surrounded her. Unfortunately for her sake, she was not yet permitted to leave, due to her condition still needing to improve, as well as new diagnoses of cardiovascular circulatory problems. Although sad, Michelle understood what was happening. However, this all too persistent and familiar force that had come to plague her would visit her yet again on June the 3rd of 1970. The same massive, paralyzing entity would grip her with ice-cold and unseen hands. This time, however, Annalise tried everything she could to free herself, and in her desperate attempts, a lone scream would finally manage to tear loose from her lips. And this scream was heard by the night nurse, as well as the young doctor that was on duty that night, both of which rushed to her aid. As the two entered the room, the specter released its grip on Michelle. By this point, all of the commotion had woken up the other girls in the wing of the sanatorium that she was in. Michelle would be assisted with changing her pajamas and bedding, and tried to sleep under nurse supervision that night. The following morning, the girls' gossip had reached a fever pitch. They began to speculate if Annalise had previously had a head injury, or if she had water on the brain. Annalise herself, however, didn't pay much attention to them. She was becoming withdrawn and was still weak from the previous night's episode. She was more concerned with what was going on with her health. As the day progressed and dust settled on the horizon, while the other girls were headed to the cafeteria, Annalise opted to stay in her room, stare out her window, and say her evening rosary. As she prayed, the voices of the returning girls seemed louder than usual. However, what once appeared as massive and foreboding mountains appeared more beautiful this time. Their peaks glistened with pink and violet as the sun hit them. One of the girls would approach her as she was admiring and praying and would ask if she was all right. She then would comment on her blue eyes being black. Annalise, unsure of what to make of this, shook off the girl's remarks. She would go on to finish her rosary. The following day, she would be sent to another specialist who would attempt to figure out just what was going on inside of her head. After a day's worth of tests, including EEGs yet again, they would find no evidence of anything being wrong. However, with her now documented history of epileptic seizures, the doctor, Dr. Keller, would recommend a new anticonvulsive drug be prescribed to her. Upon returning to the sanatorium, Annalise would begin to experience a new and terrifying manifestation. In her normal waking life, she would begin to see horrible, demonic-looking creatures that were seemingly stalking her from the shadows. They would appear in the mountains, in her corridors, and even in her room. Upon seeing their gnarled faces, she would often fall to her knees and beg the Virgin Mary for grace to make these terrible visions go away. After 6 more weeks at the sanatorium, she would be examined once again by a physician and again have more tests ran and yet again, she would be found to have no abnormalities in her brain scans. With this conclusion, she would finally be allowed to return home to her family. Her return home was happy at first, being back in her own bed, surrounded by familiar faces. But yet Michelle found herself soon worrying about going back to school and readjusting, and of course, about her persistent health problems. However, she would end up returning to school to finish. This time, of course, she would be visited by multiple doctors all throughout the year to monitor her health. She would have several more seizures, although seemingly not as severe as the ones previously experienced. And although those had seemed to be pretty minor, she was still experiencing horrific, disfigured visions. She began to share this with her mother, and after time and time again of the doctors not finding anything abnormal about her, Anna began to think that something supernatural was taking place. One evening, the two parents discussed this matter in particular. Anna tried to convince her husband that what was plaguing their daughter was of the devil. She told him that Annalise had been seeing horrible and twisted faces all throughout the day and night, sometimes in the mirror, or looking out a window, or even through the faces of other people. One vision in particular that Annalise had relayed to her mother disturbed her so much that she had to share it with her husband, Joseph. Annalise had told her that upon seeing the statue of the Virgin Mary in their living room on their mantle, that her eyes turned black. A hideous grin appeared on her face, and her small, delicate hands began to twitch and then morph into thick, grotesque claws. Seeing the sincerity in his wife's eyes, Joseph, although silent for a few minutes, decided that the family should ask for guidance through prayer. With school finally finished for Annalise before university, a summer trip was in order. After consulting with the doctors about his daughter's condition and discovering her depressive thoughts that she had shared with them, Joseph decided to take his daughter to the shrine of San Damiano in Italy, in hopes of not only aiding her spiritually, but hopefully mentally as well. The shrine had been created by a woman named Rosa Quattrini, who over time experienced multiple miracles and received messages from the Virgin Mary, including to have the shrine built. Later becoming known as Mama Rosa, she would work alongside Padre Pio for many years. So in due time, with the assistance of a teacher, they organized a trip to the shrine and were on a bus headed through the Italian countryside. Upon their arrival and exiting of the bus, amidst the beautiful vineyards that surrounded the location of the garden in which the shrine was located in, a dark presence would envelop Annalise. Surrounding the shrine was an open space which allowed for pilgrims to kneel and pray. A small crowd was present as Annalise approached the shrine at the insistence of her father. However, she seemed like she couldn't approach the Holy Mother. She began to walk around the shrine in a wide arc, and to her feet began to burn, as if she was walking on hot coals, and each person she glanced at, although in the praying position, were gnashing their teeth, and their faces were distorted and awful. This is where she began to really first display her aversion to holy objects, such as medals of saints, statues, and insignia that represented Jesus Christ. Those present couldn't help but notice how strange the young woman was behaving, and upon heading back onto the bus, she was then being asked by the teacher, a woman named Frau Hein, about what was going on with her. She expressed that her will was not her own, and that someone else was manipulating her. Almost as soon as those words left Michelle's mouth, her personality would completely change. In a voice that sounded like a man's, Annalise began to belittle Frau Hein, making fun of her for being unsure of herself. She then snatched a blessed medal off of her neck. Simultaneously, Frau, Joseph, and others present on the trip began to smell a stench exuding from Annalise, unlike anything they had ever experienced before. The smell was that of fecal matter and something burning, and it permeated the entire bus. She would eventually calm down, and the occupants would return back to their native Germany. After their visit to San Damiano, Annalise seemed to feel quite well despite what had taken place, but this would only last for about 2 weeks. She was set to attend college for the first time in several weeks' time, but felt that she was in no condition to do so, and she complained to her mother that she was horribly depressed and constantly plagued by these horrible faces. Believing it to be a result of her daughter's seizures, Anna would make an appointment with Dr. Luthi. Several days later, Annalise would troop to that very appointment. It would be determined that she had been seizure-free in between their appointments together, and another EEG would determine that her brain was indeed normal. However, Dr. Luthi, who was non-religious, would essentially belittle Annalise for telling him that she was seeing these horrible visions on a daily basis now. He believed, personally, that she was an overly superstitious Catholic girl, and with this, he would clear Annalise to go to university. This would be the last time that she would see Dr. Luthi, and the last time she would mention the demons to any medical professional. Becoming more depressed and withdrawn, her mother would finally confront Annalise, telling her that her whole life she's wanted to be a teacher, and now that the opportunity is here, she's not taking it. Annalise would explain that she was depressed, empty, and tired, that the drugs were not helping her, and that the demons and their manifestations were only getting worse. Still considering her daughter's issues to possibly be spiritual in nature, Anna would arrange for her to begin meeting with priests in an effort to aid her. The 2 priests that would begin to receive letters from both Anna and Annalise were Father Herman and Father Alt. After reading the letters, their interest not only piqued by the descriptions of what poor Annalise was experiencing, but Father Alt began to feel very ill, seemingly out of nowhere. After this happened, he would retire back to his dormitory room for the night and would try to sleep it off. Shortly after the clock struck midnight, Father Alt would awake, soaked and in a cold sweat. A storm raged outside. Lightning illuminated the room around him. As he laid in his bed, feeling awful, he began to pray. But as he prayed, he would feel someone or something press on his bed as if they had walked onto it. This deeply frightened the father as he jumped off his bed, began to pray out loud. As the words left his mouth, a horrendous, burning smell began to fill his room. Alt then rushed out of his door and into the hallway. His vision began to narrow, and his color perception was changing as he rushed down the stairs and headed toward the exit door of the building. Within the shadows cascading on the walls and the stained glass that surrounded him, horrible, distorted faces began to reveal themselves. Father Alt now knew that what he was dealing with was indeed very real evil forces. He would run outside and into the rain, falling to his knees and gripping his rosary as he attempted to catch his breath. He would eventually return back to his room once he felt that the force had passed. However, the scent of burning fecal matter still filled the entire parish. Even the following day, it was still there and would be experienced by all of the priests and staff. This event would further the interest in Annalise's case and further motivate the priests to act quickly, fearing that the young woman was indeed being affected by the demonic. Father Alt would begin to meet with Annalise when he could, and it would accommodate her school schedule. At this particular point, she seemed to be doing fairly good, despite still seeing the manifestations most days. She would begin classes on November 1st of 1973, going to lectures day in and day out, and seeking various churches and chapels to relax and pray in as she remained a diligent student. And her life, despite these awful visions that bothered her still, was about to change. At the end of November, Annalise would meet a fellow student by the name of Peter. He was somewhat like herself, was very shy and friendly, but was outgoing when you got to know him. The two shared many classes together and would soon fall in love. Several weeks into their relationship, however, Annalise would tell Peter to stop seeing her, fearing that when the demons came back, he wouldn't want her anyways. But despite what his new girlfriend was telling him, Peter denied this and still refused to leave her side. Soon after this, Annalise would go in for a checkup evaluation where she would have an EEG yet again, except this time, the doctor administering the EEG, a woman named Dr. Schleip, would find patterns of epilepsy. This is significant because this is the first time out of all of the other times that any patterns of epilepsy had ever been found. As a result of this, Dr. Schleip would change Annalise's medication to yet another anticonvulsant drug known as Dilantin in hopes that it would improve her condition. Following this appointment, Peter and Annalise would continue their relationship, in which Annalise would confide in Peter more so about what she was experiencing with the demonic figures and faces that still plagued her. Peter had also become aware of the awful stench that seemed to follow her, especially when she was experiencing these supposed hallucinations. And as their relationship progressed, he wanted her to join him in meeting his family and friends, but Annalise refused, worrying that they may not be as understanding as Peter. Michelle would ultimately express that she did have moments of clarity where she did feel like herself, but every so often, those devils would reappear. Despite taking her medication daily, rigorously, the faces would remain. And soon coupled with the faces, she would begin to experience debilitating headaches. Father Alt, checking in on her with the local bishop there on campus, would discuss that her complaints and ailments continued to be the same, despite her taking her medication every single day. He would arrange to have Annalise meet him in a nearby town for the two to pray together. Peter would ultimately take Annalise to this appointment and would be surprised at how quickly she seemed relieved after the two began praying. Although very skeptical, Peter began to believe that possibly this could be a spiritual problem. I did want to take a moment here and say that there's so much information about what happened to Annalise in her life, and I've been pretty thorough up to this point, but I'm going to do a few briefer sections leading up to the paranormal manifestations that worsened her life, just because if I sat here on every painstaking detail, we'd be here all day. Following the meeting with Father Alt, Annalise's depression would return. She told Peter that the clanking of knives and forks sickened her, that the demons wouldn't let her eat. Coupled with her losing weight and becoming ever more reclusive, other witnesses to the strange behavior she exhibited began to grow as well. One incident in particular, a mutual friend of both Annalise and Peter, named Anna Leipert, witnessed something that she would never forget. In July of 1975, with Anna, Annalise, and Peter sitting in Annalise's dorm room, having a casual conversation, suddenly, out of nowhere, Annalise's face contracted and contorted into something demonic in appearance. Her entire body then went stiff as a board, as if she was entering a catatonic state. Obviously freaked out by this, Anna asked Peter what was happening, and Peter simply replied, "It's the demons. She's under possession." Not knowing what else to do, the two prayed with Michelle, and it would take an hour and a half for this episode to be over. Following this happening, it became clear that Annalise could no longer be by herself and attend school. The two would reach out to her parents, and several days later, they would move the young woman back to Klingenberg. Upon arriving, Annalise was able to start eating again, but her other problems continued unabated. If anything, they worsened greatly in a very short period of time. During a phone call between Father Alt and Michelle's mother, the two would be interrupted frequently by the horrendous screams of Annalise in her room, screaming obscenities and overall acting abhorrent. Father Alt would ask a fellow priest closer to Annalise to assist him in aiding her spiritual battle, a man named Father Roth. Upon reaching out to the family to arrange his meeting with them, Father Roth was surprised when Annalise's mother answered the phone and said, "Father Roth?" The two had never met before, nor had she been previously informed that Father Roth was going to call. Bewildered, he said, "Yes, that's me." He was then informed that Annalise had told her that he was going to phone. That right there to the priest was an indication of the demonic, knowledge of the unknown. He would arrive a week later, and upon entering the house, he could hear the girl scream from her room above. A horrible stench, like something burning, like dung and sulfur, filled the room that he and Mrs. Michelle chatted in, the main living room of the house. Trying to find the source of the scent, he checked all the other rooms. He checked outside, in the kitchen, everything that he could think of, and yet he could find no explainable origin for this horrible smell. Mrs. Michelle would inform him that Annalise had been in the living room roughly 20 minutes before his arrival. Stepping outside to avoid the scent, the two would chat further, and Father Roth would be informed of Annalise's outbursts of rage and all around her bizarre behavior. The family would beg him to pray over her, to which he agreed. Reluctantly walking upstairs to Annalise's room for the first time, he couldn't help but notice the abnormal amount of dead bugs that lined the hallway. Upon opening the door, he would be besieged by the girl. She began cursing at him, screaming at the top of her lungs, telling him to not dare take the crucifix out of his pocket, which he had not told anyone that he was carrying. She ran out of the bed and up to his face, suddenly stopping an inch or two away, as if she was frozen. Her eyes blackened, and she said, "Oh, priest, you may try." She then collapsed to the floor in a catatonic state. This was more than enough for Father Roth to rush to arrange a meeting with Father Alt to discuss what exactly had taken place. Within 2 days, they would meet in person, to which Father Roth would explain that he had no doubts that the girl was being troubled by demons, that he had no doubt that it was indeed the real deal. Therefore, the two together would seek to move forward with a formal permission to begin the exorcism process. During the wait for the final set approval, the course of the next year would weave a web of disgust and horror as her family, Peter, and the priests would experience a plethora of horrendous manifestations at the hands of Annalise. Following Father Roth's initial visit, Annalise had become extremely restless. At most, she was only sleeping 1, maybe 2 hours a night. She would run through the house on all fours, barking and screaming like an animal. She would visibly be forcibly moved by something that she couldn't see. During her prayers, which were constant at this point, she would do knee busters, standing up and kneeling down at the expense of her knees. No matter how awfully she injured them, they were becoming swollen and ulcerated. She would nonetheless continue to do this, having to be moved back into her bed by Peter and her family. Alongside the ever-worsening madness, weighing 100 pounds at most at this point, she began to exhibit superhuman strength. Peter would watch her crush an apple with one frail hand and throw her sister Rosvitha across the room like a rag doll. She also began to smash her face into walls and floors, leading to her mother placing pillows all around in an effort to stop her from injuring herself. With the Michelle family's world turning upside down, Annalise stopped eating and drinking altogether. Normal food, that is. She began to stuff the overabundance of insects into her mouth, eating roaches, hordes of flies, and spiders. Further, her behavior became more unhinged. She began to chew on coal and rocks, which ultimately broke several of her teeth. Among the chaos, her family began to experience what can only be described as paranormal manifestations themselves. Clouds of flies would appear and disappear at random all over their home, and in the dead of winter, they began to see shadowy figures that would be running all throughout their home and watching them around every corner and out of the corner of their eyes. This, of course, would deeply frighten them. As Annalise raged on, her family and Peter took to alternating 2-hour shifts in order to take care of her to the best of their ability, in an attempt to prevent her from inflicting more wounds upon herself. Joseph knew things, given how awful they were, could not continue the way that they were going. So he soon, out of desperation, phoned Father Alt and began begging for his assistance. Father Alt, who had been in touch with his superiors at the church, would inform him that he believed Annalise should be admitted to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation. However, upon sharing the slew of details that were shared with him by Joseph at the dramatic worsening of Annalise's behavior and overall condition with a fellow priest by the name of Father Rodvik, Father Rodvik agreed to go and see the girl for himself. Upon entering the Michelle house, he would be introduced to Annalise through her father, who had walked her into the living room by himself on account that she had become very violent towards herself and family members by this point. Sitting down beside her, Father Rodvik asked her, "What is your name?" Her response, in a very low, altered voice that was not her own, was Judas. Over the course of the next several hours, the father was able to have a normal conversation with Annalise as she went from being under an outside influence to herself having no recollection of the latter. Then, towards the end of the meeting, she would slap the father across the face and then stand up, walk towards the piano, and begin playing it as if nothing had ever happened. Father Rodvik informed the family that he would indeed help her and support them, and that he ultimately believed Annalise to be possessed and would seek action immediately. After much deliberation, the church finally came around. A priest by the name of Father Renz, an experienced exorcist, would be tasked with the ritual, and on a cold and rainy day, it would begin. September 24th, 1975, he would arrive at the Michelle residence. After discussing the plan with her family, he would proceed up the stairs and walk into the Viper's Den that was Annalise's room. He would be joined by Joseph, Peter, and a volunteer from their local congregation who wanted to assist. At first, all was quiet, even silent. Annalise, or rather the demons, were not engaging Father Renz, but when he began the ritual, he sprinkled holy water on Annalise, and she began to shake and scream. She started to bite the men who were holding her, lunging at the priest. She attempted to attack him. It would take all 3 additional men to hold her down. We draw what happened from an entry in Father Renz's diary. He would go on to say that she would sound like a man, speak Latin, and eventually be reduced to a catatonic state, following an all too familiar pattern from what we already know. Knowing that he had a long battle ahead of him, the priest was saddened that the first ritual had not been successful. He would leave for the night, but would ultimately return 4 days later on September the 28th in the evening. He then brought with him a recorder in hopes of providing a record for future study within the church. Due to this decision by Father Renz, we now have some of the most disturbing audio I've maybe ever heard, and I've heard a lot of crazy stuff. This is just a portion of what he recorded.
Ja, ich will auch für die anderen leiden, damit die nicht in die Hölle kommen und so. Aber dass das dann so schlimm ist und so grausam und so furchtbar, nee.
Gekletze! Nein, Gekletze! Ich hab ein Maul erschlagen!
Annalise would again repeat the chaotic behavior that was exhibited within the first exorcism, and the devil that resided within her began to rebuttal the priest in Latin, as well as her native tongue of German. Although being familiar with the Latin language, Annalise was not fluent, let alone fluent enough to have been able to rebuttal a priest in real time who spoke the language fluently. As the priest inquired as to why the girl was being tormented, it, whatever it was, replied with, she was cursed before she was born by a woman, a neighbor of her mother. Annalise's parents and Peter would later check this story out, but the woman had since passed away, so they weren't able to come up with anything conclusive. This second exorcism would last for hours and would end with a haunting sentence from Annalise herself. She would say, "Damned for all eternity." She would then curl back up into a catatonic state, like a statue. Now, we only have some details here and there based on the diary entries, interviews, and audio recordings, but this would ultimately continue for months. Annalise would undergo 67 exorcisms in total. She would reveal that she was possessed by 5 demons, and their names were Cain, Judas, Nero, Fleischmann, and Lucifer, the devil in the flesh. There is one more demon, but it's a name that I feel like if I say it on YouTube, I will probably get demonetized. You can look it up for yourself. Just simply go to her Wikipedia page, which I will also be linking down in the comments below. Cain, known from the Bible as the first murderer, the originator of violence. Judas, as in Judas Iscariot, the man who betrayed Christ. Nero, the crazed Roman emperor who tortured Christians for his own sick enjoyment. Fleischmann, who was a disgraced priest local to the land. And finally Lucifer, the Prince of Darkness himself. Her physical decline due to not being able to eat, self-inflicted injuries, and psychosis due to lack of sleep would finally take their toll. She would inform Father Rentz on June 30th, at the end of what would be their final exorcism, that she had spoken with the Virgin Mary and that she had agreed to stay on earth and suffer through the demons to prove to people who didn't believe in God that the devil was very real. She would then ask for absolution, in which Father Rentz would grant her. That night, she would go silent for the first time since all of these horrifying episodes had began. And the following morning, around 7 a.m. on July the 1st of 1976, she would be found dead in her bed. All of the exorcisms and attempts to drive the demons out had failed, and upon her death, she only weighed roughly 85 pounds. Annalise had gone from a shy but happy girl with her whole life ahead of her to an emaciated shell of herself. Just how did we get here? Was it malpractice? Was she mentally ill? Or was it truly the hands of the demonic that snuffed her out? After multiple calls had been made by her grieving family, a man named Dr. Keller would perform the post-mortem examination. And it's important to note the following details because honestly it's really intriguing. Her death was determined to be caused by starvation and possibly aggravated and tremendous physical exertion in the final weeks of her life. He would find that her inner organs surprisingly were healthy and not damaged, as well as her brain, which showed no signs of epilepsy, not even on a microscopic level. Curiously still, no bruising, bed sores, or ulcerations were found on her skin. In the ensuing aftermath, the priests were arrested and charged with negligent homicide, as well as Joseph and Anna. The trial and case overall would become a highly debated issue among the German people of the time, with some being convinced that she died at the hands of Satan himself, and others that it was the fault of malpractice on behalf of the priests and her parents. The trial would last for months, with doctors weighing in with their opinions, lawyers, witnesses, and just the whole works. And although I have those details here, there is so much to it, just the trial itself, that honestly I would probably have to make a whole other video in total just to cover it. The verdict, however, in my opinion, is the important part of what followed her death. After a much heated debate, ultimately, Michelle's parents and the priests involved would be charged with negligent homicide and would be sentenced to 6 months in prison. The 6 months ultimately would be reduced to 3 years of probation, as well as a fine, given the unique circumstances of the case. The church would draw a ton of heat as a result of what happened. They would ultimately retract the confirmation that Annalise Michel was indeed possessed. Michel had been buried under hurried circumstances, and as a result of this, as well as multiple religious people sharing that they had visions of her body untouched by decay, she would be exhumed almost 2 years later, with the intention being to have her buried in a nicer coffin. Her family and friends were discouraged from viewing her remains because they were consistent with the decay of a corpse of that age. In the end, her case would go on to achieve worldwide notoriety and would force the Catholic Church to all but never issue sanctioned exorcisms. And on June 6th of 2013, the home in which her exorcisms took place in mysteriously caught fire and would burn to the ground. The police suspected arson, but never ultimately proved it, but many locals believe that it was a result of what had taken place there. And really, it's hard telling. Decades after her death, her story would go on to inspire multiple films and books, including The Exorcism of Emily Rose, being the most popular, and honestly fairly accurate with some liberties to the original story. And of many of those books, the best and most utilized resource of them, for me, has been The Exorcism of Annalise Michel by Felicitas D. Goodman. All, and I mean all details you could ever want about the entire case are available in this book, and I would highly recommend it. In conclusion, Annalise's case remains a terrifying and mysterious one. Was she demonically possessed or incredibly mentally ill? Did her priests and parents genuinely help her in being freed from Satan's grasp? Or did they contribute to the end of her life accidentally? Really, the final conclusion is yours to make. But regardless of the cause, I'm glad that her suffering is over, and I pray now that she can hopefully rest in peace. Thank you guys so much for watching this new video. If you enjoyed it, please give it a like, subscribe with notifications on, and if you're already subscribed, go ahead and turn notifications on. It helps me out a ton. Please also leave a comment letting me know what you thought of the story, your thoughts on basically a newer format I'm trying out. I'm trying to do kind of like a half and half thing. I'm trying to find ways where I can speed up making content for you guys and just try and find a happy medium and get you guys more content and better content. So let me know what you think for sure. And I highly appreciate your feedback. This case took a really long time. I mean, probably 2-3 weeks to research. And I really hope that I did Annalise's story justice. And I hope you guys learned some stuff that maybe you wouldn't have known before or otherwise. Anyways, I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. And I will see you next time. This has been Cody here at Mystery Archives. Remember to stay safe out there and take care. Many homes have been given the title of Demon House, many of which I have covered here on this channel. But this house, out of all of them, has truly earned the moniker. From the time the soil is dug up during the Victorian era, a curse seemed to be placed upon the land. And when you combine terrible happenings with occult rituals, it's truly a recipe for disaster, the results of which have produced a cornucopia of paranormal activity within this now infamous Indiana home. This is the untold story of the frightening Monroe Demon House. Join me as I attempt to uncover its supernatural secrets. With the ever-changing algorithmic favor of YouTube, please, if you enjoy my content, leave a like, a comment, and subscribe. Thank you all. Information available on this property is scarce at best, but I have done my best to find out as much as I could to try and provide you with the most cohesive picture possible. Hartford City, Indiana, what was started as a small log cabin settlement, continued to grow and eventually hit the big time in the late 1880s, where itself and its neighbors entered a natural gas boom, resulting in many factories being created during industrialization. Factories that produced textiles, glass, and other goods. But although natural resources were widely abundant within the ground there, something else seemed to inhabit the soil. Our story begins at the construction site of a rather unsuspecting-looking Victorian home. The year is 1892, and the Berger family, who immigrated to the area from Belgium, had been successful in their business endeavors, and thus thought a new home in their new country would be the ultimate earthly reward. However, the family's newfound happiness would be all but short-lived. From the time the earth was dug up and the new home erected, within months, John Berger, the patriarch of the family, would die from tuberculosis within its walls. Mourning his death, this would be far from the last tragedy his family would endure moving forward. Shortly after John's death, a fire would mysteriously start in the upstairs level of the house, in time destroying a large portion of the property, and the majority of the Berger family would meet a truly gruesome and terrible fate. Following the horrific fire that torched what little happiness the Berger family had left, the widow of the family and one surviving child desperately needed a source of income. So the widowed Mrs. Berger decided to start renting out rooms in order to make it. There would be various tenants, but the most prominent were the Myers family. The head of the household, a man named Ulysses Myers, was a well-known and respected member of the community. He was known for his kindness, compassion, and for being an all-around amazing family man. But this reputation would soon fade. Shortly after moving into the home, Ulysses slowly began to change. Those who knew him believed that he had done a complete shift in his entire personality, all just within months. So much so that he became unrecognizable, not only to his close friends, but to his family as well. His kindness, compassion, and care all seemed to have been buried, and someone new now greeted them each day behind the eyes of Ulysses. He quickly became prone to fits of rage and insanity. This led him to become abusive towards his once beloved family, verbally as well as physically. These new bursts of rage, however, weren't reserved strictly for his family, though. He soon turned on friends and colleagues, too. This sudden heel turn for Myers led him to losing his job after an altercation at his workplace. And shortly after this, despite how much he had cherished his family before, he stole what was left of his family's money and abandoned his wife and children by skipping town with a newfound mistress. All of which was the polar opposite of the man that they thought they knew. Shattered beyond repair, the Myers family were left with open wounds upon their hearts and confusion in their minds. The only differing factor from their life before to what it was now was the fact that they had moved into this house. Now, with the home claiming the destruction of two families, rumors quickly began to spread locally throughout Hartford City that the house contained some kind of curse. Whether it was upon the property or the land was uncertain. The Myers family soon moved out, and due to the rumors, Mrs. Berger was unable to keep tenants to help support her and her surviving child. Thus, she was forced to sell the property at a fire sale rate in order to start somewhere new. What happened to the Bergers is unknown. With this sale, a revolving door of tenants and owners would begin. As soon as one family would move in, they would almost immediately move out. Again and again, this cycle would continue. It would go from being lived in by a family to being rented out and built onto, eventually creating its triplex design that we know today. Those who had moved in and out often reported experiencing bizarre activity, and others simply just didn't say anything, possibly not wanting to come to grips with the reality of what they had been through. This ever-changing list of tenants would continue for decades. Along with this revolving door of people came a revolving door of peculiar behaviors and practices. Rumors began to circulate in the late 1980s and into the early 1990s that tenants during this time frame were performing occult rituals and ceremonies within the home, particularly within the basement. Black magic rituals and ceremonies. Those conducting them attempted to harness the negative energy that dwelled there, to conjure a demon to do their bidding. Although information is limited, one could assume that perhaps their efforts were successful. From the mid-90s onward, the strangeness that surrounds the house on Monroe Street only intensified, with new stories coming from new tenants and neighbors alike. Stories that this old Victorian home housed a dark and malevolent force. These stories soon began to spread like wildfire. Those who would move into the house typically would only last in the home a year or less. They often fled in the middle of the night, with nothing but the clothes upon their backs, only continuing to solidify that something evil dwelled within the house. Things in fact got so bad that even when the home was abandoned for a time, the windows would be blacked out in order to keep people from looking inside. But not because of vandalism problems, but due to so many neighbors and passerbys calling the police, claiming that they kept seeing shadowy figures walk around the interior of the Monroe house. With the home providing a plethora of paranormal evidence and experiences, this soon drew the attention of paranormal scholars and investigation groups from all over the country. This is just some of the activity said to have been experienced by various groups over the years. People have reported a vast amount of supernatural happenings, many of which have been caught on film, photo, or digital audio recording. These range from aggressive and insulting EVPs or electronic voice phenomena to full-bodied apparitions, shadow figures, and possibly inhuman manifestations. Mysterious sounds like knocking, banging, and footsteps are common. Doors and cabinets slamming shut with incredible amounts of force. And most of the activity seems to be centered around the basement, as well as the top floor. And the top floor is speculated to be the place where the fire had started that engulfed the Berger family. The basement, of course, is where the alleged black magic rituals took place. In both of these locations, an eerie, shadowy specter of an old malicious woman is said to attack people. But just who could this entity be? Someone who had previously lived there? Or something inhuman cloaking itself in some kind of familiar skin? Stories of groups panicking and fleeing, too, have become commonplace. One paranormal group, which wishes to remain anonymous, in 2014 had such a disturbing experience that they fled the home in fear for their lives. They arrived on site at the Monroe house amidst a strong thunderstorm. Unpacking their vehicle, attempting to keep their equipment dry and safe, they made their way inside, and in due time began documenting whatever they could find there. As they investigated, asking questions, provoking interaction, and recording level by level, the more activity they began to experience. Shadows moved out of the corner of their eyes. Bangs, knocking, and cabinets slamming shut could be discerned from the reverb of the thunder outside. But it's when they decided to go down to the basement that their lives would be altered forever. As they descended the stairs, an eerie cold began to overtake them. As they asked their questions, attempting to catch any activity they could, their flashlights and devices failed. Left with only the enveloping darkness, with the occasional flash of lightning coming through the basement windows, something appeared to them that caused them to flee immediately. But just what or who was this apparition? This cannot be confirmed. Whatever it was terrified them so much that they fled into the torrential downpour and refused to ever return. Later, when asked for details, even separately, the members of the group thus far have refused to discuss the incident further. Whether this is out of fear for whatever this thing is or was, re-entering their lives, or the mere thought is so reality-shattering, one cannot be sure. This incident and its aftermath truly makes you wonder just what they could have saw within the dilapidated, damp basement that accursed night. Investigations would continue with multiple groups coming in and out, until a very peculiar discovery took place in 2016. And this discovery would lead to much speculation as to what could have happened within the house. While conducting an investigation for their show Paranormal Lockdown, Nick Groff and Katrina Weirdman found themselves in the basement and were slowly being drawn to the crawl space of the house. As they traversed the damp darkness, what they would find would alter the story forever. Located within the crawl space were human remains, bones buried in a shallow grave. This freaked the entire crew out and prompted them to stop filming and to call the police immediately. From here, a full-scale investigation would be conducted and the remains excavated and sent to a local coroner there in Indiana for further examination. The bones were indeed confirmed to be human and were, quote, at least 100 years old, possibly older. Following the coroner, they were sent to Indiana University for further testing to determine the age and identification of the person. At this point, the final outcome has not yet been reported, such as the age of the individual found, or their identity, or potential cause of death. The presumed investigation is still underway. This put a brief pause on people being allowed to enter the now privately owned home. But that pause has since been lifted, with many more investigations taking place over the years since. And with these investigations, even more paranormal activity, and aggressive activity at that, has been reported. These investigations also range from amateur to professional, from the average Joe to YouTubers and famous paranormal teams. Those who have entered the walls of the Monroe Demon House have experienced, in addition to previously mentioned activity, strange sights, smells, and feelings, demonic snarls, growls, and even full-blown attacks have happened, and these have involved scratching, biting, and being shoved. Oftentimes, these more intense manifestations are accompanied with aggressive and commanding EVPs, where people's names are often used. Windows slamming shut with so much force that they shatter, leaving fragments of glass all over the floor, just like the fragments left of the lives of the families who once dwelled there, has also happened. One previous owner of the home allegedly even jumped out a window on the top floor upon being attacked by a demonic apparition. Imagine that for a moment. You're so terrified that you would rather risk diving through a window at the top of your house, breaking it ultimately, let alone falling however far and injuring yourself out of pure fear and fight or flight, instead of dealing with whatever this thing was that was attacking you, rushing towards you. That to me is bone-chilling. Others who have stayed more recently have also reported puddles of strange liquid throughout the house at varying times and with seemingly no origin. Horrific nightmares if they manage to sleep, and why you would ever choose to sleep there is beyond me. And even strange footprints or paw prints, such as this one, have also been discovered multiple times. So with all of these high strangeness manifestations, we must ask ourselves, just what is it that lurks within the Monroe Demon House? Could it have been a curse placed upon the land? Something that predated the building of the house? It's certainly possible, in my opinion, to somewhat back up that claim. Native American artifacts, such as arrowheads, have been found around the property, but nothing significant that would indicate some kind of a curse. No burial grounds or mounds, from what I could find. What if it was a generational or family curse? Again, it's possible, but seems somewhat unlikely from what I've seen. The Berger family, up until the home was built, had great success in their endeavors, and for all intents and purposes, seemed happy and thriving, until, of course, they weren't. Then there's the enigma of the Myers family. Did Ulysses Myers lose his mind due to the home? One could certainly make that connection, considering his complete shift in personality. But what was it in particular that caused him to change so drastically? This question, and more, we may never truly be able to answer. All we can do is speculate. Then, the numerous owners and tenants over the decades since the days of the Bergers and Myers, many of them reporting odd and often scary paranormal or poltergeist activity. Was this activity also taking place when the older families lived there? Or did it start after their departure? If this was the case, if it started afterwards, was it the result of negative events attracting something dark? Or was one of the families or family members involved in the occult? And speaking of occult, just who or what were those people in the late 80s into the early 90s doing? What kind of black magic or rituals were conducted? And were they responsible for conjuring some kind of entity into the home? Or did their practices just make the entire situation much worse? And did it have anything to do with the human remains that were found in the basement? And if not the black mages closer to modern times, someone in the early 1900s had to have known just who this person was and what happened to them. And of course, will the identity and cause of death ever be determined for the poor soul whose remains were found within the basement? As you ponder all of these questions and attempt to draw your own conclusions, I want to leave you with several final questions. Will the activity ever cease? And will the origin ever truly be determined? All of these questions honestly may not have answers. Perhaps they're out of our scope of understanding, or perhaps the answers have just simply been lost to the sands of time. But one thing I can say for certain is this. Given how many people have experienced dark and spine-tingling paranormal activity within this house, and taking into account how long it has been occurring. This is one home that has truly earned the name, the Demon House. Because a demon is precisely what may just be lurking within its depths. Curiosity is a fascinating element of the human condition. Our innate impulse for discovery has led countless souls to scale the heights of mountains and dive into the deepest abysses. But can curiosity be dangerous? Can we stumble upon something we shouldn't have in our explorations into the unknown? Consider the case of former NASA engineer Bill Vail, who after a chance encounter with a strange ritual finds himself plagued by a merciless evil that threatens to ruin his life. Yet, he is just as haunted by a burning desire to know the truth about what is tormenting him. Today, we will be exploring the untold story of Bill Vail here on Mystery Archives. Please don't forget to like this video and subscribe with notifications on so you never miss a new upload. All that stuff helps me out a bunch, so thank you. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA, is an independent organization affiliated with the U.S. government. Since its founding in 1958, the agency has broadened humanity's understanding of the heavens and the dark void that waits just outside of our planet. It is an agency that from the beginning has attracted curious souls, including Bill Vail. Bill had long worked in fields that required not just an intelligent or curious mind, but a logical one. Bill had worked as a sonar supervisor on a nuclear submarine, spent years as a pilot, and a robotics engineer. He worked as an operations quality manager for a company that produced spaceflight critical hardware for NASA. All of these jobs required attention to detail and keen observation. All of them required close attention to surroundings and the ability to remain calm under intense pressure. He was gifted with a driving sense to know. He never guessed. Instead, he would learn and do research in order to truly understand. He was a man driven by relentless curiosity. Bill and his family were not people who were easily spooked, and his friends would come to him if they wanted a straight and clear-cut rational story about anything. However, Bill would find his life taking a sudden turn when he and his wife finalized their divorce in 2002. Feeling burned out and needing a fresh start in life, Bill quit his job in the aerospace industry and moved back to his hometown in Arlington, Texas, to be with his little brother Bob and reconnect after many years. He searched around for anything different to do with his life. He found an ad for a job at the same water purification company where his brother worked, and decided to roll the dice and take the opportunity. And during this time, he looked for a house and found one that was well within his budget. The deal seemed almost too good to be true. It was like they were trying to give the house away. Early, during Bill's employment at his new job, his employer had received a call from a client asking for someone to be at her house at exactly 5 p.m. Not a minute earlier or a minute after, but exactly on time. Wanting to prove his competence to his fellow co-workers, Bill went ahead and accepted the job. He kept an eye on his watch as he drove through the suburban streets of Arlington to make sure that he would arrive right on schedule. When he reached his destination, outside of an ordinary-looking home, the first noises he heard upon approaching the door were the screams of a woman coming from inside. Raising an eyebrow and feeling that something wasn't quite right, and hoping that they would just cancel the appointment altogether, he went ahead and walked to the front door at exactly 5 p.m. Upon knocking, at first there didn't appear to be any sort of an interruption in the woman's yelling. However, through the muffled screams, he was able to unmistakably make out, "In the name of Christ, I command you to leave these men," which he thought was peculiar to say the least. Then the door opened. A strange woman stood in the small crack that had now been created. With just a blank expression on her face, without saying a word, she pointed a long bony finger at him and then slammed the door. A feeling of strangeness and dread overtook Bill, and he went ahead and ran to his company vehicle as fast as his legs could carry him. He then would call his employer and tell him that he would never take a call from this client again. As he went about his day, he couldn't help shake the events from earlier in the day from his mind. Against his own rational judgment, he felt as though the woman had been trying to warn him in some strange way. After his shift ended that evening, he went home and got settled in for the night. Bill was sound asleep when he felt himself jolted awake by what he thought was an earthquake. His bed shook violently, almost to the point of knocking him off of it. Then, as suddenly as it had began, the shaking stopped. Still in a daze, but now wide awake, Bill set about attempting to see just what had happened. Nothing else in his house appeared to have been shaken by the quake. The clocks in his home read around 3 a.m., and he wasn't terribly convinced that it was in fact an earthquake that had caused the disturbance. He attempted to recreate the shaking of his bed himself, but was unable to. Deciding that he must have just been dreaming, he went ahead and just laid back down and decided that he would check the following day if an earthquake had indeed happened. However, upon checking the following day, no such quake had occurred. After this incident, doves and other birds would begin gathering in the trees outside of his home, so much so that the realtor who had sold him the house was baffled. He soon started to notice the pervasive, almost smothering smell of bacon in his home, which is kind of odd if you think about it, just something cooking, and bacon has a very particular scent. It was as if someone was constantly cooking an entire package on his stove. Walking through mysterious cold spots in his house became a regular occurrence as well. Although Bill would try his best to find a rational explanation, such as something being caused by his air conditioner, or poor insulation, or a draft, nothing he could come up with made rational sense to explain what he was experiencing. At night, he would experience things that would only get darker and more sinister as time went on. He would awake in the early morning hours to the sensation of small creatures, like cats or dogs, running across his feet. But his dogs slept in their kennels at night. When they were out, however, they would also growl and even bark at seemingly nothing at random areas in the house. The activity, however, began so slight that it could easily be ignored. And even if it couldn't be ignored, Bill would try to write it off by finding some sort of a logical explanation and just dismissing it in his mind. However, Bill would soon experience a watershed moment when he was watching TV one evening in his house. Suddenly, he watched as a water bottle, which had been sitting on his kitchen counter, flew across the room and bounced off the wall next to his head. It was at this point that Bill, in all of his logic and experience, finally had to admit that what he was dealing with had to fall under the realm of the paranormal, for he had no other explanation, no other reasoning that would make sense of the months of unseen forces toying with him. However, at this final acceptance that it was something supernatural in nature, the phenomena began to kick into a higher gear. The phenomena deepened beyond just sights and affecting Bill's surroundings. Electronic technicians frequented his house, often due to the constant flickering of lights, failure of his computer, and television, and many of them stated that they had never experienced anything like they did inside Bill's house in their entire careers. Alongside the strange fluctuations in the electricity, Bill's phone also began calling people by itself throughout all odd hours of the night, usually around 3 a.m. Bill called his phone company to attempt to find a solution to the problem, and during his phone call with the representative, a strange and aggressive voice could be heard in the static, speaking in a language that neither of them could understand. The representative confirmed that he had heard it as well and was baffled because they used a secure line that a third party could definitely not access or hijack. While calling his friend Michael, who happened to be a sound engineer, the same voice appeared on the phone line. Bill told Michael to hang up because he believed that there was something evil about this voice, but Michael had already began recording the conversation. However, upon the phone call ending, and then upon Michael reviewing the audio that he had recorded, no such voice could be found. Bill soon needed more confirmation that other people were seeing what he was seeing, so that he could rule out if he was crazy or not. He invited his brother Bob over and asked him to stand in his bedroom closet with the lights off. Bob thought it was an odd request, but he went ahead and agreed, and went and stood in his brother's closet with the door closed. Bob would emerge a little while later, a bit disgruntled, but when Bill asked him if he had experienced anything, all he had to say at that time was that, "I think the closet needs to be cleaned." However, later, Bob would reveal that during his time in the closet, 2 large boxes had fallen behind him, and the cord for the overhead light had smacked him across the face. It spooked him enough at the time to where he didn't want to speak about it. At one point, when Bob was at Bill's house in his den, sitting at the bar while writing down information for an upcoming appointment of his, he began to hear something rustling around in the trash can and out of his line of sight. He ignored it for a time and soon thought that possibly it could be Bill's dogs that were getting into the trash. So concerned, he stood up and went over to inspect it. However, not only was the trash untouched, but as he passed by to where it was, he noticed that Bill's dogs were all crated in their kennels. On another occasion, he briefly used Bill's house as a pit stop on the way to an appointment, and after using the restroom, Bob noticed that the sway light from the ceiling was moving back and forth quite erratically and on its own. Dismissing it at the time, he thought that it was just the AC unit that was making it move. It was only later, upon asking Bill, that he learned in fact that there was no AC unit or ductwork that went anywhere near where that light was. On another night, Bob and his wife were at Bill's house for dinner, and Bill watched the television and saw something move out of the corner of his eyes. He stood up immediately. Wanting to make sure that he wasn't the only one seeing it, he quickly had Bob sit down and watch the TV to see if he noticed anything out of the corner of his eyes. Soon, a look of shock came over Bob's face as he saw something move in his closet. When Bob's wife sat down, she too gasped after a moment as well. All 3 of them would sketch out what they saw, and they all drew the same thing: a small 2 to 3 feet tall being that looked like an imp. For those unaware, imps are demons from European folklore and myth that are depicted as small and mischievous, goblin-like, and they were familiar spirits of witches, or even the devil's personal attendants. After this, Bill told him everything that he had been experiencing, and Bob then offered to let his brother stay with him until they figured out just what exactly was taking place. However, appreciating the offer, Bill decided to decline it. His reasoning was that he felt that if he left, he would be giving in to whatever was tormenting him, like it had won over him. Following these events, his bedroom became a constant source of torment, as the bed would sometimes shake violently, and other times just enough to keep him awake. Small hands would depress his mattress and even hit him from underneath. He would feel invisible beings slide into bed next to him and would often hear loud knocks, bangs, and scratches from inside his walls. He would receive scratches and bruises without explanation, and he then began to see the apparition of a ghost cat, as well as strange cold mists within his house. The home quickly became a place full of a dark and foreboding presence. Bill desperately wanted all of this to stop, to reclaim his home and his life. He began to research the occult, the paranormal, and anything and everything online and in literature that would give him a better understanding of what he was dealing with. and possibly how to remedy it. Meanwhile, the activity was taking a toll on Bill's health. He found himself sick and often taking trips to the hospital more than he was used to. Fearing that whatever this was not only tormenting him, but also affecting his health, Bill decided to reach out to a paranormal group for help. Going through many teams, Bill declined to work with many of them because they didn't seem scientific in their approach. This was until he found a team known as Did You See That, or DYST, which to Bill had the right kind of logical and rational mindset to properly investigate the beings that had seemingly infested his life. He found their number and dialed it right away. From here, Bill's life would only continue to go down a rabbit hole that he never would have found himself going down otherwise. It was Saturday night when Bill got a knock at his door. For some time now, he had been inviting groups of strangers into his home to investigate the happenings inside of his house. He had seen many come and go, usually only for a night, and none of them were truly able to help. When he opened the door this time, there was only one man standing there to greet him, and his name was Brian Hall, the founder of DYST, a paranormal team that claimed they did not search for ghosts, but they searched for answers. Brian founded DYST in 2005 with friends in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in Texas. They performed investigations and posted their findings on MySpace and began to receive emails and calls from people wanting their aid and expertise in the paranormal. Part of DYST's procedure was to begin with a single member of the team giving an assessment of the location before bringing in the rest of the team and any of the equipment. Brian quickly noted the oppressive atmosphere in the house, and once he made his rounds, he gave the okay for the rest of the team to come in and begin the second phase. The team was full of various experts in their fields, with a critical eye for anything that could possibly cause noise or strange phenomena in an ordinary house. They searched the house from top to bottom, and once they were satisfied that they had identified any possible areas of false evidence, they went outside and returned with their equipment. They set up a command post in the living room with cameras and audio recorders throughout the house, trying to pick up anything that could be lurking within its depths. That night, however, was fairly uneventful. After the team had departed with little to go on, Bill called his mother to tell her how the investigation had gone. During the call, Bill heard 3 distinct knocks, as if the house were declaring its own malevolent victory. Unlike the previous investigator, DYST would eventually return over several months to continually probe the home for its dark and sinister secrets. Activity began to reveal itself to the members of the team over time. Shadow people, imps, and even the disembodied apparition of a ghost-like cat were experienced by the crew. On one occasion, the team brought in lasers for a particular experiment. The tech was designed to cast a laser grid in a darkened bedroom. This technique is intended to detect even the slightest movement that might be invisible to the naked eye. The first night came and went with nothing noteworthy happening. The second was much like the first, but the third, when they used the laser grid, Bill, Brian, and the team were sitting in the command center when they all heard a loud crashing noise coming from Bill's bedroom. Upon inspecting the bedroom, they found the laser device on the floor. The device had been thrown by a powerful and unseen force. It had been flung so hard that it had struck the bed, bounced off of it, and then hit a nearby dresser. They first checked the cameras, only to find that their batteries had been drained of all of their power. This was a common occurrence during investigations at the house, and it was a pervasive obstacle to finding any visual evidence. And we often hear this in many paranormal investigations, especially darker ones. For some reason, they tend to drain battery life as if they're feeding off of it. The team noted times to where they could audibly hear the moment that their cameras were switched off by something that they couldn't see. Luckily, they found out that the audio recording devices were still functioning when the phenomena occurred. When they played back the audio, not only did they hear a loud crashing sound, but they heard something else entirely. They heard a disembodied voice say, "He's coming back. Time to put it back on," just before the laser crashed and hit the floor. Despite the lack of visual evidence, Brian was determined to catch the phenomena on video. The next time they arrived at the house, they brought even more cameras and more laser grids. They set up the equipment as before and let the newest teammate, Sean, lay in bed in the master bedroom, and he called out into the darkness, "If you're there, give us a sign." Within an instant, the laser moved with violent force, causing Sean to cry out in surprise. The rest of the team then rushed into the bedroom to gather the equipment and to assess the evidence. All but one camera had been completely drained of power. The device had been pointing directly at the laser. The footage it caught not only showed the laser being shoved, but a strange mist that formed around the laser, turning it into a violent and aggressive vortex before the activity occurred, and then finally dissipating after its conclusion. During another investigation, Bill and his brother Bob and his wife Cindy would attend, and in addition, he invited a friend, Chuck, and his wife, Melissa. Chuck Kelly had been longtime friends with Bill through golfing. To call him a skeptic to the paranormal would be an understatement. His wife Melissa, however, was a woman who not only believed in the paranormal, but was sensitive to it, and that allowed her to see beings that were invisible to the naked eye. For a long time, she had refused to go near Bill's home for this reason. But not knowing that, Chuck eventually confronted her about this, and she said, "There's something in that house that's intelligent and evil, something that knows that I know, and I'm afraid of what will happen if I go there." After Bill reached out to Chuck, Chuck told his wife that she needed to speak with him because he needs her help. When she met with Bill, he revealed everything that had been happening. Despite knowing the danger of the entity in his home, Melissa was moved by Bill's plight and agreed to attend the next investigation with Chuck. The day of, she felt apprehension. She sensed that the entity was furious at her coming and wanted to harm her. Her mind's eye saw a beast like that of an ape, throwing itself against the walls and windows of the house, daring her to come inside. So with a deep breath, she did. Upon entering and being greeted by Bill, she saw several small and hideous creatures at his feet. They stood on two legs, and they looked like hunched over little men. Disturbed, but seeing that no one else was noticing these beings, she ignored them as best she could and continued her journey through the home. When she got to Bill's bedroom, she said that the imps were at their most comfortable in his room and played across the furniture and on the floor. Halfway into the room, however, she froze. She searched every corner of the room wide-eyed and with her hair standing on end. She sensed something horrible and intelligent lurking out of her sight and out of the corner of the room in the closet. She didn't want to know what it was, and honestly, I can't blame her. She left the bedroom and refused to ever set foot in it ever again. When the DYST team arrived, she sat in the living room to wait while the team set up their equipment. Then, she observed as the small creatures gathered around her in a group of 6. They were curious, sniffing her and testing their boundaries while not letting her get too close. She believed that they were trapped by the dark entity who used them for more mischievous activities, such as tormenting Bill in his bedroom, the noises, and subtle happenings. While pondering this, she heard a commotion from the bedroom where the team was setting up. She saw a large black shape leap from that direction and onto the chandelier, causing it nearly to swing and collide with the ceiling. It jumped down into a corner to hide away from the investigation team before lunging onto the chandelier again and bouncing it to the opposite hallway. The large figure took up the entire hallway entrance before it disappeared, and unsure of how to process what she had just witnessed, she simply collapsed into her chair. The DYST team convinced her husband Chuck to sit in the closet in Bill's room, and he had utter confidence that nothing would happen. The lights were turned off, and Chuck just sat and waited. After several minutes, he became impatient and spoke loudly at whatever they told him was supposed to be there, attempting to provoke whatever it was. For a few minutes, nothing changed, but eventually, Chuck felt the atmosphere change and become heavy and oppressive. He heard bangs and things click together around him. His every instinct told him to get out of there as fast as he possibly could. The team saw Chuck emerge with wide eyes and a face as wide as a ghost. All he could say was that there was something in that closet, and neither he nor Melissa stayed long after this happened. Brian Hall, after thorough investigation, enlisted the help of any experts that he could find to try and help Bill. Reiki masters, Buddhists, Wiccans, occultists, anyone and everyone who would attempt to drive out entities was contacted. But sadly, none of them worked. Bill became used to the look of defeat upon the people's faces who earnestly tried to help him, but accomplished nothing. Eventually, Brian reached the end of his ideas, and he sent a single email to Bill. It was straightforward and to the point. It said, "You, sir, need a priest." Throughout the trials that Bill was forced to face, he found himself struggling with borderline PTSD. He was constantly in a state of hypervigilance, looking over his shoulder and watching his peripheral vision for even the slightest sign of something supernatural. He was dealing with an opponent he couldn't see, but one which could see him and even attack him at a moment's notice. The suspense kept him from sleeping, and he met each evening with dread. He could no longer distinguish his nightmares from reality. He would have a habit of laying down and then closing his eyes for a few seconds, then opening them again to search for anything that had gone amiss. The fatigue would take its toll. He often took naps in the daytime to offset the sheer exhaustion that he was experiencing, but it was all getting to him. The months turned to years, and the activity inflicted a cost upon Bill's health. He had 2 bouts of pneumonia, 2 heart attacks requiring stents, and the emergence of cluster headaches, which Bill had never experienced prior. He only wanted the constant torment to stop, yet he did his turmoil quite well and became good at pretending that things were better than they really were, putting up a front of normalcy despite the reality of his situation. It also affected those who visited Bill's home to the point that few stopped by, effectively isolating him. At night, he would hear loud crashes inches away from his head. He'd awaken to find scratches all over his body, and always in threes. He'd get touched while laying in bed, would be hit and shoved, and even felt the sensation of being electrocuted. He would look around his room one night, just wondering just what this entity was that was plaguing him. Suddenly, his covers were torn off his body. He sat up in bed and saw a black shape at his footboard looming over him. It stood about 6 feet tall, with the body of a man, and the man was wearing a large trench coat and a fedora hat, all as dark as the abyss. When he noticed it, it moved towards him, or rather, it floated. He felt an experience that went beyond mere fear or dread. He described it as the sensation of pure evil. It traveled the length of the bed, got within 2 feet of his face, and then vanished. During the investigations, they had taped a dark mass in the very location that this entity had just disappeared at. It darted rapidly across the room, rose above the bedroom window, and then simply dissipated. Bill was so disturbed by this new threat that he could not and did not speak about it to any of his friends or family at the time. However, Bill was not the only person that this entity that he referred to as the Hat Man would reveal itself to. A friend of Bill's named Devin claimed to see the entity. It had revealed itself to him, but he believed it to be friendly, and as a result of this, he wasn't scared of it. After apologizing for not warning him and showing Devin other examples of the Hat Man entity appearing to others on the internet, he cautioned him that if he sees it again, to not communicate with it. It is not a friend, and unfortunately, Devin did not take his advice. The Hat Man would continue to appear to Devin, and at one point, Devin described it as appearing in Bill's closet with glowing red eyes, uttering in a deep growling voice that felt like it was scratching the interior of his skull, and it kept saying, "Kill Bill." After this, Devin began to change. He transitioned from frightened to angry, and finally to violent frenzy. Bill would often come home to find his house torn apart, and he would later learn that the Hat Man had appeared more times to Devin and had motivated him to do this. It wasn't until Devin threatened Bill with a large kitchen knife in his hand that he began to see just how serious the situation had become. One evening, after Devin had a tantrum of throwing and breaking things within Bill's house, he told Bill that he's here and he's come to kill you. Bill, saying to himself that this creature can't kill me, was trying to keep calm. Devin responded with, "Turn out the lights and you'll see," with a malevolent and evil grin on his face. Bill was unsure whether he had lost his fear or no longer cared, or simply wanted to shake Devin out of the throes of this strangeness. Regardless, he shut off the lights. Although nothing happened, and Bill proved that the Hat Man had no authority over him, Devin's personality only grew more aggressive. Eventually, neither Bill nor the police, who were often seen at his home, could resolve the issue, and their friendship came to a sudden and terrible conclusion. Bill believed that the Hat Man was the general, the main source of evil power to which all the other activity orbited around. He began to learn from his experiences, accepting that he was in a war with an unseen foe that was using tactics and strategy as well, that it utilized scare tactics and fear to wear him down in a war of attrition. But the more Bill learned, the more that he was becoming an adversary against their assault. Bill returned from a meeting and decided to lay down for a nap. He saw indentions like hands and feet in his mattress, so much that it became impossible to sleep. Then he heard a massive crash as if something had hit the side of his house. He shot up and went inspecting, looking for damage, but ultimately found nothing. Feeling a pure white rage well up within him, he screamed, "I've had enough, and you don't scare me anymore. I'm not the same person that you picked on years ago. Show yourself and fight me. One of us is going to hell tonight." He then heard another crash and ran towards it, continuing to yell at the entity to show itself. Hell was unleashed inside of his home like a hurricane. Crashes and booms filled the air. Suddenly, the missing puzzle piece clicked into place. He knew that no amount of anger or desperation or earthly knowledge would save him from this evil, so he called upon Christ to intercede. He screamed, "You're not invited, and under the authority of Christ, I demand you leave or be bound by your worst fears until final judgment." He kept repeating these words as new crashing sounds emanated around him. Eventually, 30 minutes of unrestrained malice ceased, and a new peace finally filled his home. In the days afterwards, he felt a new sensation amidst the peace, like that of a chained-up rabid dog in the distance, just watching and waiting for a chance to break those chains and come back into his life. While occasional things would happen afterwards, Bill no longer felt the evil that dwelled within his home or his life. However, the encounter left scars, both physically and mentally. He still struggled with looking over his shoulder and being comfortable sleeping at night. His health effects from the ordeal also never truly improved, whether it was from the evil presence or simply the stress of the events. One can't be sure. In the years since, Bill has studied and become an expert in demonology in order to help others fight against an unseen foe in their own lives. He founded an association called United Paranormal International. Bill's story has been featured on the show Paranormal Witness in 2013, and abridged versions of the events have been featured across the internet. Bill has given multiple interviews on various podcasts, but decided to set the record straight in 2022 with his book, Satanic Warfare: Tactics of the Demonic. In it, he gives his own account, as well as the eyewitnesses in his life, of the events that transpired. He also includes extensive entries over just what he had learned concerning the demonic forces that stalked him and others, but he cautions anyone attempting to utilize his methods. He says that spiritual warfare is a form of psychological warfare, that it utilizes fear tactics to wear a target down, so that over time, you spiritually break down and obey the evil one's power. It is based on negative emotions such as fear, stress, anger, and social disunity, and as a victim grows weaker, the demon begins to grow stronger. The first line of defense is to have no fear against demons. He states that as fallen angels, demons still have rules that they must follow. They only enter lives to the degree which we explicitly or implicitly allow. They are not all powerful, for if they were, they would be not forced to resort to scare tactics and trickery to wear down their opponent. However, they have the experience of the entirety of human history on their side when they wage war on us. Once you acknowledge that there is in fact a demonic presence, the only recourse that you have is to call upon the name of Christ. Bill has since retired and moved out of the house in which he suffered for many years. He now lives with his wife, Caroline Vale, and his son, Richard, in Arkansas. In Bill's story, we can see how curiosity was used as a doorway that can lead to knowledge and understanding. However, curiosity can be used as another kind of doorway, one that, once it's opened, can unleash a terrible darkness into our lives that isn't easily cast out. Don't let that be you. Thank you guys so much for watching this new video, and sorry about my messy hair. I'm very much overdue for a haircut, and I'm super aware of it. Don't forget to like this video if you guys liked it, share it, and leave a comment. Also, subscribe with notifications on if you haven't already. All that stuff helps me out tremendously in this crazy, ever-changing landscape that is YouTube. I will see you very soon with another new video, and I will also soon, probably on that next video, be drawing for the winner of the signed Mystery Archives poster from the Amon's family video. So if you haven't entered, I would go ahead and go enter. All you have to do is like the video, share it, obviously be subscribed, and leave me a comment, and we're going to do a random drawing for that. So until next time, this has been Cody here at Mystery Archives. Remember to stay safe out there, especially from demons and other spooky things. And take care.
Hidden deep within the walls of an old home, something ethereal is lurking and watching. For years, the family who calls this place home thinks the entity is harmless.
But they would soon discover, after an accidental provocation, that this was not the case. Evil will rise, and its tendrils will infect everything they touch. Will they make it out alive, and with their souls intact? This is the chilling, untold story of the demon of Brownsville Road. Our story begins with the Kramer family. Bob, who was an officer in the Army, and his wife Lisa, married in 1980. They would soon start their family, and upon leaving the service in 1986, Bob would take up a job with AT&T, and the family would find themselves living in the New Jersey area. Having always wanted to relocate back to Pennsylvania, where they grew up, an unexpected opportunity for a transfer presented itself, and the Kramers seized it. Although having just built a house in 1987, the couple now found themselves shopping for homes in Brentwood, Pennsylvania. While looking at potential buys, Bob comes across a home that he never thought he'd be able to live in for sale. An old historic home from his childhood. This wasn't just any home, however. It was the home that Bob himself grew up seeing almost every day. He had always felt a pull to the home, to what it represented to him. The history, its style, and way of living, as well as it being a symbol of success. Bob would make contact with the sellers and arrange a walkthrough for him and his family. As the Kramers arrived and began to tour the inside of the house, their son, Bobby Jr., wandered off by himself as the group went into the basement. When they returned, they found the poor young man crying and hyperventilating, as if he had seen a ghost. Thinking that perhaps due to the boy's young age and imagination, that he had just scared himself in such a big house, Bob and Lisa wrote the behavior off. As they concluded the tour, despite his wife's misgivings about the size and feel of the house, that it gave her the creeps, Bob dismissed her, seeming almost mesmerized by the home. He continued to question the realtor, and would ask the question almost no one asks in these types of situations. Is there anything wrong with the house? Understanding exactly what he was hinting at, the realtor said that nothing was wrong with the house, and that Catholic Mass had been conducted several times in the living room. The realtor would then simply move on with the conversation. Bob found this response to be odd, but nonetheless took the reassurance that had been implied. Later, according to Bob, the couple seemed very anxious to move out, almost as if their very lives depended on it. Thinking initially that they would want to haggle, he submitted a lowball offer to them, and to his shock and amazement, they accepted it without any further negotiations. Not only excited to live in the childhood home of his dreams, but to get it at such a good price almost seemed too good to be true to Bob. And perhaps it was. The year was 1988, and it's a cold December day, but this day is filled with warm feelings. The Kramer family has just closed on the purchase of their new home, a designated historical landmark by Pittsburgh History and Landmarks. And in due time, they would travel from New Jersey. Bob, Lisa, and their 4 kids, Jessica, who was 4 years old at this time, Bobby Jr., who was 3, David, who was 2, and Charles, who was just 2 months old, would move into and begin living in the home on Brownsville Road. All seemed normal at first, but this calm normalcy would not last. The family began to notice small but bizarre things happening in their home. Doors began to open on their own. Objects began to move and go missing. Faucets would turn on by themselves. And, many of times, even if the family had been out during the evening, when they would leave the home with the lights being off, they would return to not only the lights being on, but after a quick sweep of the house, every door and window being secured, would have no rational explanation for it. Every single light, including those in the basement, would be on, and this was enough to make the family think. Although it was weird, they weren't really scared at the time. Lisa and Bob did come to the conclusion that they had a ghost, thinking it could have been due to the age and potential history of the home they were in, but they simply considered it to be Casper the friendly ghost. Not a threat, and nothing to worry about, or so they thought. Things weren't always incredibly active, though. Soon things calmed down somewhat in the months that followed. The family started to settle into their normal everyday lives. The occasional strange happening here and there quickly became commonplace, but every so often, things would pick back up. Alongside the previously mentioned activity, they soon began to hear mysterious banging noises all throughout their house and at all hours of the day and night, as well as disembodied footsteps echoing all around. And although weird, the family ultimately grew to accept these happenings, again, as normal. Over the years, Bob would go into politics and would hold political office in the 1990s, first as a councilman and then a county commissioner, gaining local notoriety and status in the western Pennsylvania area. But despite his career achievements, his family was slowly falling apart. Year by year, it seemed as though things became increasingly dysfunctional for the Kramer family. Bob and Lisa would fight frequently, and all of which would contribute to Lisa and two of the children experiencing serious mental health issues that would require hospitalization. During the ensuing chaos that was becoming his family, Bob had the fleeting thought that whatever was in the house, perhaps, had contributed to the mental distress of his family. But whenever this feeling would come up, he would simply dismiss it. One night, in 2003, his oldest son, Bob Jr., would attack Bob in his sleep. A vicious and unprovoked attack, as if his son was in the throes of madness. At this time, it was Bob, Lisa, and all of the kids, except for Jessica, living at the house, along with Bob's elderly aunt. Bob Jr. would be restrained and arrested. Following the aftermath of this night, the next morning, Bob's aunt would be found deceased of natural causes in her bed. Thankfully for Bob Jr., all charges would be dropped associated with the attack. But these series of unfolding events seemed to break the dam that had been holding back the paranormal within the Kramer home. As if the levees had been breached, a tidal wave of spiritual energy would now be unleashed. The following year in 2004, despite her chaotic and scary childhood, Jessica, the oldest, moves back home with her husband Tom and her son Colin. There was an apartment up on the top floor of the house that Bob felt like would be a good fit for the young family. He offered to let them live there so they could save money, get everything they needed to in order, and eventually buy a house of their own, something that was becoming increasingly more difficult to do. He also felt that this was a good healing opportunity for the family, allowing them all to be united and together once again. As his daughter and family moved their things in, Bob would take off his coat and go to hang it in the large walk-in closet underneath the main staircase. But as he opens the closet door, he notices that the pull chain for the light is wrapped all the way around the fixture. Thinking it was just the usual weirdness, and being rather used to the unusual by this point, Bob dismisses it and unwraps the chain. Being raised Catholic and continuing to be a spiritual man into his adulthood, Bob for the first time decides to do something about the activity. On a side table near the closet, he had a Bible and a rosary. Believing that this would calm things down, he took the rosary beads and tied them to the chain of the light. Upon closing the door and starting to walk away, he hears the clinking of beads. Rushing back to the door, he opens it, only to find the rosary and the chain wrapped completely around the fixture, yet again. Dismissing things at first, but now thoroughly alarmed, Bob grabs his Bible, steps into the closet, and begins to pray out loud. He continues to do so for half an hour. During his time in the closet, he can't help but notice that he feels a heavy weight upon his body, and the sensation of eyes boring a hole into the back of his skull. After the half hour, he finishes and leaves the closet, closing the door behind him. In the weeks that follow, Jessica and her family begin to settle into their new home, the apartment on the 3rd floor. As Tom goes to check on his stepson, he opens his door to find a woman standing over him. Believing it to be his wife, he calls out to her. The woman then turns and takes several steps towards him, and then disappears before his eyes. Tom wastes no time in protecting the boy. He rushes and scoops Colin up and quickly rushes to him in Jessica's room. Jessica, at the time, tried to dismiss what Tom had seen. She thought that if she didn't acknowledge it as reality, then it couldn't be real. Tom rushes down the stairs and consults Bob immediately. Bob, not wanting to take any chances with his grandson, decides to sleep in the room for the night. After going up the stairs into Colin's room and closing the door behind him, he turns on a lamp and takes a seat in a nearby chair and begins to pray. After an hour or so of reading scripture, he decides to try and get some sleep. Laying on his grandson's bed, he slowly drifts off. Sound asleep, he is soon woke up by massive bangs coming from inside the walls near his head. Waking up in a panic at the sound, his eyes dart back and forth, searching for the source. He then feels a sharp, stinging sensation on the side of his neck. Jumping up, he runs over to the mirror in the room, and what he sees shocks him. From underneath the right side of his ear, down his neck, and onto his torso, there were 3 long and now bloody scratch marks, as if something had clawed him. Frightened and unsure of how to deal with this new situation and the emotions he felt himself experiencing, Bob, for the time being, decides to not discuss the matter with his family, not wanting to further concern them. The following day, Bobby Jr., the oldest son of the family, was in the living room studying for an exam. As he sat on the couch, taking notes from his textbook, he suddenly began to feel as if he was being watched. This made him uncomfortable, so he decided to step outside to get some fresh air. He made his way towards the front door, and as he got several feet away from the door, he heard something fly past his head with a sharp tone and crash into the wall beside him. Bewildered and glancing down at his feet, he finds a CD from a nearby stack near the entertainment center, shattered into a dozen fragments. There is no one else in the room. Unsure of what else to do, he quickly heads to the front door and leaves. Fearing for the safety of their family, the Kramers, now at their wits' end, with the reoccurring supernatural events taking place in their home, decide to contact a Catholic priest for help. A man named Father Mike Sylvania is who they speak with, and he agrees to assist them by coming to bless their house. In due time, he arrives. As the priest begins his blessings, in an effort to sanctify the home, he travels from level to level and room to room, starting from the main floor to the basement and then to the upstairs. But it's when he heads upstairs that he begins to realize just what this family has been dealing with. As he walks up each step, he too begins to feel the stare of 1,000 eyes upon him, and the hair on the back of his neck stands on end. He knows then that they're dealing with an infestation, whether it's human spirits or non-human. He can't discern at the time. He finishes his blessings and encourages the family to persevere, and then he leaves. Weeks later, when the rest of the family is out, Jessica finds herself alone and asleep in the upstairs apartment. As she lays in her bed, with the large moon hanging overhead, its light piercing the windows, she is suddenly ripped out of a dream state. Her eyes open, but she is unable to move. It's as if she is paralyzed, but completely coherent. Along with being frozen, she suddenly feels as if someone or something is sitting on her chest. Then she sees it. A large, shadowy figure is at the foot of her bed. As it starts to climb on top of her, she tries with every fiber of her being to scream, but all that comes out is silence. To her, anyways. Her mother, who had just returned from running errands, heard her screams from the moment she entered the house. Running upstairs, she finds her grown daughter, almost inconsolable. She's shaking and crying. Whatever it was that is tormenting her had disappeared. However, regardless of age, the love of a mother eventually brings her back to reality. The family is now beyond worried. Petrified is almost an understatement. Their every waking moments are filled with anxiety and dread. They had hoped that word wouldn't get out, but unbeknownst to them, their situation had caught the attention of the bishop of the Catholic Church of Pittsburgh, who in response assigns an experienced priest by the name of Ron Lingwin to their case. Upon reaching out to Bob on behalf of the church, Father Lingwin concluded that based on what Bob had told him and the sound of his voice, the overall feel of the call, that this case needed to be investigated further, that this family needed help. He gave the Kramer family 2 options. 1, they could stay and fight and have the backing of the church, or 2, they could leave, but it wouldn't be guaranteed that whatever these entities were wouldn't continue to haunt them. So as a family, they decide to stay and fight. As preparations are made by the church to send help, the family tries to hold on. One morning, shortly after the phone call, as the family convenes in the dining room for breakfast, Bobby Jr. comes down and sits at the table. As he explains to his mom that he didn't sleep much that night, that he tossed and turned, he started to feel a burning sensation on his back. Before Lisa's very eyes, she watched as scratches formed on her son's back, like an invisible hand had taken a razor and sliced him. Each one was approximately 6 inches long. Calling for Bob, he takes one look at his son's back and immediately begins to panic. He then starts checking all of the children's backs, and all of the boys have the same 3 markings. Remembering back to when he was scratched, he asked the children calmly to go and wash their cuts while he spoke to Lisa. He then finally comes clean about his own attack. He discovers that it's not just him and the children who have been physically marked. His wife, who had been nursing her own wound, comes clean as well. Located on her left shoulder was a bite mark, one that was so deep that it drew blood. It in fact had continued to bleed underneath her shirt. Upon further analysis, the bite wasn't like that of a human. It was as if whatever the creature was had fangs of some sort. They were puncture wounds. Refusing to wait, Bob immediately calls the priest back. Later that day, after receiving special permission, Father Mike returns to perform Mass inside the Brownsville home, believing the scratches to be one of several indications that the infestation within the home was demonic rather than human spirits. Following Mass, as Bob and Lisa are sitting at the dinner table, eating together, they receive a call from upstairs. Jessica, not wanting to intrude on their time together, asks if Colin can come down. He wanted to see his grandpa and grandma. Saying that it was no problem, Jessica sends him headed downstairs. From the top floor to the second level is 3 sets of stairs, and as the young man descends headed towards his grandparents, they suddenly hear him shriek. Bob gets to him first and finds Colin shaking like a leaf. The poor child is screaming "monster" and pointing at an open door. It was at this moment that Bob knew that whatever this thing wasn't going to stop. That in order to keep part of his family safe, he would have to move them out of the house. The feeling is bittersweet. The family has grown to love the house, but at the same time, Jessica is relieved to get her son out of the situation. Bob, Lisa, and their 3 sons, however, remain. Several days after Jessica and her family depart the house, Bob returns home from work. Walking through the hallway headed towards the kitchen, he gets that sense that he's being watched. He stops dead in his tracks and slowly turns around to face whatever could be there. However, he sees no figure. Instead, he sees streams of what appears to be blood on the walls. Fresh blood, leaking down, as if to mimic how the priest had blessed the home, using holy water. Wanting to make sure he wasn't crazy, Bob calls out to Bobby Jr. to come and see what he was seeing. The 2 share a moment of shock and unease. The walls were indeed bleeding, and it was unlike anything that they had ever seen before. Bob, at the wit's end of his wit's end, again calls the church. He speaks with Father Linguin, who tells him that he's about ready to make the recommendation to the bishop to sanction a proper exorcism of the house, but that the family had to endure one more test. He told him that they needed to have an outside, third-party, non-religious group come in and document their findings, and then turn those findings into the church. So Bob makes several calls and arranges for such a group to come out. A paranormal investigation crew that originated out of Penn State. They would arrive in January of 2005. As the 2 other members set things up, the main leader, a man named Adam Bly, finished up a tour of the home with Bob. Unbeknownst to Bob, his main job was to perform an informal psych evaluation on the family, to determine that they were of sound mind and not just spinning fantasies. he would determine that they were indeed sane. Upon further inquiry, he asked Bob when things started to get bad, if there was a catalyzing moment or area of the home. Bob, thinking back, immediately thought about the closet. Upon explaining what had taken place and how things had escalated since that day, Adam believed that this demon was originating from underneath the stairs, in or near the closet. Knocking on the wood exterior of the stairs, it sounded hollow. Believing that the origin could potentially be found there, Bob agreed and assisted him with opening it up to look inside. It was no easy task, but the best way was to cut the wall from the inside of the closet. So they did. Among the cobwebs and dust was indeed an open space, a hidden room of sorts. And in the center of this room, covered in even more dust, as if it had been sealed in, was a strange-looking altar. And to the right side of this altar was an incredibly old piece of paper. Upon further examination, the paper contained drawings, the name of the original owner, as well as the name or the word Malik. Malik would turn out to be the last name of the original owner of the home. It's also just one letter off from Moloch, a demon from the Old Testament most commonly associated with the Canaanites, who worshipped this deity and sacrificed children to it. After making this discovery, Adam wanted to take a moment, so he wandered off back into the main living room space to breathe. He then suddenly, out of nowhere, began to see the letters S-A-T-H-I appear before him, and then something invisible scratched his forehead. Adam's screams quickly garnered the attention of the rest of the crew, who quickly rushed to his aid. They try to console him, but he's more driven to figure out what the word may mean. Running to the home base setup for the investigation, he quickly begins searching the internet. And what he finds bewilders him further. Sati is the name of a female demon that is said to serve under Moloch. Her primary function was to encourage women to sacrifice their children to him. Based off of this new information, Bob begins searching the history of the home for anything that could be out of sorts. And one such piece of history soon catches his eye. Where the property now stood was once the site of a grisly native and settler war, which took place in the 1790s. One such story was that a woman and her 2 children had been killed by the tribesmen near Fort Pitt, and her house was roughly 6 miles from the fort, placing it almost directly where their home would be now. All of this death and sorrow, Bob wasn't surprised that a demon now called the land its home. In further efforts to uncover the cause, Bob also hired professionals who scanned the property with ground-penetrating radar in an effort to ensure that no bodies were buried there. However, as the crew scanned the earth, they would find the remains of 4 bodies and what appeared to be a burial plot in the front yard near the old oak tree that stood there. Not wanting to further disturb the dead, Bob opts to commemorate them instead by placing crosses into the ground to hopefully lay their souls to rest. Although the death and despair more than likely attracted a demon, it still didn't answer the question as to why it came inside the house. One theory was that a disgruntled worker back when the home was being built placed a curse on it, which would account for the hidden shrine underneath the stairs. However, this couldn't be confirmed. Several months after the investigation and turning in the information to the church, Bob and Lisa finally received some much-needed good news. the church has finally approved an exorcism on their home. In September of 2005, an exorcist arrives to begin his work. All appeared to be quiet, and truthfully, things went on without a hitch. The following day, the feel of the home was different, but Bob still felt as if something was lurking within its walls. Roughly 3 months would pass without incident. One night, Bob was in the basement doing some work to the hot water heater when he suddenly was imbued with that age-old feeling of being watched yet again. Something that he had hoped was a thing of the past. Glancing up, he spots the figure of a woman, who then quickly darts into another basement room. Rushing into the room the woman had gone into, he sees nothing. Rushing up the stairs, he runs into Lisa and quickly tells her that he saw something down there, that they needed another mass as soon as possible. So together, they once again call Father Mike, who agrees to assist them. The following evening, as the priest is mid-mass, all 3 of them begin to hear scratching coming from inside the walls. During the consecration of the wine, 3 distinct knocks are heard coming from inside the wall nearest the priest. Something that should be an impossibility. The mass would conclude, but the war had not yet been won. It would ultimately take another 2 years of frequent blessings to finally rid the house of the demon that inhabited it. With this somewhat anticlimactic ending, because of course, not every story is going to be over the top, there are still many details I'd like to share with you, as well as pose several questions. The reason they believed that a disgruntled worker may have placed a curse on the home during its construction was that the worker was jealous of the wealth of the man who built it, a doctor and his beautiful wife. However, apparently this doctor had a dark secret. He was locally known for performing illegal abortions within the house, ultimately tying back into the demon Moloch and his consort, Sati. The book in which Bob Kramer wrote is known as The Demon of Brownsville Road, wasn't received without criticism. However, the most valid would be that some of the historical matters referenced, as well as the bodies in the front yard, hadn't been confirmed by outside sources. The doctor, however, was confirmed to be real, and his name was Dr. James Merton Mahan. However, there is no record of any illegal activity, such as abortions, tied back to his name, taking place at that time, or his house. The Kramers, following their experiences in the home, haven't been without tragedy. In March of 2015, their son David passed away unexpectedly, sending both Bob and his wife into a deep depression. They would divorce in 2018, ending their 37-year marriage to one another. After a decade of the house being fully cleansed of evil, Bob has now opened it as a bed and breakfast since 2019. It is now known as the Brownsville Roadhouse. I truly wish all those involved the very best. The entire situation seemed not only traumatic to have to endure, but the more recent tragedy as well is just terrible. With that being said, the story is a well-documented and textbook demonic haunting, and a terrifying one at that. Sometimes, when you walk into a new environment and you get a terrible feeling, no matter how good the deal is, you have to trust your gut, because it might just save you years of anguish and spiritual despair. Considered to be one of the most terrifying films of all time, the movie The Exorcist paralyzed the masses upon its release and brought the devil home to millions of people. Although the horror and special effects enhanced the story being portrayed, What if I told you that the story itself was inspired by a true story of demonic possession? When a young boy loses his beloved aunt, he starts to dabble with the occult and makes contact with the other side. But what he contacts isn't what he bargained for. What follows not only terrified a family, but by proxy thousands of people all over the world. This is the terrifying story of the exorcism of Roland Doe and the demons that plagued him. Our story starts in 1949 in a small town known as Cottage City in Maryland. A boy who we'll call Roland Doe is mourning the death of his beloved aunt. Aunt Millie's passing was very sudden, and the two had been extremely close. Millie was known for being an avid spiritualist, perhaps a New Age person of her time, and was always very interested in things like spirits, the afterlife, and Ouija boards. Seeing this activity, the young Roland became very interested as well, and alongside his Aunt Millie, he was taught by her how to properly use a Ouija board to contact the other side. Following her sudden death over the summer of 1948, as Roland mourned her, tucked away in a trunk of her belongings, he rediscovers the Ouija board that Aunt Millie had given him. In a moment of desperation, he laid the board on a nearby table and attempted to speak with Aunt Millie once again. But alas, despite his best efforts, no movement came from the board. It is this moment that is believed to be the catalyst for what would follow. Just days after Roland had used the board, things started happening, but not with the board itself. The entire family started hearing a steady dripping sound with seemingly no origin. And after this continued for about a week, they called in a plumber who ultimately would find no evidence of any sort of a pipe leak. Then the drips turned into thumps and scratches, both of which were seemingly coming from inside of the walls. The family, trying to make sense of the activity, first suspected mice. So as they had with the potential leak situation, they scheduled and then had a well-known exterminator come out. He too would find no evidence of any sort of infestation. Over the next several months, things would continue to escalate. Furniture began to move by itself, and other items were hurled across the room by an invisible force. The portrait of Jesus that hung on the wall began to rattle and shake as if it was being hit from behind. The happenings continued to grow with intensity, leading to a crescendo. The force seemed to move out of the walls and into Roland's room, and then into his bed. One night, he was violently awakened to his bed shaking profusely. He screamed for his mother, who came in and experienced the terror as well, leaving both of them at a loss for words. The family tried to decipher what was happening. They soon had Roland examined by a doctor and then a psychiatrist, both of whom concluded that the young man was very stressed out, but otherwise healthy. Day after day, the poor boy was being plagued by forces that he couldn't see or defend himself against. Markings began to materialize on his body. The first markings spelled out the word Bowdern. Beyond frightened and trying to find a resolution, the family used the Ouija board to try and contact Aunt Millie. They would indeed contact something. When the board began to interact with them on its own, and the atmosphere of the room changed, they asked the spirit to prove that it was real. It obliged by hurling a chair across the living room. And this wasn't the only sign. The following morning, long, burning welts appeared on Roland's legs, just as the previous markings had. This time, it spelled out the words, St. Louis. The family now had to consider the unthinkable, that their son was perhaps in the grip of something demonic. They quickly contacted their local pastor, who was a Lutheran, who came to the house to pray with the family. But after he too witnessed the marks appear on the young man's body, he suggested that the family contact the Catholic Church, since they tend to deal with these kinds of things. The family went ahead and fled the area in hopes that the activity would stay at the house. But after relocating with a family member in the suburb of St. Louis, Missouri, the paranormal happenings continued. Terrified and not knowing what else to do, the family reached out to Father Bowdern at the local Catholic parish, who, after a lengthy discussion, wasn't convinced that the boy was possessed. Bowdern, who was a World War II combat veteran, was a hardened man, but very practical and religious, no doubt. Not convinced, but wanting to help ease the family's stress, he agrees to pray over the boy. In due time, he would arrive at the house, and he would also be joined by a fellow priest by the name of Raymond Bishop. After meeting Roland, they all decided to pray together, and to the priest's great surprise, as soon as the first several sentences of prayer were uttered, the boy began to scream that his chest was burning. Upon opening the boy's shirt, they could see red cuts in his skin begin to appear. Now scared, the priest began to pray over the boy more intensely, lasting from about 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. At the conclusion of this session, Roland finally fell into a restful sleep, or so it seemed. After explaining to the family their thoughts on what could be taking place, they decided that they would convene among themselves to try and decide how to move forward to better assist Roland and his family. The priests returned to their homes and then met the following morning. It was here that both men decided that they were dealing with the real deal. Together, they made the decision to pursue an exorcism. Father Bowdern, as senior priest, reached out to the Archbishop of St. Louis to ask permission to perform the rites of exorcism, which he was granted under one request. That request being that he provided a day-to-day account for the church, to which he agreed. Each segment of this story from here on out is written with excerpts of what the priest documented during his experiences. Father Bowdern and Father Bishop returned to the residence 1 week later. They went upstairs and entered the boy's frigid room and began the ritual. Roland began to violently act out, so with the help of the boy's father subduing him, they were able to continue. It would be written out that the boy's blows were beyond that of his age. Each punch had the strength of one or more grown men behind it. Father Bishop found this out the hard way. Mid-prayer, Roland managed to break loose from his father and punched the priest in the face. It would later be discovered that he broke his nose. Following the aftermath of this first night, all for the first time in a long time, seemed calm. The boy did not act out, but rather was unconscious and just peacefully slept. Perhaps, they thought, the prayers were beginning to work. However, that was until the priests left. Almost as quickly as their feet crossed the threshold of the residence, the boy began to yell and scream at the top of his lungs. This belligerent rage would last for hours. At the desperation of the parents, once they were able to recontact them, both priests returned as quickly as they could, and with the assistance of both the boy's father and now mother, they had no other choice other than to continue the ritual. Hour after hour, for approximately 4 hours, Roland screamed and contorted. Suddenly, the boy began to lurch as if he was going to throw up. He quickly asked for the window near his bed to be opened, which his mother did. Roland rushed to the window and vomited a thick, black-looking substance. Within minutes, he seemed to be normal, like his old self, for the first time in a long time. The family and the priest knelt down and thanked God. Kneeling beside him, they gave thanks for what seemed like a triumph of good over evil. But from the ritual Romanum, the Catholic rites of exorcism, sometimes the devil will leave the possessed person in peace to make it appear as if he is departed. The exorcist must see through this with the power of God and realize this is a trap. The boy seems to rest for the first time, and the family feels a true sense of relief. Or so they think. It's now 2 a.m., and an uneasy quiet fills the house. The priests have been gone for several hours, when suddenly, Roland's screams begin to fill the house once again. Deep, guttural screams, as if something otherworldly is trying to break through his physical vessel. There is no rest for the wicked, nor is there rest for the good. Priests are called back yet again by Roland's parents, and arrive yet again around 3:15 a.m., shortly into the bewitching hour. They return back to Roland's bedside, where he begins taunting and screaming at them, an all too familiar happening now. After several more hours of intense prayer, out of nowhere, the young man goes catatonic around 6 a.m., frozen like a statue. For all intents and purposes, he appears to be sleeping, but with his eyes wide open. The priests, not wanting to leave the home in case the devil decides to reappear yet again, take to visiting with the family for several more hours and conserving what little energy they have left. And it's a good thing that they did, because bizarre activity resumes around 8:30 a.m. with a vengeance. Various knocking noises, accompanied by Roland's screams, resume a seemingly never-ending hell. There is now more violence than ever before. Roland is exerting strength beyond his normal capacity. He begins barking in multiple octaves, as if there are two voices inside of him, fighting to escape. Amidst the chaos, his mother breaks down and has to leave the room for her own sanity. The boy she's looking at, she no longer recognizes as her son. Within due time, thankfully, Roland yet again goes catatonic. Following this event, Father Bowden suggests that the boy be sent away to a worthy place where the exorcism can continue. An unfamiliar and sanctified place that will assist them in calling upon God to intervene in what is quickly being seen as the most intense case of possession that either of them had ever seen. This way, Roland is away from his mother and can no longer cause her any further distress as well. Ultimately, it's decided that he'll be sent to a hospital ran by an order of Catholic monks not too far from his current home, as well as the church in which the priests operate out of. A bit of a crossroads of sorts. After strange happenings and his terrifying behavior, his first night there, Roland is placed in a private room on a private floor above the psychiatric ward, not only for his own protection, but to keep him from scaring the other patients within the hospital walls. Father Bowden returns the following evening with Father Bishop, and now with the additional help of Father Halloran. Halloran, who was a young seminarian then, was tasked with the main job of restraining the boy, if need be, during the prayers, and during times where things were calm. It was his job to visit with him and keep his spirits up. As the priests made their way to the top floor and entered Roland's room, Father Halloran began visiting with Roland and his father, bowed and then blessed them with a small vial of holy water, and then placed the vial on the dresser next to the bed. Just a few seconds after this, the vial flew across the room and smashed into the wall, shattering it into multiple pieces. In a later interview, as the only surviving priest who witnessed the activity, Father Halloran stated that that's how I knew we were dealing with the real deal, when that vial flew by itself across the room and smashed into the wall opposite of the dresser it was placed on. You read about these kinds of things, but they never really happen. Realizing that they needed to begin to do battle with the darkness that resided within the young man known as Roland Doe, the ritual formally began yet again. The boy began screaming and cursing the priests. He also revealed one of the telltale signs of possession as things began to escalate. Father Halloran's mother had recently passed away, something that Roland had no way of being able to know, especially since the two had only met for the first time before the prayers began this very day. He looked over at the priest, and with a dark and sinister smile across his face, said that his mother said hello, that she was rotting within the depths of hell. This both angered and scared the young priest, but also served as a distinguishing factor for him personally, that there indeed was another entity inhabiting the body of the boy that sat within this very room with them, something dark and malevolent. As many of you may or may not know, exorcism, typically speaking, isn't a one-and-done kind of situation. It can take months or even years to fully rid someone of one or several demonic entities, if at all. In this case, is no different. The prayers continued until Roland went catatonic and was laid peacefully back into his bed. Wanting to take an aggressive stance to rid the boy as fast as they could, all three priests, along with Roland's father, would again return the following day. Roland, by this time, was so violent that all four men were having a hard time holding him down. Aside from the multiple voices and curses, he began spitting a foul-smelling liquid at them as well. As the day continued, the boy was screaming that Father Halloran was hurting him as he was restraining him. The young priest loosened his grip and was instantly punched in the face, breaking his nose, leaving him a bloody mess. This concluded the ritual for that day. The ordeal for all those involved was quickly becoming an excruciating nightmare that they couldn't wake up from. Every day, all day, there was very little sign of progress. As for the priests, the task is exhausting, soul-draining, and at times, faith-breaking. But despite the discouraging signs, like any battle that has to reach an inevitable conclusion, the ritual must go on. With each exorcism, Roland becomes more violent, more angry, and also begins spontaneously urinating on top of his other abhorrent behaviors. As more objects begin to move more regularly, as the paranormal manifestations continue. On day 18 of Roland being in the hospital, he asked for a pen and paper from the priests, and upon receiving it, he writes, "I am the devil himself, and within 10 days, I will give you a sign." Shortly after writing this down, he begins to scream as the Roman numeral 10 carves itself into the skin on his chest. Witnessing this, Father Bowden decides to baptize the boy to hopefully aid his crusade against the demons that plague him. The following day, with Roland's permission, he performs a baptism, which seems to calm him down. But this calm was all too short-lived. After just about 10 minutes, he returns to his fits of anger and curses. Night after night, the prayers continue, and night after night, the boy is still overwhelmed. Roland screams, and the word in capital letters is seen carved into his chest. Exit. Horrified, the priests continue on with their prayers. The devil now seems to be speaking through Roland's body, as he says, "You need to say one more word, but you never say it." After the night's end at the hospital, the priests were puzzled as they pondered what this strange statement could have meant. But as they read through the book of exorcism, they realized that Father Bowdern was forgetting to read the word Lord time and time again. This not only frightened the men further, but also affirmed their suspicions as well. The following night, it was an ice-cold, rainy night. As the priests arrived at the facility, they could immediately sense that something wasn't right. From the parking lot, they could see that the lights on the floor that Roland was placed were flickering on and off, and in different rooms. As they checked in at the front desk, the clerk broke down in tears, trying to explain that things were especially bad, and that she was very scared. As they approached the boy's room, they noted a strong sulfuric smell coming from inside. And unlike previous nights, as soon as they entered the room, Roland began cursing at them, but this time in fluent Latin, a language he had never been exposed to prior to the exorcism's beginning, let alone one that he should have been fluent in. He also had never displayed foreign tongues before. As the priests began the ritual again, Roland stated that this was their sign. Father Bowdern then commanded the spirit to prove itself. And as the words left the priest's lips, the boy smiled and touched the priest's purple vestments that were draped over his shoulders. They then burst into hundreds of individual fibers. Now with their worst fears realized, the priests began to pray harder than they had ever prayed before. During the struggle, Roland broke a bed spring and attempted to stab Father Bowdern, but thankfully was restrained before he could do so. He thrashed, urinated, threatened, and screamed in dual octaves. 5 hours into the prayers this night, he began to exhibit a new and frightening behavior. Before everyone's eyes, Roland tilted his head back and slowly began to float up and towards the ceiling. Before he could reach the ceiling, the men forced themselves to power through their fear and grab the boy, bring him back down to the bed, where new restraints were then placed, tethering him from further floating. After 7 grueling hours of fighting, praying, and nerve-wracking spiritual warfare, the boy gasped and exclaimed. He said he saw Saint Michael the Archangel use a flaming sword to drive the devil away, that he hit him and drove him back into the darkest abyss one could ever imagine. With these words, he fell silent and finally closed his eyes, truly and peacefully asleep. After this long and arduous night, what began over 28 days ago seemed to have finally been worth it. Roland slowly but surely returned to normal, and in fact went on to live a rather ordinary life. The records of the events from those 28 days were somehow leaked to the press and became an embarrassment for both the priests involved and the church. Father Bowdern had always regretted Roland's confidentiality being violated, William Peter Blatty, who had heard about the case, became extremely intrigued and reached out to the priest to discuss it with him. When asked about if he knew the whole thing was real or not, Bowden replied, "I had no doubt about it then, and I have no doubt about it now, that what was in that room that night was the otherworldly source we call the devil in the flesh." William Peter Blatty took his inspiration from this case and wrote the book, The Exorcist. So was the possession case of Roland Doe a genuine one? It has in fact been considered to be one of the most substantial cases, if not the most substantial case, by the Catholic Church in the last 300 years in regards to the existence of satanic forces and the existence of demonic possession. By others, however, it was just an emotionally compromised adolescent who was acting out after the death of a close loved one. But what do you think? Make sure to let me know down in the comments below. And if this case indeed was the real deal, those implications have far-reaching convictions in and of themselves, that the existence of true evil also implies the existence of true good. And I would say regardless, with the on-screen inspiration and then adaptation of The Exorcist, these deep-reaching questions were then brought forth to thousands, if not millions of people all over the world, perhaps leading to a wider impact than anticipated. I think a deeper moral of this story is that the occult is not only very real, and I can say that speaking from personal experience, but that it is not for the non-experienced or the spiritually weak. You can never be truly sure of what you're communicating with. And for the majority of people, I would say this: just don't dabble. It will greatly benefit you if you don't, because you might just speak with something that may turn out to be your worst nightmare come to life. There are many seemingly normal places in this world, but hidden behind the veil of normalcy can lie many, many secrets. This is the tale of one such place, and this tale intertwines history with myth and first-hand accounts of experiences and much more. From strange cryptid encounters to bizarre cult rituals and UFO sightings, there is much to uncover within, so join me as we decode the untold story of Black Star Canyon, here on Mystery Archives. Black Star Canyon is known by many throughout the state of California as a wide-open space full of family-friendly trails. However, it should be known for much more than just this. Unlike many of Southern California's trails, Black Star has been the site of a plethora of horrific events that have taken place throughout history, as well as a multitude of strange sightings, which we'll get into later. Located in Orange County, California, in the Santa Ana Mountains, the canyon was originally known as Canada de los Indios under Spanish rule, and then later under Mexican rule as part of Alta California or Nueva California. The first known recorded negative event that took place there was in 1831. Local ranchers were being terrorized by horse thieves from the Shoshone tribe, a Native American tribe that was active in the area at the time. Unable to track the thieves down themselves, they banded together and were aided by a local mountain man named William Wolfskill. Over several weeks, Wolfskill and the ranchers tracked the thieves down until they came upon their encampment. Here, they discovered much more than they had bargained for. Not only had the tribesmen ate their horses, but they found several still cooking human limbs over the crackling campfire. Disturbed and angered, the ranchers overwhelmed the natives they encountered there and massacred them, before then desecrating and leaving their remains. But this would be only one of many shocking events that would take place here and add to the darkness of the canyon. The land in which the massacre took place on would eventually fall into the hands of William Wolfskill, and eventually a man named James Irving. After discovering coal deposits in the canyon, James Irving would co-found with a man named August Witt the Black Star Coal Mining Company in 1879, which gave the canyon its current name. The mine would pull an estimated 6 tons of coal each day and was almost exclusively employed by the canyon's few residents. Many accidents would take place within the mine, including one incident where a man who was seemingly intoxicated fell to his death. This was later investigated by the law at the time, and the mining company was not found to be at fault. Many locals at this time of the operation believed the mine or the land could be haunted due to the frequent experiences of seeing apparitions and hearing disembodied voices throughout the mouth of the mine and the surrounding area. Many of the apparitions were described as natives adorned in tribal garb. The mining operation, like many during this era, soon became unprofitable, and the Black Star Mining Company was soon sold by Irving. It would later be replaced by the Santa Clara Mine, a much more successful and sustainable company that would lead to the sustainment of the town of Carbondale, located nearby. It would go on to operate until it closed for good in the early 20th century. Another unfortunate event that took place upon the land happened on June 9th, 1899, at a place called Hidden Ranch, located within the canyon. Hidden Ranch was owned by a man named Henry Hungerford of Norwalk and George Howard of Anaheim. On June 8th, 1899, James Gregg, his brother-in-law, and a teenage boy by the name of Clint Hunt arrived to drive out cattle that Gregg owned and paid pasturage for on the land. That evening, a dispute broke out over unsettled debts between Gregg and the property owners. Howard owed Gregg $10 on a horse trade, and Gregg had an outstanding pasturage bill of $17.50, a total sum that would equal approximately $98,000 in today's money. While Gregg insisted that Hungerford and Howard accept a settlement of $7.50, or about $26,000 in today's money, a heated exchange broke out between the two, but they eventually would go their separate ways, and ultimately would go to bed for the night. However, the following morning, upon reconvening, the argument simply started back up. Amidst the resumed dispute, Henry Hungerford would ultimately fatally shoot and kill James Gregg. It wasn't long after this incident that Hungerford was arrested and brought to the trial for the murder before Judge J.W. Ballard. Initially convicted of the murder, the trial results were overturned due to the judge granting a motion for a new trial on the grounds that not enough evidence had been produced to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Since no new evidence was available upon the start of the new trial, the district attorney, a man named R.Y. Williams, had no choice other than to dismiss the case. Henry Hungerford would get away with the murder of James Gregg. And since then, many have claimed to see Gregg near Hidden Ranch. And considering the circumstances in which he died, out of a lapse of judgment, heated emotions, and reaction, it wouldn't surprise me if his soul was still wandering the land, even to this day. Besides events of the distant past, there have been more modern tragedies to take place within the canyon as well. I'll be focusing on the ones that took place directly in the geographical area of Black Star, and not the surrounding areas. It's been rumored but cannot be confirmed that in the 1970s, a bus driver lost control of the bus that transported local children to and from school. The bus then subsequently crashed into the Black Star Canyon, killing everyone who was on board. The corpse of the bus then sat within the canyon for more than 40 years until it was removed in 2013. Many people have reported being pushed by what felt like child's hands and hearing children whispering and laughing near the bus when it was still there, but there was never anyone around. In 2001, in a brazen act of evil, 2 men and 3 boys associated with a gang known as the LTK Crew were arrested after the beating of 2 teenage boys and the violation of their teenage girlfriends within Black Star. The suspects confessed to being under the influence of alcohol prior to the attack and began also taking drugs while the attacks were in progress and after they had taken place as well. In 2002, a very sad and unfortunate event also took place. Nicholas Anderson and his brother Glenn Anderson entered the Blue Light Mine in hopes of exploring the abandoned mine and having an adventure, but the 2 brothers tragically would never make it out alive. Oxygen levels inside the mine were recorded at only 4%. The mine, which has a total of 11 entrances, only had 3 properly blocked off at the time of the Anderson brothers' deaths. There has since been a project in place to seal the additional entrances to prevent any further tragedies from taking place. Of just the several events that we've covered so far, as I've mentioned before in previous videos similar to this one as well, some believe that unspeakable events of evil, such as murder or massacre or even untimely death, can oftentimes leave a wound upon the land, and a haunting, as some believe, is similar to a scar upon the land, where the event has long since passed, but the energy of it, once having taken place there, still exists. One theory that's been discussed is that the majority of the canyon is comprised of limestone, which has long since been debated by the paranormal community since the 1970s to be a type of stone that captures and stores bursts of energy, like those that would have been discharged at the prior events mentioned. Could this possibly be contributing to the hauntings and other strange events taking place within Black Star Canyon today? Another theory is that many believe the canyon to be a kind of portal, whether that's to another dimension, the other side, or something else entirely, such as a different universe. It's hard to say, but the following stories may pique your interest as to why they feel this way. Satanic rituals and strange cult activity have long been associated with Black Star Canyon, with many visitors reporting hooded figures, unexplained fires, and chanting. Some have even reported witnessing the sacrifice of an animal. Hikers have discovered satanic imagery carved into various stones along trails, used black candles, animal skulls, and bloody objects. Many of these claims could be dismissed as legend or an overactive imagination according to most, but could there be more to these claims than mere speculation? Through some digging, I found a reference. As noted in the book, The Truth About Freemasons, the Illuminati, and the New World Order by SDS and CMW, an individual who used the alias Pendar claimed to be a member of the Illuminated Brotherhood, also known as the Illuminati to most. This individual claimed to be from the Alsace-Lorraine region of France and would attend major satanic ceremonies in Europe and parts of the United States regularly. One such ritual was said to have originally been hosted on a regular basis in the Trabuco Canyon in California. However, urban sprawl and development led the organizers to move the rites to Black Star Canyon instead. If this were true, it could possibly tie in or contribute to some of the legends that you're about to hear. Many strange things have been spotted within Black Star. One of those is a sighting of an ape-like creature within the canyon and throughout the surrounding area. Aside from dozens of reports by locals and tourists alike having claimed to have seen the creature, it has also been documented as being seen on 4 different occasions by 4 different rangers. This is a photo of one alleged encounter. Could the activity of one or several dark cults have brought forth something into our world that isn't supposed to be here? Or is it something that's lived here all along? Another strange creature that has been witnessed draws from an old Spanish folktale. The Spanish, of course, controlled the area prior to Mexico, and the folktale is that of La Llorona. There are many origin tales, but from my research, it seems that La Llorona, or the Weeping Woman, was a woman named Maria who married a wealthy man who she eventually bore 2 children to. As time went on, she began to see her husband less and less, and when he was home, he only ever paid attention to the children. Eventually, she would see her husband with another woman. Out of jealousy and mania one night, she drowned her 2 children. Immediately regretting this horrid decision, she then drowned herself. She was denied entry through heaven's gates, and now searches the world for her lost children, often being seen in a white bridal gown with a disfigured or animal-like face. She's typically seen floating in bodies of water and attacks children, as well as adults. There is a well that is rumored to exist within the canyon, where she lives, and she's been rumored to have manifested and come out of that well, only to drag whoever or whatever she preys upon deep into its depths. Black Star Canyon also seems to be a hot spot for EVPs, or electronic voice phenomena. Disembodied but audible voices have been heard and recorded by many individuals while visiting. The sounds of distant chanting, weeping, and even growling have been reported as well, all with no visible origin. Many people have also reported seeing things out of the corner of their eye, only when they turn, there's nothing there. This activity could tie into the limestone theory, or even the occult activity that's taken place there. Perhaps energy over the ages has been stored within the stone, or perhaps an otherworldly vortex exists within the canyon itself. Whether it's always been there or was open due to evil practices is anyone's guess. This vortex that I've mentioned could be a spiritual one, but others have often speculated that it could be some kind of wormhole or interdimensional portal instead. Many people, wanting to escape the urban lifestyle of Orange County, have taken to places like Black Star Canyon due to its relatively quiet environment and unparalleled views of the sky, a place where things aren't obstructed by city lights. Over the years, a plethora of UFO activity has been documented and reported over Black Star. And although there is occasionally planes overhead due to John Wayne Airport nearby, many have noted very strange craft with pulsing lights, unlike anything they've ever seen before, within the night sky there. As previously mentioned, many people have reported seeing things out of the corner of their eye, only for there to be nothing there, but people have also reported being stalked and even pursued by something aggressive, and yet unseen. Could this perhaps be something that was dropped off by a UFO, a terrifying and abhorrent creature created in an alien lab somewhere? Or is this a spirit, or something else completely unknown? Those who have encountered such entities, and have lived to tell the tale, I'm sure will not be going back anytime soon, and I can't blame them. Many creatures have been mentioned due to Black Star Canyon being a hotspot of many different types of supposed activity. But there is another type of creature, or creatures, that I'd like to mention as well, although these certainly seem less menacing. Originally spotted on January 23rd of 1995 by a group of friends hunting within the canyon, they were described as the Black Star Waddlers. These were small entities that were approximately 2 feet tall, dark in color, and had a notable waddle as they walked by. They typically would be seen in groups and were spotted several times by the first party prior to their hunt being over. The creatures would also be spotted by another group later that year, and again in 1998. And although not much is known about them, they don't appear to be hostile, but for those who witness them, it would certainly make for a very strange trip, and even a stranger story, indeed. While many of the trails and open spaces of Black Star Canyon are still regularly traveled during the day, many refuse to traverse the space at night. There is said to be an uncomfortable and noticeable shift in energy from relative happiness and normalcy to that of malice and uncertainty. While the majority of known history, legends, and sightings have all been mentioned in this video, there are old details that we may possibly never know, and others that will be kept from us about this place. There are also still stories and new experiences being written and told, as those with an insatiable curiosity for the unexplained continue to hike Black Star Canyon. So if you find yourself in California and want to experience the weird, then Black Star Canyon might just be the place for you. But if I were you, I wouldn't recommend staying too long, because you may never leave.
After a flood destroys their home, a family is forced to relocate to a new home, which they believe is going to be a fresh start for them. However, it turns out to be a fresh new hell instead. From demonic attacks, nightmarish visuals, and terrifying manifestations, this is one haunting story you won't want to miss. This is the untold story of the Smurl haunting in Pennsylvania and the monstrous creature that stalked its walls. The timeline of events is rough at best, but I have done my best to make the most coherent retelling of the story, so please keep that in mind. Raging floods as a result of Hurricane Agnes have destroyed the homes of many families, and one such family was the Smurls. The Smurl family consisted of Janet and Jack Smurl and their 4 young children, Heather, Shannon, Karen, and Dawn. With their home destroyed in the Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania area, feeling as if they had been uprooted and tossed about like the rushing waters that took their house, the Smurls decide to temporarily relocate to West Pittston, where Jack's parents currently lived. After explaining the situation and staying with the couple for a short time, they were surprised and ultimately blessed when Jack's parents proposed an idea to them. They had found an old duplex, a bit of a fixer-upper, also in West Pittston. The 2 of them could live on one side, and Jack, Janet, and the kids on the other. That way, they could look out for one another, and of course spend more time together. Not in a position to or wanting to say no, Jack and Janet humbly accepted their offer, but all too soon they would be confronted with the question, was this blessing truly a curse? With Jack's parents paying for them all to move into the new house, they soon find themselves rehomed and living in the newly purchased duplex. Located on Chase Street there in West Pittston, although the home would need some work, the neighborhood seemed friendly and inviting, a good place to raise a family. The family collectively puts their efforts into repainting, retooling, and other repairs, but in no time,
the slightly run-down home was feeling fresh, vibrant, and modern, making the Smurls feel ever more at home and hopeful for the future. However, this would not last forever, for it seemed that each time they banged a hammer, each time they drove a nail into a wall, and with every drop of paint, they woke something up within the house itself, something that perhaps had been slumbering there for quite some time. During this time, small episodes of strangeness began to manifest. Seeming rather benign at first, tools began to disappear only to reappear hours later in different spots. Old stains that covered the walls began to seep through the fresh coats of paint, and several appliances in their kitchen had mysteriously caught fire even though they were unplugged. Along with these oddities, the family would also begin to smell awful odors that overwhelmed the entire house, like an omnipresent floating cloud of rotting meat that hung over them, only to disperse mere moments later after being detected. But despite these weird events, the family didn't really think much of it. They were just thankful to have a roof over their heads. Jack and Janet continued to rebuild their lives. Jack, fortunately, had since gotten a better job than the one he had had previously and was promoted during this time. He was also able to coach his daughter's softball team. The children had reacclimated to a new school and were getting good grades. And Janet had become pregnant with baby number 5 and also helped organize an anti-drunk driving group at the local high school. And Jack's parents were doing great as well. But all of this positivity, unfortunately, would not last. By 1974, things began to change for the Smurls. It began when Mary Smurl, Jack's mother, suffered a heart attack. This led to the entire family struggling to make ends meet. And whether it was a result of the renovations or something else, something paranormal had began to manifest and make itself known. It began when Janet began to hear the voice of her mother-in-law, who shortly after her heart attack was now at home and recovering. Doing what she could to help her, she would hear her name being called out from Mary and would rush to her aid to help her with anything and everything that she could possibly need. But the strange thing was, Mary at times would either be unconscious, sleeping, or wouldn't have had called for her at all. Attributing this bizarre phenomena to stress at first, she writes it off. However, Mary soon starts experiencing her own strangeness. She too, as if the words had come from Janet's mouth herself, would hear her name being called. Only when confronted, Janet would have no idea what she was talking about. But that wasn't all, of course. The stains that had previously been painted over and were thought to be covered began to seep through yet again, and new stains began to appear as well, with several appearing on the hardwood floors of the home. As the days progressed, the oldest Smurl child soon began to experience the presence as well. She would often be woken up in the dead of night, frozen with fear and unable to move. She would see translucent figures standing above her or at the edge of her bed, staring and watching her. And although it wasn't exclusive to the midnight hour, the activity seemed to pick up at night. Often, when Jack was at work or gone, Janet began to have violent and sickening encounters with a being that she couldn't see. She began to be molested by an unseen force. These interactions left her hysterical, feeling violated and unclean. Trying to come to terms with what was happening to them, the family's luck continued to worsen. Additional appliances, including a TV set, went up in flames, causing smoke and fire damage to the home on several occasions. And unlike the TV, the other appliances were not plugged in order for the family to save money, which makes it all the more mysterious. On top of this,
Several water pipes, which are fairly new after the family had initially renovated the home, began to leak, not only causing water damage to the house, but adding to their financial woes as well. The string of bad luck would continue for the Smurls, and by 1977, the activity in the home became much more aggressive. The family's radio began to turn itself on and off, typically at strange hours, and almost always when the family was trying to sleep. The sinks in their bathrooms began to turn themselves on, pouring what little money they had left literally down the drain, and their toilets began to flush by themselves. Along with this activity, the sounds of footsteps began to be heard all throughout the house, and even on the insides of the walls. Drawers began to open and close by themselves. And coupled with these happenings was again the stench of rotting meat, what the family would begin to describe as the dead smell, except instead of dissipating almost as soon as it was detected before, or in one particular area of the house, the smell would permeate all throughout the house and would linger for minutes, or sometimes even hours. Up until this point, besides seeing things being moved, dealing with the stains, pipes, and appliances, Jack hadn't been targeted, so to speak, by whatever paranormal force that was now fully awake within the Smurl residence. But one night, when he was trying to get some sleep after a long day's work, his side of the sheets were pulled from his body, and the sensation of dozens of hands touching and grabbing him ensured that not only was he not going to get the rest that night due to sheer terror, but that perhaps his wife had been telling the truth. Janet, shortly after moving into the house, had become pregnant, and this time had given birth to 2 baby girls, expanding the Smurl family to 6 children. Shortly after the twins were brought home, it seemed like whatever presence that had been woken up was making itself known. It became more aggressive, more vindictive, as if it was jealous or hated the living. One morning, while the majority of the children were at school and napping, and the rest of the adults were out, Janet was headed to the kitchen to pour herself a freshly brewed cup of coffee. As she turned around the corner, her blood ran cold. Standing in the middle of the kitchen, with a stain seeming to materialize directly underneath it, it was a translucent figure with hollow eyes. Frozen in place upon seeing it, it was as if she blinked and whatever this creature was gone. Was this what was responsible for the multitude of paranormal happenings within their house? As time progressed, Janet again would continue to hear her name being called out when no one else was there, over and over and over again. Strangely, as it was before in the beginning, the voices would often sound like her mother-in-law, Mary, and even after double or triple checking sometimes to make sure she wasn't losing her mind, Mary would be nowhere to be found. Janet truly was alone. Other strange things that were heard during this time would be heard from the other side of the duplex. Couples do argue, and some fight. That just tends to happen to most, unfortunately. But these fights were something else. Jack's parents began to hear yelling and screaming, sometimes even items breaking, coming from the other side of the duplex, where Jack and Janet lived. These fights became so violent that not only did they think their marriage was collapsing, but they began to become concerned for Janet and the children's safety. One night, Jack's father couldn't take it anymore. He walked from their front door to the other side, and with the fight still raging, he threw the door open, only to be greeted with silence. The entire family was asleep. Not knowing what to make of this discovery, he simply left, bewildered. But the supposed audio of the fights would continue. Shortly after the bizarre discovery, Mary would experience something that almost gave her another heart attack. One evening, while her husband was still at work and she was alone on their side of the duplex, she began to hear her name being whispered, and it sounded like Janet, but it was right within earshot or several feet of where she had been. Weirded out as most of us would be, she began to make her way towards the voice that was calling out to her. And that's when she saw it. Standing in her living room, with a stain seeping underneath its feet, was the same translucent being that Janet had claimed she had seen just a short while ago. And terrifyingly, its mouth was mimicking Janet's voice and calling out her name. Frozen in terror at first, with her heart racing, Mary ran to the door, exited, and immediately went into Jack and Janet's door, absolutely petrified with fear. The talks that followed this event in particular is what led to most of the individual experiences being laid out in the open for everyone to know. And they would all come to the realization that whatever force that was in their house was not friendly. Shannon Smurl, who was only 7 years old during this time, would be the next target. One day, as she casually walked through the kitchen and into the dining room, a large glass light fixture fell and crashed into her, cutting her and raising the alarm bells for the entire house. Again, it seemed like the paranormal being or force hated life, and now was possibly trying to end it if the opportunity presented itself. Scared but strapped for cash, they were all seemingly stuck in what was supposed to be their fresh start, but instead at this point was becoming their fresh hell. Shannon would continue to experience strangeness of her own as well. In her diary and later, she would recount that oftentimes she would wake up and find herself floating above her bed, literally levitating several feet above her bed. Some nights, while floating, she would suddenly be thrown across the room and into a wall with so much force that she thought she would be crushed. The climax of these attacks on Shannon happened one night when she woke up to find herself floating once again. But instead of being let back down or smacked into a nearby wall, her door was flung open and she was thrown out of her room and down the stairs. Her parents heard this happen and rushed towards the screams of their little girl to find her absolutely hysterical and in pain. Fortunately, however, she would be okay physically after this event in particular. Another unfortunate soul that would be targeted in the Smurl duplex was the family's German Shepherd, Simon. Simon would be found floating in the air, confused and concerned. And this new development and activity was not just exclusive to Shannon or their beloved dog. Alongside the intensified attacks on Janet, she too would begin finding herself woken up in the middle of the night, floating in the air, and sometimes, horrifically, without control of her body. She would then also be assaulted. However, Jack wasn't always gone at this time. Frequently at this point, he would be home and sleeping beside her, but could never seem to wake up, as if he was being kept asleep or in a state of paralysis while the events took place. Coupled along these intense and abhorrent manifestations came activity that was plain creepy. Not a day would go by without the family hearing scratching noises coming from within the walls, or deep, drawn-out breaths coming from behind them, feeling the exhale upon their necks, making the hairs on their entire body stand on end. Jack at times after a hard day's work would like to unwind and decompress by watching some TV in the living room. And on occasion, he would fall asleep to whatever was on, before eventually waking back up and making his way to bed. However, this night, he found himself awake and coherent, but unable to move. as if he was paralyzed or stuck in some kind of a glue trap, like an insect. Unable to break free, he glanced around the room trying to discover the source of his distress. It was here that he was met face to face with this being, this demon that seemed to be plaguing their lives. The creature grabbed him from the back and slammed him onto the floor, began repeatedly bashing his head into the hard wood below, before disappearing. After this, Jack didn't watch TV to unwind anymore. As a matter of fact, no one could unwind. They were petrified at whatever was taking place in the house. Unable to afford to move between all the adults, and seemingly stuck between a rock and a hard place. Scared and unable to figure out what to do, they began to seek help wherever they thought they could find it. It was now winter, and the family, besides their daily duties, spent most of their time indoors. While watching TV one afternoon, they saw an interview with Ed and Lorraine Warren, world-renowned paranormal experts and demonologists. Not being particularly religious and unsure of where to turn, they decided to reach out to the couple and were surprised when they made contact. After speaking with them for some time, the Warrens agreed to come to their house to meet in person with the Smurls and to investigate, and within a week, that's exactly what they did. After an initial meeting with the family, hearing their testimonies in person, and after exploring the home, the Warrens decide it seems genuine and it's worth investigating, and they begin their usual process of bringing in their team for an extended period of time to document and mull over potential solutions for the family. After several months of the documenting team living with the family and experiencing strange activity themselves, such as furniture stacking on top of itself, along with several other previously mentioned happenings, such as the stains and attacks on individual members of the home, Lorraine finally comes to the conclusion, after having a vision within the house, that they were dealing with a total of 4 entities. One was that of an old woman who she believed was not a threat to the family, but was simply being held against her will within the home. One was a younger woman who was angry and resentful and could be violent. And the other was a man who took the life of his wife and his lover and had been hanged in the same spot 100 years earlier by a vengeful crowd. The final entity was that of a demon, and this demon not only was strong in keeping the other 3 spirits under its heel of control, but would use them to strengthen itself and wreak havoc upon the family, to sow discord, anxiety, and fear, all things to which it could feed on and continue to grow stronger. After reaching this conclusion and having gathered sufficient information, the Warrens spoke to Father McKenna, who was a Vatican-sanctioned exorcist and had worked with them over 50 times on separate cases in the past. So he was no stranger to the demonic. But after his arrival and attempted exorcism, the activity only increased in aggression and hostility. And for whatever reason, it was not tied to the home anymore, but rather the family members themselves. Jack began to experience horrific visions of the creature at work, as did his father. And alongside the continued paranormal activity taking place at their home, their daughter Karen fell seriously ill with a fever that the doctors couldn't diagnose at the time and almost died. Several of the other girls were also visited by this sickening presence at night, as Janet also was and continued to be. The demon also began to physically attack the family more often, causing stinging scratches and cuts on their bodies at random times, as well as deep and bruising bite marks. Still trying to help the family rid themselves of this creature, and fearing for the family's continued torment, the Warrens convinced the Smurls to allow a second exorcism to take place, and McKenna again would visit
and conduct a second exorcism months later in the early spring. During this exorcism ritual, EVPs were recorded, which when played back after the fact, would reveal multiple entities laughing at and berating them for their efforts. Ed Warren would also be choked during this visit and would be incapacitated for multiple days after. Unfortunately, the second exorcism also failed, leading to even more violent manifestations of evil. Trying to get away from it all for even just a few days, the family went on a camping trip to the Pocono Mountains, but the demon would follow them there as well, tormenting them wherever they went, allowing for no rest, no decompression, and no peace. Upon returning to their home following this trip and getting even more desperate, they decided to reach out to a local TV show called People Are Talking to see if anyone could possibly help them. They did, however, remain anonymous during their interview, and this call for help, however, went unanswered, but the demons seemed to retaliate against them for it. Janet would once again be hurled against a wall, and Jack would experience something truly terrifying and new. As he woke up in the early morning to get ready for work before the sun had come up, a light rain tapped the glass of the windows outside. As he dressed himself and began to gather his things for his workday departure, he came down the stairs and was greeted by a disgusting and horrid creature. Standing in front of the door was a monstrous being whose head almost touched the ceiling. It resembled a horrible amalgamation of a man and a pig, standing upright on two legs. It screeched and rushed towards him, but as he fell backwards onto the stairs, hurting his back, the creature stood over him, face to face, snarling, before it disappeared. This manifestation disturbed and rattled Jack to his core. The same morning, shortly after Jack had left for work, because although terrified, he still had to provide for his family if they ever wanted to have a chance of escaping this hellscape of a home. Janet was woken up a short while later by a hand reaching up through her mattress and grabbing the back of her neck and pulling her towards it and choking her. After these events, horrific snarling noises, like that of a pig, could be heard coming from inside the walls. The time was now August of 1986, and the Smurls felt that the risk of ridicule did not outweigh the need for their story to reach a wider audience, so that somehow, somewhere, someone could possibly help them be freed from this torment. They would soon be granted an interview with the Wilkes-Barre Sunday newspaper, but instead of someone reading and immediately coming to their aid, their home quickly became a tourist attraction instead. The press, skeptics, and curious onlookers alike began to visit the house and camp outside of it at all hours of the day and night, with some particularly weird people even coming up and staring into the home's windows themselves. Some of their neighbors who had seen and heard strange things coming from the Smurl residence began to turn on them. They believed that the family was concocting some kind of a story to try and make money. Eventually, however, despite the torment inside and outside of the home now that they were experiencing, the Smurls would be contacted by a medium by the name of Mary Alice Rinkman, who offered to meet with them. Upon meeting the family and walking through the home, it was also Mary's conviction that there were 4 entities within the house, 3 human spirits, and 1 who had never been human, thus corroborating the Warrens' beliefs about the situation as well. She would, however, take things a bit further. She identified the old woman by the name of Abigail, the murderous man as Patrick, and the violent and ill-tempered spirit as Patrick's wife. And the 4th entity, of course, could not be identified by name, but was indeed a very powerful demon. The press coverage, despite the ridicule and the positive acquaintance of Mary, also had pushed the Scranton Catholic Diocese into action as well. They offered to take over the investigation.
In the meantime, the Warrens had not given up on the family, but rather had reached out to several more priests and had arranged for a mass exorcism to be conducted, with 4 priests taking part, as well as multiple prayer groups. Alongside this, now Bishop McKenna came in for a third and final time and conducted an exorcism on the house for the family. And fortunately, the ritual, at least for a time, seemed to work, because following it, there were no disturbances for about 3 months. But as winter set in that year, just before Christmas of 1986, Jack would again see the creature that had tormented him for all of those years. This time, however, it beckoned him to allow it to take over. But clutching a rosary in his pocket that had been gifted to him by the church, he prayed as hard as he could, and thankfully this time, the demon vanished, never to be seen again. However, the putrid smells and violent manifestations would return and continue day in and day out. Frustrated, hopeless, and exhausted, the Smurls by this point had finally saved enough to be able to leave this dreaded duplex on Chase Street and decided they needed the closest thing to a fresh start as they could get. So when they finally did move, they moved to a completely new town, one where the ridicule would not find them. But like the terrible pattern shown before, the demon did not seem to be tied to the property, but rather the family. The activity started back up almost as soon as they had moved in and laid their heads to rest in their new home. It would take some time, but in 1988, the church finally sanctioned a 4th exorcism, but this time at their new residence. And this finally seems to have given the family peace. A few things I would like to mention, however, are these. From my own personal experience and many other stories I've researched, it seems like renovations, particularly on older homes, can wake up dormant spirits or hauntings. Perhaps this is what happened to the Smurls. It's hard to tell if the assaults were one or multiple demonic entities, but if they did truly exist, how did they get in the home to begin with? And my guess is that the collection of negative energy attracts them, like moths to a flame. Perhaps they enjoy or feed off of human suffering. This would only make sense to me considering that they hate humans, refuse to bow to them in the beginning. Perhaps once they're embedded in one's life, they continue to sow said suffering, to exploit and grow stronger, ultimately trying to take the human's life and their soul back with them to hell. I would also like to mention that scratching on a person and inside the walls, as well as disembodied breathing, are all signs of demonic infestation. And for one reason or another, having actually experienced this personally, seeing the manifestation of a pig-like demon or a creature, as well as hearing pig snarling coming from within the walls, is considered to be a serious or incredibly strong sign of a very strong demonic infestation. As far as the initial activity, the seeping through of the stains, the sinks turning on, toilets flushing on their own, and leaky pipes, those initially could be written off as poor skill when the work was initially done. But it seemed like with this story, all of these things were working perfectly fine for months before they all of a sudden, almost at the same time, began to go wrong, while costing the family money that they didn't have. And money at the time seemed to be their main issue, as well as the paranormal. So perhaps the demon knew and exploited this to add to the misery it was feeding on. But truly, at the end of the day, the conclusion is yours to make. Was the Smurl haunting legitimate, or just another tale concocted for money, or inside the broken minds of individuals who claim to have experienced it? Let me know down in the comments below. They would eventually release a book about all they had experienced, called The Haunted, in 1988, but financials or how successful it was never released, at least not from what I could find. But what I do know is this. It's extremely important to examine a situation from all angles just before diving into it. Although a place might seem like a fresh new start, it could indeed be your fresh new hell. And those renovations that you think are going to improve your quality of life could awaken something that has been watching and waiting for a new host to attach itself to and feed upon until it can wear it down, rot, and eventually drag it back to the depths from where it came from. What once seemed like a miraculous place to its early settlers slowly but surely collapsed under the weight of its own profits and debauchery. And it's now said that the land and all items within this abandoned town are now cursed. This is a strange tale that intertwines legend with history. This is the untold story of Bodie, California. The year was 1859, and mining had begun to decline along the western slope of the Sierra Nevada. Prospectors in search of riches beyond their wildest dreams began to cross the eastern slope. One such man was named William S. Bodie. During his expedition, Bodie would find gold near a place now known as Bodie Bluff. He would make camp there and continue to take his chances in order to collect his riches. His supplies and food would grow scarce, but his stash of gold nuggets was growing ever larger. Powered by his insatiable love for a better life, Bodie continued on. However, as the year progressed and winter came over the area, he unfortunately would breathe his last breath. Bodie died in a snowstorm that very winter, and would later be discovered by the future inhabitants of the town that would come to bear his name. His story in its own way would manifest within the settlement, even down to its last days. As the search for gold continued, Bodie's gold vein would be rediscovered, and slowly but surely, a mine was established, as well as a mill. The year was now 1861, and the town known as Bodie was home to 20 miners. For the next 17 years to come, its population would grow steadily, but it would remain a rather insignificant mining camp, and that was until the mill was sold. Bunker Hill Mine, as it came to be known on the west slope of Bodie Bluff, would change hands several times within the 17 years, until it came into the possession of Standard Mining Company. It was originally sold because the owners of Bunker Hill Mine at the time believed that the well had run dry, so to speak, since their profits and gold discovery had been on a downward trajectory for many years. But after it was sold to Standard, it was as if a miracle had taken place. Just months after the sale, a significant vein of rich gold ore was discovered. Profits as a result rose dramatically. And by 1878, Bodie's population had soared to over 5,000 people. It's estimated that the mine would yield nearly $15 million worth of gold over the next 25 years. Profits that would be worth an estimated $400 million in today's money. Although all seemed to be going great in Bodie, there were many hardships yet in store for the fledgling town and its citizens. The winter of 1878 was particularly savage. It's estimated that over 200 people would lose their lives, either due to exposure, hypothermia, or disease. Others would be taken by fallen timber, and one of several explosions to take place within the mines, as the powder magazine mysteriously ignited. But despite the horror of the winter frost, Bodie continued to grow. People of almost every walk of life would end up there, from miners to gamblers, prostitutes, and businessmen. And by 1879, it had doubled in size to over 10,000 residents. It had added an additional 2,000 buildings, and before long it supported over 30 gold mines, 65 saloons, and untold amounts of brothels, gambling halls,
and opium dens. Opposite the brothels, gambling, and opium smoking, the town also had several churches, banks, and schools. 3 breweries within the town worked day and night brewing whiskey in 100-gallon barrels because Bodie seemed to have an insatiable thirst for alcohol. Like a perfect storm, Bodie would soon earn a reputation for violence, lawlessness, and debauchery of every kind. Killings at times were daily events. Robberies, stick-ups, and street fights all became frequent occurrences as well, as the town seemed to turn its back on God and worship its newfound idol, one of gold and profit. It seemed like the good times for those who indulged themselves would never end. But they would. Given Bodie's reputation, it's perhaps not surprising that one little girl, whose family was moving to the mining town, reportedly prayed, "Goodbye, God. We are going to Bodie." For all of its construction, Bodie needed vast amounts of lumber, and the problem was that there were scarce trees in the area. Soon, several businessmen formed the Bodie and Benton Railroad Company in 1881 for the sole purpose of sustaining that appetite for much-needed lumber. However, for the citizens of Bodie, this was not a good decision. In order to maximize profits, the company hired inexpensive Chinese labor, much to the outrage of the locally unemployed. So with a large influx of cheap foreign labor, it soon helped drive the competing labor costs into the ground, not just for the railroad, but for mining as well. This marked the beginning of the end of the town. The boom was over just 1 year later. In 1882, Bodie started to rapidly decline. Prior to 1882, there were no churches within the town, but there were 2 preachers, one Methodist and one Catholic, who held services in their private homes. And despite the town's decline, 2 churches would be built in 1882, one for each of the 2 faiths. However, both would not end up surviving. After the merging of Bodie and the Standard Mining Companies in 1887, the town saw a brief revival in both wealth as well as population, but that too would be short-lived. A series of fires would soon extinguish Bodie for good. In 1892, a fire ravaged much of the business district, further depleting the population. And in 1898, a massive fire broke out and destroyed the once prosperous mill. And although it was a slow burn, metaphorically speaking, as far as the decline of the town, the final nail in the coffin was in 1932, when a 2-year-old boy who had gotten a hold of his father's matches ended up lighting a fire that would destroy 95% of all buildings left within the town. In the years to come, Prohibition and the Great Depression would entomb Bodie. And although attempts were made to strike new gold, companies' once record profits crashed. We are thus left with a tale of a city that flew too close to the sun and burned, showing that chasing profit and vanity, debauchery and lust yielded disastrous long-term consequences. After World War II, only 6 people lived in the old settlement, and 5 of these 6 would soon meet strange and untimely deaths. The first was a man who seemingly went mad. Out of the clear blue sky, he woke up one day, loaded his pistol, and shot his wife in broad daylight in the town center. 3 men witnessed this take place and quickly took action, which would lead to the death of the man who had just killed his wife. And this is where things take a very weird turn indeed. According to each man, the ghost of the murdered man would visit them individually, tormenting them and forbidding their rest. Soon, all 3 would die of a mysterious and painful disease. Details on their condition are scarce, but thick and painful boils were said to envelop them, and within a matter of agonizing weeks, they would all perish. But the strange happenings didn't seem to stop with just those 3 men. After this, Bodie truly became a ghost town. By 1962, after years of neglect, it was designated a state historical park by the state of California, and legends about this place seemingly stuck in time. One such legend is known as the Bodie Curse. Supposedly, if visitors take anything from this town, even a pebble, they will forever be cursed with terrible misfortune. One such victim claimed to have been struck with horrible luck and tragedy until they returned an item that they had stolen from a previous visit. And this isn't entirely speculation or superstition, however. The park's own rangers claim it's a real phenomenon. Years ago, they began to keep a log of anyone who would offer to tell them that they were taking something from Bodie. And the logbook also contains pages upon pages of those same people returning those items and claiming the notorious curse. The curse is said to be perpetuated by the ghosts that live there, who guard their riches against thieves as they are still searching for new gold. And despite the park rangers vouching for the happenings, many believe it's nothing more than silly superstition. But I, for one, wouldn't want to be the guy to test this out. There are many places I'd be willing to go to investigate, with Bodie being one of them. But why take the chance of destroying your life for something that wasn't yours to begin with? Another ghostly legend is that of the haunting of the J.S. Kane house at the corner of Green and Park Streets. James Stewart Kane, or J.S. Kane, had arrived in Bodie when he was just 25 years old. Soon after his arrival, he entered the lumber transporting business and soon became a mogul. He would go on to own the Bodie Bank, a leasing company, and became the primary property owner within the town. The home is said to be haunted by the restless spirit of a Chinese maid. The maid apparently loves children who visit, but hates adults. Adults sleeping in the old house have said to be awakened frightened and breathless, feeling the weight of another person sitting on their chest. Others have experienced doors opening and closing by themselves, and have even seen the apparition of the spirit herself, knitting in the chair in the main room. And this isn't the only place that's claimed to be haunted that still stands there. The Mendocini house is called home to several friendly ghosts. One who is thought to be Mrs. Mendocini herself. She loved cooking large Italian meals for her family. Guests and park rangers alike have reported smelling delicious aromas emanating from the house, although no one has cooked there for over 100 years. Others have seen the spirit of a woman peering out of the top window of the Duckenbew house, almost as if the woman is still alive, but trapped in another time, still dressed as though it's the early 1900s. And yet another ghost is known as the Angel of Bodie, and her home is the Bodie Cemetery. There is an old angel statue that sits to guard her grave. The angel was a 3-year-old little girl who was said to have been accidentally killed when she was hit in the head by a slipped miner's pickaxe. Visitors have heard giggling, feeling a small hand tugging on their pant legs, and others have seen a little girl run from tombstone to tombstone. But upon rushing to find her, there's never anyone there. Bodie is now in a state of arrested decay. There are no permanent residents of the town except the park employees, and only about 10% of the original buildings still stand. In this ghost town, there are no maps, no restaurants, or recreations. Here you get the real ghost town experience. So if you find yourself in California and feel like taking a walk through time, Bodie just might be the place for you. But just remember, don't take anything, or you just might become its newest resident ghost.
Lying dormant within the streets of suburbia, there is an unseen evil. Like a mouse falling into a pit of snakes, an unsuspecting family disturbed a slumbering force and became enshrouded in a fog of darkness. This is the untold story of the Bel Air House and the terrifying malevolent entities that dwell within its walls. Bel Air, Ohio, an area rich in history, was once known as Glass City, having once been a major glass production hub in the late 1800s. It is now known as the All-American Town, having been used in many Hollywood productions as a backdrop for lots of movies, some of which you've probably seen over the years. The town that epitomizes small America's daily life has long since moved past its industrial days and has become known for something else. On the outskirts of the town lies an old two-story Victorian home that has become famous over the recent years, both among locals as well as across the country, with some saying it could be the most haunted place in the United States, if not the world. This is a bold statement to say the least, but the countless visitors to the house have reported strange, disturbing, and unexplainable encounters within its antique walls. But just how did the story begin? Where did the legend of the Bel Air House originate from? Let us first take a look at the home's dark history. Built in 1887 by a coal tycoon named Jacob Hetherington, the house sits adjacent from ancient Native American burial caves. It is also located where the scene of a massacre took place during the French and Indian War. It would sit on top of an active coal mine for years before. There was a major explosion that took place within the mine, killing multiple men working deep within the earth, directly underneath the house. Could the culmination of these tragic deaths have opened up a portal within the Bel Air House? A portal that allowed something to come through that wasn't supposed to be here. Shortly after this explosion is when the strange activity began. Jacob's son Alex moved into the home with his daughter Lyde, but was soon stricken with seizures and hallucinations. He would ultimately be committed to an insane asylum for the rest of his life, claiming that demons were trying to kill him. As time progressed, Lyde would take charge of the family business, being helped by her younger brother Edwin. Lyde would tragically and unexpectedly pass away one morning in the kitchen of the home. Edwin, now alone and grief-stricken, descended into mysticism and the occult in search of answers. He began to regularly host seances in the kitchen where his sister had passed away, to attempt to make contact with her on the other side, and it is believed that contact was indeed made, but with who or what is uncertain. In 2005, Kristen Lee and her family are desperate for a new home. Like a curse, for the second time in less than 2 years, a flash flood has destroyed their home and all of their possessions. Kristen, her 2 sons, Nicholas and Lane, along with their father, Hefe, have been fortunate enough to room with friends during this difficult time. Kristen has continued to try and get the family back on their feet and no longer wants to burden her friends with the boarding of her family. So she constantly checks the real estate listings, hoping to find a home that her and her family can finally settle down into. Given the circumstances, the family didn't have a big budget and would have to rebuild their lives from scratch. But soon, her determination seems to pay off. While at work, Kristen often browses real estate websites for new listings as well as foreclosures. and a new listing soon catches her eye. Recently foreclosed on, but now available for purchase, she lays eyes on the old Victorian home for the first time. Its 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms setup, along with plenty of room, would be perfect for her family. The price seems almost too good to be true for her budget as well. And although the listing lacks more details, it's like her prayers had finally been answered. But by what? Not wanting to lose the property, Kristen arranges a showing of the home as soon as possible, and before too long finds herself on the front steps of the Belair house. She is immediately taken in by the beautiful craftsmanship of the woodwork. The wraparound porch facing the Ohio River soon has her imagining peaceful evenings watching the water flow. Upon entering the home, she continues to be impressed. Old marble and cherry wood ordain the interior of the home, and it seems almost too perfect, like something straight out of her dreams. The family also has a dog named Bella, and the large fenced-in backyard is perfect for her to run in, and the boys to play in. Dumbfounded by her luck, Kristen puts in an offer on the house that evening, and it's accepted the following morning. After 2 years of chaos and uncertainty, the Lee family can finally breathe again and start living a normal life. But just as all seems quiet and settled, the family begins to discover that the house is anything but normal. At first, upon hearing odd noises in the night, the family wrote off the sounds as nothing more than anxiety in an old house. Being slightly scared or anxious upon moving into a new place, particularly following a very uncertain time in one's life, is not out of the ordinary. But these sounds soon become too much to dismiss. They soon begin to hear footsteps at all hours of the day and night. Kristen would later describe the activity as so. I would hear footsteps above and sometimes below me, even when there was no one else home but me. And I always felt as if there were thousands of eyes staring at me at all times, watching my every move. Along with the strange noises, items soon begin to go missing. From keys to towels to trinkets. One moment they would be there, and within seconds, they would vanish. And Kristen isn't the only one experiencing strange happenings within the Belair house. At the time, her 12-year-old son Nicholas begins to experience a malevolent force that seems to dwell within his bedroom. At first, he too begins to feel as if he's being watched at all times, and it seems to get exponentially worse at night. He begins to have night terrors, feeling someone or something covering his mouth and nose, forcing him to suffocate. One night, he wakes up in a cold sweat. It's storming outside. Flashes of lightning occasionally light up the room. What he sees disturbs him to his core. In the corner of his room, towards his closet, as a burst of light fills the room, he sees a blackened figure staring at him and shaking profusely. The young boy is utterly terrified. Rushing out of his room as fast as he possibly can, he wakes up his mother and refuses to sleep there any longer. The boy is so hysterical, the only solution was to send him to his grandmother's house, located 30 minutes away. What makes this case all the more compelling is that Kristen has a master's degree in psychology and works as a mental health physician. With this, her professional opinion of what Nicholas had experienced was initially contributed to stress and fatigue, both common factors that tend to make the human mind see and experience things that aren't really there. And these probably could explain many similar situations, and most would agree. However, Kristen's view would soon undergo a radical change after one terrifying experience of her own. After months of strange happenings within the home, it was now winter, and the Lee family, still tight on finances, was sleeping in the basement near the fireplace to save money on the gas bill. Hefe was asleep in a recliner, and Lane as well as Kristen were asleep on the wraparound couch located in the corner of the room. All seemed normal until Kristen was woken up by the feeling of the couch cushion being pressed down near her legs. She then found herself face to face with a terrifying figure of a man staring directly at her. She would later describe the encounter as so. I woke up being face to face with this gray figure of a man. He was translucent, almost like a mist, but the mist had features, like a person. The face was completely emotionless and had dark sunken-in eyes. Kristen asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? What do you want?" But to no response, just a blank, lifeless stare. Within seconds, the apparition disappears. But before she can ponder what had just taken place, the silence is once again shattered. But by this time, it was the family dog Bella, who was barking and running around the room. Kristen, attempting to keep her family asleep through the ordeal, tries to quiet the dog down and notices that she can see her breath in the air. And although it's cold outside, it's not nearly that cold near the fireplace. She then sees the figure materialize once more and silently move from one side of the room and through the wall on the other side, vanishing completely. No longer wanting to face whatever this was alone, she woke up her husband and told him what had just taken place. His response, however, was that she was too tired and needed to go back to sleep. Could what Kristen had experienced been a stress or fatigue-induced hallucination? Perhaps, but someone with a professional background such as herself surely would know how to differentiate, wouldn't you think? Finally knowing she's not crazy and totally convinced that the home was haunted, Kristen begins to try and make plans to get her family out of the Bel Air house and to safety elsewhere. As soon as she can, she puts the home up for sale and moves the family to a nearby rental home. Although she's relieved to no longer physically be in the house, no one is buying it. To try and cover expenses, she has no other choice other than to make the house a rental property. But almost as soon as the first family moves in, they move out. And this kickstarts a revolving door of tenants. Seemingly stuck with the house, Kristen comes to the conclusion that no family will or should live there. So what should be done with a haunted property? Needing to make ends meet, she comes up with a unique idea. She turns the home into an afterlife research property. This would allow various groups to come in and conduct their own research on just what exactly was taking place within the Bel Air house. And the idea works. Soon, groups from all over the United States and Canada are traveling to temporarily live within the home to conduct research. And from here, we gain some more interesting stories, to say the least. One group, who calls themselves the Armchair Researchers, from upstate New York, consists of two women, one being a birthing nurse, and the other a nurse who works with dying patients. They've found paranormal and afterlife research to be a natural extension of their day jobs for the last 15 years. After hearing about the Bel Air house, they soon find themselves driving to Ohio to investigate the phenomena for themselves. First impressions tend to go a long way, and the first impression the women got upon their arrival was very creepy. The home by this point was in a moderate state of decay. The fence that had once surrounded the backyard was mostly blown down, and the exterior of the home, as well as the porch, was weathered and rotting. But despite the odd feelings initially, they make their way inside, and at first, they actually felt welcomed, almost invited in, greeted by the same cherry wood interior that has greeted everyone. But as soon as they set up their equipment and prepare for their stay, as day turns to night, there seems to be a shift in energy within the home. The shift went from warm and inviting to dark and ominous. Then began the noises, banging, footsteps, and the moving of furniture. The ladies also noted the feeling of being watched everywhere they went. While asking probing questions as they wandered throughout the house, they would soon also witness strange lights in various parts of the home. And along with the lights, there soon also came full-blown apparitions, all of which seemed to be centered around the basement. And as the night progressed, so did their feelings of anxiety. While taking a short break and sitting down on one of the couches in the basement, the two heard what they described as a large crashing noise above them, as if someone or something had thrown a bookshelf across the house itself, shaking the entire home. Absolutely terrified and panicked, the women apprehensively made their way up the stairs and rushed out of the home as fast as they possibly could, leaving behind equipment and personal items. They were too frightened to go back. Upon learning of what had taken place, Kristen wasn't at all surprised. Over the years, there had been dozens of teams of people who couldn't seem to last the night for one experience or another. People have been scratched, pushed downstairs, punched, bitten, and even in one instance, thrown across the room by a violent and unseen force. Another noteworthy story comes from a team located locally there in Ohio. They have had the opportunity to visit the home and conduct investigations numerous times over the years. But their experience in particular one night truly makes me question just what exactly haunts the Bel Air house. There was 3 of them this time, and it was shortly after midnight when they made their way into the attic to continue their investigation. During their questioning, they seemed to be getting direct interaction with something through their spirit box. Then, towards the corner of the attic, a mist seemed to materialize, coming up from the attic floor, slowly enveloping the group. Glancing down, they were now too stunned to speak. They saw what appeared to be thousands of black snake-like creatures slithering over their feet and onto their legs. The creatures then began to form a figure standing in front of one of the attic windows, a creature of pure darkness that seemed to stare at them with thousands of tiny, beady eyes. The crew, which consisted of 2 men and a woman, ran for their lives, descending the attic stairs as quickly as possible, leaving behind anything and everything that they had brought with them that wasn't located on their person, and out of the home for good. All of these stories and experiences have led many to believe that the Bel Air house is some kind of magnet for paranormal activity, a magnet or a host to a portal for spirits. Whether that portal was opened by the tragedy that took place within the mind that once existed below its foundation, or one that was opened due to seances being conducted within the house on multiple occasions. But over the years, many different entities have been documented, from what appear to be human ghosts to perhaps something more sinister. One such entity goes by the name of Emily Davis. It is believed that Emily Davis was a child that drowned in the Ohio River that flows right by the home. Her room is allegedly the same room that Kristen's son Nicholas once stayed in. And besides the basement, it also seems to be a hotspot for paranormal activity. Through various investigations, once contact has been made and trust seems to be gained, people are often attacked, which have led many to believe that Emily isn't a child at all, but a demon. Perhaps it could be the same demonic creature that frightened Nicholas so bad that he moved out of the home, as previously mentioned. Many investigators also have claimed to have some activity follow them home, and even haunt their dreams, as if the house or the beings within the house are calling out to them to come back for one reason or another. Although many questions may never be answered surrounding the Bel Air house, one thing is for certain. It continues to be considered one of the most haunted places in America, if not the world. It also continues to serve as a place of study for those wanting to investigate the supernatural forces that dwell within its walls. But if you find yourself being drawn to the old Victorian, just know that if you're not careful, you too could find yourself being made a part of its history, whether you like it or not.
Demonic possession, a phenomenon that's mostly written off in the modern day by the average person. But what happens when respected professionals see and experience things that convince them otherwise? Could we consider the possibility that demonic possession could indeed be real? I want you to keep that question in mind throughout this video, and let me know what you think down in the comments below. Today, we will be discussing one such man whose experiences altered his skeptical view, and it all began 25 years ago when he met a woman named Julia. Dr. Richard Gallagher, a Princeton and Yale-educated psychiatrist who runs his own practice and teaches at Columbia and New York universities, started out skeptical. 25 years ago, due to his profession and skepticism, he began to be asked to provide medical oversight as a doctor of psychology to cases from different churches of different faiths, cases which the churches believed the individuals to be potentially genuinely possessed. Several cases in particular altered his views forever. A member of the local Catholic clergy approached Dr. Gallagher and asked him if he would provide his medical opinion on a case he was working on. Word had gotten out that Dr. Gallagher was both a great doctor as well as a skeptic, to which the priest commented, "We understand that you're skeptical, and this is part of the reason as to why we want to use you." Gallagher accepted and made an arrangement to meet the woman and to begin her examination. The woman was claiming to be assaulted by forces she couldn't see, invisible monsters, if you will. This woman was known for being kind and rational, a devoutly religious Hispanic woman who had no history of mental illness. She described the episodes where she said she experienced an evil force that would overtake her and would subsequently beat her. The beatings, however, were not in her mind. Bruises would materialize on the woman's body, seemingly out of nowhere. And during the examination, Dr. Gallagher saw this happen for himself, and after several days, he came to the conclusion that not only was the woman completely sane, not even showing the slightest indication of mental illness, but that he believed what she was experiencing was genuine. From this strange case, the doctor continued to assist with providing psychiatric expertise, and came to the conclusion that the vast majority of the cases turn out not to be true demonic possession, and only about 1 in 100 cases could even be considered anything of the sort. The doctor's examinations were very thorough. He not only physically and psychologically examined the persons, but would also interview any and all family and friends who were aware of the situation, as to understand the story as a whole. And out of those 1 out of 100 cases that didn't fit into any known psychological pattern, supernatural characteristics would manifest. The persons who he believed were genuinely possessed would often display frightening behavior, such as the person speaking in languages that they couldn't have possibly known, exhibiting extreme strength with no known physical cause, claiming to move objects around the room without touching them, and displaying unknown knowledge about people, places, and things that no human being could possibly know. And we'll get into that more later in this video.
The Catholic Church also has a strict deterministic criteria for possession as well. The case has to be confirmed via moral certainty, and under moral certainty, a person has to enter a trance-like state, and a demonic-sounding voice must manifest. The person then attacks religion and attacks the people conducting the exorcism, as well as displaying demonic manifestations of power, such as those that Dr. Gallagher mentioned. In these severe and extremely rare cases, Dr. Gallagher would give his go-ahead for the exorcisms to proceed. The second case that would change his outlook forever was that of a woman named Julia. He was approached by two of America's leading Catholic exorcists to consult on a case that they believed to be one of the most severe demonic possessions they had ever witnessed. Julia was a 39-year-old woman who was a self-professed high priestess of a satanic cult. The night before Dr. Gallagher was supposed to go and meet Julia for the first time to begin examining her, he was in his study with his wife at about 3 a.m. Accompanying the couple was their two cats, and quoting the doctor here, seemingly out of nowhere, the cats began to go completely berserk in a way which we had never seen before, and we were mystified. The next morning upon his arrival, the priest introduced him to Julia for the first time, and the first words out of her mouth were, "Hey doc, how did you like those cats last night?" Bewildered, the doctor continued his examination. As the day continued, she began to reveal other secrets that no human could possibly know, such as how some of the doctor's patients had died, as well as their names, and dates and times of death. Another bizarre example of this secret knowledge, to quote him again, "She told me when and how my mother had died, and that she had died from ovarian cancer," which was true. The following night, Dr. Gallagher was on the phone with one of the priests who was in charge of the exorcism, discussing the case. Julia was not on the line whatsoever, and as a matter of fact, they knew where she was. She was over 1,000 miles away. And during their discussion, the same exact voice that had come out of Julia interrupted their phone call. The voice stated that she was theirs, and to cease their efforts at once. Both disturbed and amazed, Dr. Gallagher said to the priest, "Did you hear that?" And the priest replied, "Oh yes, the evil spirit can even interrupt our phone conversation." What makes this all a little bit more weird is that this conversation was also taking place on a landline, and landlines aren't particularly known for picking up any interference, like a cell phone would. The doctor conducted further examinations as to not leave any medical possibility out of the equation, and during these examinations, Julia was witnessed speaking multiple languages she couldn't have possibly known, such as fluent Latin and Spanish. She was also witnessed levitating up and out of a chair she was placed in, and had to be brought back down and secured to the chair as to not hit the ceiling above. Running through all possibilities and witnessing the unexplained, the doctor drew only one sensible conclusion: that Julia was most definitely possessed. It's unfortunate that the fate of Julia and her exorcism are uncertain, or at least I couldn't find any more information about the case, although I'm definitely interested in what happened. After being a consultant for over 20 years, Dr. Richard Gallagher also had some interesting things to say in regards to the possessed themselves. He said that one does not simply wake up possessed. These people have turned to evil in a very explicit way. In the case of Julia, for example, she had blatantly turned to Satanism and had invited darkness into her life. The same can be said for all the rest. They had somehow, some way, invited evil into their lives. He also had something to say about skeptics as well. He said that people who are critical of possession often require a ridiculous amount of proof. They have to understand that these things cannot be reproduced in a lab environment, and most of them have never seen a genuine case, let alone spoken to an exorcist. and I don't think that's very scientific of them.
They say that one man's trash is another man's treasure. While many people accidentally purchase a haunted home without knowing it was haunted, this story partially is about a man who did the opposite. But the home in which he purchased was way more than he bargained for. Not for him, but for a family whose experiences made it infamous, with a one-of-a-kind strange past and a present-day nasty and demonic reputation. Known as Pennsylvania's Amityville Horror, this is the untold story of the Wells House, and why it's considered one of the most haunted places in the state, let alone the country. To properly tell this story, we must first start at the beginning. The notorious home on Wells Street was built by industrialist Augustus C. Laning. But despite his future success, Laning had not led such an easy life. After arriving in the Wilkes-Barre area to work for his grandfather at age 14, he would soon experience tragedy. His younger nephew, shortly after his arrival, would pass away when the barn he was playing in was struck by lightning and caught fire, trapping him inside. Shortly after this happening, one of his grandfather's factories would also mysteriously catch fire and burn to the ground as well. Despite a series of unfortunate events, the Laning's enterprises would eventually thrive, allowing Augustus to inherit land from his mother on what is today Wells Street. Eventually, he would build a home at 46 South Wells Street in 1861 and live there until 1865, when he eventually sold his home and business. He would take his last breath in 1875. The land in which Laning built the home on, as many locals would say, was soaked in turmoil and blood, having been the site of numerous wars and conflicts between Native American tribes, as well as European settlers and native tribes. From the late 19th century to the mid-20th century, the house went through a series of sheriff sales, which were a type of public auction, and would eventually sell for just $1 at auction in May of 1939, a little over $20 in today's money. Although tragedy befell the Laning family, especially early on in Augustus's life, any happenings within the home weren't documented if they did occur. As far as we know, no death had taken place up until this time, but it certainly starts to snowball as the years progress. In 1940, the person who had purchased the home so cheaply at auction would breathe their last breath by their own hand, as would the next person who purchased the home via auction in 1950, almost exactly 10 years apart to the day. After these mysterious deaths, there would be 4 more that would take place on the premises. The other 3 I was unable to dig up additional details on. However, the most notable was the 4th, a priest who was 54 years old and in relatively good health, had been walking past the home in passing when he glanced at the home. We don't know exactly what he saw or experienced, but he fell to the ground and died almost instantly from a heart attack right in the front yard. The home would be a revolving door for quite some time, sometimes vacant, sometimes with occupants, but only for a short time. In March of 1975, a 27-year-old radio DJ by the name of Walker Bennett and his wife Mary Ann purchased the home and then moved into the house from New Haven with their 2 daughters. Almost as soon as they moved into the house, bizarre activity began to manifest. The family began to hear banging and scratching sounds coming from inside the walls. Thinking at first they had some kind of a rodent problem, Walker followed the noise and traced it back to a particular bedroom wall. He then knocked the wall down, but instead of being greeted by this supposed rodent problem, he instead saw a small, glimmering tin box instead. After removing the box,
he felt a strange presence. Upon opening it, its contents were very weird to say the least. It contained a red ribbon, a cross made of tied together chicken bones, and a human molar. The first thing that struck him was that this looked like some kind of a hex or curse, but not wanting to alarm his family, he would dispose of the items. But the activity nonetheless would continue to persist. By 1976, the scratching and knocking had continued, but soon the family began to see otherworldly beings as well. On one particularly cold February morning, Bennett would hear a series of bangs and scratches on his front door. Upon slowly opening it to see just who was there, he would be shocked. Standing at the front door was the translucent figure of a man with a cane, with a vicious and crooked smile. Freaked out, with his heart racing, he quickly slammed the door and tried to make sense of the interaction. Within seconds, he reopened the door, only to find that there was nothing there. As the days ticked by, the activity intensified. The scratches and banging noises now seemed to be originating from the attic. They now were also joined by disembodied screams, some seeming to be male, others female, and some were a mix of both. In the months to come, the activity would be coupled with moaning and groaning sounds, whispering voices, and the sounds of weeping coming from inside the walls, all still tracing back to the attic. Coupled with these new developments were the sounds of heavy footsteps on the wooden floors. The entire family would also see several apparitions. Notably, they would experience the ghostly figure of a young woman in a night dress drifting throughout the house. Her dress seemed to be old, like those of the Victorian era. Whenever she was seen, following her would be drips or spots of blood, either on the floor or on the walls. Once she began to be seen, there was a putrid, rotting type of stench that became present in the house, traveling from room to room. It was, however, usually the worst in the kitchen and living room. Not wanting to further frighten the girls, the Bennetts met with each other to discuss all of the bizarre happenings, and they finally had to admit that they had purchased a haunted house. Haunted by what exactly? They couldn't be sure. Shortly after this revelation, the family began to suffer from an unexplainable physical illness, one that left them drained at all times, exhausted, and aching. The doctors couldn't diagnose it, leaving the family only to continue to suffer with the symptoms. Alongside this, whether it was a result of the illness on an individual basis or the haunting itself, the whole family seemed to be thrown into a deep, dark well of depression, submerged in its black waters, leaving them feeling hopeless. Things would begin to escalate further when in January of 1977, Walker and his wife would witness one of their daughters be pushed down the stairs. But to their amazement, she didn't fall and crumple on the various steps. Instead, she floated, almost in slow motion, until she landed on her feet at the bottom of them, unharmed. Not knowing what to make of this, the adults in the house weren't getting much sleep, and their condition continued to get worse. They would soon reach out to the church for help and guidance. Soon a Catholic priest would come out and bless the home, trying to quell whatever supernatural forces that were wreaking havoc upon the Bennetts. But these efforts were to no avail. If anything, after he left, the activity seemed to get worse. Ultimately, in March of 1978, the family who had been sound asleep in the night was woken up by the sound of thunder crashing, except there wasn't a storm outside. What followed this massive sound was a deluge of paranormal manifestations. Footsteps were pounding across the floor and in the attic above them, The attic door was being pounded on from the other side. Their dishes in their kitchen were being removed from their cabinets as they opened and slammed by themselves and thrown onto the floor, shattering them. Amongst the chaos was the scratching and banging on the front door, coupled with the sounds of a child weeping coming from inside of the walls, following them as they ran throughout the house. After enduring almost 3 years inside the home, the Bennetts finally fled this night, leaving with just the clothes on their backs. They left all of their belongings behind. After the family found temporary arrangements, they immediately tried to sell the home as it was, but had no luck finding a buyer. After several months, Walker Bennett reached out to a local newspaper in hopes of sharing the family's story anonymously to find help or a buyer to get them out of this haunted hell. In the interview under the pseudonym of Bucky Johnson, he claimed that he was now $40,000 in debt as a result of the family fleeing and being unable to live in the house, and then being unable to sell the house, and that he had developed a drinking problem and now chain smoked as a result of the trauma and stress that he had endured. He also stated that he and the rest of the family were in therapy in hopes of eventually putting the past behind them. Several neighbors near the home were also interviewed, with some saying that they had never seen or heard anything, and others saying that they always had an odd feeling whenever passing by the house. The article was then published on Halloween of 1979. Perfect timing for a local and terrifying story, no doubt. Following the initial publicity, word eventually made its way to Ed and Lorraine Warren, famed paranormal investigators and demonologists who had just covered another haunting known as the Amityville Horror just 3 years before. The couple made a visit to the Wells Street house in March of 1980, but by this time, the bank had repossessed the home from the Bennetts due to their inability to make further mortgage payments on the home. So the Warrens were unable to enter the house due to it being entirely locked up for this reason. Lorraine, however, would say that she sensed a terrible despair emanating from the house, and that the effect it must have had on those who lived there must have been very negative. Several years later, the house would be purchased by a woman named Catherine Watkins from the bank for $20,000 in August of 1982. Her purchase subsequently prompted another newspaper article to be written. When asked, she told reporters that she was unafraid of the rumors surrounding the house and didn't fear any ghosts that could be there. She moved in with her 2 children shortly after her purchase. And whether it was sheer determination, stubborn nature, or something else, she lived in the house for the next 30 years until her death on October 26th of 2012. Although shortly after moving in and over the decades to come, she and her family also experienced unexplained phenomena, such as objects moving by themselves, their beds shaking, lights and appliances turning on and off by themselves, and seeing those ghosts that Catherine insisted she wasn't afraid of, such as the woman in what looked like Victorian-style clothing. Her daughter would inherit the home after Catherine's passing and would place the home up for sale, where it was then purchased by a ghost hunter by the name of Tim Woods in December of 2013. Rather than repair, sell, or live in the property he had just purchased, Woods only wanted to investigate the paranormal activity that was taking place there. With his team of fellow investigators, they would record hours of content in the home and capture what they believed to be numerous supernatural manifestations. People who have joined him in the investigations have been known to have scratches manifest on their skin and have their clothing tugged on by unseen hands. Tim would later state that the Wells house is one of the scariest haunted locations that he had ever investigated, due to the numerous ghost sightings that were caught on tape and demonic attacks that occurred while he was there. He said, "It is our conclusion based upon our documented research that the house is haunted by a demonic presence that cannot be removed, nor is it safe for anyone to live in." The strangeness of the house on Wells Street doesn't end here. In the early hours of Wednesday, July 25th of 2018, police were called to the home to catch an intruder. Someone was outside of the house, trying to get in. When authorities arrived, they apprehended a man in his 30s who was caught in the act of prying the wooden boards off the back door of the property. He had a 24-inch sword tied to his back, had brass knuckles and a pocket knife in his pockets, and was carrying a Bible. The man seemed out of it, to say the least, but claimed that he was trying to hunt for ghosts. Upon going through his rucksack, police also found a loaded shotgun with 10 shells alongside of it. He would be arrested and charged with numerous offenses as a result of the episode. Although we don't know who, it seems that the home was sold in 2020 to new owners, and at half the price that Woods had paid for it. There also doesn't appear to be any sort of a mention of it being haunted. Its listing reads like this: a home full of historical intrigue. With some TLC, you can bring new life to this 4-bedroom beauty. As soon as you step over the threshold, you'll realize there is truly something out of this world with this home and its craftsmanship. A very fitting spin, if you ask me. I hope the new occupants are living peacefully, although given the home's infamous story and past, seems highly unlikely. But the listing was right about one thing, though. The home certainly has lots of historical intrigue, and you can bring new life into this 4-bedroom beauty, because as soon as you step over the threshold, you'll realize there's truly something out of this world with this home, or should we say, in this home, that's been watching and waiting for some new life to engorge itself on.
There was once a place where the dead whispered, where buried secrets lie dormant for generations, only to unleash a horrific evil once they were unearthed. This is the story about a family who endured a living nightmare in what was supposed to be their dream home. This is the untold story of the Summerwind Mansion and the hell that dwelled within its walls. The home that would become known as Summerwind was originally built in northern Wisconsin in 1916 by then U.S. Secretary of Commerce Robert Lamont. Originally called the Lamont Mansion after it was finished, it sat upon 80 acres of property. Alongside the large home, which contained 3 large chimneys, guest quarters, and a large basement, sat another smaller building, which is where the servants lived. And from the beginning, things just didn't seem quite right. The mansion was fairly isolated, especially given the time period. The road conditions were poor at best, and the area in which it was in receives heavy snowfall throughout various times of the year, which led to most of the winters being waited out among the estate. During the first long winter at the property, the servants were soon being tormented by what they described as a translucent woman, first seeing her staring at them from the main window of their quarters from the courtyard, to her then beginning to materialize within the home itself. Mr. Lamont initially dismissed these claims as nothing more than paranoia, thinking his servants were either delusional or getting stir-crazy given the weather. And this was until one cold evening when he was made a true believer. While he and his wife were enjoying their dinner together on the first floor, they were interrupted by the basement door shaking violently. Terrified, knowing that there was no one who could be down there, Mr. Lamont, pistol in hand, went to investigate. The shaking door abruptly stopped as Lamont came within several feet of it. Fighting through nerves and anxiety, Mr. Lamont threw the door open, expecting there to be someone there. Instead, he was met with a bone-chilling silence. He was even more unnerved after sweeping the basement and further confirming that there was indeed no one there. Afterwards, he began to make his way back towards the door to head back upstairs, when suddenly, the ghostly form of a man appeared and stepped right in front of the exit. Scared out of his mind, Lamont then fired 2 shots from his pistol, and the apparition then disappeared. When others were sent to investigate to confirm that there indeed was no one there, all they found were fresh bullet holes. And after this incident, the Lamont family abandoned the property, never to return. It then sat vacant and rotting for decades. The mansion was still owned by the Lamont family until Mr. Lamont's death in 1948, when it was then sold. It exchanged hands several times until it came into the possession of Mr. and Mrs. Kiefer. The Kiefer family believed that they had found their forever home and were more than excited to move in. But this honeymoon feeling was all too short-lived. The Kiefers soon began to experience strange things within the house. Unexplained sounds like banging that traveled all throughout the home at random times of the day and night. Glimpses of shadows out of the corner of their eyes, and the feeling as if they were being watched at all times. These experiences soon led the family to their breaking point, and they too would abandon the mansion, leaving behind all of their belongings, food, clothes, and furniture. Mrs. Kiefer would later state that she believed if she took anything with her from that house, that something horrible would happen to them. And although it was still owned by the Kiefer family, the estate yet again sat rotting away for years to come. And not only that, but word of just why it had been abandoned had reached the local community as well, leading to it being called the Old Haunted House. The Kiefer family, despite their unfortunate experiences, would end up being the lucky ones. In 1969, Ginger Henshaw was visiting a friend and was told that she had to visit the old haunted house with her. Intrigued, she agreed and soon found herself approaching in a car, catching her first fleeting glimpses of Summerwind through fingerprint-speckled window glass. She would later say that upon seeing the home, she felt sorry for it. She felt that it was calling out to her soul, crying out to her soul for her to save it. She almost immediately became obsessed with the idea of living there. Her husband, Arnold, owned a construction company, and shortly after her initial trip with her friend, would also take a trip there with his wife to see just what all her excitement was about. Knowing what it would take, Arnold immediately saw the potential and agreed that it may just be the perfect investment for the family. Since they were used to moving due to the nature of Arnold's business, the couples also figured they could use the space for their 6 children, as well as themselves. They then were able to reach out to the Kiefers and make them an offer that they couldn't refuse for this massive fixer-upper. First impressions certainly go a long way for most people, and not everyone will get the same impression either. Contrary to her parents' impressions of Summerwind, 9-year-old April got a much different feeling altogether, one of unease and fear. She described Summerwind as a huge, dingy, and decrepit place, and that she was immediately overcame with a feeling of dread, like she didn't belong there. Children can often be scared by new experiences, but given what was about to unfold, I don't think that was the case for young April. Within weeks, the family moves in. Ginger immediately becomes obsessed with restoring the old home, so much so, it was like she was being compelled by an unseen force. Some of this work included trying 11 different paint colors to match the woodwork. It was as if she had been given an assignment to restore this relic back to its original glory. And as Ginger fixated on renovating, her husband Arnold began to lose interest in the house and grew ever more distant from his family. He began to wander aimlessly in a state of confusion, starting things and stopping them just as quickly. He seemed to hyper-focus on the old organ that had come with the home and began to play it at all hours of the night. Along with this, he began to be tormented by something that he couldn't see, and he believed that if he stopped playing, something horrible would happen to him. Meanwhile, Ginger continued her work. As the days continued to tick by, slowly but surely, the family began to experience very strange activity within the home. This began with small items often being misplaced when there was no one around to move them. But this soon escalated to chairs being moved. One moment they'd be up against the dining table, and the next moment, up against the wall. And no matter what room you were in or what you were doing, you always felt as if you were being watched. Along with this omnipresent watcher, the family began to be awakened by disembodied crying at odd times during the night. The crying was described as something trying to mimic the crying of a baby, but it just wasn't quite human, and there were no children that age residing within the home at the time. Footsteps also followed them wherever they went, and didn't stop when they reached them. They would often cascade onto the walls. They would also hear the walking above their heads, as if someone or something simply defied gravity and walked around and above them. Now several weeks into what was supposed to be their forever home, the Henshaw family was now experiencing activity not of this world. Arnold had also grown more distant, more reclusive, and was no longer acting like the sweet man that he had once been. His personality had completely shifted, and he was no longer himself. He had gone from a loving father to an insanely angry shell of his former self. His daughter April would later describe him like this: any little thing would seem to set him off, and you would have to bear the brunt of his rage. These possession episodes only grew in intensity, and he became more and more evil. An example of this is that one day the family's pet raccoon escaped, sending Arnold into a frenzy. He attempted to force the children into the nearby woods to look for it. Amidst the altercation, thankfully their mother intervened and kept him from sending them there. As a punishment to the children, Arnold found and then killed the raccoon in front of them. Despite the radical changes that were taking place within her family and daily life, Ginger attempted to regain a sense of normalcy. Attempting to put the strange activity out of her mind, she hosted a dinner party with some friends who hadn't seen her or the family since they had moved into Summerwind. Things seemed to be going well, and that was until she made a quick trip to the kitchen to get some snacks for her guests, who were sitting in the parlor. As she loaded a plate with food, the muted warmth of company was shattered by a scream. Ginger rushed to the room to find her guests screaming in terror as they witnessed the ghostly form of a man with a misshapen face appear directly in front of them. Within seconds, they rushed out of Summerwind and would never speak to Ginger ever again. Although what she had suspected all along, Ginger's worst fears were now confirmed. She was dealing with something not of this realm. And even though she knows she's not insane, it's of little consolation. Arnold has continued to spiral deeper into madness. His playing on the old organ has now become more frequent than ever, and has grown more dissident and demonic in tonality. Within 2 months, Arnold has gone completely berserk and has lost all grip of reality. He's lost his construction business because he simply stopped working, and all of the family's assets are depleted, having purchased and renovated the home. And now he's on the verge of losing his family. His daughters, now ages 8 and 10, believe that the house is what is destroying their family. They have both contemplated suicide, a horrific absolute for anyone, but it's particularly disturbing because of their young ages. Ginger now often seeks refuge in the nearby woods, choosing to sleep on the forest floor rather than in her own home, because she's grown so terrified of what inhabits the property. But this time, winter is quickly approaching. Due to the lack of income, the gas and electricity to the home have now been shut off, and the family's daily life has devolved into basic survival needs. A broken water pump now forces them to also have to haul water from the nearby lake. Along with continuing to deal with Arnold's insanity and the paranormal activity, they are struggling just to stay warm. They've now moved all of their mattresses into the living room around the fireplace and have resorted to burning the furniture, no matter how expensive, just to live. While stripping part of the woodwork in her room to use as firewood, April was met with a horrific discovery. Upon pulling a board back, she was greeted face to face with a human skeleton. Its gnarled teeth and empty eye sockets staring back at her, with small strands of hair still attached to the scalp. Isolated and traumatized, the Henshaws continue to barely exist. As the icy winds howl outside of the mansion, and although it's taken nearly everything going wrong, Ginger finally reaches her breaking point. Pride has kept her from calling her father, but pride is slowly giving way to her fear. Fear for herself and her children's lives. So she finally does the right thing. Walking through the frozen woods, she makes her way to the closest neighbor's house and makes the call. And like a knight in shining armor, the following morning, Ginger and the girls are rescued. Arnold stays behind, but would leave Summerwind the following day to be committed to a mental hospital. Whatever hope him and Ginger once had for their relationship has long since been shattered. He was never seen or heard from by the family again. The home would be foreclosed on and resold to a new owner. But just when they thought the war was over, a new chapter was just beginning. In later interviews, Ginger would state that she wasn't into haunted houses or the spiritual world, but after what she experienced at Summerwind, she felt that she had to discover and learn about it to make sense of what had happened to her. Upon being rescued by her father, Ray, Ginger told him everything, every last detail of what had taken place. However, her father didn't believe her. He didn't doubt that there had been dysfunction and breakdown within her marriage, but he did doubt that the paranormal had anything to do with it. The year is now 1972, and Ginger and the girls are now living with Ginger's father in Ontario, Canada. Ginger has become an avid student of the paranormal, reading every last book that she can get her hands on to try and decipher just what happened at Summerwind. Since her time there, she's vowed to never return under any circumstances. But to the contrary, her father cannot seem to get the place out of his mind. And without her knowledge, he arranges a meeting and a showing of the mansion with the new owner, a woman named Mrs. Murray. Since purchasing the home, she's been unable to sell it and refuses to go inside due to a personal experience she never spoke about. Upon the arrangement, Ray and his son, Ray Jr., go inside. Ray Jr. has just been discharged from the Army after several tours in Vietnam during the war and needs something to help keep him busy and help him adjust back to civilian life. Upon seeing Summerwind, like his father, he is also immediately drawn to it, describing it as the most fascinating home he's ever seen, like a mix of all different styles of architecture, and that the home looked like it needed someone to care for it, like a puppy in the rain. Both men make their way inside, and it isn't long until they feel like the home is watching them. But despite a mysterious chill in the air, Ray decides to make the purchase. But like his daughter before him, he too will soon discover that he's purchased more than what he could have ever bargained for. Ray Jr. quickly gets to work renovating the old home. He calls multiple contractors to try and get assistance with the work. but as soon as they would find out where the work was to be done, they would stop returning his calls. So Ray continued, alone. One day, shortly after his work had began, Ray was frightened by something. He was so frightened that he refused to return to the mansion and claimed that he broke all of his tools, but not yet telling his father about what had happened. Ray Sr. continued to be excited about his plans for Summerwind. As he was explaining his layout plan with his daughter and son, Ray Jr. seemed particularly nervous and kept biting his nails. Having also now studied hypnotism, Ginger offered to help her brother with his nail biting by placing him in a trance. However, things soon escalated. The lights began to flicker, and the same mysterious icy wind began to chill the entire room. And Ray no longer sounded like himself. The voice of an old gruff man now answered Ginger, an old gruff voice that said, "I am strong, and my children are weak. You are weak, and I am strong. I am very old and have 7 children, and I despise them all, for they are weak, and I am strong." Fearing that she had unleashed something she couldn't control, Ginger began to panic once the traditional methods weren't breaking Ray's trance. She commanded the spirit to leave his body and give her back her brother. And with those words, things returned to normal. Ray soon woke up, and besides a slight headache, had no memory of what had just occurred, much to everyone's shock. Ray Sr. was quick to dismiss the event as overactive imaginations. However, Ray Jr. had no children, and none of the statements he had made any sense. The man's son then proceeded to explain to him what took place to him at Summerwind, and why he refused to go back. He was alone in one of the hallways, sweeping, and he began to hear voices. Calling out to them, he began to walk towards them, where he believed where they were coming from. Then, he heard 2 distinct gunshots and smelled burning gunpowder. Having just come back from a tour in Vietnam, there was no mistaking that smell for the young veteran. He quickly ran into the kitchen, where he continued to smell the scent. He then checked the perimeter. It had rained the night before, but there were no tracks besides his, which would have been impossible. As he continued to check, he saw the basement door where he had spotted 2 bullet holes, and although they looked extremely old, he continued to smell gunpowder and was rattled to his core. Upon turning around to face the room again, he was met by the apparition of an old man with a disfigured face. The spirit was racing towards him, with hell in his eyes. Ray did the sensible thing and ran to the safety of his vehicle and left for good. Knowing his son was a staunch atheist and non-believer prior to this event, Ray Sr. was astonished. Given all the information and details both his daughter and son had now shared with him, along with his newfound obsession with the home, Ray now believed that there was some kind of force attempting to communicate with them. But about what exactly, he wasn't sure. Upon her father's request, and although it took much longer than anticipated, Ginger placed him in the same trance that she had placed her brother. During his hypnosis, Ray Sr. finds himself at Summerwind searching its halls. He then began to descend into the basement, where he discovered a box hidden behind some old stones in one of the walls. Upon opening the box, he sees a land grant written in 1767, signed by someone named Jonathan Carver. As the trance is broken, and as he re-enters conscious reality, Ray Sr., along with his family, are shocked that seemingly out of nowhere, they've conjured a name connected to Summerwind, a name that could help them solve the elusive mysteries hiding within its walls. The family quickly gets to work. Heading to the local library, Ray Sr. finds that Jonathan Carver was an explorer in the late 1700s, whose crowning achievement was negotiating a peace settlement between 2 warring native tribes. As a reward for this, he was gifted a large swath of land, the same land
in which Summerwind now sits. But upon his death, his children were unable to find any documents to verify this, and thus they were unable to inherit it. Could a land grant truly be sitting in a box hidden deep within the basement of the mansion? Although both Ginger and her brother had vowed to never step foot in Summerwind again, given these new revelations, they both believed that perhaps the spirits were attempting to tell them where this grant was. Perhaps they wanted it found, for one reason or another, so they could be at peace. For this reason, they agreed to go back. Although all were fearful, they made their way back into the old mansion, and from here, they headed to the basement to search. They quickly came upon the spot Ray Sr. had seen during his trance, and after pulling several stones out, there was a space behind them, just as Ray had seen. But shock and happiness soon turned to an abyss of disappointment. There was no box there, and after confirming that there was no box anywhere in the basement, they decided to do a deep search of the entire house, but a box was never recovered. Realizing just how much of an impact the entire Summerwind experience had had upon them, and how much time they had spent searching for answers to its elusive enigmas, they collectively decided to preserve what was left of their sanity. Seemingly tormenting every single person who had ever lived there, perhaps its secrets could never be solved, so the family gets in their vehicle and leaves Summerwind, never to return. The property would later be sold again and again. It would sit vacant for years. Then on one stormy night in 1988, lightning strikes the old mansion multiple times, burning it to the ground, forever sealing its secrets within a tomb of ashes. Today, all that remains are the ruins of its two chimneys and some stones. Carver's descendants, researchers, and others still to this day have not found the land deed. But the real question is, did it ever exist at all? Did the spirit of Carver pull any and all people he could to attempt to find it? Or was he ever there at all? Or could there have been something else? Something that perhaps was never human stalking the grounds of Summerwind instead, causing the torment and madness to the many residents who dared to call the mansion their home. The truth for now will forever remain a mystery, it seems, but the reality of what happened to the Henshaw family will forever haunt them until the day that they die. Throughout history, it has been speculated that many have been plagued by an ancient demonic force. From Mesopotamia to more modern times, this evil and terrifying entity has said to enter our world and wreak havoc upon those who dwell within it. When a seemingly normal family disregards the warnings and partakes in multiple Ouija board sessions, what happened next nearly destroyed them. This is the untold story of the demonic Zozo House of Oklahoma and the abhorrent creature that stalks its walls. Oklahoma City, a small but growing city in the heartland of America, known for blue-collar work and brick-and-mortar shops, red dirt, and sports, would soon become known for something much darker. A teenager by the name of Darren Evans was growing up here, a normal boy by all accounts, doing things that any teenagers would enjoy, hanging out with friends, shenanigans here and there, and dating girls. He began dating a girl named Brandy who attended school with him, and the two often found themselves visiting each other as often as they could, whether that was walking to and from school, in between classes, or visiting each other's homes. One day,
While Brandy's home was having some plumbing work done on some pipes located underneath the house, the plumber doing the work would soon make a strange discovery. Located below the foundation of the home, covered in dirt, was an old Ouija board. The front letters were partially buried, and the back of the board was solid black in color. Off to the side of where the board was found was an aged planchette. What made this finding even more bizarre was that 4 old jars sat on the corners of the board, speckled with dirt as well. Thinking perhaps the kids had stashed the board away and forgot about it, the worker told the young couple after his work was done about what he had found. And it's from here that things seemingly take a darker turn. Upon examining the discovery, they began to brush the dirt away from the jars. They were then shocked by what they found. Inside each one of the jars, sitting on the 4 corners of the board, were the decaying bodies of blackbirds, congealed blood and matter still present. Bewildered but intrigued, they sat the jars off to the side and picked up the board. As soon as his fingers made contact with the board, Darren seemed to have an instant connection with it. And with this soon came a burning curiosity to examine it. And this curiosity would manifest into obsession. With this, the couple took the board inside the home, where they spoke with Brandy's mother. She actively practiced the Wiccan religion, but had no idea who could have put the board there. Several days later, curious as most teenagers are, Darren was an avid music fan, and one night, after building up the courage to do it, he decided he was going to contact the deceased singer of the popular band AC/DC, a man named Ronald Belford Scott, using the board. Scott had passed away from alcohol poisoning in 1980. After lighting several candles, laying the board with letters facing towards him, and placing the planchette upon the board, he began his session. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but Darren was still feeling this otherworldly connection to something within the board itself. After trying for half an hour, to his shock and amazement, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, it then frantically began to move by itself, moving from Z to O, Z to O, over and over and over again, spelling out the name Zozo. Shocked and unsure of what or who he had contacted, Darren said goodbye in an attempt to end the session. Before his eyes, he saw the planchette spell out, "See you in hell," and then it threw itself across the room. A now terrified and bewildered Darren ran out of his room and tried to make sense of what had just taken place. But this was just the beginning of what was to come. It started with horrible night terrors. He would wake up unable to move or speak, and would hear whispering in his ears. These episodes at night were soon followed by banging and knocking throughout his house during the daytime, as well as a constant feeling as if he was being watched by something he couldn't see. But despite the presence he was feeling, Darren now sought answers to his ever-growing list of questions, just what exactly he had uncovered. So, he continued to hold sessions with the board, for better or for worse. Darren would later quote this: "The sessions now were as intense and paranormal as anything I've ever witnessed. A deep and terrible moaning could be heard emanating through the walls after these sessions. I developed sleep paralysis
and became reclusive to society in general. I was once again messing with Zozo and Ouija boards, despite the terrors of my earlier sessions, in which I had promised myself I would never do it again. But again and again, I did. When not in use, the board was kept in a purple silk cloth and stored in his bedroom closet. It would also often go missing, sometimes for days on end. When checking back where he had placed it in order to set up and initiate a new session, the board would seemingly vanish, only to reappear at random times, as if it was the one calling the shots of when it could be seen and used. The years came and went, and the sessions on the mystical Ouija board continued. Darren, by this time, started inviting his friends to partake in the sessions, and although their sessions with him would prove he's not insane, it's of little consolation considering the tragedy they would seemingly manifest later on. Darren's best friend was a man by the name of Randy. The two had bonded over their love for the band AC/DC in high school and had been inseparable ever since. Randy's idol also being the late Bon Scott, whose lifestyle seemingly imprinted upon the youthful teens once upon a time, and perhaps would ultimately lead to the downfall of one of them. By now, Darren was living in his own apartment and working construction. At a job site he was on, he would make a strange but familiar discovery. As he was digging down into the earth, he found what appeared to be a jar. Upon picking it up to discard it, he wiped away the dirt and debris, only to be shocked by its familiar contents. Lo and behold, within the jar was a congealed and rotting blackbird, extremely similar, if not identical, to the ones initially found alongside the Ouija board underneath his high school girlfriend's home all those years ago. It was particularly weird, not just because of this, but the fact that he had found it digging down deep into the earth. He wondered, what were the odds of this? And although he had no way of knowing for sure, his gut began to tell him that there was some kind of witchcraft or occult expertise at play here. Perhaps someone or a group of people were knowingly contacting this entity known as Zozo, but for what remained to be known. One evening in 1985, Darren and Randy were relaxing at Darren's apartment when they decided to host a session on the Ouija board. Randy, more than anything, wanted to try and make contact with his late idol, Bon Scott. While wearing a Highway to Hell AC/DC shirt, Randy's intent was clear. The two dimmed the lights, lit a couple of candles, and began the session upon the board. They made contact within a few minutes. Once the planchette was moving, Randy exclaimed, "We want to talk to Bon Scott of AC/DC." With this sentence, the planchette seemingly obliged. It moved in circles, eventually spelling out AYEMATE. The two looked at each other in amazement. The entity was using Australian dialects. And for anyone who doesn't know, Bon Scott was Australian. After several more questions, both of the young men were convinced they were speaking with their idol. The spirit seemed to know every little detail to any question they asked. And during the session, the entity then made a strange request from the men. It asked them to light a cigarette and place it in the hole in the planchette. What proceeded to make both of them laugh also made them quite spooked as well. So they lit a couple cigarettes, one for each of them, and one for this entity. They took a few drags to keep it lit, and then placed it cherry side up in the planchette hole. The planchette then spelled out thanks. They then watched in utter amazement as the cherry of the cigarette lit up, as if Bond himself was taking puffs off of it. But this amusement was short-lived. Once the cigarette had seemingly been smoked, the planchette began to spell something very different. It spelled, "F you, Randy. I will have your soul, and I'll see you in hell. Z-O. Z-O." Terrified, the men quickly ended the session by saying goodbye and tossing the board outside the second-story apartment balcony door. Clearly scared and upset, Randy also didn't take kindly to threats. He began cussing out Zozo with complete and utter rage. The board would later be returned by his downstairs neighbor. And after this session, a series of lows for both of the men seemed to manifest in the years to come. Influenced by the lifestyle of his idol, Randy fell victim to alcoholism. He soon would lose his wife to divorce and have split custody with his son. And although many opportunities presented themselves for Randy to better his life, for one reason or another, he was always just too far away to be able to grasp them. He often said to Darren, "I feel like I'm in a prison, and I can't escape." For old time's sake, the two did one last Ouija board session together in 2005, in which Randy asked the board how he would die. The board responded, in a car, at night, alone. In 2007, after spending the evening with Darren, the last words he would say to him were, "Darren, I will see you in hell." The next morning, Darren received a phone call from Randy's girlfriend, Alicia, saying that Randy never made it home after he left. Instead, he had passed away in a violent head-on collision, ultimately passing away in a car, at night, and alone. This devastating passing, along with the frequent contact with the entity known as Zozo over the years, led to a fascination and borderline obsession with a search for answers for Darren Evans. During the time before and after Randy's death, he had been living in a home in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, that would become synonymous with the demon's name. It was here that the worst afflictions brought on by the entity would take place to him and his family. Darren's fascination with the occult led him to hanging on to and possessing multiple Ouija boards and other various occult objects. It was here that he began to study on a much more in-depth and organized basis, just trying to figure out who or what Zozo was. But this research would soon be interrupted. In this home lived himself, his wife Kathleen, and their young daughter at the time. During a session with his wife Kathleen one evening, while their daughter slept rooms away, Zozo would once again make itself present in their lives, but this time seemed to take possession of Darren. Kathleen trembled with fear and bated breath as something stared at her through Darren's eyes. Something that clearly wasn't human. He then turned violent, attempting to attack her. Fortunately for Kathleen, she was able to say goodbye and get away before any harm could be done to her. Several minutes later, Darren would come back to himself, with no memory of what had taken place. After this session, things seemed to escalate in intensity. Sounds began to wrap throughout the entire home, from knocking to hissing, footsteps and banging, all seemingly with no explainable origin. The family got so terrified that they sectioned off a particular bedroom upstairs, calling it their safe room. One night, however, not everyone was within the safe room. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of terror creeped upon Darren as he was trying to sleep. He rushed to the safe room to attempt to stop what he was feeling, but quickly realizing he couldn't leave his family behind, he rushed back out of the room in an attempt to gather them and bring them to safety as well. As he was heading towards the stairs, his daughter had heard his cries and was now at the foot of the stairs. It was here that Darren saw her being lifted by invisible hands into the air and carried away from him. Screaming for his child as she screamed for her father, Darren ran down the stairs as fast as he possibly could, but couldn't see her anywhere in sight. He then heard her muffled screams coming from the basement. At first, the door was locked and wouldn't open, but after adrenaline and brute force, Darren thankfully was able to open it. He then retrieved his hysterical child and brought her to the safety of the safe room. Once inside the room, the family huddled together in fear as they continued to hear movement and noises all throughout the house. After this abhorrent nightmare of a situation, the family knew they had to get out of the house. This situation and the many other paranormal experiences had led to a lifelong fascination for Darren Evans with the occult and finding out just exactly what Zozo is. But was it worth jeopardizing his family's safety? It took some time, but the family would soon relocate to another home. And once his family was safe, Darren was able to continue his deep dive into the unknown to try and track down and decipher just what this entity could be and where it came from. And although he knew the topic was vast, I think it went far deeper than he ever anticipated. Whilst trying to dig up more information, he posted his experiences to an old paranormal forum in 2009, and since then, many people have shared their experiences with a demonic force, many of which have been documented and compared by Darren himself on his website. But these experiences are not just a 21st or even 20th century phenomenon. They date back far older than that. Not every fine detail will be mentioned here, but I will do my best to list the most important details that I could find in regards to the origin of Zozo, according to Darren and other online sources. Zozo, in the Old Basque language, means blackbird or crow. The Zo people of Haiti practiced a form of voodoo whose rituals involve horrific scarification, as well as the intake and passing around of bodily fluids and bizarre rituals. Their witch doctors are called Zozo and wear demonic-looking masks. As part of their death ritual, when someone is passing away, they lift up the mask at the moment of death to take in the person's final breath. This is apparently done to absorb the soul of the person to gain more spiritual power. Zozo, also in the Malay language, is the same as it is in English, but it translates to wandering spirit, which is a spirit they believe to steal people's souls while they sleep, which is also bizarre because sleep is often considered the cousin of death. Zozo has been called the minister of deception. It is known to convince you that it is a deceased loved one or friend, or even someone you've idolized, when in reality, it's not. Sessions typically start out friendly and inviting, but soon turn malevolent and dangerous. During his research over the years, Darren made contact with and spoke to famous demonologist John Zaffis, who shared with him that in his experience of over 40 years of studying the demonic and paranormal, the name Zozo and other pseudonyms of its name kept coming up in his investigations, which too led him to seek answers as to what it could be. In some of those investigations, when questioned, the demon stated that it was the son of Satan himself. But Zaffis thinks, perhaps as with many deities that seem to be lurking in the shadows, Zozo could be an entity that's existed far before the founding of Christianity. Besides evidence showing up in Africa and Egypt, there's also evidence found linking Zozo to ancient Mesopotamia as well. Other names Zozo has gone by throughout the ages have been Zuzu, Zaza, and Mama, among many others. The name Zuzu could refer to Pazuzu, the famed demon from the film The Exorcist, which in reality was a demonic entity from ancient Mesopotamian religion. It's incredibly strange to note the following as well. Zozo was replaced in the story of the exorcism of Roland Doe when Peter Blatty was using it as inspiration to write The Exorcist. He changed Zozo to Pazuzu. Zozo is believed to be the demon that possessed Roland. It was described as a terrifying form that first appeared in the Neo-Assyrian period, roughly around 934 to 610 BC. It had a monstrous head resembling a fierce lion or a dog with horns, and had an emaciated human body with clawed hands, a scorpion's tail, and 2 sets of wings. One translation reads, "I am Pazuzu, the son of Hambu, king of the Lilu demons. I have scaled the powerful mountains. They trembled. The contrary winds were headed west. One by one, I broke their wings." Pazuzu and other demons like it were held responsible for ailments like disease, fetal death, nightmares, and much more. Could it be that this ancient demonic force is what could be plaguing people all the way into modern times? The demon Zozo is also mentioned in the French demonic encyclopedia as one of the demons responsible for diabolical possession and corruption. The possession of a young girl in 1816 is noted as a documented case where Zozo, among several other demons, were present. Other noteworthy possession cases over the ages, ranging closer to modern times, that bear Zozo's name, other than the exorcism of Roland Doe in the 1950s, are the possession of Doris Blither in 1972 in Los Angeles, the Enfield poltergeist incident in 1977 in the UK, and as recent as 2012, where a possession incident led to an attempted murder. Other theories with how this entity could communicate with so many people so quickly and across the globe over the years, besides supernatural ability of its own, would be that its own reach is perhaps being strengthened by an egregore, or a collective group of thought form created by occultists for a certain purpose. However, this seems unlikely considering the entity doesn't seem to serve any human interest, other than to destroy the person or people's lives it makes contact with. Egregores are typically formed to bring control over a summoned deity for the person or group's bidding. But perhaps instead there is a cult worshipping Zozo. I mean, that would make more sense to me. People who have made contact with the entity via a spirit or Ouija board have also been asked to chant or spell out phrases in Hebrew or Latin, which has convinced many of the intelligence of the being that they're speaking with. What is also interesting is that the letter Z was actually removed from the original Latin alphabet because it was considered too evil when pronouncing it. It was said that one's face would make a death's grimace, like that of a corpse, and that it mimicked the letter S, like an evil twin. Perhaps the entity uses this name as some sort of mocking, whether to God or something else. One may also ask, despite the origin theories and historical details that could be linked to this ancient demonic force, how would one know if they encountered such a thing? These are what's known as Zozo's calling cards when it's being summoned using a Ouija board. The obvious is there that the planchette will begin to move on its own, but some less obvious signs are there as well, and are as follows. The planchette will move in a rainbow pattern from side to side, spelling Z-O, Z-O, over and over again, also known as the rainbow effect. It can also move in repeating figure-8 movements, like an infinity sign. The planchette will spell out various versions of the demon's name, like Zozo, Zoso, Zaza, Zuzu, or Mama. You may also begin to see shadows moving around the area where you are hosting the session, like you're seeing through the thinnest sheet into a dark world that exists just behind your vision. And you and whoever you may be with may start to feel scared, uneasy, or upset, seemingly for no other reason, before or after this takes place. When you tell this entity goodbye, typically the best way to close a session, it may not truly be goodbye, because oftentimes, depending on how long the session has been for, like an ever-widening door, the entity may have had just enough time to sneak in to begin to wreak havoc upon your life. And thus begins what many demonologists and religious leaders alike call demonic obsession, which is where the entity becomes aware of you and begins to crave you, which then leads to oppression, or begins to inflict various forms of torture upon you in an effort to break you down, whether that's physically, psychologically, or spiritually. It will also work to isolate you from others, especially those who care about you. And finally, if you're incredibly unlucky, possession, where the entity finally takes control of you as its vessel. All of which to me are absolutely terrifying in every imaginable way. Darren Evans to this day continues to research the Zozo phenomena, having been involved in a number of paranormal investigations, shows, and various other public and private events, as well as radio shows and podcasts, many of which he goes into various degrees of details regarding his encounters, other people's encounters, and other various historical details. He also in 2016 compiled his year's worth of research and experiences into a book, also titled The Zozo Phenomena, which you can read and learn more about the entity and the topic as a whole if you're interested. I'll link it below. I also pulled a lot of this information from various interviews, which I'll also be linking below, as well as an older website he runs that doesn't seem to have been updated in a while, but supplied me with much information to get the story as cohesive as I possibly could. I also sourced the photos of the apparitions from this site, some of which were taken by Evans himself over the years. So does this demon or ancient force truly exist? Is it some kind of elder god, a pre-Christian deity or being, or manifestation of occult or Luciferian practices? Did Darren Evans just make it up? And did thousands of people find it interesting enough to make up their own stories and partake in a mass charade that has lasted years? All of these answers may never truly be known, but my opinion is this. I think, not only given the wide array of strange coincidences and details throughout history, from the origins to the stories of this creature existing in distant past to the present, to literally thousands of people, from casual interest in the occult to more hardcore fanatics, religious scholars, demonologists, and more, claiming to have had experiences with this thing. With all of these details in mind, I certainly think it very well could be real. I do think there are things that exist in the shadows, things we can't see or touch, but that are there, watching and waiting to strike when and if the opportunity presents itself. So my advice to all of you, to avoid any possibility of opening a door that you can't close and inviting evil into your life, is this: don't mess with Ouija boards. These things are not toys, and whether you believe it or not, these entities do exist, and they believe in you. So keep away from them, because you might just let something in that won't want to leave, even if you say goodbye.
Winter of 1988 in California. A woman by the name of Jackie Hernandez had just left her husband. Her marriage was rocky, to say the least. A domestic drama, a story which is all too common in this world. Working with a limited budget, she had a small amount of things, her 2-year-old son Jamie, and was pregnant with her second child. What should have been a happy development that was now bittersweet due to being overshadowed by the problems presented by an unhappy marriage. She soon found a small house located in San Pedro that seemed like it could be just what she needed to get back on her feet. Although it would take some time, she was willing to do what she needed to do to get out of the marriage and take care of her children. Before the family would move into the home and begin to inhabit its walls, what they didn't realize was that they already weren't alone. Jackie would later say that she always had a fear of someone breaking into her home, especially when she began to live alone, but that upon crossing the threshold of this new house, and although for a seasoned criminal it would have been all too easy to break into if they had so wished, that fear was somehow gone. At first, she said that she felt a presence, something that was not of this world, but that she felt almost protected and at ease, which was something she wasn't used to. This presence would begin to show itself in small but strange ways. The very first thing Jackie said she ever experienced was when she had friends over. One of her friends was sitting at a table near her in the kitchen, and the other on a couch in the living room. As she passed by another desk that held a cup full of pins, although several feet away, her and her friend in the kitchen were awestruck when the cup glided by itself across the table it was sat on and towards Jackie. It then collapsed to the floor, shattering the cup. Stricken with curiosity as to how that could have happened, they were confused and surprised, to say the least. But not having the answers, before too long, this seemingly innocent strangeness would become a distant memory. However, the presence that Jackie had been feeling would begin to show its true intentions. In February of 1989, the activity seemed to escalate. As she wakes up, Jackie heads to her children's room to see if they're still asleep. Upon walking into the room, she is stopped dead in her tracks. Sitting beside her sleeping son, on the lowest bunk bed, is a man in a red flannel shirt and jeans. His skin is gray. His face looks angry. A living, rotting corpse is staring at her son. She is so scared, she can't even scream, even if she wanted to. The man glances at her menacingly and then vanishes. She panics and calls several friends to help her, but after they arrive, they find nothing and this would only mark the beginning of the frightening specter revealing itself. Multiple of Jackie's friends and even her neighbor would witness things they couldn't explain in the months to come. The neighbor's name was Susan Castaneda, and in her words, she would later say, "At first, when Jackie said that she felt something, I didn't really believe her. I thought it was her own confidence in herself. But that was until the manifestations began to show themselves to her, and then to me. I don't know what it is that I saw, but I saw it. I smelled it. I experienced it. It touched me and it talked to me. It even visited my house to let me know that it was real. One night, as it stormed outside and rain tapped the glass of the windows of her bedroom, Susan was sound asleep. But as she slept, something supernatural was churning, like the storm outside her house. She was suddenly startled awake when she heard a massive banging noise in her room. However, this wasn't thunder that she was hearing. Her large antique lamp on the other side of her bed had somehow been moved. It had been thrown into the middle of the room and now laid in pieces. As she made this discovery, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, and standing before her was a man. His face was like that of a dead person. His eyes were angry. And suddenly, as quickly as the room lit up, as the illumination dissipated, he was gone. But something peculiar was left in his wake, a putrid and rotting smell. After the experience Susan had, which would be one of many to come, another friend by the name of Darlene, who would regularly babysit Jackie's children, Jamie and Samantha, while Jackie was at work, would have an experience of her own. One afternoon, as the children watched cartoons on TV in the living room, Darlene got up to use the restroom. As she stepped back into the hallway and headed towards the small home's bathroom, she was greeted by a voice that called out to her from inside the darkened room. It very intensely said, "Don't come back here." Later describing the voice as very creepy and spine-chilling, she did as she was told, fearing that if she didn't, whatever this thing was, would become violent. As the days passed, Jackie only became ever more restless, but the activity persisted, only becoming more aggressive and more visible. A strange liquid began to drip from the walls and various crevices throughout the house, with no logical origin. Weirded out by this, but not knowing what it was, Jackie would clean it up and just try to go about her day. However, whatever had been causing all of these events was far from finished. One evening, when placing a storage bin inside of her attic to try and conserve what little space she had, she felt as if she was being watched. To her shock and amazement, she began to see what she would later describe as a floating head coming towards her. But upon seeing the specter, it picked up speed dramatically. It came at her so quickly that she panicked and fell off the chair that had been propping her up to gain access to the attic. Following this incident, she began to hear loud noises emanating from the attic above, coupled by whispers coming from the small access door above her laundry room. Getting no sleep and reaching her breaking point, Jackie began to get desperate for some kind of help. Her friend and neighbor Susan had recently seen a show on TV of a crew who investigated the haunting of the Queen Mary, and after some digging, she was able to find their phone number. So at Susan's recommendation, Jackie gave them a call. After discussing what she had experienced, her point of contact passed the information along to the group, where she was then contacted back, and together they set up a time for all of them to meet and to begin a potential investigation. The group consisted of a fairly well-known parapsychologist and other professionals in assistive fields. The parapsychologist was Barry Taft, who had been involved in over 3,000 cases, and at one point investigated the same case that would later become famous for a movie adaptation known as The Entity. A professional cameraman named Barry Conrad also joined them, He had previously worked for NBC and ABC and had won multiple awards in his field for his expert work behind the lens. And lastly, a photography expert by the name of Jeff Wheatcraft would complete the main crew. Having spent multiple years as a photography expert in New York, he was well versed in debunking photos. He was also a well-known and heavy skeptic, an important piece when trying to remain scientific in a field such as this. All three would arrive for the first time at the San Pedro home on August 8th, 1989. Upon their initial surveying of the home, they would unanimously agree that it felt as if there was a massive pressure around them and in their ears. This pressure felt as if they were deep underwater. Alongside this, the home had a very peculiar scent. A foul and rotting type of smell seemed to permeate the air within its walls. After an initial walkthrough, the crew would then interview Jackie and Susan in the living room, where they were introduced to many of the details of what they both said they had experienced. Upon hearing Jackie's account of a disembodied head flying towards her in the attic, Jeff, although not voicing it at the time, didn't believe her. But knowing what they were there to do, he suggested that the group at least take a look in the attic to see if they could feel anything. He then volunteered to be the first to go into the attic, thinking that it would simply be empty and this lady was spinning a fantasy. As he climbed above the laundry room and into the space, flashlight and camera in hand, he began to walk around, and the first thing he noticed was that he felt as if he was being watched by something that he couldn't see, so much so that the hair on his body began to stand on end. Trying to shake the feeling that someone or something was practically breathing down his neck, Jeff began to take photos before he was going to descend back to the main level of the house. He snapped one photo, 2 photos, but upon snapping the 3rd photo, something, an invisible force, yanked his camera from his hands. Dumbstruck by what had just taken place, he screamed and ran, descending the attic as quickly as he could. Upon seeing the rest of the crew, white as a ghost himself, he took a minute or two to collect himself before working up the nerve to go and retrieve his camera. As he climbed back into the attic, much more cautiously this time, he noticed that the camera wasn't anywhere near where he had been standing. Instead, the lens was standing up in one corner of the attic, and the body of the camera was in the complete opposite corner from where it had been pulled from his hands. He would retrieve it as quickly as he could and descend yet again. He would later say that after his initial experience, that he just knew in his soul that there had to be something up there. The group would further discuss a plan of action and continue to speak with the ladies in the living room until it was decided that Jeff and Barry would reascend into the attic together to try and record some kind of video of the space. However, every time that Barry attempted to take the camera up into the attic, it would shut off. Thinking that this was some kind of battery issue, he would go back down only for the video camera to come back on. During this troubleshooting process, Jeff was again targeted. He was pushed by unseen hands. He was pushed with so much force that he had to grab a hold of a wooden beam in the attic to keep from falling through the entrance. Upon making his way back down as well, thoroughly shocked by everything that he had experienced so far, the entire group was then startled into silence when a loud banging noise began to come from the far reaches of the attic itself. They hushed each other to listen. The following audio was taken at that very moment.
Quiet.
There has been noises in this room that come from right in the center, right here.
Once it finally stopped, the group knew they were experiencing something they couldn't explain, and they were convinced that this was the real deal. Attempting to photograph whatever could have been making the noise, Jeff would partially put himself up into the attic to snap additional photos. He would then see multiple flashes of light, followed by what he described as a massive black shadow or presence that was huge and moving from side to side.
The crew would then leave for the night shortly after this interaction, and would plan to return several weeks later. However, shaken by what he had experienced, Jeff did not want to further participate. On August 28th of 1989, the remaining crew would return, and things at first seemed relatively quiet this time, not nearly as active as the first experience. And that was until about 4 a.m. Sitting in the kitchen, they began to see a strange liquid pour from inside the cabinets. This was the very same liquid Jackie had described to them that she had cleaned up several times before. The crew, since the opportunity presented itself, decided to take samples of this mysterious liquid and would have it sent off to a lab for analysis. As they collected samples from all over the house throughout the course of the night, they would also try and determine if there was any sort of potential, logical source as to where this liquid could be coming from. However, they would discover no pipes, no trickery. They had no valid explanation as to what could be causing this strangeness. The results from the lab once they were in were bizarre to say the least. The liquid was actually human blood plasma with a high concentration of copper and iodine, and the plasma had come from a human male. This stunned everyone and further deepened the mystery of this very unusual haunting. After this night, the crew planned to return after a short time while they examined the things they had captured thus far to try and determine just what could be causing the haunting. In the meantime, Jackie was left alone, or on rare occasion, with a friend. She would very often leave voicemails of what she was experiencing on Barry Conrad's answering machine. Shortly after their departure, one night as she was trying to sleep, the banging in the attic began again. As she sat terrified, waiting for it to stop, it would, but something new and equally horrifying would take its place. The sound of a deep, almost monstrous breathing began to manifest instead, and this manifestation made Jackie not only scared for her life, but come to the conviction that she wouldn't sleep in the house any longer, and certainly could not live there anymore. Various members of the crew would stay with Jackie to further investigate when their schedules would permit and the days to come. However, there was one night in particular that wasn't just an ordinary episode. No, this night was a matter of life and death. September 4th of 1989, drained and exhausted, Jackie Hernandez was now alone in the home once again. Barry had just left the previous night after capturing additional footage. But upon his return, and after convening with his colleagues, he would soon have a frantic voicemail waiting for him. And this voicemail was from the woman who he had just left. It was from Jackie. Screaming as things broke in the background, she would describe what happened like this. Almost as soon as Barry left, things began to go crazy in the house. Items like dishes, knives, and other things were being thrown across the room. It was trying to hurt me. My kids' toys were being levitated and then being ripped apart before my very eyes. Even more frightening, as Jackie was leaving the frantic voicemail as the activity surrounded her, her phone line was cut mid-cry for help. The crew rushed down to San Pedro, but instead of picking her up and getting her as far away from the house as they possibly could, Jackie was surprised when the guys rushed inside the home with their equipment instead. At first glance, everything seemed to be calm, almost too calm. Jackie began telling the men that among the more chaotic activity she had been experiencing, she again had heard breathing and whispering coming from inside the attic. Jeff and a colleague named Gary of his decided that they would go up to investigate, with Jeff feeling not so great about being back in the home once again. It had been nearly a month since his initial visit and experiences. At 12:50 a.m., Jeff and Gary would crawl into the attic. Within minutes, Jackie and Barry would hear what sounded like 3 distinct snaps, like someone snapping their fingers, as Barry was holding his camera with both his hands, and Jackie was standing directly beside him. They would then yell to Jeff and Gary that the activity was on the surface level,
and to come back down from the attic. Gary, who was closer to the exit, began to make his way towards it, and Jeff, who had been in the center of the attic holding his flashlight, began to take his steps towards the exit as well. However, little did Jeff know that these steps would be ones that he would never forget. Before Gary's very eyes and a camera lens, Jeff was hoisted into the air and against the ceiling by a support beam of the attic. He was being strangled by something that neither of them could see. As his legs kicked several feet off the ground, he dropped the flashlight. Unable to see, Gary snapped a series of photos to be able to see Jeff. He then ran to his aid to try and free him, before whatever this was took his friend's life. He found that it was some kind of cord that had been tied around Jeff's neck and pulled to the ceiling. The cord had been secured by a bent nail that he actually had to bend straight to free him. Once Jeff was freed, he was then dragged as quickly as possible towards the exit as he came to. Jeff would later describe what his experience was like this. I remember feeling myself being strangled, and then everything went black. That dark space of time that I lost, I felt so out of control. Once Jeff was out of the attic, the cord that was noosed around his neck, which had never previously been seen by anyone that had gone into the attic, was found and taken off him. These are photos moments after his exit. As Jeff tried to come to terms with what had just happened, as everyone else was frightened, Barry, the man behind the camera, was attacked next. A surge of electricity from his over-the-shoulder camera shocked him to the point of unconsciousness. At this point, everyone was terrified and knew that they had to leave immediately. As Jackie gathered her son and 4-month-old daughter, she and the rest of the crew began to depart the house as quickly as they could. Jackie's daughter was now crying due to a large red mark on her forehead that came out of nowhere. The activity then began to pick up in the house as they were making their way out. Banging noises could be heard coming from inside the house as they all exited. They would all leave shortly after 3 a.m. this very night. In later interviews, Jackie Hernandez would say, "I wasn't away forced out by a ghost, but if I would have stayed, I would have been harmed or have had a nervous breakdown. I couldn't see a future staying there. I just knew that I couldn't stay there." It wasn't very long after that Jackie made her departure from the house, a permanent one. It would also be the last time that the crew and anyone else involved would step foot within the San Pedro home. However, this would not be the end. October of 1989. Wanting to get as far away as she possibly could, Jackie used what little resources she had to move to a modest trailer home over 300 miles north of San Pedro to Weldon, California. And although she still feared the nights, she felt as if whatever presence that dwelled within the San Pedro house had been left there. But she would be very wrong. The following year, in April of 1990, one moonlit night, Jackie was woken up by a series of strange scratching sounds coming from inside the small storage shed in her backyard. Thinking it was an animal, she grabbed a flashlight and approached it. As she got to the door and pulled it open, the scratching sound stopped, and an all too familiar sense of fear came flooding back. Although she didn't hear anything else going bump in the night, all the hair on her body stood on end, just like it had at the San Pedro house. Just weeks after this development, Jackie would see a large black mist float through the hallway and towards her daughter's room. Rushing to make sure her child was okay, she passed the threshold of the room and immediately panicked. The comforter in which her daughter was laying on was on fire. Bizarrely, it looked as though someone or something had touched or sat down exactly where the spot was burning. Thankfully, her children were okay after she very quickly extinguished the flames and then snapped a series of photos as evidence afterwards, believing the presence to be back in their lives. The black mist, however, was nowhere to be found. As a result of the past dealings at the San Pedro house, as well as the resurgence in her new home, Jackie began to suffer horrific panic attacks and almost constant anxiety as a result of the trauma that she had endured. She wouldn't be able to breathe when the knocks would begin at night, and they were always in threes. Having kept in touch with the guys who had been documenting the San Pedro phenomenon, Jackie had kept them up to date on the new incarnation. Never having seen this type of haunting before, the crew wanted to come up and see for themselves if this thing, this entity, had indeed followed her to her new home. It was midnight, Friday, April the 13th, when Barry and Jeff arrived. In later interviews, Jeff would say, "Many people have asked me, after what you experienced, why on earth would you go following this woman and her ghosts? The only response I could give is that I was compelled to finish this case. I wanted to see it through to the end, to some kind of conclusion." By this time, Jackie's nearby neighbors had experienced some activity themselves, which only began to take place after her arrival. One incident that happened was that several of her neighbors were moving a new television into their home when the face of an old man with evil eyes materialized in the screen. It was seen by both husband and wife moving it. Word had slowly gotten around after this night. Some of the teenage neighbors in the area noticed that there was an unfamiliar van parked outside of Jackie's house. After knocking on the door and getting the info as to what was happening, the two teens left and quickly came back with a Ouija board, hoping to assist. Given the time spent coming up, the desire to make contact and to try and gain some sort of a resolution, and that it was a full moon on Friday the 13th, the crew thought that perhaps this was their best and only opportunity to contact whatever this thing was and to try and elicit a response. And a response they would get. As they placed the board upon a table that all of them could sit around, the atmosphere was icy cold. At first, nothing happened. The board sat there idle, but within minutes, the entire table began to violently shake. The planchette began to move around the board and answer questions so quickly that all they could do was write down letters to try and decipher what it said. The candles around them flickered as if there were people running in the room, creating some kind of vortex. They asked just who the entity was, and it told them. It said it was a man who had been murdered, held underwater, and drowned in San Francisco Bay in the year 1930. They asked how many spirits walk the earth. It replied with, "Phantoms fill the skies around you." Jeff then asked it, "Why are you targeting me? Why do you hate me?" It replied with, "You have the likeness of my killer." They then asked, "Who in this room do you harbor hatred for?" The board then spelled out, "Jeff." Within seconds, Jeff himself was picked up multiple feet into the air and thrown into the wall behind his chair. This violence concluded the session. Jeff would come 2 minutes later with an injured back, and everyone would soon exit the trailer to try and make sense of the ordeal. When day broke, it was as if the presence was weakened or went back into hiding within the darkness. Days after the unearthly encounter, Barry decided to take the information that he had gained and visit the News Pilot, the local newspaper there in San Pedro, to look through old articles to see if he could verify what the specter had told them. He soon found an article dating back to March 25th of 1930, where the body of a man named Herman Hendrickson had been discovered. His body had washed up in San Francisco Bay. Police believed he had been a victim of foul play due to a compound fracture in his skull, but due to a lack of evidence, his death would ultimately be ruled accidental. Herman Hendrickson was a seaman who worked upon a lumber company vessel known as the Astoria. Feeling compelled that he was onto something, Barry then took photos of the cord that had been tied around Jeff's neck in San Pedro to the local docks to ask around. Upon speaking to an elderly and career fisherman, he was told that the knot
was a bowline knot, a very common knot that had been used on the seas for hundreds of years. It was as common now as it would have been in the 1930s and prior, and that whoever had tied it had been connected with the ocean in their profession. Given the resurgence of the supernatural in her new home, Jackie's patience was paper thin. She decided once again to move in June of 1990 in hopes of leaving the entity behind for good. She would relocate back to San Pedro and move into a small apartment home on 7th Street. Not wanting to take any chances, she had a local priest come in and bless her home before she and her family would live there. But again, horrifically, it had moved with her. From the very first night, the same phenomena began to rear its ugly head again. From lights flickering, objects moving on their own, and balls of light materializing and moving throughout the room, Jackie was once again plagued by an ethereal force. But she wasn't the only one. Every time the guys would return from a separate investigation, a photography shoot, or anything in between, they too were met with odd happenings. The first and one of the more worrisome things to happen was that their gas burners in their apartment began to turn themselves on and ignite. Following this continuous show of power, it began to rearrange and move objects such as photographs. It then began to scale in intensity in the weeks to come, as an unseen force broke multiple windows and began to place furniture upside down. It would eventually reach a crescendo, a blitz of violent and vulgar displays. About 50 different items were moved with Gary from the previous investigation also being present, alongside Jeff and Barry as witnesses. In the middle of the action, in an effort to communicate once again, a letter and pen was placed in the middle of the stove at approximately 3:58 a.m., only to have the burners be turned on by themselves, and the letter moved and ignited within 5 minutes. Whatever the entity was, wanted them to know that it was there and that no one's home was sacred, and whatever doubt that was once present had now been extinguished. When the case initially began in 1989, no one could have predicted the longevity and persistence of the paranormal phenomena that was to take place and just how many people it would affect. Today, Jackie Hernandez still experiences minor bouts of spirit activity, but things have long since calmed down from the days of 1989 and through the 1990s. Thankfully for her now, she's able to exhibit a relatively normal life, although her fear of what could be lurking in the darkness still sits in the back of her mind. But before we go, I do have some questions about the case, some that you may be asking yourself. But ultimately, although I will propose these questions, the conclusion is yours to make. Just what caused the spirit to haunt the home in which Jackie found herself in San Pedro? If it truly was a drowned and tormented soul who harbored hatred as it claimed to be, why would it find a residence over 400 miles away to haunt? And why would it pick Jackie of all people? Or could it have been anyone at that specific time and in that specific place? Could it have been the fact that she was vulnerable, or something else? She also claimed to have never opened any sort of doors, or dabbled in any sort of occult activity, although most of the time, that is the way these entities find their way into our world. But perhaps later on, when they asked and received their answers via a Ouija board in the Weldon home, maybe they allowed the spirit to become more present. Although it bothered other people like the friends and neighbors of Jackie, and followed Jackie to multiple residences, perhaps it was strengthened through this process, considering for a time the manifestations seemed to become stronger. Although many people consult a religious leader, like a priest, to try and cleanse a home or rid themselves of these kinds of entities, why didn't that work when Jackie moved into the final apartment on 7th Street? Could the entity have perhaps attached itself to her? Or, and although there is no evidence to support this, could her husband or relative unhappy with the divorce have placed some kind of hex or curse upon her? Just some food for thought as to how she found herself in this position.
One of the more uncommon traits of this haunting, and one that still baffles me and others alike, was how was human blood plasma able to seep from various areas within the house? And just whose plasma was it? I've yet to find another case where this has happened. To me, it's absolutely bizarre. But then again, these aren't normal things that we're dealing with. These events are supernatural. So therefore, what doesn't make sense to me perhaps makes sense in the grand scheme of things. And lastly, was it even a human spirit at all? Or could it have been something from the demonic realm? Considering the knocks, especially in the trailer home, came in threes, this is usually indicative of the demonic, not to mention the manifestations of power and the clear violent and malicious intent. Along with these many questions, we still find ourselves with even fewer answers than we'd like to when it comes to this now infamous case known as the San Pedro haunting. But a few things are for certain. These things do exist, and whether you believe based on what you've seen or learned, or you're a hardened skeptic, sometimes it takes the other world staring at you directly in the face to convince you otherwise. And your fear, your vulnerability, can attract and feed the things that go bump in the night. And perhaps fear of the unknown is a well-placed fear indeed. Can a soul, or the essence of an entity, become trapped inside of an object? Could one channeling enough energy, dedication, and care into something allow an otherworldly presence to possess it, attracting spirits like moths to a flame? We have covered haunted objects here before, such as Akiku the doll, among others. But this story is too infamous to not be given the time of day. And although it has been told many times, perhaps you will learn a detail or two that you've never heard before. This is the untold story of Robert the Doll and the malevolent monstrosity that stares at the world from behind its beady little eyes. At first glance, most people tend to agree that although dolls of all sorts can be creepy to say the least, there is something particularly unnerving about the doll that has become known to the world as Robert. But behind the initial feelings of unease at first glance lies many tales of accidents, tragedy, and misfortune, all supposedly at Robert's hands. Far too many within his presence to just be a string of awful coincidences. But if an evil force supposedly lives within the confines of this century-old child's toy, to come to recognize and understand just what it could be, we must first tell its story. And to tell Robert's story properly, we must first start at the very beginning. As with many legends, there are multiple versions of the origin story and how Robert the Doll came to be. Having read through most, if not all of them, I'll be sharing with you the most agreed upon origin, for accuracy's sake, in the beginning, and we will explore other theories and origin stories later in this video. The year is 1904, and a man named Thomas Otto is on a trip in Germany. Whether it was for business or leisure, we can't say, but during his trip, he decided to pick up a gift for his young grandson's birthday to take back home with him to the States. As he perused various shops throughout his time there, he stumbled across a toy that he believed would be the perfect fit for the young boy. Perched on display behind a pale glass window sat a doll. The doll was about the size of a young child and was accompanied by a small dog doll as well. Knowing that his grandson was lonely on the large family estate and was very fond of dogs as well, Thomas believed he had found what he had been searching for and quickly purchased the toy. In due time, he would find his way back to the United States once his trip was over, bringing his precious cargo with him. Making his way back to the family estate, located in Key West, Florida, to greet his family after months abroad, Thomas, in an act of innocence and excitement, gifted the toy to his grandson Eugene,
for his 8th birthday. As soon as Eugene laid eyes on the gift he had received, he became ecstatic. With no other children his own age in the home or nearby, he now for once had his very own friend, his own best friend, and one that could accompany him wherever he went. Sitting at around 3 feet tall with his little dog, Eugene named his new friend Robert. But Robert, of course, needed clothes to fit for years of adventures to come. So Eugene's mother, Maria, quickly found just what he was missing. A small sailor's outfit that had once belonged to her son, but had long since been outgrown. After placing Robert in his new clothes, the two were off to play, and soon became inseparable. Wherever Eugene went, Robert accompanied him. From hours of play inside and outside of the house, to the dinner table, and bedtime, his new best friend was everything the young man wanted, and much more. Besides constant companionship, Eugene began to confide in the doll, often speaking to him as if he was a person in his own right. His parents, who were first just as elated as their young son was at his excitement over his new toy, began to grow concerned over how close their son was to the doll, but they would initially write off the behavior, as most would, since lonely children with their imaginations still very much active will typically invent imaginary friends or adventurous stories to fill the void or lack of friends and real adventures within their daily lives. But over the months since Robert had arrived, they noticed a bizarre shift in Eugene's personality. He began to grow extremely possessive and obsessive over Robert, and would lash out at his parents, sometimes violently, if the doll was not in his sight at all times. It would soon appear that Eugene's obsession with his cloth companion and shift in behavior wasn't the only strange activity that was taking place. One night, as she tucked her son into bed, Maria overheard Eugene whispering to Robert, something that at this point had become a daily occurrence. But as she closed the door to his room and began to walk away, she heard a deep, guttural voice respond to her son. Shocked and terrified, she rushed back into her son's room, only to find him laying with the doll, as per usual. When she asked him just who was speaking, he simply answered, Robert. This scary happening wouldn't be the last. About a year into Robert the doll inhabiting their Key West estate, the Ottos noticed yet another shift in their son's behavior. But this time, it was almost the exact opposite of what the initial shift had been. Eugene had gone from a quiet and shy but charming young man to a belligerent, angry, and possessive boy. But now he had become one that was meek, full of anxiety, and constantly seemed like he was walking on eggshells. He had now also taken to violent fits on occasion, as if something was trying to overtake his body and soul. The guttural voice that Maria had heard a year ago could be heard much more frequently now, and just as frequently, almost nightly, it became commonplace to hear what sounded like glass breaking and constant commotion coming from Eugene's room. Upon hearing the turmoil, his parents would rush to discover the source. Upon opening their son's door, they would find his furniture dumped upside down. Other toys of his would be smashed or in pieces. And Eugene would almost always be in the corner of the room in his bed, petrified, while Robert the doll would be in his usual space nearby. Upon asking just what had happened, they would be met with an all too familiar answer at this point. They would ask, just who did this, Eugene? And his answer would always be, Robert. Noticing the activity becoming more and more intense, and being a God-fearing woman herself, Maria was deeply disturbed by what was taking place in her home, and what was taking place to her family, particularly her son. Besides the nightly terror that now plagued them, she was very much disturbed by this guttural voice that she kept hearing. Knowing that her son had not yet matured, she knew that there was no way his voice could reach that deep level of tonality and malice that she often heard. At times, the voice would even shout and speak over Eugene, and unless he was exceptionally good at ventriloquism, something was horrifically wrong. It was as if the devil himself now occupied the walls of their home. Like a stain or a liquid, the presence had slowly seeped in and permeated throughout their lives. One night, as per usual, the family settles down to sleep as the clouds spiral and the moon now haunts the sky above them, gleaming down overhead. The family's peace is shattered by the horrific screams of their son and the echoes of the sounds of things being broken. Wide-eyed and terrified, Eugene's parents rush to their son's aid. Lantern in hand, the closer they get to his room, the louder the low and horrible voice becomes, and the louder the screams of Eugene become as well. The deep voice that had been growing louder suddenly was silent like the winter snow as hands touched the doorknob. Quickly overcoming their fear for the sake of their boy, the couple throw the door open to find their son huddled underneath his sheets. His room was almost completely destroyed. Most of his belongings were in pieces or tatters. From what was left of his toys, to his furniture, to even his clothes. Poor Eugene was shaking in the corner of his room, opposite his bed, and Robert, along with his beady-eyed companion, were in his bed, staring at them all, silently. By this point, Maria knew that whatever Robert was, or whatever inhabited him, was truly evil. But unsure of how to handle the situation, or what exactly they were dealing with, in a fit of rage, she grabbed the doll and rushed to the attic, casting Robert and his canine companion into the darkness above. This would remain his home until a better idea presented itself as to what to do with him. The low groans and screams and breaking ceased in Eugene's room, but would frequently be heard in the attic. With having such a large estate to care for, the family did have a team of servants to care for the property, but their loyal crew, having experienced the strangeness themselves, up and quit. The servants soon became a revolving door, with new faces almost always coming and going just as quickly as they started. Despite his banishment to the attic, alongside the occasional crashing sounds and yelling, the family said that they would also hear Robert walking around, the pitter-patter of his small feet often being heard, echoing all throughout the house, especially at night, when he seemed to truly come alive, so to speak. As the years passed, and despite all of the childhood trauma and fear inflicted on him by the demonic doll, unbeknownst to any rational mind, after his parents' passing, Eugene would choose to take Robert back into his possession as an adult. Perhaps he did this to ensure that Robert wouldn't inflict terror upon anyone else. Maybe he felt like he had the most experience dealing with him, and therefore he was the most equipped to handle anything that could possibly happen as a result of his presence. Eugene in his adult years became an artist and would later marry and have a family of his own. He kept Robert propped up in the window of his art studio, known as the turret room, which overlooked his front yard. Annette, Eugene's wife, was said to disapprove of Robert's presence in the house and demanded that he be gotten rid of or banished into the attic or basement. For a short time this took place, but naturally, Robert didn't take kindly to this and apparently began to make threats towards her by visiting her in her dreams and verbally telling Eugene that if he was not moved back, horrible things would happen to his family. So eventually, Robert was placed back in the turret room. Aside from this, I couldn't find any additional information on the happenings that took place during those years inside the home, I would hope and imagine that perhaps Robert had gone dormant during this time, especially since Eugene did eventually have children of his own, and hopefully didn't allow them to be compromised by having such a thing in the house. There were, however, reports of passerbys, school children and neighbors, feeling a strange presence when passing by the house on a daily basis. Others would say that they could see Robert move, but in the blink of an eye, he would be back to where he was sitting. Eugene Otto would continue to spend the rest of his life painting in the turret room with Robert the doll until his death in 1974. However, this bizarre legend does not stop with his death. Upon Eugene's passing, his family sold the house to a woman named Myrtle Reuter. Upon moving into the home, she noticed, sitting in the window of the turret room, was a small doll with a sailor's uniform. She thought this to be strange, since the Otto family had not left any other belongings behind when they had moved. But regardless, she decided to keep it. Myrtle soon began to realize that there was something different about this doll. Upon house cleaning, she would typically notice that he moved around the room, seemingly by himself. At night, she would hear what she described as small footsteps all throughout the house. Guests who would visit her claimed too that Robert would move of his own volition, and that his blank expression would change to one of rage if anyone discussed him in a negative way. Myrtle would eventually reach out and speak with the widowed Annette Otto, who would confirm her worst fears, that something otherworldly inhabited Robert the doll. After dealing with his antics for years, she finally decided to reach out to a local museum and would donate Robert in 1994 to the Fort East Martello Museum in Key West, Florida, where he remains today. But as with each previous relocation, his story does not end here either. Placed inside his own glass display for the public to see him each and every day, one would think that perhaps Robert's antics would cease. He was, of course, a natural source of curiosity and would be seen and admired by many people daily, but you would be very wrong. Staff at the museum have claimed to find Robert in various positions within his case, as if he was attempting to break out of it, or had been out of it prior, and had just re-entered it. The phantom footsteps, as previously claimed by all three families, has also been reported, as well as the doll's expression changing from neutral to nasty in an instant. The afflictions first started with the staff themselves, from horrible bouts of rare diseases to relationship breakdowns and marriage failures, as well as unique instances of psychosis. Over the years, the curse of Robert the doll began to take shape and become a well-known phenomena, but it would soon spread to many others besides the staff themselves. Many people, upon visiting Robert's exhibit, finding him strange to say the least, would often mock him, berate him, or just laugh at his appearance. Little did they know that they would be inviting the wrath of something otherworldly. Shortly after their visit, droves of people began to experience shockingly similar happenings to that of the staff, varying in intensity, almost as if their punishment was being tapered to fit their crimes. From less serious experiences, like paranormal activity beginning in their home, horrible luck, and job loss to name a few, to much more serious experiences, like exotic disease diagnosis, rare cancers, relationship disintegration, and others, car accidents, falls, and even untimely death. Eventually, a warning would be added to Robert's exhibit, explaining the alleged curse and the proper etiquette to approach him with, whether that's to observe or take a photo, is to not offend whoever or whatever inhabits the doll itself. Over the decades, an entire wall has been dedicated to the letters people have dropped off or sent the museum if they weren't able to come in person. begging for Robert's forgiveness, hoping to end whatever horrible situation they found themselves in after their visit. To this day, there are over 1,000 letters, with more continuing to be added each and every year. But could there be more to this legend? As I mentioned in the beginning of the video, there is another origin story that could explain just what inhabits the doll and how it got there. I will also add several elements that I found interesting relating to the case itself. The alternative origin story says that a young woman of Bahamian descent gave Thomas Otto the doll as a retaliation for a misdeed. As to why this would have taken place is not known, but speculation has led many to believe that the girl, or perhaps a relative, had been a member of staff at some point or another at the family's Key West estate. The retaliation was that the doll had been imbued with a spirit that had been conjured using voodoo, and by trapping the entity within the doll, making it its vessel, it became aware of its surroundings and knew what it was sent there to do. Although with many details in this case, lots of details can't be corroborated due to the age of the story itself, but there are a few details that I managed to dig up that are interesting. The doll itself appears to have been manufactured by the Steiff Company, a German family company that was headed by German designer Richard Steiff, the original designer of the beloved teddy bear, and the original design of the doll in particular, and others that were similar to it, were not designed as toys, but rather stage props for the time. So it's hard to say if Robert was ever intended as a toy in the first place. The family tree of the Ottos also has conflicting information in regards to birth and death dates, as well as names, but I did my best to corroborate this information, and I'll be linking the info in the description below. Today, Robert continues to be on display, and his antics continue to persist. He seems to be just as powerful as he was all those years ago. The museum keeps a cataloged record of all ailments that have been reported as a result of offending him for future reference. His reach also continues to expand as his legend grows and becomes more and more well known across the world. Robert the Doll has been the inspiration behind many books, movies, and podcasts, as well as a local legend in Florida. And this lesson truly applies to anyone and everyone. Have respect when you meet someone, because you never truly know who or what you could be dealing with. And please, if you find yourself at the East Martello Museum in Key West, Florida, and you happen to come into contact with the entity known as Robert the Doll, be respectful, because if you're not, you may just pay the ultimate price.
They say that one man's trash is another man's treasure. While many people accidentally purchase a haunted home without knowing it was haunted, this story partially is about a man who did the opposite. But the home in which he purchased was way more than he bargained for. Not for him, but for a family whose experiences made it infamous, with a one-of-a-kind strange past and a present-day nasty and demonic reputation. Known as Pennsylvania's Amityville Horror, this is the untold story of the Wells House, and why it's considered one of the most haunted places in the state, let alone the country. To properly tell this story, we must first start at the beginning. The notorious home on Wells Street was built by industrialist Augustus C. Laning. But despite his future success, Laning had not led such an easy life. After arriving in the Wilkes-Barre area to work for his grandfather at age 14, he would soon experience tragedy. His younger nephew, shortly after his arrival, would pass away when the barn he was playing in was struck by lightning and caught fire, trapping him inside. Shortly after this happening, one of his grandfather's factories would also mysteriously catch fire and burn to the ground as well. Despite a series of unfortunate events,
The Laning's enterprises would eventually thrive, allowing Augustus to inherit land from his mother on what is today Wells Street. Eventually, he would build a home at 46 South Wells Street in 1861 and live there until 1865, when he eventually sold his home and business. He would take his last breath in 1875. The land in which Laning built the home on, as many locals would say, was soaked in turmoil and blood, having been the site of numerous wars and conflicts between Native American tribes, as well as European settlers and native tribes. From the late 19th century to the mid-20th century, the house went through a series of sheriff sales, which were a type of public auction, and would eventually sell for just $1 at auction in May of 1939, a little over $20 in today's money. Although tragedy befell the Laning family, especially early on in Augustus's life, any happenings within the home weren't documented if they did occur. As far as we know, no death had taken place up until this time, but it certainly starts to snowball as the years progress. In 1940, the person who had purchased the home so cheaply at auction would breathe their last breath by their own hand, as would the next person who purchased the home via auction in 1950, almost exactly 10 years apart to the day. After these mysterious deaths, there would be 4 more that would take place on the premises. The other 3 I was unable to dig up additional details on. However, the most notable was the 4th, a priest who was 54 years old and in relatively good health, had been walking past the home in passing when he glanced at the home. We don't know exactly what he saw or experienced, but he fell to the ground and died almost instantly from a heart attack right in the front yard. The home would be a revolving door for quite some time, sometimes vacant, sometimes with occupants, but only for a short time. In March of 1975, a 27-year-old radio DJ by the name of Walker Bennett and his wife Mary Ann purchased the home and then moved into the house from New Haven with their 2 daughters. Almost as soon as they moved into the house, bizarre activity began to manifest. The family began to hear banging and scratching sounds coming from inside the walls. Thinking at first they had some kind of a rodent problem, Walker followed the noise and traced it back to a particular bedroom wall. He then knocked the wall down, but instead of being greeted by this supposed rodent problem, he instead saw a small, glimmering tin box instead. After removing the box, he felt a strange presence. Upon opening it, its contents were very weird to say the least. It contained a red ribbon, a cross made of tied together chicken bones, and a human molar. The first thing that struck him was that this looked like some kind of a hex or curse, but not wanting to alarm his family, he would dispose of the items, but the activity nonetheless would continue to persist. By 1976, the scratching and knocking had continued, but soon the family began to see otherworldly beings as well. On one particularly cold February morning, Bennett would hear a series of bangs and scratches on his front door. Upon slowly opening it to see just who was there, he would be shocked. Standing at the front door was the translucent figure of a man with a cane, with a vicious and crooked smile. Freaked out, with his heart racing, he quickly slammed the door and tried to make sense of the interaction. Within seconds, he reopened the door, only to find that there was nothing there. As the days ticked by, the activity intensified. The scratches and banging noises now seemed to be originating from the attic. They now were also joined by disembodied screams, some seeming to be male, others female, and some were a mix of both. In the months to come, the activity would be coupled with moaning and groaning sounds, whispering voices, and the sounds of weeping coming from inside the walls, all still tracing back to the attic. Coupled with these new developments were the sounds of heavy footsteps on the wooden floors. The entire family would also see several apparitions. Notably, they would experience the ghostly figure of a young woman in a nightdress drifting throughout the house. Her dress seemed to be old, like those of the Victorian era. Whenever she was seen, following her would be drips or spots of blood, either on the floor or on the walls. Once she began to be seen, there was a putrid, rotting type of stench that became present in the house, traveling from room to room. It was, however, usually the worst in the kitchen and living room. Not wanting to further frighten the girls, the Bennetts met with each other to discuss all of the bizarre happenings, and they finally had to admit that they had purchased a haunted house. Haunted by what exactly? They couldn't be sure. Shortly after this revelation, the family began to suffer from an unexplainable physical illness, one that left them drained at all times, exhausted, and aching. The doctors couldn't diagnose it, leaving the family only to continue to suffer with the symptoms. Alongside this, whether it was a result of the illness on an individual basis or the haunting itself, the whole family seemed to be thrown into a deep, dark well of depression, submerged in its black waters, leaving them feeling hopeless. Things would begin to escalate further when in January of 1977, Walker and his wife would witness one of their daughters be pushed down the stairs. But to their amazement, she didn't fall and crumple on the various steps. Instead, she floated, almost in slow motion, until she landed on her feet at the bottom of them, unharmed. Not knowing what to make of this, the adults in the house weren't getting much sleep, and their condition continued to get worse. They would soon reach out to the church for help and guidance. Soon a Catholic priest would come out and bless the home, trying to quell whatever supernatural forces that were wreaking havoc upon the Bennetts. But these efforts were to no avail. If anything, after he left, the activity seemed to get worse. Ultimately, in March of 1978, the family who had been sound asleep in the night was woken up by the sound of thunder crashing, except there wasn't a storm outside. What followed this massive sound was a deluge of paranormal manifestations. Footsteps were pounding across the floor and in the attic above them. The attic door was being pounded on from the other side. Their dishes in their kitchen were being removed from their cabinets as they opened and slammed by themselves and thrown onto the floor, shattering them. Amongst the chaos was the scratching and banging on the front door, coupled with the sounds of a child weeping coming from inside of the walls, following them as they ran throughout the house. After enduring almost 3 years inside the home, the Bennetts finally fled this night, leaving with just the clothes on their backs. They left all of their belongings behind. After the family found temporary arrangements, they immediately tried to sell the home as it was, but had no luck finding a buyer. After several months, Walker Bennett reached out to a local newspaper in hopes of sharing the family's story anonymously to find help or a buyer to get them out of this haunted hell. In the interview under the pseudonym of Bucky Johnson, he claimed that he was now $40,000 in debt as a result of the family fleeing and being unable to live in the house, and then being unable to sell the house, and that he had developed a drinking problem and now chain smoked as a result of the trauma and stress that he had endured. He also stated that he and the rest of the family were in therapy in hopes of eventually putting the past behind them. Several neighbors near the home were also interviewed, with some saying that they had never seen or heard anything, and others saying that they always had an odd feeling whenever passing by the house. The article was then published on Halloween of 1979. Perfect timing for a local and terrifying story, no doubt. Following the initial publicity, word eventually made its way to Ed and Lorraine Warren, famed paranormal investigators and demonologists who had just covered another haunting known as the Amityville Horror just 3 years before. The couple made a visit to the Wells Street house in March of 1980, but by this time, the bank had repossessed the home from the Bennetts due to their inability to make further mortgage payments on the home. So the Warrens were unable to enter the house due to it being entirely locked up for this reason. Lorraine, however, would say that she sensed a terrible despair emanating from the house, and that the effect it must have had on those who lived there must have been very negative. Several years later, the house would be purchased by a woman named Catherine Watkins from the bank for $20,000 in August of 1982. Her purchase subsequently prompted another newspaper article to be written. When asked, she told reporters that she was unafraid of the rumors surrounding the house and didn't fear any ghosts that could be there. She moved in with her 2 children shortly after her purchase. And whether it was sheer determination, stubborn nature, or something else, she lived in the house for the next 30 years until her death on October 26th of 2012. Although shortly after moving in and over the decades to come, she and her family also experienced unexplained phenomena, such as objects moving by themselves, their beds shaking, lights and appliances turning on and off by themselves, and seeing those ghosts that Catherine insisted she wasn't afraid of, such as the woman in what looked like Victorian-style clothing. Her daughter would inherit the home after Catherine's passing and would place the home up for sale, where it was then purchased by a ghost hunter by the name of Tim Woods in December of 2013. Rather than repair, sell, or live in the property he had just purchased, Woods only wanted to investigate the paranormal activity that was taking place there. With his team of fellow investigators, they would record hours of content in the home and capture what they believed to be numerous supernatural manifestations. People who have joined him in the investigations have been known to have scratches manifest on their skin and have their clothing tugged on by unseen hands. Tim would later state that the Wells house is one of the scariest haunted locations that he had ever investigated, due to the numerous ghost sightings that were caught on tape and demonic attacks that occurred while he was there. He said, "It is our conclusion based upon our documented research that the house is haunted by a demonic presence that cannot be removed, nor is it safe for anyone to live in." The strangeness of the house on Wells Street doesn't end here. In the early hours of Wednesday, July 25th of 2018, police were called to the home to catch an intruder. Someone was outside of the house, trying to get in. When authorities arrived, they apprehended a man in his 30s who was caught in the act of prying the wooden boards off the back door of the property. He had a 24-inch sword tied to his back, had brass knuckles and a pocket knife in his pockets, and was carrying a Bible. The man seemed out of it, to say the least, but claimed that he was trying to hunt for ghosts. Upon going through his rucksack, police also found a loaded shotgun with 10 shells alongside of it. He would be arrested and charged with numerous offenses as a result of the episode. Although we don't know who, it seems that the home was sold in 2020 to new owners and at half the price that Woods had paid for it. There also doesn't appear to be any sort of a mention of it being haunted. Its listing reads like this: a home full of historical intrigue. With some TLC, you can bring new life to this 4-bedroom beauty. As soon as you step over the threshold, you'll realize there is truly something out of this world with this home. and its craftsmanship. A very fitting spin, if you ask me. I hope the new occupants are living peacefully, although given the home's infamous story and past, seems highly unlikely. But the listing was right about one thing, though. The home certainly has lots of historical intrigue, and you can bring new life into this 4-bedroom beauty, because as soon as you step over the threshold, you'll realize there is truly something out of this world with this home, or should we say, in this home, that's been watching and waiting for some new life to engorge itself on.
Could an item, if given enough energy, devotion, and focus, begin to take on a life of its own? Could it begin to exhibit human-like characteristics, as if it has been imbued with or contains some kind of soul or entity inside of it? This act of magic has been practiced by multiple religions and cults throughout the ages. This is just one very strange example that it could indeed be possible. After a gracious gift was placed into the arms of a little girl, tragedy would strike, and what follows would continue to haunt the family, the citizens of the village, and would soon cross far beyond the barriers of land and sea. This is the untold story of Akiku, the haunted Japanese doll, and the bizarre paranormal force that possessed it. Japan is a very mystical and spiritual place, a place where the souls of the past seem to interact with the living. Such places where this spiritual energy seems to be most visible is throughout many of Japan's spiritual temples. Home to many religions, the two main ones being Buddhism and Shintoism, thousands of temples exist all over the country. But one in particular houses a spiritual artifact that has a tragic backstory and an even more terrifying story that continues to be written to this day. Located in Hokkaido, Japan, at the Meninji Buddhist Temple, is a doll with a bizarre and tragic backstory indeed. Although there are several origin stories of how the doll came to be and how the temple became its final living space, so to speak, all of them have most of the main details in common. Therefore, I'll be telling the most agreed upon origin story to try and be as true to the legend as I can. The year is 1918 in Hokkaido, Japan, and a 17-year-old boy by the name of Ikiki Suzuki is in search of a gift for his little sister's birthday. As he pursues the different vendors and small shops, something soon catches his attention. In one of the store windows, he spots a small, childlike doll wearing a traditional Japanese kimono. Knowing that he had finally found something his sister will love, Ikiki quickly purchases the doll and makes his way back home through the countryside. As the family celebrates their little girl's birthday, Okiku is presented with the doll, and almost immediately, as soon as her eyes meet hers, she falls in love with him. The two from this point become inseparable. Wherever Okiku is, her doll is right by her side. She combs her hair, bathes her, dresses her, and treats her as if she was her little sister. The two even share meals and sleep side by side. The joy that the doll brought Okiku must have filled Ekiki's heart with such happiness, but soon that happiness would change to tragedy. One hot day, as the little girl played outside with her doll, she was bitten by a mosquito. This benign insect bite would soon manifest itself into a horrible case of malaria. Although the family did everything they could possibly do, Okiku would pass away, scared and gasping for air as she clutched her special doll, all the way until the moment she took her last breath. Devastated, the Suzukis planned to have their little girl buried with the doll since she loved it so much, but unfortunately,
Due to either governmental or religious oversight at the time, this wasn't an option. Instead, after they had laid Okiku to rest, the doll would be placed on a small family shrine located within the living quarters of their home, as a tribute of sorts to their late daughter and their love for her. But shortly after the doll was placed on the shrine, very strange things began to happen. Ikiki, upon walking past the shrine one day, noticed that the doll's hair seemed significantly longer than what it had been when it was placed there. The hair, which was originally shoulder's length on the doll itself, and black, was now overgrown, with differing shades of brown hair also coming through and splitting at the ends. Finding this bizarre to say the least, he brought the discovery to his parents' attention, and unsure of what else to do, they trimmed the doll's hair. As the days came and went, the family began to have distressing dreams at night of their departed Okiku. Sometimes she would be scared and alone in the darkness, calling out to them, only being recognized by her voice. Other times, she would blame them for what happened to her. Each member of the family at differing times had these dreams, and they would soon lead all of them to believe that Okiku's soul wasn't peacefully resting. These disturbing dreams soon became all the stranger when the doll, which they began to refer to as Okiku in their daughter's honor, would appear by their bedsides, following these nightmares. One such incident involved the father of the family waking up in a cold sweat, only to be met face to face with the blank and lifeless stare of the doll. Unsure of what was taking place, the Suzukis turned to their faith. After contacting a local Buddhist priest and having a cleansing ritual be performed on their home and the doll, the activity seemed to grow and become stronger. Accompanying their ever-frequent nightmares and random movements of the doll, the chilling events grew into full-blown spiritual manifestations. During their waking life, they soon began to hear banging noises all throughout the house, and the whispers of a little girl. Strange disembodied voices, varying from high-pitched, like those of a child, to the low groans of something unexplainable, began to be heard. Their lights began to flicker on and off, and the paranormal activity seemed to happen more frequently as the calendar ticked closer to the birth and death dates of Okiku. These strange and terrifying happenings would continue over the course of the next 20 years, with multiple religious priests and shamans being contacted, and all coming to the same conclusion that after the cleansings failed time and time again, that the restless spirit of Okiku now inhabited the doll she once loved so much. Finally, needing a major change, and unable to deal with the ever-intensifying spiritual presence that seemed to haunt their home, the Suzukis relocated to a different district. Believing the doll to be the source of their various ailments and emotional torture that they had endured over the last 2 decades, they had no desire to take it with them. The family had reached the conclusion that if their daughter's soul wasn't at peace, what could perhaps be helping to fuel Okiku's power or magic was the close proximity of her grave to their home where the doll resided. So in order to distance the doll from the grave, the family approached the Meninji Buddhist temple in Hokkaido, and over the years, the doll's reputation for being haunted had spread throughout the community, and indeed the majority of the country. This was more than likely due to the various interactions between the spiritual community and the Suzuki family. Finding the doll to be mesmerizing and possibly a unique opportunity to commute and interact with the dead if the stories were true, the leaders and priests of the Meninji temple agreed to home Okiku permanently. As with many legends, we find lots of details to be exaggerated over time, and perhaps some of the details to not be true at all. And this is what the priests were originally thinking, that perhaps due to grief, the family was dealing with other spiritual ailments, perhaps unrelated to the doll, or causing the doll to be a vessel of sorts for restless spirits. However, as the years came and went, as Akiku now called the temple her home, they began to slowly but surely experience the same strangeness the Suzukis had for all of those years. Okiku's hair continued to grow, and this baffled the priests. They would eventually have the hair trimmed and tested, and the hair was said to belong to a little girl. They found that the entity seemed to be appeased when her hair was trimmed and combed, and this led to less activity for a time, but the same activity, the knocking, banging, and disembodied voices, would soon plague the temple as well. Okiku's power only seemed to grow. Any priest who seemed skeptical of the doll or attempted to cleanse it themselves soon had their dreams haunted as well, turning their sleep into restless fits. Their homes and rooms soon also began to manifest the very same activity that the temple was now exhibiting. With no remedy seeming to work, the leaders turned to appeasement instead, hoping that gestures of goodwill would keep the entity at bay. As years turned to decades, and as we've come into the 21st century, the priests of multiple generations now have overseen and cared for the doll known as Akiku. And though some of the more violent activity has faded, the general consensus is that she is now just as powerful as she was, or is perhaps more powerful as she's continued to age. It seems like as the more her fame and notoriety grows, the more visitors she has, the stronger she becomes. She continues to invade the dreams of those who come to visit her, and her hair is growing faster and more frayed. She is said to drive tourists mad who doubt her, with many people even reporting that besides seeing her strange hair and feeling a malevolent presence when visiting her, they've also had her stalk and appear in their dreams. Some more disturbing and recent reports have even suggested that her mouth is slowly opening, and that if you dare to peer inside of it, you may just catch a glimpse of baby-like teeth sprouting from her porcelain gums, as if whoever or whatever she is slowly turning to flesh and bone. The paranormal displays of her power continue to occur as well. Her permanent home, located within the Menijin Temple, is her own private shrine where she sits in a small wooden box on display. It is here that she watches and waits for anyone and everyone who dares to play with fire and invoke the power of the entity known as Okiku. But what are your thoughts? Was Akiku the girl trapped inside of the doll? In my opinion, although her spirit would be much older now, at the time of her death, she was either close to or was 3 years old, and no person at that age is capable of true malice, to the point to where she would become aware enough to begin to blame her parents and then torment them for decades to come. As children, our parents or our family are our entire world, so I find it incredibly difficult to think that these bizarre happenings were the result of her soul being restless and imbuing the doll. What I find more likely, and all the more interesting really, is the thought of invocation or the imbuing of the doll, like a conduit or a vessel of sorts. Akiku the girl was, as they said, inseparable from this doll. She fed it, bathed it, took naps with it, and everything else a small child would do with that wonderful imagination that they have. But could all of this dedication and focus, accompanied with the tragedy that took place, allow for a portal to open for an entity, whether non-human or a restless human spirit, to inhabit the doll? And by non-human, I mean a demon. This would make sense to me. Something that enjoys and grows more powerful off of pain and misfortune, or the emotional torment of others. As it causes the pain, it feeds off of it and grows ever stronger. This would not only explain the malevolent manifestations of whatever entity is present, but would also explain the still present force and the alleged ever-growing power of it. And depending on the entity's strength, It could also explain why the cleansings thus far have failed. However, if you find yourself taking a trip to Japan anytime soon, or you happen to call Japan home, if you find yourself in Hokkaido, you may want to steer clear of the Menejin Temple, because if you don't, the entity that inhabits the doll, known as a Kiku, may just use you as its next feeding source, where it'll begin to plague your dreams, making you twist and turn, sweat and fear, as it grows ever stronger and attempts to cross from its world into ours, making our plane of existence its permanent residence. After a flood destroys their home, a family is forced to relocate to a new home, which they believe is going to be a fresh start for them. However, it turns out to be a fresh new hell instead. From demonic attacks, nightmarish visuals, and terrifying manifestations, this is one haunting story you won't want to miss. This is the untold story of the Smurl haunting in Pennsylvania and the monstrous creature that stalked its walls. The timeline of events is rough at best, but I have done my best to make the most coherent retelling of the story, so please keep that in mind. Raging floods as a result of Hurricane Agnes have destroyed the homes of many families, and one such family was the Smurls. The Smurl family consisted of Janet and Jack Smurl and their 4 young children, Heather, Shannon, Karen, and Dawn. With their home destroyed in the Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania area, feeling as if they had been uprooted and tossed about like the rushing waters that took their house, the Smurls decide to temporarily relocate to West Pittston, where Jack's parents currently lived. After explaining the situation and staying with the couple for a short time, they were surprised and ultimately blessed when Jack's parents proposed an idea to them. They had found an old duplex, a bit of a fixer-upper, also in West Pittston. The 2 of them could live on one side, and Jack, Janet, and the kids on the other. That way, they could look out for one another, and of course spend more time together. Not in a position to or wanting to say no, Jack and Janet humbly accepted their offer, but all too soon they would be confronted with the question, was this blessing truly a curse? With Jack's parents paying for them all to move into the new house, they soon find themselves rehomed and living in the newly purchased duplex. Located on Chase Street there in West Pittston, although the home would need some work, the neighborhood seemed friendly and inviting, a good place to raise a family. The family collectively puts their efforts into repainting, retooling, and other repairs, but in no time, the slightly run-down home was feeling fresh, vibrant, and modern, making the Smurls feel ever more at home and hopeful for the future. However, this would not last forever, for it seemed that each time they banged a hammer, each time they drove a nail into a wall, and with every drop of paint, they woke something up within the house itself, something that perhaps had been slumbering there for quite some time. During this time, small episodes of strangeness began to manifest. Seeming rather benign at first, tools began to disappear only to reappear hours later in different spots. Old stains that covered the walls began to seep through the fresh coats of paint, and several appliances in their kitchen had mysteriously caught fire, even though they were unplugged. Along with these oddities, the family would also begin to smell awful odors that overwhelmed the entire house, like an omnipresent floating cloud of rotting meat that hung over them, only to disperse mere moments later after being detected. But despite these weird events, the family didn't really think much of it. They were just thankful to have a roof over their heads.
Jack and Janet continued to rebuild their lives. Jack, fortunately, had since gotten a better job than the one he had had previously and was promoted during this time. He was also able to coach his daughter's softball team. The children had reacclimated to a new school and were getting good grades. And Janet had become pregnant with baby number 5 and also helped organize an anti-drunk driving group at the local high school. And Jack's parents were doing great as well. But all of this positivity, unfortunately, would not last. By 1974, things began to change for the Smurls. It began when Mary Smurl, Jack's mother, suffered a heart attack. This led to the entire family struggling to make ends meet. And whether it was a result of the renovations or something else, something paranormal had began to manifest and make itself known. It began when Janet began to hear the voice of her mother-in-law, who shortly after her heart attack was now at home and recovering. Doing what she could to help her, she would hear her name being called out from Mary and would rush to her aid to help her with anything and everything that she could possibly need. But the strange thing was, Mary at times would either be unconscious, sleeping, or wouldn't have had called for her at all. Attributing this bizarre phenomena to stress at first, she writes it off. However, Mary soon starts experiencing her own strangeness. She too, as if the words had come from Janet's mouth herself, would hear her name being called. Only when confronted, Janet would have no idea what she was talking about. But that wasn't all, of course. The stains that had previously been painted over and were thought to be covered began to seep through yet again, and new stains began to appear as well, with several appearing on the hardwood floors of the home. As the days progressed, the oldest Smurl child soon began to experience the presence as well. She would often be woken up in the dead of night, frozen with fear and unable to move. She would see translucent figures standing above her or at the edge of her bed, staring and watching her. And although it wasn't exclusive to the midnight hour, the activity seemed to pick up at night. Often, when Jack was at work or gone, Janet began to have violent and sickening encounters with a being that she couldn't see. She began to be molested by an unseen force. These interactions left her hysterical, feeling violated and unclean. Trying to come to terms with what was happening to them, the family's luck continued to worsen. Additional appliances, including a TV set, went up in flames, causing smoke and fire damage to the home on several occasions. And unlike the TV, the other appliances were not plugged in order for the family to save money, which makes it all the more mysterious. On top of this, several water pipes, which are fairly new after the family had initially renovated the home, began to leak, not only causing water damage to the house, but adding to their financial woes as well. The string of bad luck would continue for the Smurls, and by 1977, the activity in the home became much more aggressive. The family's radio began to turn itself on and off, typically at strange hours, and almost always when the family was trying to sleep. The sinks in their bathrooms began to turn themselves on, pouring what little money they had left literally down the drain, and their toilets began to flush by themselves. Along with this activity, the sounds of footsteps began to be heard all throughout the house, and even on the insides of the walls. Drawers began to open and close by themselves. And coupled with these happenings was again the stench of rotting meat, what the family would begin to describe as the dead smell, except instead of dissipating almost as soon as it was detected before, or in one particular area of the house, the smell would permeate all throughout the house and would linger for minutes, or sometimes even hours. Up until this point, besides seeing things being moved, dealing with the stains, pipes, and appliances. Jack hadn't been targeted, so to speak, by whatever paranormal force that was now fully awake within the Smurl residence. But one night, when he was trying to get some sleep after a long day's work, his side of the sheets were pulled from his body, and the sensation of dozens of hands touching and grabbing him ensured that not only was he not going to get the rest that night due to sheer terror, but that perhaps his wife had been telling the truth. Janet, shortly after moving into the house, had become pregnant, and this time had given birth to 2 baby girls, expanding the Smurl family to 6 children. Shortly after the twins were brought home, it seemed like whatever presence that had been woken up was making itself known. It became more aggressive, more vindictive, as if it was jealous or hated the living. One morning, while the majority of the children were at school and napping, and the rest of the adults were out, Janet was headed to the kitchen to pour herself a freshly brewed cup of coffee. As she turned around the corner, her blood ran cold. Standing in the middle of the kitchen, with a stain seeming to materialize directly underneath it, it was a translucent figure with hollow eyes. Frozen in place upon seeing it, it was as if she blinked and whatever this creature was gone. Was this what was responsible for the multitude of paranormal happenings within their house? As time progressed, Janet again would continue to hear her name being called out when no one else was there, over and over and over again. Strangely, as it was before in the beginning, the voices would often sound like her mother-in-law, Mary, and even after double or triple checking sometimes to make sure she wasn't losing her mind, Mary would be nowhere to be found. Janet truly was alone. Other strange things that were heard during this time would be heard from the other side of the duplex. Couples do argue, and some fight. That just tends to happen to most, unfortunately. But these fights were something else. Jack's parents began to hear yelling and screaming, sometimes even items breaking, coming from the other side of the duplex, where Jack and Janet lived. These fights became so violent that not only did they think their marriage was collapsing, but they began to become concerned for Janet and the children's safety. One night, Jack's father couldn't take it anymore. He walked from their front door to the other side, and with the fight still raging, he threw the door open, only to be greeted with silence. The entire family was asleep. Not knowing what to make of this discovery, he simply left, bewildered. But the supposed audio of the fights would continue. Shortly after the bizarre discovery, Mary would experience something that almost gave her another heart attack. One evening, while her husband was still at work and she was alone on their side of the duplex, she began to hear her name being whispered, and it sounded like Janet, but it was right within earshot or several feet of where she had been. Weirded out as most of us would be, she began to make her way towards the voice that was calling out to her. And that's when she saw it. Standing in her living room, with a stain seeping underneath its feet, was the same translucent being that Janet had claimed she had seen just a short while ago. And terrifyingly, its mouth was mimicking Janet's voice and calling out her name. Frozen in terror at first, with her heart racing, Mary ran to the door, exited, and immediately went into Jack and Janet's door, absolutely petrified with fear. The talks that followed this event in particular is what led to most of the individual experiences being laid out in the open for everyone to know. They would all come to the realization that whatever force that was in their house was not friendly. Shannon Smurl, who was only 7 years old during this time, would be the next target.
One day, as she casually walked through the kitchen and into the dining room, a large glass light fixture fell and crashed into her, cutting her and raising the alarm bells for the entire house. Again, it seemed like the paranormal being or force hated life, and now was possibly trying to end it if the opportunity presented itself. Scared but strapped for cash, they were all seemingly stuck in what was supposed to be their fresh start, but instead at this point was becoming their fresh hell. Shannon would continue to experience strangeness of her own as well. In her diary and later, she would recount that oftentimes she would wake up and find herself floating above her bed, literally levitating several feet above her bed. Some nights, while floating, she would suddenly be thrown across the room and into a wall with so much force that she thought she would be crushed. The climax of these attacks on Shannon happened one night when she woke up to find herself floating once again. But instead of being let back down or smacked into a nearby wall, her door was flung open and she was thrown out of her room and down the stairs. Her parents heard this happen and rushed towards the screams of their little girl to find her absolutely hysterical and in pain. Fortunately, however, she would be okay physically after this event in particular. Another unfortunate soul that would be targeted in the Smurl duplex was the family's German Shepherd, Simon. Simon would be found floating in the air, confused and concerned. And this new development and activity was not just exclusive to Shannon or their beloved dog. Alongside the intensified attacks on Janet, she too would begin finding herself woken up in the middle of the night, floating in the air, and sometimes, horrifically, without control of her body. She would then also be assaulted. However, Jack wasn't always gone at this time. Frequently at this point, he would be home and sleeping beside her, but could never seem to wake up, as if he was being kept asleep or in a state of paralysis while the events took place. Coupled along these intense and abhorrent manifestations came activity that was plain creepy. Not a day would go by without the family hearing scratching noises coming from within the walls, or deep, drawn-out breaths coming from behind them, feeling the exhale upon their necks, making the hairs on their entire body stand on end. Jack at times after a hard day's work would like to unwind and decompress by watching some TV in the living room. On occasion, he would fall asleep to whatever was on, before eventually waking back up and making his way to bed. However, this night, he found himself awake and coherent, but unable to move, as if he was paralyzed or stuck in some kind of a glue trap, like an insect. Unable to break free, he glanced around the room trying to discover the source of his distress. It was here that he was met face to face with this being, this demon that seemed to be plaguing their lives. The creature grabbed him from the back and slammed him onto the floor, began repeatedly bashing his head into the hard wood below, before disappearing. After this, Jack didn't watch TV to unwind anymore. As a matter of fact, no one could unwind. They were petrified at whatever was taking place in the house. Unable to afford to move between all the adults, and seemingly stuck between a rock and a hard place. Scared and unable to figure out what to do, they began to seek help wherever they thought they could find it. It was now winter, and the family, besides their daily duties, spent most of their time indoors. While watching TV one afternoon, they saw an interview with Ed and Lorraine Warren, world-renowned paranormal experts and demonologists. Not being particularly religious and unsure of where to turn, they decided to reach out to the couple and were surprised when they made contact.
After speaking with them for some time, the Warrens agreed to come to their house to meet in person with the Smurls and to investigate, and within a week, that's exactly what they did. After an initial meeting with the family, hearing their testimonies in person, and after exploring the home, the Warrens decide it seems genuine and it's worth investigating, and they begin their usual process of bringing in their team for an extended period of time to document and mull over potential solutions for the family. After several months of the documenting team living with the family and experiencing strange activity themselves, such as furniture stacking on top of itself, along with several other previously mentioned happenings, such as the stains and attacks on individual members of the home, Lorraine finally comes to the conclusion, after having a vision within the house, that they were dealing with a total of 4 entities. One was that of an old woman who she believed was not a threat to the family, but was simply being held against her will within the home. One was a younger woman who was angry and resentful and could be violent. And the other was a man who took the life of his wife and his lover and had been hanged in the same spot 100 years earlier by a vengeful crowd. The final entity was that of a demon, and this demon not only was strong in keeping the other 3 spirits under its heel of control, but would use them to strengthen itself and wreak havoc upon the family, to sow discord, anxiety, and fear, all things to which it could feed on and continue to grow stronger. After reaching this conclusion and having gathered sufficient information, the Warrens spoke to Father McKenna, who was a Vatican-sanctioned exorcist and had worked with them over 50 times on separate cases in the past, so he was no stranger to the demonic. But after his arrival and attempted exorcism, the activity only increased in aggression and hostility, and for whatever reason, it was not tied to the home anymore, but rather the family members themselves. Jack began to experience horrific visions of the creature at work, as did his father. And alongside the continued paranormal activity taking place at their home, their daughter Karen fell seriously ill with a fever that the doctors couldn't diagnose at the time and almost died. Several of the other girls were also visited by this sickening presence at night, as Janet also was and continued to be. The demon also began to physically attack the family more often, causing stinging scratches and cuts on their bodies at random times, as well as deep and bruising bite marks. Still trying to help the family rid themselves of this creature, and fearing for the family's continued torment, the Warrens convinced the Smurls to allow a second exorcism to take place, and McKenna again would visit and conduct a second exorcism months later in the early spring. During this exorcism ritual, EVPs were recorded, which when played back after the fact, would reveal multiple entities laughing at and berating them for their efforts. Ed Warren would also be choked during this visit and would be incapacitated for multiple days after. Unfortunately, the second exorcism also failed, leading to even more violent manifestations of evil. Trying to get away from it all for even just a few days, the family went on a camping trip to the Pocono Mountains, but the demon would follow them there as well, tormenting them wherever they went, allowing for no rest, no decompression, and no peace. Upon returning to their home following this trip and getting even more desperate, they decided to reach out to a local TV show called People Are Talking to see if anyone could possibly help them. They did, however, remain anonymous during their interview, and this call for help, however, went unanswered, but the demons seemed to retaliate against them for it. Janet would once again be hurled against a wall, and Jack would experience something truly terrifying and new. As he woke up in the early morning to get ready for work before the sun had come up, a light rain tapped the glass of the windows outside. As he dressed himself and began to gather his things for his workday departure, he came down the stairs and was greeted by a disgusting and horrid creature. Standing in front of the door was a monstrous being whose head almost touched the ceiling. It resembled a horrible amalgamation of a man and a pig, standing upright on two legs. It screeched and rushed towards him, but as he fell backwards onto the stairs, hurting his back, the creature stood over him, face to face, snarling, before it disappeared. This manifestation disturbed and rattled Jack to his core. The same morning, shortly after Jack had left for work, because although terrified, he still had to provide for his family if they ever wanted to have a chance of escaping this hellscape of a home. Janet was woken up a short while later by a hand reaching up through her mattress and grabbing the back of her neck and pulling her towards it and choking her. After these events, horrific snarling noises, like that of a pig, could be heard coming from inside the walls. The time was now August of 1986, and the Smurls felt that the risk of ridicule did not outweigh the need for their story to reach a wider audience, so that somehow, somewhere, someone could possibly help them be freed from this torment. They would soon be granted an interview with the Wilkes-Barre Sunday newspaper, but instead of someone reading and immediately coming to their aid, their home quickly became a tourist attraction instead. The press, skeptics, and curious onlookers alike began to visit the house and camp outside of it at all hours of the day and night, with some particularly weird people even coming up and staring into the home's windows themselves. Some of their neighbors who had seen and heard strange things coming from the Smurl residence began to turn on them. They believed that the family was concocting some kind of a story to try and make money. Eventually, however, despite the torment inside and outside of the home now that they were experiencing, the Smurls would be contacted by a medium by the name of Mary Alice Rinkman, who offered to meet with them. Upon meeting the family and walking through the home, it was also Mary's conviction that there were 4 entities within the house, 3 human spirits, and 1 who had never been human, thus corroborating the Warrens' beliefs about the situation as well. She would, however, take things a bit further. She identified the old woman by the name of Abigail, the murderous man as Patrick, and the violent and ill-tempered spirit as Patrick's wife. And the 4th entity, of course, could not be identified by name, but was indeed a very powerful demon. The press coverage, despite the ridicule and the positive acquaintance of Mary, also had pushed the Scranton Catholic Diocese into action as well. They offered to take over the investigation. In the meantime, the Warrens had not given up on the family, but rather had reached out to several more priests and had arranged for a mass exorcism to be conducted, with 4 priests taking part, as well as multiple prayer groups. Alongside this, now Bishop McKenna came in for a 3rd and final time and conducted an exorcism on the house for the family. And fortunately, the ritual, at least for a time, seemed to work, because following it, there were no disturbances for about 3 months. But as winter set in that year, just before Christmas of 1986, Jack would again see the creature that had tormented him for all of those years. This time, however, it beckoned him to allow it to take over. But clutching a rosary in his pocket that had been gifted to him by the church, he prayed as hard as he could, and thankfully this time, the demon vanished, never to be seen again. However, the putrid smells and violent manifestations would return and continue day in and day out. Frustrated, hopeless, and exhausted, the Smurls by this point had finally saved enough to be able to leave this dreaded duplex on Chase Street and decided they needed the closest thing to a fresh start as they could get. So when they finally did move, they moved to a completely new town, one where the ridicule would not find them. But like the terrible pattern shown before, the demon did not seem to be tied to the property, but rather the family. The activity started back up almost as soon as they had moved in and laid their heads to rest in their new home. It would take some time, but in 1988, the church finally sanctioned a fourth exorcism, but this time at their new residence. And this finally seems to have given the family peace. A few things I would like to mention, however, are these. From my own personal experience and many other stories I've researched, it seems like renovations, particularly on older homes, can wake up dormant spirits or hauntings. Perhaps this is what happened to the Smurls. It's hard to tell if the assaults were one or multiple demonic entities, but if they did truly exist, how did they get in the home to begin with? And my guess is that the collection of negative energy attracts them, like moths to a flame. Perhaps they enjoy or feed off of human suffering. This would only make sense to me considering that they hate humans, refuse to bow to them in the beginning. Perhaps once they're embedded in one's life, they continue to sow said suffering, to exploit and grow stronger, ultimately trying to take the human's life and their soul back with them to hell. I would also like to mention that scratching on a person and inside the walls, as well as disembodied breathing, are all signs of demonic infestation. And for one reason or another, having actually experienced this personally, seeing the manifestation of a pig-like demon or a creature, as well as hearing pig snarling coming from within the walls, is considered to be a serious or incredibly strong sign of a very strong demonic infestation. As far as the initial activity, the seeping through of the stains, the sinks turning on, toilets flushing on their own, and leaky pipes, those initially could be written off as poor skill when the work was initially done. But it seemed like with this story, all of these things were working perfectly fine for months before they all of a sudden, almost at the same time, began to go wrong, while costing the family money that they didn't have. And money at the time seemed to be their main issue, as well as the paranormal. So perhaps the demon knew and exploited this to add to the misery it was feeding on. But truly, at the end of the day, the conclusion is yours to make. Was the Smurl haunting legitimate, or just another tale concocted for money, or inside the broken minds of individuals who claim to have experienced it? Let me know down in the comments below. They would eventually release a book about all they had experienced, called The Haunted, in 1988. But financials or how successful it was never released, at least not from what I could find. But what I do know is this. It's extremely important to examine a situation from all angles just before diving into it. Although a place might seem like a fresh new start, it could indeed be your fresh new hell. And those renovations that you think are going to improve your quality of life could awaken something that has been watching and waiting for a new host to attach itself to and feed upon until it can wear it down, rot, and eventually drag it back to the depths from where it came from. When you think of the paranormal realm, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Is it a haunted place, a person who's being tormented by unseen forces, or an object like a doll that has seemingly taken on a life of its own? Or perhaps a little of all three and more. But have you considered that a vehicle could be haunted? Considering if objects could be haunted, it seems possible to me that this story may just convince you that something inhabits this vehicle in particular. Something malevolent. This strange tale over the decades has seemed to take on a life of its own, and not only has it been requested, but deserves its very own rendition here on Mystery Archives. This is the haunting story of James Dean's cursed car, and whether or not it continues to plague the lives of those who possess its parts. James Dean, both in the 50s at the height of his fame and even today, is widely considered a Hollywood icon. Born James Byron Dean in 1931, he was born into a humble background in Marion, Indiana, the only child of Mildred Wilson and Winton Dean. Growing up, he excelled in school both academically and athletically, playing varsity baseball and basketball, as well as becoming an avid student of drama. His efforts would eventually land him at UCLA in 1949 after his high school graduation, where he began to truly pursue his passion for acting. He had first started out as a pre-law major, but would soon switch his major to drama. His first role in college that truly made him consider becoming an actor was when he was selected out of a group of 350 other actors to portray Malcolm in the play Macbeth. Shortly after this, he also began acting in James Whitmore's workshop. Although he loved acting, his father didn't, and his choice of major would soon alienate the two from each other. But refusing to give up on his dreams, James would drop out of UCLA in January of 1951 to pursue a full-time career as an actor. It was during this time that he began to pay his dues, so to speak. First starring in a Pepsi commercial, then landing a series of walk-on roles in various movies such as Fixed Bayonets, Sailor Beware, and Has Anybody Seen My Gal? While struggling to pay the bills whilst chasing his dreams, James also worked as a parking lot attendant at CBS Studios, where he would eventually meet Rogers Brackett, a radio director and agent who offered him professional advice and guidance to assist him in furthering his career. Brackett would open a major door for James, a starring role in the Broadway play See the Jaguar, which would indeed continue to open many other opportunities for the aspiring actor. Moving from walk-on roles in movies to several television appearances and soon a major role in a major film, he would finally receive his big break in 1953, where he starred in the movie East of Eden. It was here that his complexity as an actor and improv skills were finally able to shine. Almost immediately after East of Eden premiered, Dean would quickly pick up another and an even bigger role in Rebel Without a Cause, as well as another film called Giant following soon after. Rebel Without a Cause is what seemed to make Dean a cultural icon, becoming not only an admired actor to many, but a heartthrob as well to thousands. In 1954, shortly after East of Eden had concluded being filmed, James began to take an interest in auto racing. He purchased several vehicles for the hobby, including a Triumph Tiger T110 and a Porsche 356. James competed in his first professional event at Palm Springs Road Races, held in Palm Springs, California, where he achieved first place in the novice class and second place for the main event. He continued to race and would race at Bakersfield a month later, where he would take first in his class and third overall. Really taking to the motorsport, he hoped to compete in the Indianapolis 500, but his busy filming schedule unfortunately made this impossible. His final race would occur in Santa Barbara on May 30th, 1955. During this race, he was unfortunately unable to finish due to a blown piston. His racing career was then placed on hold by Warner Brothers, the studio in charge of the film Giant, until filming was finished. Dean would finish his scenes, and while Giant was in post-production, with the ban lifted, he decided that he would race again. However, this time, he wanted something stronger and faster. On September 23rd, 1955, James purchased a new 1955 Porsche 550 Spyder and brought it to the legendary flim-flammer George Barris to have it personalized before his next race. During the customization process, he chose tartan seats, the number 130 emblazoned upon the hood, and the name Little Bastard painted on the back, just underneath the Porsche emblem on the engine cover. Almost as soon as his car was done being customized, and James began to drive it around, There was a series of omens that should have alerted him that something wasn't quite normal with Little Bastard. Later that day, on September 23rd, James was driving his new car around Los Angeles, where he met up with British actor Alec Guinness to show him his new toy. Almost immediately, Alec became very wary of the car. In his personal diary, he said this in regards to seeing it for the first time, and this is also a summary of what he told James himself in person that day. The sports car looked sinister to me, exhausted, hungry, feeling a little ill-tempered in spite of Dean's kindness. I heard myself saying in a voice that I could hardly recognize as my own, "Please, never get in it. If you get in that car, you'll be found dead in it by this time next week." After being told that his car seemed sinister and that he would be found dead in it by this time next week, all James did was laugh. Exactly 1 week later, on September the 30th, James Dean and Rolf Wuttereich, a former Luftwaffe pilot and factory-trained Porsche mechanic, were at Competition Motors in Hollywood, preparing Little Bastard for racing that week at the Salinas Road Races in Salinas, California. The intent was for Dean to transport the car via a trailer to Salinas, behind his 1955 Ford Country Squire, with his photographer, Bill Hickman. But before it could be raced, the car needed some break-in miles on it to make sure everything was in working order. Rolf suggested driving the car to Salinas to break in the engine and familiarize himself with his new vehicle. He would also ride with him. After having a cup of coffee across the street from Competition Motors at 1:15 p.m., the group departed for Salinas. At 3:30 p.m., patrolman O.V. Hunter said he stopped and wrote Dean a ticket just south of Bakersfield, California, for driving 65 miles per hour in a 55. Hickman, who was towing the trailer, would receive a ticket for 20 miles over the speed limit because he was towing a trailer in which the maximum speed allowed would have only been 45 miles per hour. The crew would then stop at Blackwell's Corner on Route 466 for drinks. Here they also met up with Lance Ravendlow and Bruce Kessler, two other racers who would also be competing in the Salinas road races. Once they had departed at about 5:15 p.m., Dean and Hickman drove west towards Paso Robles. A half an hour later, a black and white 1950 Ford Tudor coupe was headed east on 466. The vehicle was being driven by a 23-year-old California Polytechnical student, a man with the strange name of Donald Turnipseed. Donald made a left on Route 41, and as he crossed the center line, Dean, who was traveling around 85 miles per hour, tried to avoid him. However, despite his best efforts, the two vehicles collided head-on. The Ford coupe, upon the collision, slid 39 feet down Route 466 in the westbound lane. Dean bore the brunt of the collision, but stayed within the car. Wuttereich, however, was thrown from the Spider and was laying on the shoulder multiple feet away from the scene. Upon the arrival of emergency personnel, with Little Bastard completely totaled, they would have to pry James from the mangled vehicle using a crowbar. An unconscious and dying James Dean was then placed into the ambulance, along with a heavily injured Rolf. The closest hospital was 30 miles away, and as the ambulance rushed towards Paso Robles War Memorial Hospital, they too, as if they had been stricken with the worst luck imaginable, would also be involved in a car accident. Despite the horrible circumstances surrounding the initial accident, the ambulance did eventually make its way to the hospital, roughly 45 minutes later, and although it would take months of recovery, Rolf would live. But despite the emergency crew's best efforts, Dean, however, would be pronounced dead on arrival at 6:20 p.m. His final cause of death upon autopsy would be determined to be a broken neck and internal hemorrhaging as a result of the crash. He also had sustained multiple broken bones, including his legs, arms, and jaw, as well as multiple severe external lacerations.
Donald Turnipseed, however, despite his vehicle also being totaled, walked away with barely a scratch. After his death, James Dean would be nominated for 2 Academy Awards in 1956 and 1957 for his roles in East of Eden and Giant. He would also become the first actor to posthumously win an Academy Award for one in 1956. Seemingly being cut down in his prime at the young age of 24, Dean's death was an unprecedented tragedy. But the story of Little Bastard, despite being crumpled in the crash, would be far from over. A man by the name of George Barris purchased the wrecked Porsche remnants for $2,500 later that year, likely with the intent to host some sort of an exhibit with it and to sell tickets. But after he purchased it, while transporting the remains, upon arriving at his shop, the car slipped off the trailer and broke the leg of his mechanic. Once it was secured in one of the shop's garages, in approximately 1 month's time, while Barris was arranging for the first exhibit to open, the garage housing the car mysteriously caught fire and burned to the ground. Even more mysterious, upon surveying the damage, the Porsche had sustained no damage from the fire itself. Barris would eventually arrange for a second exhibit, which was held at a local high school in conjunction with the California Highway Patrol. But this showing too was unexpectedly cut short. When the car was surrounded by onlookers and students, it suddenly fell off of its display and broke a young student's hip. Getting an eerie sense that something was off with this car, Barris then began to sell its parts. He would sell the engine to a man named Troy McHenry and the drivetrain to William Eskrid. The two used parts to build cars of their own and had even once raced one another, and both would experience horrendous accidents. During a street race, Troy would lose control of his vehicle, veer off the street, and slam directly into a tree. The impact would kill him instantly. And shortly after Troy's tragedy, William, who was casually driving his vehicle containing the drivetrain of Little Bastard, suddenly had his wheels lock up for no reason. And upon turning while experiencing this, the car began to roll, leaving him critically injured in the crash. He, however, despite his injuries, would live. While parting out what was left of the car, Barris would also sell 2 of the Porsche's tires, which had been untouched since the accident that claimed Dean's life. After selling the tires, he also installed them on the customer's vehicle at his shop. However, upon driving home, both of them, not one or the other, but both, simultaneously exploded, causing the driver to lose control and drive off the road. They would, fortunately, regain control of their vehicle, and despite being shaken up, were unharmed. George Barris, after selling what parts he could, would continue trying to arrange exhibits for the remnants of the car to be shown. The third and final exhibit that was set to happen was going to be held by the Los Angeles chapter of the National Safety Council as a traveling display. However, the truck driver who was hired to transport Little Bastard to the exhibit on a flatbed truck, a man named George Barkis, would be involved in an accident while heading there. He would be ejected from his vehicle and would land to the side of the flatbed. And whether it was a failure of securing the remnants or something more sinister, he would be crushed and killed when the Porsche rolled off the flatbed and onto him. There would be other mishaps as the twisted Porsche would be loaned out to various exhibits across the country in the years to come. But when it was on loan to a safety exhibit in Miami, Florida in 1960, following the conclusion of the exhibit, as it was being hauled back to Los Angeles, the truck that was carrying what was left of the vehicle would once again be involved in a fatal crash, killing the driver. What remained of the Porsche known as Little Bastard vanished from the scene that day, and to this day, all these years later, it has never been seen again, nor has any of its parts, despite collectors and enthusiasts alike willing to put up big money for even a genuine scrap of its remains. But before we speculate on what could have happened to it, I would first like to give my take on the bizarre activity that surrounds this now infamous legend. To me, if there was ever something that could be considered cursed, this once prized Porsche of James Dean very much fits the bill, given all that we've learned. But just why would it have been cursed? And how? These are questions that I've pondered while researching this topic. There of course doesn't seem to be a proper answer, or even a real speculated one that would genuinely make sense that I could find. There doesn't seem to be any crazy occult ties to anyone he was involved with, but one theory that I did come across could possibly explain why. But of course, this is just a theory. I don't want people getting mad at me. James Dean, besides being an acclaimed actor by the young age of 24, was most definitely a heartthrob with the ladies. It's been rumored that among his various affairs with rich and powerful women, he also had multiple escapades per week. The theory I came across was this: could it have been possible that some star-crossed lover or fling of Dean's could have placed a curse on him? Curses, of course, like anything paranormal in nature, are subject to a sense of belief in these kinds of things, or so most think. Perhaps Dean broke the heart of the wrong person. With Dean hitting the big time and also taking up car racing in between films or the filming of those films, perhaps one of his girlfriends, rather jealous or heartbroken, or both, placed a curse of sorts on him, either on him or something to do with his newfound love for motorsports. How this would have exactly imprinted specifically upon the newly purchased Porsche of 1955 goes far beyond my expertise, but it is the only explanation I could find that would remotely make sense, aside from a horrible string of unfortunate coincidences. And strangely enough, the man who hit Dean, having the name of Donald Turnipseed. Turnipseed, in my opinion, is all too close to turnip speed. It's kind of weird, don't you think? With all of the darkness surrounding this car, Rolf had a very tragic ending as well. Upon his post-wreck recovery, he began to receive horrible letters from James Dean's fans, blaming him for the actor's death. This eventually led to a terrible drinking problem, as he felt responsible for what had happened. He would eventually move back to Germany, where he experienced many lows, including multiple divorces, and his final marriage, however, seemed to be at the lowest point in his life. Having been depressed for years, coupled with other psychological problems stemming from the guilt of the accident, with too much alcohol in his system, in 1969, Rolf attempted to end his fourth wife. He stabbed her 14 times with a kitchen knife while she slept. Afterwards, he attempted to take his own, but failed. He was, however, arrested and would spend a lengthy term in a mental institution instead of prison. This would also be his last and final divorce. He would for a short time bounce back as both a Porsche mechanic and would also be a racer himself once again. But again as well, he succumbed to psychological issues, falling back on hard times. In July of 1981, he signed a contract for 20,000 Deutschmarks for a feature in a TV show discussing the accident and the death of James Dean. As he contemplated what he was going to discuss, he would become heavily intoxicated, and later that night, he would crash his Honda Civic into the wall of a residence in Kupferzell. Ironically, like James, he too had to be cut from the wreck and would be pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital. Now, where exactly could the remains of the Porsche have gone? The most likely explanation, in my opinion, had to have been bystanders who witnessed the crash. And my guess is that perhaps they didn't know exactly what they had, but rather saw dollar signs. This could perhaps explain why it didn't show back up. Perhaps people who owned the parts and/or the vehicles with the parts didn't know what they indeed possessed. But what also makes this strange is that they've never shown back up at all.
There is one transaxle that was rumored to be from James Dean's car that was found in a wooden box in rural Massachusetts, but from what I could find, it has yet to be confirmed as genuine. It was either that people didn't know what they had, or something terrible happened to them as well, and what remains they did possess, or parts that they had put in their cars, could have ended up scrapped somewhere, never to be seen again. Although I don't want to persuade you one way or another, with all the strange, dark, and terrible events that surround the Porsche 550 Spider, known as James Dean's little bastard, one certainly has to consider that there is something otherworldly or cursed surrounding this case. But is it a curse? Is it something evil? Or is it just a horrible string of coincidences? Let me know down in the comments below. Either way, this is one car I have absolutely no desire to see, let alone ride in one that contains any piece of it. When a family moves into a new house, they discover its gruesome past and are met face to face with a grotesque horror. They must choose to fight or let their ever-growing fear consume them. Will they make it out alive, or will evil triumph? This is the untold story of the terrifying Snydecker family haunting, better known as a haunting in Connecticut. Evil entities, specters of another world that create misery and sow discord to engorge and strengthen themselves. Are they simply figments of the human imagination, a byproduct of the human condition, if you will? This story, as well as many others that have been covered here on this channel, beg the question: do evil beings from another world truly exist? I'm not here to convince you either way. All that I ask is that you draw your own conclusions, because this story, like others, will make you truly wonder just what could be lurking in the shadows. The day is a cold one. Snow drifts down from the sky and covers everything in a layer of frozen powder. But colder still is the life-altering news the Snydecker family has just received. Their son Philip has been diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma at the age of 14. And unless something short of a miracle takes place to put the disease into remission, he will die in less than 6 months. He is already deteriorated from a strong and healthy boy to a ghost of his former self. For Philip to undergo experimental treatments, he has to see a specialist located over 300 miles away from the family home, in a hospital located in Connecticut. As his treatments begin, the family soon realizes that the 8-hour daily round trips are unsustainable, not just for the family members taking Philip, but more importantly, to Philip himself, who is becoming weaker as a result of the cancer and the radiation. Wanting to do anything they can to lessen the burden and get their son closer to his doctors to give him a fighting chance, Alan and Carmen liquidate what is left of their assets, as Alan puts in a transfer to move to another site with his company and into the state of Connecticut. As Alan handles the children at home, Carmen heads to Connecticut to attempt to find a suitable place to live for her family. But with 2 adults and 4 children altogether, this isn't the easiest of tasks to accomplish, given their budget. After dozens of appointments and dozens of refusals, the situation was becoming bleak. That was until she happened to drive by another house. As she contemplated what the future held, Carmen happened to drive by a large house with a for rent sign hanging in the front yard. Upon inquiring, she made her way inside to speak with the owner of the property, and although renovations were still taking place, and it would be a short while before the home was ready to live in, she was allowed to take a tour. Almost immediately, she fell in love with the home. Its freshly laid hardwood flooring and inviting interior seemed to call out to her, and with 4 bedrooms, 2 upstairs and 2 downstairs, and plenty of room for everyone, it seemed like the perfect fit. And more importantly, it was just minutes away from the hospital, which was the primary factor, of course. Fearing that the large size of the house would be far outside of their budget,
Carmen decided to cut to the chase and asked the property owner just how much the rent would be, and as if a gift from the universe itself, it just happened to fit their budget perfectly. After a handshake the first day, before too long, the terms are inked and the family begins to move in. Finally, after all of these months of struggle and worry, they have now secured a fighting chance for some kind of normalcy for the entire family, and an even better chance for their son Philip to beat his cancer. Several weeks later, as the children are staying with relatives, Carmen and Alan begin to move things into the house. Just seeing the home for the first time, Alan agrees that his wife did a great job given the situation, and that the house would be a good fit for the family. That was until the couple looked into the basement. A small room was now present that Carmen hadn't seen on her initial walkthrough, perhaps one that was being renovated at the time. As her and Alan opened the door and walked into it, they began to notice strange tools that they had never seen before laid out on several tables, as well as a sink located in the back of the room. As the snow falls outside and the whispers of the winter wind make themselves heard, the Snydeckers unveil a hideous revelation. Tucked in the basement of their new rental home, a home that they've moved in order to give their son a fighting chance against cancer, appears to have previously been a funeral home, one where the dead have been prepared for burial in. And unbeknownst to anyone, some of the old tools and saws were still present now in the room as they come to this realization. Shocked and angry with herself, Carmen initially refuses to bring the children there, especially Philip. But after being talked down by Alan, who told her to consider their situation, the fact that they had already signed an agreement, that they had spent every last penny on Philip's treatments, the move, and the rent, that even if it was a funeral home, no one likely died there, and Carmen finally relents and agrees to continue with the move-in process. The two vow to hide the morbid past of the home and its contents from their children. They contact the landlord, who removes the embalming and preparation equipment, but leaves several tables and a deep freeze that might be useful to the family. And several weeks later, the rest of the family moves in. As Philip and the other children wander from room to room, examining their new house, Carmen begins to mop the floors to prepare to bring in the furniture to complete their move. But as she fills the bucket with soap and hot water and begins to mop where the items will go, she experiences an omen of sorts. As she mops from side to side, the steamy and soapy water began to congeal and turn into a thick and dark red substance, like that of dead blood. As the liquid smears all over the hardwood floor, within an instant, as she blinks, things seem to be back to normal. Attributing the bizarre vision to intense stress and exhaustion, she tries to write the experience off and continues mopping. Meanwhile, Philip has wandered into the basement stairwell and begins to descend the stairs. Feeling an icy and cold presence overtake him, the lower he gets into the basement. As his eyes scan the room, he feels an ominous presence staring at him, when suddenly he hears a voice call out to him from a specific room, and this voice knew his name. Scared and unnerved, he makes his way back upstairs and greets his mother in the kitchen. He tells her that they need to leave immediately because he doesn't feel like any of them are safe. Carmen initially wrote off the feelings of her son due to him having his illness, adjusting to a new environment and believing that it was an inner voice, not a physical one that he was hearing. But she would realize that she indeed was very, very wrong. As the days grow more difficult and long, the family began to turn to their faith for guidance. Reaching out to the priest who had married the couple, Alan and Carmen have him pray a prayer of healing over Philip, hoping to assist in his treatment. But despite their best efforts, he is only continuing to get worse. By this time, the entire family has moved into the former funeral home, including the other children, but no one has told the children that it was indeed a funeral home. Philip, unbeknownst to the rest of the family, had figured this out on his own. Carmen would eventually attribute his discovery to him being so close to death at the time. She believed that the veil between life and death had become so thin for her boy that he could see what no one else could, and know perhaps what others didn't. Working to provide as best as he could, Alan had long since gone back to work, leaving Carmen to run the strange and new house with their family and sick son on her own. He would be home on the weekends until his transfer was finalized, because despite the horrors of having a cancer-ridden child, the bills unfortunately never stop. As the days progress, the strangeness within the home begins to reveal itself from the shadows. The youngest daughter of the Snydeckers is playing with her toys in her room as the wind whistles outside, as she talks with the dolls and places them within their doll house. A figure grazes the background of her room. When the little girl looks up above her dollhouse, she sees the figure of a woman with pale skin and sunk-in eyes. Screaming, she races to her mother as fast as possible. Carmen comforts the poor girl, who is shaking as she grips her mother. Wanting to comfort her, Carmen goes upstairs to try and dismiss her daughter's fears, and despite her searching, nothing seems out of the ordinary. Believing that Philip and his brother were playing tricks on the poor child, Carmen angrily rushes to find and confront them. But despite her rage, the boys swear that they never told her the secret that Philip had discovered, and that neither of them had played any tricks on her whatsoever. Bewildered, Carmen sets them straight and heads back to the kitchen to cook the family dinner. The only peace for her seems to come at night, when the children are fast asleep in their beds, with the crisp air holding an ever-present moon above their home. Despite believing that all of her children were fast asleep, and with the house being so calm, her boys in the basement room were not getting much sleep at all. The boys are often woken up by the sounds and then visuals of someone or something moving behind the closed door. At first they thought it was simply shadows or their minds playing tricks on them, when one or the other would be the only ones awake. But now that it was both of them, they were seeing the exact same thing and experiencing the same exact chill creeping up their spines. The two would then continue to confide in one another, as brothers often do, about all the things they had experienced individually once the bizarre specter had dematerialized. The days grew longer and more stressful as time wore on. Philip was knocking on death's door, and his lack of sleep was not helping his treatment, for the frigid nights brought the icy touch of death and the wandering apparitions of another world into theirs. Soon the boys can no longer take it. They approach Carmen to explain what they've been seeing, and that there's been a man in what they now call the lab room and their room in the basement. Carmen, as per usual, whether it was to cope with the mounting pressures and responsibilities of their daily lives, or to try and convince them to negate their fear, or both, wrote off the boys as having nothing more than overactive imaginations, reminding Philip that he was very sick and this could play a role in him seeing something that perhaps wasn't there. However, that would still not explain his brother experiencing the exact same thing at the exact same time. Another typical day in their new lives, Carmen begins cooking dinner for the family, and up until this point, she hasn't had an experience that she's recognized as anything truly paranormal that wasn't stress-related or something else that she could write off entirely. She had just set all the dishes out on the table for her family, and as she starts to make her way to the deep freeze to grab the protein she'd be cooking for the family's meal, she hears slight movement coming from the dining room. As she grabs and then sets the meat down in the kitchen, she goes to examine what the sound was. All of the dishes are gone, without a trace, as if she never placed them down at all. Feeling as if she was losing her mind, Carmen can't so easily dismiss this experience because she knows she set that table. Meanwhile, Philip's younger brother, Bobby, was down in their room. He knows something strange is happening in the house that they can't explain, given the apparitions and the noises the two of them have heard and experienced together, along with whatever their younger sister had seen. But this experience seems more personal. He begins to hear what first sounds like whispers coming from the lab room and sees the apparition of a man behind the closed, windowed door. He can't make out any features other than a general outline and his size, but the closer he gets, the more audible the whispering becomes. And this man, this thing, is slowly muttering the name, Philip. Feeling that sense of terror overtake him, fight or flight takes over the boy, and he quickly runs upstairs where he bumps into his mother. Having just had her own experience, she's not sure what to say to him. So taking his hand, the two make their way to the basement and towards the lab room where the whispers had been coming from. After a tense couple seconds, Carmen opens the door, only to be met with silence. Although she believed in the spirit world, she up until this point did not believe that it could interact with the world of the living. But given what her kids have been telling her and what she's just experienced that very night, she wasn't so sure anymore. She had to consider the prospect that her house may just be haunted. Alan would arrive the following morning to spend the weekend with his family. At the same time, a winter storm began to set in as he arrived. After speaking with his wife and knowing that Philip has made the other children aware of the macabre past of the home, he finds it important to address the issue as a family, believing that the information could perhaps just be adding fuel to overactive imaginations. At the breakfast table, he does just that, finally addressing the family that they indeed were living in an old funeral home, but that there was no reason for the children to be scared, that there were no monsters lurking in the shadows, and no specters of otherworldly beings watching them. Although Philip and his brother argue that they've seen and experienced the same things, and they have indeed been very real, they are once again dismissed. Alan would then pull Philip aside to ask him that despite the entire situation, with him being the oldest, if he could please set an example for the rest of the children and not scare them with ghost stories. Philip's cancer treatments continue day after day, slowly draining the remaining funds the family has left. Meanwhile, he continues to see and experience even more paranormal happenings within the home. His mother attributes this to his illness and the interactions between his body and medications he's been placed on, despite knowing that her other children and even herself have had their own experiences. Another bizarre development recently has been that most, if not all, of the family's crucifixes that have been placed all throughout their home have started to go missing, with no indication as to where they could have gone. The nightly disturbances have also become regular by this point, with Philip and his brother seeing the man in the lab room ever more frequently, as well as hearing and seeing other apparitions circling them as they lay in their beds. This night is no different. The boys wake up their parents screaming in terror that the man is back. But after sweeping the house and ensuring that everything is locked, that there was no way anyone could have possibly gotten in, Alan, being very wary of being woken up almost every night, forces the boys to go back to bed, again dismissing their experiences. Tired of not being believed, the boys began to leave the lights on in their room and talk amongst themselves to comfort one another as they would slowly but surely begin to fall asleep. Convinced that Philip was seeing things due to his medication and then influencing the younger children, his parents requested that he be examined for any possible interactions by his doctor. And after a series of tests, the doctor would conclude that nothing Philip was on could be causing such things. The only other possible answer was a psychological problem alongside his cancer. Alan was now picking up every hour he possibly could, as well as any side work that presented itself, to try and keep up with the mounting debt the family was being buried in. On any given day, a 2-inch stack of bills, either late or termination notices, could be found on the kitchen counter. While sorting through them, he was shocked to find an electric bill, almost twice its average. To him, the children sleeping with the lights on because of ghost stories was not only causing them to lose sleep, but now was costing the family money they simply didn't have. So to counteract this, and of course feeling as if he was justified in doing so, he goes to each one of their rooms and removes all of their light bulbs, except for one. At night, however, the lights that used to make them feel protected and bring them relief would soon contribute to a new supernatural horror. Sleeping in their room in the basement, the Snydecker boys are suddenly woken up by the flashing of their overhead lights. Glancing to find the source, they see their little sister flicking the lights on and off, and despite there being no light bulbs in their sockets, they are still flashing on and off. Running towards her, the youngest brother chases her up the stairs, but she's just too quick for him to catch her. Instead, he runs into his parents when he exits the basement door. But strangely, his mother explains to him that she's been asleep in her room for hours now, and she would know because she had tucked her in and had been near the basement ever since. Not believing her at first, he rushes upstairs to soon find her fast asleep in her bed. He is now even more freaked out because whatever this thing was could take the form of a family member. Meanwhile, as his brother comes to terms with this hideous revelation, a voice begins to call to Philip once again from the lab room, waking him up. Getting sick of living in fear, Philip finally decides to confront whoever or whatever has been calling out to him and approaches the room. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, he is met face to face with the entity that has been calling his name. The apparition appeared to him as a man with dark, red, almost blood-filled eyes, began to whisper to him things about the home's past. After this freezing winter's night, Philip began to undergo a radical change in personality. He began to pull away and isolate himself from the rest of the family, insisting that he be left alone in the basement and that his brother Bobby move upstairs, making Bobby feel alienated from their once close and confiding relationship. Despite these personality changes, a miracle seemed to take place, one that the family had been praying for since the very beginning of their struggle. After months of daily treatments, Philip's blood labs finally came back normal. His cancer was in remission, but surprisingly, he almost doesn't seem to care at all. Later that evening, as the family prepares to celebrate the good news, they also welcome a guest for the first time since they had moved. Their niece Teresa would be temporarily living with them and had just arrived from New York. Her parents had been separated and undergoing a messy divorce, so to help her make the best of the situation, they've allowed her to stay with them. Not having seen the family in quite some time, Teresa begins to get reacclimated with them, but soon notices that Philip, who she had previously been very close to, was missing from the party. She would eventually find him in the basement and also noticed that something was very different about him. He seemed darker, more angry, and not at all like the boy that she used to know. He would eventually confide in her all the paranormal activity he and the others had experienced in the house, its past, and that his parents did not believe them. This made him feel extremely isolated and alone, and that the activity had not simply gone away, but had continued to get worse each and every night. His experiences, as he explained them to Teresa, ranged from scratching on his door and inside his walls, to his name being called, to seeing the apparitions of figures surrounding him, hearing whispering, and also seeing and hearing a man in a suit with blood-red eyes call out to him, and that this man would also visit his bedside every single night and tell him things that his parents had said about him, negative and terrible things. He would then encourage Philip to take action and to hurt his own family. Shortly into her stay, Teresa began to observe that the hatred and malice that was dwelling within Philip had seemed to make itself a part of the family's daily routine. Fights and screaming matches soon became a daily occurrence, especially between Philip and Alan, with Alan seeming to resent Philip for the family's financial situation, and for Philip feeling isolated and not being believed about what he was experiencing. According to Philip's diary, every night when he was trying to sleep, this creature, this demon, would visit him and push him harder and harder to commit unspeakable things. It got to the point to where Philip wouldn't even leave his room. He wouldn't argue back against this entity, and day after day, night after night, it pushed for him to hurt his family. Philip would continue to confide in Teresa that alongside this, he began to see other people within the basement who were dead and buried, as if they were trapped there by the man in the suit with the blood-red eyes. And this entity would continue to threaten to do things to Philip if he did not listen and do as he was told. While explaining these newer developments to her, without warning, he suddenly attacked her, grabbing her arm, trying to harm her. Breaking free and rushing up the stairs and into the arms of her Uncle Alan, she watched Philip essentially be exiled back into the basement, and with that, their relationship began to disintegrate. Upset at not only what had happened between her and Philip, but at the strange behavior and dysfunction that was taking place within the house, Teresa wept in her bed. She would eventually be gifted a rosary by Carmen, who believed that it would help comfort her, and she wore this to bed that night as a necklace of sorts. However, she would quickly discover that instead of comfort, this holy object made her a target instead. Fast asleep, Teresa was suddenly woken up by the sensation of her blankets being pulled from her body. She opened her eyes to find Philip staring at her with a crooked smile just before he attacked her, striking her several times in the face. Her screams thankfully quickly warranted Carmen and Alan, who subdued Philip immediately. Philip, after this unpredictable series of incidents, was then removed from the house due to his violence. Upon the arrival of law enforcement and medical personnel, he seemed to have no recollection of what had taken place, and was screaming and crying as he was being forcibly removed from the home and sent away for a mental evaluation. Alan and Carmen, after securing the rest of the children in the house, followed the ambulance to the hospital to sign the necessary paperwork to have Philip committed for the evaluation. But just before he was led into the hospital, he issued an ominous warning to the both of them. He said, "Mark my words, now that I'm out of the house, it'll be after you, and it will get worse." Shattered by what had taken place, the Snydecker's somber drive home turned into a long one, given the distance and the weather that they were braving. By the time they arrived back home, it's time for Alan to head to work. After dropping off Carmen, he departs for the day. Wanting to sleep, but too stressed to, Carmen sits on the edge of her bed, crying and contemplating what her son had said. What if this all truly was real? What would they even do? Where does one begin to fight something they can't see? She decides to head down into the basement, to Philip's room, to see if she can experience anything whatsoever. After several minutes, despite not seeing anything, she does begin to feel a massive drop in temperature, so low to the point to where she can see her breath. She also soon begins to shake with fear that she can't describe. Fighting these feelings, she issues a challenge to whatever could be lurking there, to show itself, to prove that it was indeed real, that it truly did exist. But despite her challenge, and waiting half an hour, she sees nothing. so she heads back upstairs to her room to take a shower to try and relax herself enough to sleep. Meanwhile, Alan had been driving in the dark heading to work for the day. During his drive, he was worried about his son, his family, and leaving them behind for the day in such a raw and emotional state. But he would have no way of knowing that these weren't the only problems he had to worry about. After his long drive, he finally arrives at work for the day and begins. He hopes to be distracted from his lack of sleep and family problems. As Carmen runs her shower and the rest of the children sleep, a horrific presence begins to manifest within the house. As she's washing herself, the shower curtain suddenly covers Carmen's face, catching her off guard, out of breath, and begins to smother her. At the same time, Teresa is startled awake. She's being strangled by the rosary she's wearing. She screams, pulling at her neck, and eventually frees herself from its stranglehold. She then runs towards the muffled screams of her aunt coming from her bedroom. Seemingly having no other choice after seeing her being strangled by the shower curtain, she pulls it off of her as fast and as hard as she possibly can. The two then share a moment of sheer terror and trauma, both having experienced things that they can't explain. However, unbeknownst to the two of them at home, Alan is about to experience an attack of his own. While working at his job site, he begins to hear his truck turn over, despite his keys being in his pocket. Glancing out to figure out just what this could be, he watches his truck begin to move towards his small work building, and then, as if someone had their foot on the gas, it began to accelerate to a high rate of speed, and before he could run out of the way, the truck smashes directly into the building and straight towards where he was standing. Back at the house, Carmen and Teresa are still in shock when suddenly the phone rings. However, there is nothing but a muffled laugh coming through from the other side. Feeling a burning sensation on her ear, Carmen immediately drops the phone to find that it's partially melted. Starting to scream, she finds herself frozen as she glances towards the ceiling after she sees something out of the corner of her eye. Teresa then sees it as well and begins to scream. A black cloud of some kind now floated above them. The two are absolutely mortified by these sudden and horrendous manifestations of supernatural evil that are taking place, and realize that Philip was right. This force, this demon, has taken over the entire house. Running out of the room and frantically into another, they rush to gather the rest of the children, but with a snowstorm raging outside and a demonic storm raging inside, they seemingly have no escape. Carmen is unsure of what to do. She then receives another phone call, this time picking up another landline in the home. It's Alan on the other end. He explains just what had taken place and that he was waiting for the authorities to arrive. Even more shocked and scared now that this entity has now attacked all members of the family and has left the home and attacked Alan as well, since all the events seem to take place roughly during the same time frame. She's convinced that the demon will follow them wherever they go to try and escape it. So although it is the middle of the morning during a winter storm, she makes a phone call to the only person who she thinks can help her in this desperate situation. She calls the priest who had married her and Alan and had blessed Philip before his cancer was in remission. Thankfully, for their sake, the father picked up on the other end and promised to head to the home as soon as possible. Given the road conditions, it takes him several hours to arrive, but thankfully, he does. First things first, the father wanted to speak with Carmen and figure out just what exactly was taking place, and after discussing anything and everything they can think with him, hoping for an answer to fix their situation, albeit it's never that easy, the father's response leaves them stunned. He tells them that he does believe them, but if that they simply ignore the presence and what it's been doing, it'll go away. This is the first time her faith has failed Carmen,
She's bewildered by his answer. How can you just ignore something that's tried to take your life, your family members' lives, this very day, alongside everything else that has been building up to this point? In her opinion, she couldn't. So once he left, she rushed to seek other, less conventional options to find the answers that she desperately needed. While digging through a phone book and multiple newspapers to try and find anything she could, she stumbled across an article about a husband and wife team of so-called demonologists who were set to give a lecture at a nearby university. After several additional phone calls, she makes contact with Lorraine Warren, which, after discussing the prospect of the visit with her husband Ed, agreed to come and visit Carmen that day to evaluate her situation. After their arrival and a brief interview, Lorraine starts to survey the house using her gift of discernment, a supposed extra sense that allows a person to discover the true nature of a situation, a person's character, or in this case, a spirit or haunting, whether it was something good and godly or something grotesque and not of God. She's almost immediately drawn to the basement. With no knowledge of the home prior, she makes her way towards the notorious lab room and soon begins to sense a plethora of beings. A sense of horrible depression and doom began to fill her entire soul. Among the many human spirits she felt something else, something sinister and sickening. There was a demonic force dwelling within the basement. She would later describe the feeling as if there was a doorway to hell itself located in that room. To remove any such spirits within the house, the Warrens informed Carmen that the Catholic Church would have to authorize an exorcism and send the appropriate personnel to make this happen, a process that could take weeks or even months. To try and expedite the process, the Warrens contact their lead researcher, a man named John Zaffis, to come in and document anything and everything that could be found so that a proper report could be submitted to the church. John, along with his crew, temporarily move into the home to try and document anything that they can find that'll help prove beyond a reasonable doubt that an exorcism is indeed needed to be performed to help this family. During their time there, they relied on video, audio, and photographic evidence to document their findings. At the Warrens' advice, so that the demon could not isolate any one person in the family, the entire family moves their beds into the living room to sleep together at night and protect one another. Thankfully, with the researchers also temporarily living there, at any one given point in time, there was always an additional person with a member of the family. However, with Philip gone, the entity begins to pursue the next most vulnerable person. Having suffered intense stress from the entire situation, given that her son was in a psych ward, her family dynamic was in tatters, and the bills were forever continuing to pile up. That person was Carmen. Carmen was also stricken with an overwhelming sense of guilt for not believing any of her children, especially Philip, about what they had experienced during the entire ordeal. And it seems like perhaps the entity exploited this within her for all that it was worth. As the family discussed potential findings with the Warrens, as well as their researchers, around their fireplace in the living room, Carmen was suddenly flung backwards. As everyone gathered around her, their faces switched from those of concern to horror, as her throat began to bulge and swell, and her face began to contort and twist. She would later describe what she felt while experiencing this. She said, "I felt as if I was in a dark hole, like a well, surrounded by black figures who I couldn't make out their features. I felt pure despair and hopelessness to the point where if I stopped breathing, I knew I deserved to." Rushing to her aid, but not being qualified to perform an exorcism themselves, the demonologists and their crew asked for the rest of the family to bring anything sacred to her to be placed upon her. Teresa rushes to find the rosary that she was gifted by her aunt, the same one Carmen believed would protect her. This was placed upon her in an effort to combat whatever was attacking her.
After hours of praying and pleading, the group's prayers, along with the rosary placement, seemed to work, at least temporarily breaking whatever spell Carmen was under. As she came back to waking life, she had no idea how long she had been out of it, and Lorraine Warren told her that she had been under attack for the last 8 hours as they had prayed over her. The experience seemed to last mere minutes to Carmen, yet they were the longest minutes she had ever experienced. It took several more weeks, but eventually the researchers, alongside the Warrens, were able to attain enough evidence in their view to provide the church. But they too, just as the family by this point, were beyond worn down. At night, they slept on mattresses alongside the family, all together in the living room, around the fireplace. Their mattresses would breathe an alternating breath to their own, not only waking and scaring them, but behaving as if they themselves were living, breathing creatures being laid on. Although they had researched and dealt with dozens, if not hundreds of paranormal cases, they believed what they experienced in the Snydecker home in Connecticut was by far the strongest demonic presence they had ever come into contact with. Close to what was supposed to be the final night, head researcher John Zaffis made the mistake of leaving the safety of the living room when he was suddenly woke up out of a sound sleep. He went and sat in the kitchen, unable to go back to sleep. Within minutes, he felt as if he had been placed in a freezer. All the warmth quickly left his body, and he began to see his own breath hang in the air. Having experienced this before, he knew he was being targeted. As fear began to overtake him, he began to call out to anyone and everyone that was sleeping just feet away in the living room, but was met with no response. He rushed to the living room where he began to see the mattresses breathing, but everyone who laid upon them was completely unresponsive. He then hears the basement door creak open. As he slowly walks to where he can see the entrance to the basement, he sees a man wearing a suit with a contorted face and blood-red eyes. The experience terrifies John so much to the point where he runs into the living room, shaking his crew awake and telling them that he has to get out. Having only spoken about the situation a handful of times since then, he would go on to say, "I have never, in the decades upon decades of investigating the paranormal, experienced something to that degree of evil since that night, and I pray I never do again." Days after John vacates the home, the Warrens finally manage to convince the Connecticut diocese to grant the family a priest to determine if an exorcism would be granted. Exorcism in the Catholic faith, especially these days, and even so in the 20th century, are only conducted in absolute secrecy and are extremely rare to be granted. Evil must be proven to be present beyond a reasonable doubt through a variety of methods. And rarer still is performing an exorcism on a building or place rather than a person. A priest by the name of Father Frank soon arrives to execute the church's orders and conduct an investigation on their behalf. Having viewed the evidence given to the church by the Warrens, he also listens to the Snydeckers about their experiences and tours the home. By the end of the interview, the family cannot tell if the father will be for or against advising the church to grant them what they so desperately believed they needed. Several agonizing weeks would go by until word was received from the church, and to the family's relief, they decided to grant them an exorcism. Another priest by the name of Father Richard was sent to conduct the ritual. Upon arriving during an exceptionally bad snowstorm, Father Richard is almost immediately drawn to the basement. As he descends the steps with Carmen behind him, he turns to her. His stone face, which has been relatively void of emotion, turns into a grimace, almost as if he sensed that there was something truly evil lurking within the shadows. Within seconds, he asks to step into the lab room and to close the doors behind him so that he may begin. As he starts to flick droplets of holy water into the space, the energy in the house seems to become darker and the air heavier. Despite feeling a malevolent presence surrounding him, Father Richard continued with the ritual. He went from room to room, conducting the exorcism and exalting God's blessings, until finally he was in the living room, in the presence of the Snydecker family, as well as Ed and Lorraine Warren. Now several hours in, as he was making his way towards the ritual's conclusion, the demonic presence that had plagued the family all of these days since they had first arrived at the beginning of this harsh winter in Connecticut refused to be ignored and was ready for a fight. Seen by everyone present, all objects in the room that weren't nailed down or being sat in began to shake and be thrown. Books, knickknacks, statues, and ornaments shattered as the snow and ice slapped the windows outside of the house. The more they prayed, the more they seemed to provoke the entity, and the more intense the activity became. Amidst the turmoil, and again witnessed by everyone, Teresa is lifted into the air by what she would later describe as massive, unseen hands, and is choked. It seems as if the entity is attempting to shock and break the prayers of those present, but Father Richard refuses to give in. Then, within the blink of an eye, it was as if whatever had been stalking the walls inside of the Snydecker home was gone. And despite the mess that now surrounded them, they could not be more relieved or thankful for their newfound freedom. Several days after the exorcism, they started the process of selling the house, not only to try and put their past experiences behind them to move forward, but to also not take a chance of the door that they believed they had closed with the help of their faith being reopened and reigniting their own personal paranormal hell. Philip would be released from the mental hospital about a month later after the exorcism had transpired. He not only seemed to be in stable condition, but appeared much healthier and was truly happy to see his family again. His cancer, thankfully, would never return. What happened in the Snydecker home is open to interpretation. Those who believe them believe the exorcism to be a resounding success, while those who don't believe see it as some kind of attention-grabbing hoax. The Warrens themselves back then, and even now long after their own deaths, continue to be polarizing figures, with some believing them to be legitimate demonologists and paranormal experts, with others believing that they were charlatans, nothing more than profiteers of people's fears. As stated in the beginning, I'm not here to convince you one way or the other. My job is to provide as many details as I can of what happened with the particular case, and the rest is up for you to decide. Some additional details I would like to add, however, are these. After investigating the home, the Warrens did launch a large media campaign promoting the home as majorly possessed. Whether this was for good or bad intentions, I can't say, because I simply don't know. Philip, unfortunately, would later develop a drug habit and would also later be diagnosed with schizophrenia. Whether this was a result of drug use or something that was there all along, we'll never know. But it did not appear to be his condition prior or even after his stint in the mental hospital. The story would go on to inspire a dramatized documentary with altered names of the family and with hidden interviews of the family in 2002, known as A Haunting in Connecticut. It would then again be popularized in 2009 when the horror film The Haunting in Connecticut was released. Upon moving out in 1987, the Snydeckers did not experience any other paranormal activity in their lives, and subsequent owners of the home say they haven't experienced any activity either. This is perhaps due to the successful exorcism of the home, or the demons simply existing within the minds of those involved. Again, the interpretation is up to you. But part of me still wonders, could hell still be locked away within the basement of that house, watching, lurking, and waiting for the right person to stumble upon its locked door, and to pry it open again? Could the blood-red eyes of the demonic man in the suit still be lusting for more souls? If so, this is one door I pray stays locked for good. If the walls of certain homes could speak, some of the stories they would tell would more than likely shock and amaze us. Or perhaps repulse and terrify us instead. This is one such story that if a house could tell its own tale, it would certainly be one we would never forget. A family moves to the country in search of peace, but those dreams are soon shattered by supernatural terror. Something evil lurks within the woods outside of their home, and this evil begins to stalk and wreak havoc upon everyone that dwells within the home. Can they save themselves before it's too late? This is the untold story of the haunted Hinsdale house, also known as the Dandy House, and the entities that infested it. Hinsdale, New York, a small town with a rustic and rural charm, tucked deep into the countryside and far away from the crime, concrete, and smog of New York City. Instead of gazing at skyscrapers, they would rather gaze at the surrounding mountains, covered in dense foliage. But these mountains and their surrounding woods harbor many secrets and have many stories to tell. This is just one of them. The year is 1970, and the Dandy family is in pursuit of their American dream. After years of vacationing to Hinsdale and the surrounding areas to catch a break from their fast-paced life in Buffalo, they've finally reached a point where they can turn their vacation into their daily life. Seeking their own rural paradise, they come across a listing for a home that seems idyllic for their family and its needs. Clara Dandy, the mother of the family, believed that they all got along so much better in the country, like it had some form of redemption qualities about it that seemed to rejuvenate their spirits and their relationships. As they wind their way through the countryside, they lay eyes on the home for the first time. They are not only taken aback by the beauty and the sheer size of the house, but that it sat upon 8 acres of land, surrounded by dense and breathtaking woods. Clara would describe her feelings about first seeing the house as being overcome with a deep sense of peace. It was like I had finally come home after years of being elsewhere. And the air was like breathing champagne. It was wonderful. The home is over 100 years old and still had most of the original and ornate woodwork intact. It just seemed to emanate charm and elegance. As the children explored the nearby woods, Mr. and Mrs. Dandy continued their tour. But when they were being shown the storage space underneath the stairs, the door was initially stuck. But after some elbow grease from Mr. Dandy, they were finally able to get it open. It revealed a dusty space of sorts with a fireplace, and one that didn't seem to fit the feeling of the house at all. Clara would describe her feelings towards the space like this. I wasn't sure why, but I felt very uneasy when we opened up the storage space. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was dark and desolate, not at all like the rest of the house. But she quickly would dismiss these feelings, attributing the creepy factor to her city upbringing, and the fact that they didn't have storage rooms like that where she was from. After closing the space and continuing to evaluate their opportunity, the feelings of peace would return, and the Dandies decide that they can't resist the charm of this rustic, 100-year-old home, so they decide to purchase it. Once things are squared away several months later, they move in to start their new, rural existence. On move-in day, Clara's brother decided to lend a helping hand and had begun to move things in hours before the family was able to arrive. When loading in a box of belongings, as he opened the door, he was greeted by a flurry of insects. Both bees and flies pelted him in his face. Brushing past them and then unloading the box onto the floor in the main room, he was startled to see hundreds of dead bees scattered all over the floor, and even more startled to see hundreds still alive and coating the windows. It was still cold during this time of year, and although he too wasn't from the country, he found it rather odd that there would be any kind of infestation at this time. When his sister and her family finally arrive, he greets her with the news, and in order to continue with the move-in, they have to call an exterminator. Upon his arrival, he too confirms the oddity of the situation. He said that he had never seen so many bees and flies in one spot in a home, and given this time of year, it was not normal for them to swarm or infest anything during this time. It takes some time, but after he finishes clearing them out, the family is finally able to get moved in. As time progresses, things seem to fit the dreams they had for moving there in the first place. The family finally seems at peace. They were getting along better and enjoying each other's company, a far departure from their city life in Buffalo. But as the old adage goes, if it seems too good to be true, it is. A few weeks into living in what they believed was going to be their rural paradise, their son Mike has met and made friends with a nearby neighbor. Together they begin to explore the woods surrounding the Dandy property. As the two navigate the forest, they're startled when they hear the crunching of leaves directly in front of them, stopping frozen in their tracks, and fearing that it could be a bear. They take refuge behind a large tree and sneak glimpses from around its sides to figure out just what it could be. To their shock, they spot a boy not much older than them, carrying a rifle and walking in the path ahead. Yelling at the boy that this is private property and wanting to know what he was doing there, they run towards him and try to catch up to him. They again freeze in their tracks when they notice that not only is the boy transparent the closer they get, but half of his head is missing. As the figure continues to walk and taking deep breaths, they slowly continue to follow him. The three approach a small lake, and within the blink of an eye, the boy vanishes. Mike and his friend are at a loss for words and have no explanation for what they saw. They quickly rush back to the Dandy house as fast as they can to tell anyone who will listen to them. They soon make contact with Clara and explain to her what took place, but she's quick to dismiss their experience as nothing more than overactive imaginations. Another several weeks pass by, and Clara has all but forgotten about what her son had told her. She's now walking the family dog Madison in the woods for some fresh air and exercise. As they get deeper into the forest, Clara starts to hear what can only be described as chanting. As she stops to listen, it sounds eerie and disembodied, as if the sound is all around her, but has no true origin. It's at this time that Madison begins growling and barking. The longer she seems to focus on the chanting, the louder it seems to become. Madison by this point is losing her mind and breaks free from a distracted Clara and bolts in the direction of their home. Clara chases her down, and she finally stops running when she makes it to the front door of their estate. After taking a moment to collect herself, Clara then calls her husband, who, like she was to her son, was quick to dismiss her feelings, thinking that she just had to adjust to rural life and wasn't used to it being so different from their life in the city. Frustrated and worried now about what the chanting could have been, Clara talks with her son about her experience while she prepares dinner for the family. Mike thinks that it could have been some campers at a nearby campground, not too far from where their property line ends, that could have been the cause of the strange sounds. To try and put his mother at ease, he and his friend Matt once again take to the woods to explore this possibility. As they venture further into the woods to a lookout point towards the campsite, they see nothing. There are no signs of any campers that could be nearby enough to have caused such a noise. Even more perplexed now that there was no explanation, the boys start to make their way back to the house, when suddenly they hear what sounds like an axe thudding into a tree right next to them. Unsure of what that noise could have been, before they could even begin to ponder or investigate, they hear a woman screaming to their left. This frightens them so bad that the two young men run as fast as they can all the way back to the dandy's home. When they arrive, Mike is truly scared this time. He has no way of explaining his mother's experience, or any of his own either. Upon relaying this information to Clara, both of them are left beside themselves, now with a chill up both of their spines. But these weird events thus far would only intensify as the sands of time continue to trickle into the hourglass. It has now been months since the initial experiences, and besides the oddities they were, the family's life continues to be great. This distance from the experiences only makes them ever easier to dismiss in the minds of Clara and Mike. One day, Phil, or Mr. Dandy, decides to take the children, Mike and Tina, into Buffalo for the day to get some errands done. Mostly being a homebody, Clara decides to forego the trip with her family and relax at home, reading her latest book instead. When her family departs, Clara finds herself curled up on the couch and immersed in her latest story, as a warm breeze drifts through the open windows of the house. As she reads page to page, she is suddenly startled when the window closest to her slams shut. Upon investigating, it makes no sense to her because the breeze was light, not forceful at all, and their windows were fairly new, which made it all the stranger. But as she always does, she dismisses the happening as nothing more than a weird coincidence and heads back to her book. Several nights later, as Mike lay asleep in his bed, he is suddenly woken up when a nearby box of a chess game drops onto his chest. A storage shelf is directly above his head, so opening his eyes, he glances up to see if perhaps it could have been hanging too far off the edge, causing it to fall. And to his shock, he begins to see several more boxes slowly shifting towards the edge by themselves. The lowest one then suddenly flies out from the rest and smacks him in the chest. Terrified, he sits up trying to catch his breath. He has no way of explaining how the lowest box could be pulled and thrown with such force without bringing the rest of the boxes with it, as if someone or something had grabbed and thrown it by a will of its own. Calling out to his mom in the darkness, she soon arrives in the doorway of his room. Being a very science and logic-minded person, Mike has no way to explain what has happened. Examining the pile, Clara too is perplexed and becomes just as scared when another box from a different pile flies across the room, causing both of them to scream in terror and run out as fast as possible. Trying to make sense of what was taking place, Clara fears that whatever could be lurking in the woods has been stalking her family and has slowly but surely, like a malignant stain, invaded her home. As her fears turn into a revelation, Clara decides to reach out to a local priest for help, hoping her faith will help her come up with some answers, and better yet, some solutions. She speaks with a priest named Father Alphonsus at the University of St. Bonaventure. He believes that the activity could be a poltergeist, but given the intelligent nature of how it seemed to be behaving, Clara has her doubts, but nonetheless wants an expert's opinion and assistance. So arrangements are made for the father to come out and bless the home, and after several days, he arrives. On April 13th, 1975, the cleansing begins. As the family and the priest were all gathered together, and as he began to speak, a series of horrible wailing and moaning noises began to fill the home, as if the house itself was crying. The scent of burning matter also quickly enveloped the house. The activity reached a fever pitch when the priest opened and began to pray over the crawl space that was underneath the stairs. But after this, a blissful silence overtook them all. It was as if whatever entities that dwelled within the walls of the dandy's home had finally been evicted. Within time, the father gathered his things, exchanged pleasantries, and departed for the evening. The family now believed that their darkest days were behind them, and for all intents and purposes, that seemed to be the case. But as if to mock the Holy Trinity itself, 3 months later to the day, all hell would break loose once again. That night, while her husband is away on a business trip, Clara finds herself woken up out of a dead sleep by a series of knocks coming from inside the walls. The knocks themselves are soon accompanied with whispers from someone that she can't see. As she apprehensively makes her way from her room and slowly down the stairs, headed towards the main level, the apparition of a young girl begins to walk by the stairs. She slowly makes her way to the crawl space, opens the door, and closes it behind her. Clara is baffled at the sight. After gathering up her courage, she too makes her way fully down the stairs into the crawl space, and after a moment of bracing herself, she opens the door, only to be met with nothing. Clara then makes her way to her daughter Tina's room to make sure it somehow wasn't her, and perhaps her nerves were just on edge. But after opening her door, she finds her fast asleep in her bed, with no signs that she had been awake for some time. The following morning, while the rest of her family is still asleep, Tina wakes up to begin her day. As she feeds her pet bird in its cage and begins to brush her hair in her oval mirror, she notices that her bird isn't doing its usual whistles. As she glances over at them, she finds it staring into the corner of the room. As Tina glances back up at the mirror, she's met with the apparition of a young girl. Her face is sunk in, and her eyes were gone. She screams in terror, and just as quickly as it appeared, the apparition disappears. The screams of her daughter startles and quickly summons Clara to her daughter's room. As she consoles Tina, she realizes that the priest's blessings were ineffective. She quickly calls Father Al back and explains what had taken place the previous night and that morning. And although he is busy, he promises to come back as soon as possible, and this time to bring a paranormal expert with him as well, to help him determine the cause and hopefully find a working solution. He's able to come back the following week. In the meantime, Clara is determined to keep her family calm. If she can control her own emotions, she knows that everything else will be okay. As they wait for the priest to return, Clara tries her best to keep her family calm and live some sort of a normal existence. That weekend, her and Phil are watching a movie while Mike and Tina are out with friends. As they enjoy their time together, their happiness is quickly shattered by a huge crashing noise coming from outside of their house. Quickly grabbing a flashlight and running outside to investigate together, they quietly step towards where they believed the noise to be originating from, when suddenly they hear it again. But this time, thankfully for them, the origin is not paranormal. This time, it's several raccoons who happen to be foraging through their metal trash cans for something to eat. Relieved for that moment, they start to make their way back to the house. when they suddenly see the figure of a young girl in their living room window, staring at them. As they rush inside, they run up into Tina's room, where they find her incoherent and staring into her oval mirror. They try to get her attention, but she's entirely unresponsive. Her pale blue eyes are black. Panicking, they shake her and yell her name, not knowing what else to do, when she eventually comes back. In that moment and later, Tina will not recall how she got home or what exactly happened. As the family tries to gather themselves from the shock of what had just taken place, they hear movement coming from Mike's room. Phil tells his family not to leave Tina's room as he rushes to investigate. However, the home phone begins to ring. It's Mike. He's asking if he can stay the night at his friend Randy's house. However, when told what was going on, he quickly tells her that he's coming home to help in any way that he can. Rushing to his car, Randy offers to come with him, to which Mike agrees. Randy would later recount that Mike's hands were sweating and he was shaking, gripping the steering wheel. He was pale. I asked him what was wrong, and he said that things were happening at the house that he couldn't explain. The boys quickly arrived to find the family in chaos. Phil is prepared to do battle with whatever force is within the house, and the girls are staying close to one another, attempting to comfort each other. As they try to determine a course of action, all the lights in the house go out. They then begin to hear banging and scratching coming from the crawl space. Flashlight still in hand, Phil, with the backup of his family, shines the light towards it and begins to make his way towards whatever this thing is. It seems like with each step he takes, the sounds become louder, and after a tense several seconds, he opens the door to the crawl space. Inside, they find that the fireplace that was once there has been completely disassembled. Its bricks have now been stacked in an elaborate pile directly in the middle of the small room. The amount of effort and strength required to perform such a task convinces all of them that whatever they're dealing with is strong, persistent, and perhaps uncleansable. Nonetheless, with their spirits waning, Clara makes a desperate call to Father Al, who agrees to come earlier than originally planned and makes emergency arrangements for himself and his paranormal expert of a friend to come out that night. They arrive as soon as possible. The paranormal expert is a man by the name of Alex Tennis, a well-respected paranormal researcher and psychic whose abilities were studied at the American Society of Psychic Research. Together, they make their way to the door of the Dandy House, hoping to help rid this family of whatever seems to be stalking them. After being let in, the family quickly leads the pair to the crawl space to show them just what they were talking about. Although he was aware that some sort of activity was taking place, Alex had not been given any additional details or information in regards to the home, its history, or happenings. As he steps into the crawlspace room, he begins to have a vision. In his vision, he sees multiple dead bodies stacked within the crawlspace itself. After the vision subsides, Alex begins to explain to the family what he saw. He believed that many had passed away within the home itself, some of natural causes, and some of murder. It was his conviction that based on what he saw, that the house used to be a stopping point for a stagecoach, or perhaps some kind of inn where people would stay the night before departing the following morning. It was also his belief that there was a nearby criminal or gang of criminals that would often rob and kill nearby travelers, and that perhaps these souls somehow became trapped here. When someone passed or was found dead nearby, being the only stopping point in the area, their bodies would be placed in the crawl space until they could receive a proper burial. It was also his belief that there were 7 different spirits that were trapped within the home altogether. With this revelation, the family, Alex, and the father pray that the trapped spirits within the home find peace and be released, so that they may go on to their final destination. Upon the pair's departure, Clara once again has renewed hope. The home, as it did the first time around, seemed to be cleansed and to be more peaceful. Meanwhile, Mike and his friend Randy were skeptical of Alex's conclusions. After he left, they used an old map of the area to trace where he had said the old stagecoach route was. They did indeed find what they believed to be an old trail that could have been used for such a thing, and the trail passed right by the Dandy home. But during their search, as they were following the trail out and headed back to the house, they experienced strangeness of their own. As they began to trace the trail, they began to see what they described as orbs of light in the nearby trees, and these orbs began to come at them. Randy, having never seen or experienced anything supernatural before, began to have a panic attack. Upon arriving at the house, they were fortunately able to get him calmed down. By this point, it was late in the night, and the entire family needed to try and get some form of sleep in order to function the following day. Randy ended up staying the night since he had rode with Mike. Once everyone else was settled down for the night and fast asleep, Clara sat by herself, weeping. She felt that her and her family were helpless in the situation, and that all efforts had been exhausted, and that they needed to move. The only problem was that all their money, every last dime, had been sunk into the house, leaving them stranded. She would continue to contemplate the future and would cry herself to sleep that night. The following morning, as the family began to wake up and start to try and resume some form of normalcy, Mike went ahead and departed with Randy to take him home. Several hours would go by, and Mike hadn't returned. Finally, there was a knock on the door. It was a police officer. He informed the family that there had been an accident and that they needed to head to the hospital as soon as possible. Rushing into the car and to the hospital, the Dandy family wondered just what had happened. There had been no mention of Randy by the officer at the time. Upon arriving, they were briefed that Mike had lost control of his vehicle and crashed into a nearby ditch. He was now undergoing emergency surgery. He had extensive head injuries, a ruptured spleen that may have to be removed, and that he had lost a very significant amount of blood. As they waited for the outcome of their son's surgery, the Dandies were once again greeted by the officer who had knocked on their door. He explained to them that Randy had indeed been dropped off, and that Mike had wrecked on his way back to the Dandy residence. But as he was being loaded into the ambulance, he kept saying that there was another person in the car with him. And although they believed him to be confused on account of his injuries, they went ahead and searched the area nonetheless, but another person was never found. After 2 weeks of being in a coma, Mike finally wakes up, but unfortunately has no recollection as to what exactly happened to him to cause the accident. Clara, however, believes that whatever presence that's been plaguing their lives had to have been responsible for what happened to her son. After months of recovery for Mike and continued paranormal activity within the home, Father Alphonsus would return with Alex one last and final time at Clara's request to try and rid the home of the evil and persistent force that had drained the life out of all of them for years now. However, this time, just the father and Alex would perform the cleansing inside the home themselves. As they moved from room to room, Alex would once again experience multiple visions of the past. His visions would tell him that of the 7 spirits who he believed to be within the house, one was that of a young man who had been in some kind of a war or battle near where the property sits now. Another was that of a young girl who had passed from some sort of very painful illness in what was now Tina's room. and there was another spirit that seemed to be keeping herself and others trapped within the house. It was the spirit of a woman who was incredibly angry and resentful. She continued to be possessive, depressive, and just as angry in death as she was in life, refusing to pass on. Believing what they had identified to be the source of the paranormal activity, Father Al decided to take a different approach to the cleansing itself. Although an exorcism cannot be performed on a place, but rather has to be performed on an individual, the rites themselves could in theory be performed or added to a series of prayers to try and use their strong cleansing powers to clear out a home such as this one. So that's exactly what the father did. He began to perform the rites of exorcism within the house itself. As the prayers began to exit his lips, varying with intensity as the rites often do, the home began to literally shake, and the horrific moaning and wailing that had made itself present in the very first cleansing seemed to return with a vengeance. Every horrible feeling, banging, knocking, and scratching noise that the family had experienced thus far was present and seemed to be magnified. It takes hours, but eventually the rites are finished. As the dust settles, so to speak, the home seems peaceful and blissful, like it did when the family had first visited and decided to buy the home. And again, for 3 more months, the family lives in peace. But like the persistent force it has manifested itself to be, the haunting begins again. The Dandy family, despite their best efforts, simply cannot take it anymore, decide to cut their losses and move. Unable to find a buyer for their house, they eventually declare bankruptcy. Shortly after this, Phil and Clara would also divorce, bringing a sad and bitter end to what was supposed to be a rural redemption for the Dandy family. However, this wouldn't be the end of the story of the Hinsdale house. Eventually, the home would come into the possession of Daniel Klaus, who currently owns it. Daniel is a renowned paranormal investigator and has been involved with the likes of Nick Groff and has made appearances on tons of national TV programs centered around the paranormal over the years. Having been raised in a haunted house, this led to a lifelong fascination with the paranormal for him. After years of restoration, it is now available for both investigations and tours, and is still considered a very active paranormal portal, and is kept open as a paranormal research location. It's even staged in the 1970s period to maintain the integrity of when the hauntings were initially known to have began. But now that we know the backstory of the 20th and into the 21st century of the Hinsdale house, just who owned it, what happened to them, and who owns it now, I would like to shift your attention to some of the plausible theories as to what could have caused the haunting. Many theories of what could have caused the haunting have been formed over the years by the many people who have researched and have been interested in the case. One theory is that the home was built on top of an Indian burial mound. This, of course, could have disturbed the spirits of the natives that rested within the land. And although tribes who used this method of burial were present in the area back in history, there is little to no evidence to support this claim. But perhaps any evidence by this point could have long since been lost to the sands of time, or could have been removed when the home was initially built. Another theory is that the home was at one point used as a stagecoach inn, and passerbys were murdered either near or within the home itself, leading to their spirits being trapped within the home or on its land. Although there is evidence that a stagecoach route did run very close to the home, there isn't direct evidence that the house itself was used as an inn, but it is possible. Murders also did take place in or around the area in which the home is now located, which could lend credence to the theories of criminals robbing and murdering people along the stagecoach route. An old family from the area that used to own the home, with the last name of McMahon, also lends credence to the home being used as an inn at some point. The now past grandfather of the family used to tell stories of a road that passed by the house where stagecoaches traveled. Another theory is that one or several of the spirits were trapped as a result of hangings that took place there. The now famous hanging tree that sits near the residence was indeed used for executions for a time. Most famously, it seems, was the execution of a woman named Elizabeth, and Elizabeth was pregnant. Could this perhaps be the spirit of the woman who was angry and refusing to leave? Other events, such as a homicide that took place in the year 2000 near the house, as well as a buzzsaw incident that led to a boy's death, have led many to believe that whatever haunts the area could indeed still be there and influencing our world. It's important, in my opinion, to try and get the story and the facts as straight as possible, not only for the current owner's benefit, but for the dandies who have suffered greatly as a result of their story becoming public, especially towards the end of their time at the property, as word got out that something strange was taking place at the house. A local paper ended up reaching out to the dandies for a statement, thinking that they were accepting an opportunity for additional outside help. They gave their story, only to be met with ridicule from the paper, which in turn led to ridicule from the public and nearby residents. Which this, combined with the paranormal torment they were experiencing, along with then having to file bankruptcy and then later divorce. In my opinion, they suffered greatly and did not benefit from the story, especially during that time. The only benefit I've seen could be from Clara Miller, formerly Clara Dandy, who would eventually write a book known as Echoes of a Haunting. But to be fair, if I experienced even a portion of what she did, I would eventually write a book to catalog what happened as well. Not only for some monetary benefit, of course, but for my own sanity, really. So as I've begun to mention, and will continue to mention again in the future, if you ever encounter anyone mentioned in this video or any of my other videos, whether it be in person or online, please be respectful of them and their experiences, and do not ever harass anyone. And if you find yourself seemingly handed an opportunity that seems too good to be true, the answer to your prayers, it's more than likely not the case. It could be a nightmare waiting to happen. It could be a haunted home infested with entities, sitting and waiting for the perfect victim. Don't let it be you.